15 years ago, I calculated that there would be a great calamity in the wind and cloud continent, and the infinite immortal sect would be the final destination. In order to survive, I suppressed my cultivation and did not advance, becoming an inconspicuous outer disciple. But I never dreamed that the renowned infinite celestial venerable would be able to hear my thoughts at the opening ceremony. At this time, I was coming down from the mountain wiping the sweat off my head, when several slender young girls happened to come towards me. Oh, Senior Lin is meditating on the mountain again. I turned around and saw a few junior sisters. Oh, it's Junior Chow. Why do you look more swollen? You might look a bit fierce if you continue like this. I know a bit of healing magic. Come over and let me help reduce the swelling for you. I continued teasing with a smile. Junior Lu, you've grown so tall in just a few days. Come, let me check your body. Humph. Senior Lin, you old lecher. I'm ignoring you. The junior sisters pouted and walked away immediately. Watching them leave, I put my hands behind my back and started whistling. This leisurely life is the way to go. Back at the outer courtyard, the bell of the Jade Dragon Holy Sect rang throughout the sect, and the elders, heavenly sons and daughters, as well as a group of inner courtyard disciples quickly gathered. I stood at the door and glanced, not knowing how many more people had fallen, or if the outer courtyard disciples were better off. Just as I was speaking, suddenly the clear sky was covered with dark clouds for miles, and a huge thunderous sound reverberated throughout the Jade Dragon Holy Sect. For a moment, the sky and earth darkened, with thick black clouds pressing down on the Jade Dragon Holy Sect. What's going on? Is there such a fierce beast tide? I can feel an extremely terrifying pressure even standing in the room. At this moment, in the forbidden area of the Jade Dragon Holy Sect, a white light shot up into the sky, illuminating the dim sky like lightning. A woman in white clothes floated in the void, her clothes fluttering, her long hair flying, and she gazed slightly at the world. In the next moment, she pointed her finger, and the dark clouds and lightning in the sky instantly dispersed. Then she struck the lightning into the beast tide, instantly killing countless monsters. The sect leader, Zhou Daozi, was shocked when he saw her face clearly. The woman in the sky was none other than the creator of the Jade Dragon Holy Sect, Empress Xiantian. Seeing this, Zhou Daozi knelt down excitedly. Zhou Daozi, the 30th generation sect leader of the Jade Dragon Holy Sect, respectfully welcomes Empress Xiantian out of seclusion. All the elders and disciples were extremely surprised. If they didn't know she was Empress Xiantian, no one would have guessed that she was over 1,000 years old just by looking at her appearance. In an instant, countless disciples all knelt down, loudly welcoming their ancestor. Please rise. Empress Xiantian glanced indifferently, her face as cold as ice, showing no emotion whatsoever. Soon, the sect leader Zhou Daozi quickly ordered someone to ring the bell of the Jade Dragon Holy Sect. The clear sound of the bell echoed throughout the entire Jade Dragon Holy Sect, and all disciples hurriedly gathered in the main hall. No way. The Supreme Emperor Xiantian has lived for over 1,000 years and still looks so beautiful. The male disciples below couldn't help but whisper to each other. Hua Wuyan slightly furrowed her brows. The emperor had been in seclusion for 1,000 years, and she didn't expect the Jade Dragon Holy Sect to be declining more and more. At this moment, a voice rang out. She's over 1,000 years old, yet still so beautiful and has such a lovely voice. Even though she's older than my ancestors, I would still be willing if given the chance. He. The sudden voice of the old lady and the humiliating words made Hua Wuyan frown, a strong killing intent rising in her eyes. Then she angrily shouted. Silence! Why are you suddenly angry? This capricious temper feels like menopause. I thought as I looked at the Empress Xiantian. Suddenly, Hua Wuyan erupted in anger, her eyes flashing with anger as she clenched her fists. Who is slandering this empress? Immediately, a wave of the emperor's pressure shattered several surrounding mountains. Everyone was frightened by the terrifying killing intent of Hua Wuyan. Zhou Daozi's back felt cold as he asked. Emperor Ancestor? No one spoke just now. Did you mishear? Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, Hua Wuyan was somewhat surprised. Could it be that after 1,000 years of seclusion in the Forbidden Land, the lack of interaction with people had caused hallucinations? She cleared her throat and continued. As soon as I came out of seclusion, I saw many disciples fallen in the beast tide. Has the Jade Dragon Holy Sect declined to this extent, unable to even deal with the beast tide? In the crowd, I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead, but I didn't pay attention to what Hua Wuyan said at all. She is over 1,000 years old and still unmarried. She is already considered an overage leftover woman. I wonder if she has ever had a partner before. At this age she probably can't have children anymore. Even if she can have children, she should be considered an elderly pregnant woman, I thought to myself. But the face of Hua Wuyan in front of the main hall was turning dark. She clenched her teeth in extreme anger. This time she heard clearly. It was definitely not an illusion. Someone was indeed speaking. Who is slandering this emperor? I will crush him to dust. Hua Wuyan's face was cold, with anger and killing intent surging between her brows. I want to see who that person is. She stood with her hands behind her back, her eyes slightly cold as she gazed at the disciples below. I haven't cleaned up the recent beast tide yet, and another small beast tide will arrive soon. Which disciple is willing to fight for the Jade Dragon Holy Sect? When Hua Wuyan's voice fell, everyone below bowed their heads and no one dared to speak up. The horror of the beast tide was well known to all disciples, and even if the elders took action, they might not be able to come out unscathed. Since no one is speaking up, I will name someone, and the rest will be arranged by the Elder Council. Listening to Hua Wuyan's words, I chuckled in the crowd, knowing for sure that I wouldn't be called upon. Even if I were called, I wouldn't go. After all, I am an outer disciple. So you are an outer disciple. Hua Wuyan sneered in her heart. I will make you pay slowly. Immediately said. Now the disciples from the outer courtyard and the inner courtyard stand separately. Upon hearing this, I felt delighted in my heart. Ha ha, I knew she wouldn't choose the disciples from the outer courtyard. She would definitely let them go first. Just as I was thinking halfway, Hua Wuyan's voice suddenly sounded. I will choose a few people from the disciples of the outer courtyard to go out and gain some experience. No way. I thought she would let us go first. Lin Yang was a little flustered. Hua Wuyan stood in front of the large hall, his eyes as slightly cold as frost as he scanned the side of the outer court disciples. As soon as her gaze swept past, each one lowered their heads and dared not look at her. Much like a student in a classroom being called by the teacher's name, the teacher's eyes lowered their heads to whomever they saw. Third row, 8th, you, out of the line. Hua Wuyan randomly named a disciple out. That disciple was pointed out and immediately became frustrated, saying, Emperor Ancestor, I'm an outer courtyard disciple, so please spare me? Lin Yang took a closer look. That disciple's name was Zhou Dart, and he was more familiar with him. It's actually Zhou Dart, huh? This kid is stealing chickens and dogs. Last time he even peeped at the female disciple taking a bath. He deserved it. Hua Wuyan raised both eyebrows, peeking at a female disciple's bath? Why would such a disciple stay in the Jade Dragon sect? What use do I have for you, greedy and fearful of death? Get out! Hua Wuyan gently waved his hand, and a strong wind swept Zhou Dart up, heavily still on the ground a long way away, falling and spitting blood directly. Second in the 6th row, step out. The other disciple who was named learned from Zhou Dart's lesson and immediately clasped his hands together and shouted, I will definitely not dishonor my mission and practice diligently. This disciple was not humble and was not greedy for life and death, giving Flower Wuyan a few moments of relief. It seems that the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect aren't all greedy and fearful of death. She was halfway through her mental silence when that familiar voice came back. Li Feidong, this guy, last time when he went out for training left his senior sister behind and ran back by himself. If we let him go, we don't know how many people will be pitched to death again. What? Leaving your senior sister behind and running away by yourself? Hua Wuyan couldn't help but sink his face. This moralistic guy. So old and still so little strength, disgraceful. What use is the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect for you? Get lost. With a wave of her hand, Li Feidong flew straight out and fell half dead. This old girl's hand is too hard, isn't it? Those who don't go are beaten, and those who do go are beaten. The character of an old demon who has lived for over 1,000 years is just inscrutable. Don't ever point at me, or it'll be too bad. Lin Yang hid behind the disciple in front of him, trying to shrink as much as possible to keep her out of sight. The senior brother behind him tugged at the corner of his coat and asked quietly, Senior brother Lin, will it point to me? I'm so scared. Zhou Rendi, look at you, what are you afraid of? Lin Yang glanced at it disdainfully. 9th row, 13th. 8th in the 10th row. 3rd in the 11th row. 5th in the 12th row. Flower Wuyan got impatient and named a dozen disciples out in a row, and Zhou Ruodi was clearly on the list. That was close. It almost hit me. Scared me to death. I thought it would be me. Zhou Rendi, this kid is unlucky. I was standing right in front of him, and it was almost my bad luck. Ha ha. Zhou Ruodi, this kid, what you worry about really comes true. Lin Yang felt his little heart beating so fast. He couldn't help but smile when he saw Zhou Ruodi's face that looked like a dead woman. He was the only one in the crowd who was full of smiles. Hua Wuyan's eyes had noticed him. That disciple, you're smiling happily. Come on, you out. Lin Yang froze for a moment as the gazes around him fell on him in unison. Ha? Me? Lin Yang was confused and really wanted to slap himself. He shouldn't have laughed just now. It's over, I'm still hit, I can't escape this. He thought darkly in his mind. Hua Wuyan frowned. It's really him. Emperor Ancestor, is it me? Lin Yang hurriedly stepped forward, afraid that this old girl would beat him out with a wave of her hand. Hua Wuyan clenched her fists, clenched her silver teeth, and infinite killing intent surged in her beautiful eyes. The person who had denigrated her just now was undoubtedly this person. That's right, it's you. Chapter 3. This disciple, a bit unusual. Lin Yang's mind went blank. How did this happen? How come it's me? I thought I could live until the end of the tribulation in the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, but I didn't expect that my life would be over if I didn't plan as well as God did. Hua Wuyan's cold face was murderous, looking at him with a slightly off-kilter look. She had the heart to kill this disciple. Strange, how can I hear his voice when he's clearly not talking? It's not like he's using any secret voice transmission techniques. Is it possible that what I'm hearing is all in his mind? Hua Wuyan was surprised. How could she hear the heart of a common outer court disciple? This is ridiculous. It's so weird. How can I hear his heart? Hua Wuyan frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt and incomprehension. She could kill this disciple right now just by moving her hand. But the oddity of being able to hear his heart was the first time she had seen it in over 1,000 years of living. Interesting, she said mentally. There has never been any disciple who was willing to tell me the truth, and since I was able to hear his true thoughts, it is an interesting thing. I want to know what these disciples, what they think of me. Hua Wuyan's world-renowned face stared at Lin Yang for a long time. Lin Yang's heart thumped a little floored. She's not looking at me, is she? Staring at me like that, are you interested in me? What should I do in case she really looks at me? I'm so torn. She's over 1,000 years old after all, so much older than me. They say a woman is like a tiger in her 30s and a wolf in her 40s, so this 1,000 years old, like what? Click. Hua Wuyan clenched his fists, his bones making a crunching sound. Really wanted to tear him up. Kid, it's just too cheap to kill you. I want you to deal with the beast tide. Aren't you afraid? I prefer you to go, so that you can make up my mind. She settled down, her cold face still like an iceberg, and said, Sect leader Zhou, which peak, which disciple under the seat of an elder? Zhou Daozi said, reporting to Emperor Ancestor, this person's name is Lin Yang, and he's a disciple of Dokyu Peak, under Elder Daoquan. After saying that, among the elders on both sides, there was an old man wearing a wide robe and big sleeves who hurriedly walked up. Emperor Ancestor, this son is under my jurisdiction. Hua Wuyan looked at it lightly and nodded silently. Good, all those who were just named, stand down. Among the outer court disciples, Lin Yang going alone is enough. As soon as she finished speaking, all the disciples in the room froze. Those people from the outer courtyard disciples were all overjoyed. Zhou Rendi laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't even close. Senior brother Lin, I'll let you laugh at me just now. Foggy grass. Are you kidding me? How come the outer court disciples are asking me to go alone? Isn't this asking me to go to my death? Does this old know that the beast tide was actually instigated by others? With the Jade Dragon Sacred Sex people, they can't stop the tide of beasts even if they're exhausted. Lin Yang grimaced in frustration and secretly cursed in his heart. Hua Wuyan raised her eyebrows, feeling a bit surprised after hearing his heartfelt words. The beast tide was instigated? How did he know? This guy, he's really weird. I used the Book of Changes to deduce and realized that the Eastern continent is going to suffer a calamity soon. In the entire Eastern continent, only the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect will be the last piece of pure land by then. I go in the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect just to avoid this calamity. I didn't expect that. After 1,000 calculations, I still didn't anticipate that I would be called by this old to send her to her death. His heartfelt words once again appeared in Hua Wuyan's mind, words that shook Hua Wuyan to her core. This kid can actually deduce destiny. Just now, he said that this beast tide was secretly instigated by someone, and now he is saying that the Eastern continent will suffer a calamity. If these words had come from Lin Yang's own mouth, Hua Wuyan would never have believed them. But she heard things from Lin Yang's heart. Words can lie, but the heart doesn't. Besides, he didn't even know that he could hear his heart. Interesting, too interesting, this disciple, a bit interesting. Hua Wuyan carried her hands behind her back and smiled shallowly. She took a step forward, a majestic aura causing several elders to shiver. Elder Dao Sik, what is this person's cultivation level? Reporting back to Emperor Ancestor, Lin Yang has been in the clan for 15 years, his cultivation has been stopped at the chi condensation stage without the slightest progress. It's all because of my disciples' incompetent teaching. I ask for Emperor Ancestor's forgiveness. Elder Dao Chou bowed his head slightly. He was too embarrassed to tell Hua Wuyan that Lin Yang was a disciple under his discipline. For 15 years, it has always been the qi condensation stage. Hua Wuyan was almost amused. 15 years and still a qi condensation stage disciple. A dog she raised back then could easily surpass his realm. What are you looking at? I've never seen anyone who doesn't upgrade, have I? I just don't want to elevate. When the time comes for the East Continent calamity to come, there will be an expert to take the top spot, so I can live on forever. This is called biding one's time. What do you people know? Without a shred of strategic vision. Lin Yang was very upset when he saw Hua Wuyan's disdainful look. Keep on living? And bide your time? Underneath Hua Wuyan's calm expression, he had already been laughing coldly. This kid said that there will be a calamity in the East Continent in the future, and that the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is the last and only clean slate. This emperor is curious, is his deduction accurate or not? What is the future calamity? And why did the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect become the last Pure Land? Curiosity eventually prevails. Hua Wuyan changed her mind. She was interested in those words in Lin Yang's heart. Tell you what, don't arrange for anyone to go down there until tomorrow, I'll make other plans. This order made the crowd of disciples breathe a sigh of relief. All disperse. After Hua Wuyan finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and rushed down the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, heading straight for Windcloud Peak. Lin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart when he saw her fly away. Looks like I don't deserve to die. So close, almost went to reunite with my ancestors. Senior brother Lin, aren't you laughing anymore? Zhou Rendi teased him. Emperor Ancestor, looks like you're having a good laugh. You come here. I'll hammer you to death. Lin Yang rushed over and Zhou Rendi ran away in a puff of smoke. Stormcloud Peak. Hua Wuyan entered the depths of the mountain peak alone, and the ground was littered with the corpses of demonic beasts. With her strength in the Heavenly Emperor realm, those demonic beasts were shaken to death by the Heavenly Emperor's pressure when they approached her. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she suddenly saw a few starry flames deep within Windcloud Peak. An altar, a man in a black Taoist robe holding a skeleton staff in his hand, his mouth reciting words, a talisman exploding in the air, smoke quickly filling the entire Fengyan Peak. This is the art of repelling beasts. Hua Wuyan's gaze flinched, immediately thinking of Lin Yang's heartfelt words just now. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sex Beast Tide was actually instigated by someone in secret. Sure enough, that black Dao-robed man was masked, his eyes shooting a cold light as he keenly noticed a powerful killing chance approaching. Which senior of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect has such an appalling killing aura? No, I have to go. With a roll of his large sleeve, the entire altar disappeared into thin air, and he turned around and ran. What kind of demon is this, pretending to be a god in my Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? Take your life. Hua Wuyan switched out a snow-white light like electricity, and a 3-foot green blade spewed out a narrow white light, the air rushing into the sky. Boom! Her sword fell, and the 100-mile-long Windcloud Peak was split in two. The sky was clear for miles and miles, and the sword was across the sky. My life is awesome. That black-robed Taoist's eyes were horrified as he watched the sword light fall, and the powerful Heavenly Emperor's mighty pressure enveloped him, unable to move. Boom! The moment the sword light fell, he chose to explode himself. In an instant, the ashes flew away, and there were no bones left. When Hua Wuyan arrived, there was only a piece of debris on the ground, not even a single clue left. She narrowed her eyes and stepped on top of the void with an awe-inspiring gaze. That disciple's deduction is actually true. Someone is really deliberately driving away demonic beasts to form a beast tide. This disciple, a bit unusual. Chapter 4. Isn't it a little too soon? The night was clear and the moon was shining. 11 peaks within the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, 5 each in the inner and outer courts, and 1, which was exclusively occupied by successive sect masters. Now that Hua Wuyan is out of the gate, Zhou Daozi can only roll up overnight to live in the inner courtyard. Hua Wuyan lived on Prime Peak, and she was the only one in the large hall. Soon, Zhou Daozi came. Emperor Ancestor summoned me here. I wonder what is so important. During the day there is a disciple from Dokyu Peak named Lin Yang, still at the qi condensation stage after 15 years. This emperor is very curious. What does Emperor Ancestor mean? Zhou Daozi felt strange. How did Emperor Xiantian get attached to a trashy disciple like Lin Yang? Could it be that she is interested in Lin? Zhou Daozi didn't dare to continue thinking back. Hua Wuyan carried his hands behind his back, his expression cold, and said, "It's also the first time I've seen someone who hasn't made a single bit of progress in 15 years, so I want to take a look for him and help him with his cultivation dilemma. Emperor Xiantian is really homely and kind, he is so good to his disciple, I actually thought of her in a wrong way, damn it." Yes. Zhou Daozi felt very ashamed and immediately went to find Lin Yang. Hua Wuyan stood inside the large hall. Ever since she saw the black-robed Dao-robed man at Fengyan Peak in the afternoon, she had moved to keep Lin Yang by her side. Although Lin Yang's thoughts were dirty and filthy, his deduction ability had been fulfilled. Hua Wuyan wanted to know what was the Eastern Continent calamity that Lin Yang had said in his mind earlier. The black-robed, Dao-robed man who was controlling the beast tide, which side of the force was it again? And was Lin Yang really meticulously refusing to raise his cultivation level, or was he making excuses for himself? At the entrance of the Great Hall, Lin Yang's figure soon appeared. "This old woman doesn't really have eyes for me, does she? Calling me over alone at this hour of the night, gee, it's a little exciting to think about. No, I have to act serious. Old women love young handsome men, I have to hold it together. Would she beat me to death if she knew what I was thinking? Ha 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 ha." Before he even crossed the threshold, his heartfelt words were already heard by Hua Wuyan. Hua Wuyan's gaze flinched as she clenched her fists tightly and clenched her silver teeth, really wanting to slap him to death. What's going on in his head all day long? What a nasty piece of work. No, I can't let him know I can hear his heart. Hua Wuyan was furious, but on the surface, he remained as light as water, without any waves in the ancient well. "Coming? Disciple Lin Yang, greetings to Emperor Ancestor." Lin Yang walked in. Flower Wuyan was dressed in white, and the evening breeze ruffled her long hair, entrapping a faint fragrance that drifted into his nose. "Come here, I'll check you out." She raised her hand and said in an icy voice. Lin Yang's eyes widened and he was instantly stunned. "No way. So fast and direct? I'm not ready yet." Hua Wuyan was enraged. A wave of pressure was released, and the entire hall was shaken, the dust from the roof rustling down. "This guy, he's absolute." A shy smile appeared on Lin Yang's face as he said, "Emperor Ancestor, isn't it a bit too soon? Can I take a shower first?" Hua Wuyan's face darkened. She finally couldn't stand it any longer, and with a wave of her hand, a strong wind lifted him up and slammed him against the top beam, falling on his head. "What are you thinking? Looking for death? Let me check if there's something wrong with your body? Why can't you raise your cultivation for 15 years? Lin Yang was so dropped that he didn't have a single idea left. With Flower Wuyan's strength, it would be as easy to pinch him as it would be to pinch an ant. "This old woman, it's obvious that you asked me to come here, and you deliberately said that you were checking my body, and you're actually blaming me for thinking the wrong way? If you want my body, just say so, and you're playing this game with me, huh?" Lin Yang dusted off his body, thinking this in his heart, but his face was full of apologies as he said, "I'm sorry Emperor Ancestor, disciple misunderstood, in fact, disciple didn't mean it that way." Hua Wuyan quietly glanced at it. "If I hadn't been able to hear your heart, I'd almost have believed you. Come here," she snarled. Lin Yang obediently walked over and held out his hand to her. Hua Wuyan held his wrist and used a surge of internal energy to strike into his body. The inner energy swam through his body and found no abnormalities. His cultivation was already at the qi condensation stage, and there was no sign of growth at all. The sinews, veins, dantian, and whatnot were also in line with the original phase of the qi condensation stage. Could it be that he's really a loser? This old woman's hands are so white and smooth. It's not working. It feels like the Unchained Mountain is up. Lin Yang's face flushed slightly. Being held by the wrist of the stunning empress of the country, any man would be a bit unable to hold on. Hua Wuyan frowned, truly enraged. Repeatedly in his mind all kinds of insults and humiliations to her, not to cure him really cannot stand. "This kid is dirty as hell inside, I'm going to fix him," she swore inwardly. But what excuse to screw him over when he's done nothing to offend? Seeing your low qualifications, this emperor is willing to take you on as a disciple and guide you in your cultivation. From now on, you move to Prime Peak, Hua Wuyan said coldly. "If you refuse, I'll punish you once first. Even if I say yes, I'll still have a way to screw you." An imperceptible coldness flashed in her eyes. This old woman is not right. She should know that I'm purposely pressing on not lifting off. Can't she check it out? She called me in the middle of the night to come and move in here, and even took me on as a disciple and guided me in my cultivation. It's clear that she's taken a liking to me. Ah. The heavens have eyes, the ancestors are above. I, Lin Yang, have not dishonored the Lin family, and am finally eating soft rice. Lin Yang was incredibly excited, a smile spreading across his face. Hearing his thoughts, Hua Wuyan was infuriated and laughed. A strange flower that bloomed in the Jade Dragon sacred sect. Thank you, Emperor Ancestor, for your love. I will definitely cultivate well and live up to Emperor Ancestor's hopes for me. I'll move up here. Lin Yang agreed without hesitation. He asked himself to meet alone in the middle of the night and asked him to stay here from now on, so he must be interested in him. Slow down, I haven't finished, Hua Wuyin spoke up. You must build your own house, and, as I like warm water for my baths, you must prepare 1,000 quarts of firewood today, pick the tanks of prime peak full, and prepare 1,000 fresh peonies. Go on. Hearing these rude requests, Lin Yang was baffled. Ha! This, Emperor Ancestor, isn't this too? You're refusing this Emperor's order? Emperor Ancestor, this is really hard to do. In one night you must build the house, prepare 1,000 loads of firewood, pick all the water tanks, and prepare 1,000 peonies. There's no time to spare. This is clearly a difficult situation. This old woman is 80% menopausal, otherwise she wouldn't be temperamental and make such excessive demands. Greedy for my body, just ravage me to your heart's content. Why do you need to destroy me like this? Lin Yang cursed her to death in his heart. Hearing his heart, Hua Wuyan was furious. How dare you refuse this emperor's request? Sect leader Zhou, bring him to the western prison for a month for me. Zhou Daozi sniffed and immediately took control of Lin Yang. Palm sect. Help me beg Emperor Ancestor. Lin Yang felt broken. The Jade Dragon sacred sect had two places where criminal disciples were punished, one called the West Prison and the other called the East Prison. Lin Yang had never been inside, but had seen those disciples who came out of it. But all the disciples who came out of the Western Prison and the Eastern Prison were all honest. Emperor Ancestor, is it still okay for me to promise? It's too late to say yes. Hua Wuyan waved his hand indifferently. Go! Zhou Daozi released a soft and sinewy force that wrapped Lin Yang up, boarded a flying sword, and flew towards the Western Prison. Hua Wuyan looked at the disappearing figure outside the Great Hall and smiled with satisfaction. Since I established the Jade Dragon sacred sect, every disciple who went into the Western and Eastern prisons came out honest. If I don't teach you a lesson, you don't know the majesty of this emperor. In a month's time, come back to Prime Peak to find me. Chapter 5, Dead Monkey, I'll fight you. I hope you reflect on that in West Prison. Zhou Daozi used a soft force to throw him through the air. Master! You go to Emperor Ancestor's place and put in a good word for me. Sect Master, Sect Master. Lin Yang stood in a thick bush, tilting his head and roaring loudly. Zhou Daozi flew away with his imperial sword without looking back. That old hag. The old woman, the old monster. Trying to destroy me when you can't have me, do you think that's going to make me give in? When I get out, even if you ravage my body, you'll never get my heart. Piss me off. Lin Yang stood alone in the dense, dark forest with his arms crossed. This mountain, the West Prison. There was a prohibition at the border of the mountain that no disciple could break through. But anyone who is thrown in the Western Prison will have to be good enough to stay here until his term is up. The moon was bright and the stars were shining. The tall trees that shaded the forest into darkness were surrounded by the sounds of insects and a roar of beasts. I've heard that the Western Prison has 7 gorillas used to punish disciples, so I'll have to be careful. Lin Yang didn't dare to be careless, he had long heard a lot about the Western Prison over the years. In the Western Prison there are 7 red-nosed, blue-faced golems that look like gorillas. Both in physique and height, they are taller and fiercer than humans. The ghost elves would often go to the Jade Dragon sacred sect to watch the disciples cultivate, and over the years, those 7 ghost elves were even stronger than the inner courtyard disciples. Whoosh! Suddenly, a rustling movement alerted him. Who? Lin Yang was startled for a moment, and out of the corner of his eye he noticed a shadow coming at him. He dodged violently as a stick came whistling from his side and fought its way into the tree. Chop! In an instant, the tree was broken by a stick and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Gah, hi! A ghostly mandrill, holding an iron rod, landed on a tree and showed its teeth at Lin Yang, displaying powerful hostility. So close, this guy's attack is so fierce, I'm afraid if this stick hits the head, it could send someone away. Lin Yang looked at the fallen tree and was scared to death. Gah woo 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 woo. Suddenly, a dense stream of shouts came from all directions. The leaves of the trees rustled as the other 6 ghost mandrills darted from the woods, their movements extremely agile and swift. There were 2 carrying swords, one carrying a knife, one with bare hands, and one with a steel fork. The 7 ghostly mandrills stood in the tree, fully armed. Is this still a monkey? Lin Yang's eyes widened, feeling surprised and fresh. These 7 ghost mandrills were brought from elsewhere by Xin Tian Emperor Hua Wuyan when he founded the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect back in the day, and were specially used to punish his disciples. The ghost demon looks like an ape and is very intelligent. Good evening, fellow monkey brothers. I've seen you guys before, you remember me, right? I even gave you guys bananas, I've seen you guys a couple times. Lin Yang smilingly waved his hand at the 7 ghost elves. Ghost elves often went to the sect to watch the disciples practice. Lin Yang had met with them a few times and fed them. The demonic elf that led the way was tall, with muscles that were tighter and more terrifying than a tiger's. Good evening, you mother. I'm not a monkey. The ghostly elf with the stick spat out human words, showing his teeth and cursing. Back then, the female emperor had a rule that any disciple sent to the western prison had to be beaten with 100 sticks every day. Come over here and eat 100 sticks before I say anything. Whoosh! The demonic elf roared, quickly jumped down from under the tree, raised the iron rod in his hand, and struck down at Lin Yang. I was wrong, monkey. Scarlet's senior brother. Lin Yang dodged quickly. The ghost demon's movements were as fast as lightning, and an iron rod was juggled in its hands in a formidable manner. Bang! Bang! Lin Yang dodged several attacks one after another, and the iron rod struck a stone. Where is this punishment? This is clearly a death sentence. These 7 ghost mandrills were about the same age as Emperor Xiantian. They had lived for 1,000 years, and their movements were still so agile. A single ghost elf made it difficult to deal with, and if 7 of them were together, they would be seriously injured if they weren't careful. No wonder the disciples who go out from the western prison are all honest. All beat up and scared. So fierce. Lin Yang was forced to retreat, and he didn't dare to touch its iron rod with his bare hands. Senior Scarlet, I'm going to fight back. Lin Yang stood on his feet in a sorry state, furious. This demonic elf bared its fangs and laughed contemptuously. Come on, let's show you the power of our 7 western prison fighters. The 7 hegemons of western prison? Lin Yang was almost amused by the title. Have orangutans learned to pick up nicknames like people? Lecture. Then come over here. I'm not going to give in to that old woman. You're dead. I'm going to tell the empress that you cursed her. Humph, when she and you 7 get together, it's the 8 bastards. 8 what? 8 bastards. Say it again. 8. Lin Yang's old face blushed. Fogweed. Tricked by a dead monkey. He ga ga ga. The 7 ghostly mandrills stood in the tree and laughed their asses off. 15 years of power in this punch, come on. Brothers, come over here and practice with him. Boom! The dark woods erupted into a shocking commotion. A big tree fell with a bang, and the leaves fluttered like snowflakes. Lin Yang's 15 years of power that he had been suppressing exploded out in full. I can't help it, I can't even think about it. Otherwise tonight, it will be screwed by these 7 dead monkeys. Ah, cut. On the prime peak, Hua Wuyan was lying in the bathtub when she suddenly sneezed. Why do I feel like someone's cursing me? Hua Wuyan was immersed in the water without a trace of clothing. The water surface was filled with fragrant flower petals, and her shoulder-length hair was wetly plastered on her fragrant shoulders. Her beautiful eyes glanced out the window at the silent night sky, and there was nothing unusual. Late night. At the top of that mountain in West Prison, trees were falling down, and from a distance, they looked bare and became bald. Boom! The fight isn't over yet. The ghost elf learned to be smart, and the 7 launched a wheel battle, each charging up to fight Lin Yang a few times before retreating. Then the other one went on and kept draining him. Lin Yang was gradually pushed to the brink, his body dripping with sweat. If only the book of easy numbers could project itself. He said darkly in his mind. He was able to deduce anything other than the heavenly chance in himself since he had learned the chapter of easy numbers from the 9 chapters of the Great Tao. If he could have deduced that he would be given a hard time by that old woman tonight, he would not have gone to see that old woman even if he had killed himself. The Book of Changes cannot deduce the mysteries of heavenly chances or one's own destiny. And the spiritual rhinoceros chapter, what the hell is this? It's not useful at all for my battles. I know all about this spiritual rhinoceros psalm, what the hell is it for? Lin Yang was sweating profusely and impatient. The 9 chapters of the Great Tao, which took so many years to learn, were not useful at all for fighting. Eat my stick. The demonic elf leapt up and raised its iron club to slash down at him. Senior brother Scarlet, if you have something to say, speak properly. A gentleman should not use his hands. I am a ghost elf, not a gentleman. Cut the crap and watch the fight. Bang! Lin Yang's stamina was not enough and he finally received a stick. The stick hit right on the waist. A sharp pain swept through his body and he covered his back, running in pain. It's over, this stick has broken my back and my kidneys are aching. Dead monkey. I'll fight you. Chapter 6, West Prison Overlord Ringo. 10 days later. West Prison. Dead monkey. Come over and die. Eat my old Lin stick. Lin Yang snatched the iron rod of the leading golem and roamed the mountains looking for those 7 golems to challenge. He took a lot of beatings in those 10 days. Gradually, though, his fighting skills improved by leaps and bounds. The fighting techniques of those 7 ghost elves were all learned from those heavenly sons and heavenly daughters of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. The heavenly sons and heavenly daughters were the strongest and highest cultivation group within all the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, with 10 of each gender. These ghostly elves, who often ran to watch the heavenly son and the heavenly maiden practicing, learned all their tricks. However, in the way of the difference between a ghost elf and a human. Ghost mandrills were very difficult to cultivate, and these 7 had a relatively low cultivation level, only equivalent to about the same as an inner courtyard disciple, except for their strong fighting skills. This was why, almost every disciple of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect who was imprisoned in the Western Prison was beaten honestly by the ghost demon. Lin Yang carried the iron rod and chased the ghost elf around in the dense mountain forest. Gah, stop chasing me. That head was on the verge of collapsing from Lin Yang's pursuit. Just coming in for the first 2 days, Lin Yang was at a disadvantage. Gradually, over time, the boy actually turned the tables on the 7 of them. It's not enough to beat them, but they're still addicted to it. First thing you do when you wake up every day, grab a stick and beat all 7 of them first before you say anything. Don't run. Come and fight me. Lin Yang played the stick with a thief, rushed over and leapt up, knocked down an iron stick, and the stone was broken. Come over here and beg for a fight. Run. That man is coming again. We're all in the same school, come and practice with me. I promise to be gentle. Get out. Time flies. Half a month later. There is a steel door at the exit of the West Prison. 2 disciples came down from the mountain, and the 2 of them walked and laughed. Suddenly, a skinny ghostly elf, crying uncontrollably with a snotty nose and tears, ran over to him. Grabbing the iron door with both hands, he shook it so hard that it clanged. Do the 2 senior brothers a favor. Quickly let me out. I'm going to complain to the empress. The 2 disciples looked confused. Isn't the ghost demon tall, strong, and full of muscles? How did you get so skinny? Without waiting for the 2 of them to speak, a person walked out from inside the Western Prison, none other than Lin Yang. I haven't seen him in half a month and he's gained a few pounds. He had one hand behind his back, as if hiding something. With a harmless smile on his face, he beckoned to the ghost elf and said, Senior brother Scarlet, come, don't run away. When that ghostly elf heard Lin Yang's voice coming from behind him, he shivered violently as if he had seen a ghost, trembling with fear. It leaned against the iron gate and cried, What are you doing? Don't look like that, don't come over here. Wha? The ghostly elf cried and cried. Like he was beaten by his mom when he was a kid, he sat on the floor and cried. Crying and doubting the monkey life. Lin Yang's benevolent face added a few smiles. Don't cry, I'll be out of prison in half a month, let's go back and talk about Monkey Sang. I'm a very honest person, I can make peace with you, don't be afraid. With that, he dragged the ghostly elf away. The 2 disciples standing at the door always felt strange. Senior brother, what's this? Isn't the ghost demon used to punish prisoners? Why are you crying like this? Was it bullied? I don't know, is it possible to miss the Empress Sama and so cry? Senior brother, what's with Lin Yang's stick? Ha? How come I didn't see it? Is it that obvious? Did you learn perspective? What are you talking about, elder brother? The iron rod in his hand. Cough. Prime Peak. Hua Wuyan sat in her palace meditating and recuperating. Her boudoir was heavily scented, with several landscape paintings hanging on the walls, and sandalwood incense burning in the exquisite beast stove in the bookcase, with wisps of white smoke wafting up. Emperor Ancestor, there are disciples outside seeking an audience, saying they have important matters. The lady-in-waiting came in from outside to report, interrupting her tranquil thoughts. Got it. Hua Wuyan's cold face was like a layer of thousand-year-old ice, unable to turn over a single ripple. She put on a delicate and beautiful white tunic and walked out of the boudoir. In the great hall, the disciple from the Western Prison Junction just now lowered his head and waited silently for Emperor Ancestor. "What is it, you two, that you want from me?" Hua Wuyan walked out and inquired in a cold voice. "Back to Emperor Ancestor, just now when disciple was passing by the entrance to the Western prison, I saw a ghost elf crying that it wanted to complain to you." "Oh? There's such a thing?" Hua Wuyan was slightly surprised. In all the years she had known the ghost elf, she had never seen the elf cry. Moreover, the ghost demon is a demonic beast with a ferocious and short-tempered character, and is exceptionally intelligent, able to quickly learn and imitate humans. "Yes, Emperor Ancestor," disciple didn't lie, that disciple said respectfully. "I saw that senior brother Lin Yang was also inside, he was holding a stick and dragging the ghost elf away." Hua Wuyan's moth brows knitted, her heart thumped, and she immediately felt bad. "That iron rod is made of ebony gold, I purposely gave it to the ghost elf to punish his disciples, how could it be in his hands? The ghost demon is still being dragged away by Lin Yang? How could a ghost elf's character?" Hua Wuyan frowned tightly, countless questions quickly surging up in his heart. "Got it, you guys go down." "Yes." After saying that, Hua Wuyan clenched her teeth, and a few moments of anger welled up in her eyes. "Lin Yang, Lin Yang! What have you done to me again?" Soon, she leapt through the air and quickly flew down Prime Peak. She landed on a hilltop in the Western prison and realized that all the trees around her were actually gone and bare. "Where's the tree?" In the distance, a ghostly elf with a knife was chopping wood. As soon as he saw the figure of Flower Wuyan, he was like seeing the Guanyin Bodhisattva who rescued the suffering and gave his knees with a flutter. "Oh Empress! You have come!" This ghostly elf cried out. Hua Wuyan looked dumbfounded. It actually took a combat knife and used it to chop wood? And anger instantly burned inside. "Who told you to chop wood?" she asked angrily. "It's Ringo." "Lin? Brother?" Hua Wuyan took a deep breath and clenched his fists in anger. "It's only been half a month, and Lin Yang has become the ghost demon's big brother? He told us to split trees into planks to build a house, and he wanted us to find him fruit and food every day. If we did anything wrong, he beat us. Empress, if I'm guilty, just kill me. Why did you put him in to torture me?" "What?" As he spoke, the ghost elf cried louder and more miserably. "Go, take me to him." Hua Wuyan was so angry to the point of fury that she really wanted to slap him to death. The ghostly elf wiped away her tears, so we took her to see Lin Yang. After walking not much farther, I saw only a well-built and exquisite cabin. Lin Yang closed his eyes and lay on all fours on a chair. Two squeezed his hands, two squeezed his feet, one squeezed his shoulders, and one fanned him from the side. "The female emperor. The Empress is here. Empress, save me." As soon as those 6 ghost elves saw Hua Wuyan, they immediately had tears in their eyes and flew over to ask for help. Lin Yang woke up with a start and took a look at Hua Wuyan's arrival. Her expression was extremely serious, her face unabashedly overflowing with intense anger. "Lin Yang." Hua Wuyan dragged out his name in a tone, gritting his teeth as an unparalleled and powerful pressure enveloped the entire Western prison. Rumble. This mountain under his feet shook with a roar, almost as terrifying as if it was about to be crushed. "Lord Emperor Ancestor! What are you doing?" Lin Yang busily stood up with a humble gesture on his face. "What's this old woman doing here?" "Getting mad again, I'm sure it's menopause, I'll have to be careful." Hearing his heartfelt words, Hua Wuyan was so angry that she almost fainted. Since he came in, the 7 ghostly elves have lost half their weight. He let the ghost golem build the cabin, and he let the ghost golem give him massages to find food. Where is this being punished? Click. Hua Wuyan withdrew his pressure and clenched his 5 fingers into a tight fist, his bones making a crisp sound. "This kid, I really want to beat him to death." She had a cold face, her eyes surging with murderous intent. "Emperor Ancestor, disciple has fought a lot over the past half month and has been duly punished. I know I'm wrong, so why don't you just let me out?" Lin Yang put on a respectful face. Hua Wuyan glanced at him coldly. If not for the fact that she could hear his heart, she might have been fooled by him. "You're doing well here. You've gained a lot of weight. You've got 7 of them to serve you, and I hear you've become a big brother. What's the matter? You've become the West Prison's overlord? Where is Emperor Ancestor joking?" Lin Yang laughed and said, "I'm puffy, it's all from them, not fat, really, hiccup." With that, he suddenly hiccuped. Hua Wuyan instantly narrowed her eyes and stared at him angrily. I don't care if you're swollen or fat, it's all your fault that West Prison is in this state now. I've decided to transfer you to East Prison. Lin Yang's face changed as soon as he heard it. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect has 2 prisons, a Western prison and an Eastern prison. There are 7 demonic golems in the Western prison and a fire dragon in the Eastern prison. The disciples who enter the East prison are all felons, and the disciples who are able to retreat from it in one piece are very few since the establishment of the sect. Emperor Ancestor, I was wrong. I really know I'm wrong. Is it still okay for me to go to Prime Peak to train with you? Lin Yang hurriedly apologized to her. Hua Wuyan waved his hand and a white feather landed at his feet. Cut the crap, go. For the remaining half of the month, stay in East Prison for me. The feathers flew up into the sky and Lin Yang stumbled, his hands wrapped around her warm and soft waist. Hua Wuyan was startled as if electrocuted. Let go. Tezu, I'm sorry. I didn't stand still. Lin Yang smiled and nodded his head to apologize. This old woman's waist is so thin, so soft, feels so good in my hand, heh. Hua Wuyan suppressed his anger, his face darkening. Chapter 7, One thing leads to another. High in the air, the feathers flew extremely fast. Lin Yang stood behind her, the wind whistling in his ears and the mountains rapidly receding under his feet. This old woman is too ruthless, it looks like she's targeting me on purpose. If you can't get it, destroy it. Women! Hua Wuyan's face was very ugly. Why is this guy so self-absorbed? How in heaven's name can there be such a brazen man? Do all men like to brainstorm so much? Soon, East Prison arrived. There was a twisted forbidden barrier over the Eastern Prison, and this great pale mountain was confined with a narrow and huge canyon inside. The canyon is surrounded by inches of grass, a wilderness area. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying dragon roar resounded in the canyon, red flames rose into the air, and a fire dragon rushed out of the canyon. Fogweed. So long. So big. Lin Yang's eyes widened and he was truly shocked to see this huge dragon. Although he had known for a long time that a dragon existed in the Eastern Prison, he had never seen the real thing in 15 years. It's you! Hua Wuyan. You're finally here. 1,000 years, you've had me trapped here for 1,000 years. This dragon has finally cultivated to the emperorless realm. I will seek revenge on you. As soon as this flame dragon saw Hua Wuyan, it was incomparably angry, as if it had been bullied by her before. With a disdainful look on his face, Hua Wuyan said, Little Loach, this emperor doesn't beat you up, are you itching your skin? Cut the crap and let me out. After saying that, the huge dragon opened its bloody mouth through the barrier, and an incomparably hot flame spewed out of its mouth. The berserk aura shook the entire space to the point of vaguely trembling, and hot flames shot up like a bolt of lightning. Oh, a beating. Hua Wuyan's eyebrow frowned, and with a wave of her hand, between the rolling of her robes, a strong and domineering heavenly emperor's chi covered down, directly crushing this pillar of fire. Boom! The dragon was forcibly suppressed by the breath. So fierce? Lin Yang was truly astonished when he saw this earth-shattering battle. Flower Wuyan's heavenly emperor realm really wasn't imaginary. With a wave of his hand, he suppressed a giant dragon of the emperorless realm. Originally, he thought there would be a fierce fight, but he didn't expect a second move. You get down there. Little Loach, don't get anyone killed, or I'll whip your tendons and skin you. Hua Wuyan warned the giant dragon before throwing him down. Emperor Ancestor. I know I'm wrong. Lord Emperor Ancestor. Lin Yang descended, held up by his breath, and turned pale with fear. This is the Bodhi gun given to me by the sect master, and it is given to you for defense. Hua Wuyan took out a long spear with a flowing gold body from his storage ring and casually threw it down. Emperor Ancestor, I can't beat it even if you give it to me. Lin Yang collected this Bodhi gun and placed it in his storage ring. How dare he call out to this dragon, even if he was given 10 lives it wouldn't be enough for this dragon to kill him. The cultivation of those 7 ghost elves was not high enough for him to handle, but this giant dragon, it was a genuine emperorless realm. The strength was second only to the Heavenly Emperor realm, second only to Xian Heavenly Emperor Hua Wuyan. The only one from this Jade Dragon Sacred Sect who could defeat this dragon was Hua Wuyan. If it wasn't for the prohibition set by Hua Wuyan that prevented this dragon from coming out, no one would have been able to trap it otherwise. The fact that this kid was able to defeat the demon surprised me a bit, and I didn't find anything strange when I examined his body. What he said in his heart before, what he said was true, it was really him who pressed his cultivation not to raise it. Hua Wuyan stood high in the sky and watched silently, secretly saying in his heart, I thought that the ghost elf could teach Lin Yang a lesson, but I didn't realize that I had underestimated Lin Yang's strength. Pressing on the chi condensation stage for 15 years without breaking through, he was only afraid that his physical conditions, such as the sinews and bones and whatnot, would have long been no different from the disciples of the inner courtyard. Reflect in the eastern prison, and come out when your term is up. Hua Wuyin transmitted his voice through the air and gave him an earth-ranked magic weapon, the Bodhi gun, which should be able to defend against it. Lin Yang tilted his head back and looked at the sky, his mouth saying, "Disciple will definitely reflect on this. Please rest assured, Emperor Ancestor." Hearing his words, Hua Wuyin nodded in satisfaction. Now that's like proper discipleship. She turned and just walked away when the voice in his mind came back. This old is ruthless. I will marry her when I have the chance in the future, and make her give me a child every year until she begs for mercy. Flowers without words. What a dog's ass. She swung her arm angrily and a bolt of lightning descended from the clouds. Bang! Lightning fell in the eastern prison and hit Lin Yang directly. For a moment, numb. What's the situation? Lin Yang's 7 orifices were blackened, his body was blackened, his hair stood on end, and he was almost struck by this thunderbolt to the point of doubting his life. Boy, it's been a long time since anyone came to East Prison. At that moment, the giant dragon flew over with its lantern like eyes wide open, and the tens of miles long dragon flew in the air to cover the sky. When soaring, the sand and rocks rolled, sowing dust, the entire canyon rose a hurricane, violent flying churning dust, sand and rocks scraped on the face, like a knife cut, like a hidden sting. You're her disciple, I'll take it out on you. The giant dragon was killed by Hua Wuyin in a single move, and all the anger towards her was inflicted on Lin Yang. Lun. I'm innocent too. I have a grudge against her too, and from a standpoint, we're friends. Lin Yang was in a hurry to run. With his strength, he was no match for this dragon and could only be crushed mercilessly. The dragon's crimson eyes were like lanterns, its mouth exhaled fishy hot breath, and its fangs were sharp and intimidating like knives. I will not be deceived by you humans again. I've been lied to by that woman. You humans are all liars and have no credibility. Die for me. Said, it opened its mouth, a column of fire spewed out, the fire roared, blazing flames filled the entire canyon, the entire space was scorched by the fire, twisted and distorted, the cliff walls on both sides were burned by the flames as if they were glazed porcelain, streams of light and color. Fog weed. Lin Yang urged his aura and surrounded himself, quickly hiding in a small cave. Bang! The fire swept away from the cave like a flood, and wherever it went, not an inch of grass could grow, and even the sand and rocks could be burned and melted. The dragon saw him burrowing into the cave, so he crouched down and pressed himself to the ground, exhaling breath that swirled the dust of the ground like a gale into the cave. What are you doing? Don't look like that, don't come any closer. Lin Yang hid in the hole and huddled, feeling on the verge of tears the first time he was subjected to such a crisis. There is reincarnation in heaven's justice. If the ghost elf saw this scene, he would definitely clap his hands. It's called one thing leads to another. The dragon growled with impatience. Come out. I don't. Come out. I don't. I'm going to breathe fire if you don't come out. I'm out, don't spray. Frustrated and disappointed to the core, Lin Yang warily walked out of the cave. That's not right, just now that old woman warned him not to kill me, it surely wouldn't dare to kill me. Then why should I be afraid of it? Lin Yang staggered his mouth and wiped his chin to think calmly. This dragon shouldn't dare to kill him. So, he braced himself to look at the giant dragon and shouted, "You'd better not move me, or else I'll tell Emperor Ancestor when I get out. Watch out for her to whip your dragon's tendons and skin you." The giant dragon was enraged, annoyed at the mere mention of the words Emperor Ancestor. However, the heart was full of scorn for her. With Flower Wuyin's strength, not to mention skinning it, even if it was killed to make a dragon meat feast, it wouldn't be able to resist. Are you threatening me? The gargoyle droned. It's true that I don't dare to kill you, but it's still okay to abuse you, that's what she stipulated. After saying that, a ball of flame spewed out. You! Before Lin Yang could dodge, he was directly surrounded by fire. My hair! My hair! The fire engulfed him in an instant and he fell to the ground and rolled over quickly, burning in pain. The dragon lifted its head to watch him being punished as if in admiration and then, immediately afterward, opened its mouth to spew out a jet of water. Who? The water doused the flames on his body, much cooler, and Lin Yang lay on all fours on the ground, feeling unlovable in this moment. Spray more if you can spray. Lin Yang wiped the water off his face, demoralized. Boy, from now on, you will go through the fire and water once a day until the period is over. That's what the woman told me to do, so behave yourself. The dragon swung its massive body around and turned to fly back down the canyon to rest. Lin Yang lay on the ground for a while, his body was burned black and a lot of his fur was burned. No, we'll be abused and crippled at this rate. I'm going to fight back. Chapter 8: The Old Dragon's Tears. Thousands of miles away, the Ji family. A silhouette quickly passed through the large courtyard. Father! A message came from the Jade Yao Koan sect's side, telling us to let go and go to the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect to make our move. A middle-aged man with a scar over his left eye walked into the lobby in a tiger-like manner and reported to an old man. The old man's beard and hair were white, his face was full of wrinkles but hale and hearty, and his turbid pupils were filled with a bit of hostility. I heard that the originator of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, Emperor Xiantian, has left the gate? He asked. Yes. The scouts I arranged said that the strength of that patriarch is still at the Heavenly Emperor realm. What do you mean still? The old man grunted in dissatisfaction. Even if her cultivation stays unchanged for 1,000 years, there is no one in the entire eastern continent who is her match. More than 1,000 years ago, the Xian Heavenly Emperor Flower Woyan reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, and then she couldn't improve by half no matter what, and she ventured into the Forbidden Land in order to break through the Heavenly Emperor realm. I didn't expect that after 1,000 years it would still be the same. Her cultivation, for some reason, has stagnated. The middle-aged man nodded his head silently and said, but if she comes out of the gate, the balance of the eastern continent has already been upset. I know. The old man's face was covered with worry. The Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses in this land of the eastern continent used to close their doors one after another, and Flower Woyan is still the first one to come out. If she takes this moment to strike at the other clans, it would be nothing short of extinction. The man was silent. The speculation was entirely possible. Now that Flower Woyan had taken the lead without warning, no one would be able to stop her if she were to strike at other family clans. And don't forget, my Ji family and the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect have a grudge. The old man sighed heavily, his eyes filled with killing intent. Father, don't worry, with the Yu Yao Koan sect as our backer, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect will be destroyed sooner or later. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect has the Xian Heavenly Emperor, and the Jade Yao Koan sect. How could there not be a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse? This land, it's not the turn of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect to cover the sky with one hand. Ji Wuling narrowed his eyes, his heart welling up with the past events of that year. Time flies. 10 days later. A group of silhouettes broke into the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's boundaries and quietly slipped into the Manji Mountains. Whoosh! Dozens of black-clothed Dao-robed men flew through the forest, running towards the deep forest where the demonic beasts were the most numerous. Stop! Who are you people? Sneaking into my Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's territory. Suddenly, 2 inner courtyard disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect spotted the black-clothed Dao-robed man. Die! A black-clothed figure flashed, and with a low shout, he drew his longsword to cleanly cut down the 2 men. Father, we're all out this time. We must make sure that our plan is foolproof, behead Zhou Daozi, and reclaim that Earth-ranked magic weapon, the Bodhi gun. Don't worry. Zhou Daozi killed so many people from my Ji family back then, blood and sea vengeance must not go unrewarded. The dozens of men in black all came from the Ji family. Ji Wuling, the head of the Ji family, had brought his entire family out, and this time, he was bound to retrieve the Bodhi gun. 50 years ago, Zhou Daozi was still an elder of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. During an opportunity to compete for a heavenly treasure, Ji Wuling was the first to grab the Bodhi gun, and as a result, Zhou Daozi defeated him and forcibly seized the Bodhi gun to bring it back to the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Not only that, during the battle, Zhou Daozi also beheaded several of Ji Wuling's brothers and other family members. After Ji Wuling lost to him, he had hated Zhou Daozi to the core ever since. When he heard that he became the head of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, he became even angrier, and even the entire Jade Dragon Sacred Sect became a thorn in his side. Fortunately, the Ji family had produced a genius, and his grandson, Ji Shang, was now the heavenly son of the Yu Yao Koan sect. With his grandson Ji Shang as the intermediary, the Ji family and the Yu Yao Koan sect hooked up, and the two sides hit it off and decided to join forces against the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. The Ji family is not strong enough to do anything but lay their hands on them. The Jade Yao Koan sect looked for an opportunity to confront the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect head-on. One bright and one dark, counting the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect to death. Quick, open the altar. A group of people from the Ji clan quickly rushed deep into the mountain. Ji Wuling immediately had a table set up, incense burning and candles burning on the table. He was draped in a bizarre black Taoist robe, and in his hands he held a red talisman. The way of heaven is mine, the way of earth is my heart, all things are harnessed, all beasts are obeyed, and the dragon's might descends upon me. Ji Wuling took the red talisman and mouthed the words as the others spread out in all directions, furiously sprinkling potions everywhere. Bang bang bang! He grabbed the red talisman and flung it into the air. Hundreds of red talismans drifted densely in the air and all exploded. A red light transformed into a starry red light that floated like a glowing fire in the dark forest and flew in all directions. Ho 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 ho! Ow 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 ow! Panting. Soon, these red dots automatically flew towards the demonic beasts, and as soon as they encountered them, they directly floated over and seeped into the body. When the demonic beasts were entered by the red light, their eyes turned red, and one of them went mad and crazy, roaring to the heavens as they desperately ran towards the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect in a frenzied manner. Rumble! The entire mountain range around the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect all of a sudden broke the silence. Tens of millions of demonic beasts, densely packed like a tidal wave surging through the forest, the grass and trees stepping on the ground wherever they passed. The mountains shook, like 10,000 drums beating, and the deafening sound rushed up into the clouds. The clouds were dispersed by the sound. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Sect leader. It's not good, another beast tide is coming, and this time, it's on an unprecedented scale. The disciple flew into the main hall to report to Zhou Daozi. Zhou Daozi's brows tightened as a chill spread through his heart. I'll report back to Emperor Ancestor right away, so hurry up and ring the bell, gather all the disciples and get ready for battle. Yes. Zhou Daozi hurriedly flew towards Prime Peak. Hua Wuyan was standing at the entrance of the Grand Hall, looking down on the mountains and ravines. Smoke and dust rose to the sky in all directions, and a wave of beasts came in like a flood, at least tens of millions as far as the eye could see. This quantity, even if the demonic beasts lay down for the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect to kill, it is estimated that they can't finish killing them for a month. There are too many. Who is driving the demonic beast again? A few moments of coldness surfaced in Hua Wuyan's eyes. Emperor Ancestor. This beast tide is the biggest ever, what should we do? We simply can't kill them all. Zhou Daozi was a bit desperate. You go get Lin Yang. Hua Wuyan didn't answer him, but told him to go to the eastern prison and pick up Lin Yang. Ha! Emperor Ancestor, what are you calling him for? If you're told to go, you go, don't ask why. Yes. Zhou Daozi clenched his teeth, his heart very doubtful. At this juncture, Emperor Ancestor was actually still thinking about him? Could it be that Emperor Ancestor was really interested in Lin Yang? Zhou Daozi flew down the Prime Peak, jealous and hateful. If only he was a few dozen years younger. With his own looks, he still had no problem defeating Lin Yang. Let's see who's driving the beast tide. Hua Wuyan carried his hands behind his back and released his divine sense. The divine sense of the Heavenly Emperor realm could extend to a range of several hundred miles, and she flew through the exploration once, but she didn't even gain a single thing. Could those people be hiding their consciousness? Unwilling to do so, Hua Wuyan quickly left Prime Peak and entered the mountains. Inside the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, the bell was ringing loudly. Countless disciples were standing by with their weapons, and the atmosphere was so tense that even the air seemed to carry blood. At this moment, inside the eastern prison. Come on, Brother Long, drink drink drink. Brother and sister. 5 quartets, 6 6 6 6 6 6. In the canyon, Lin Yang and a dragon were sitting opposite each other, drinking heavily, where one man and one dragon were paddling and boxing. The giant dragon's size became small, about the same size as Lin Yang. 2 paws held 2 large skewers of meat. Dragon breathes fire. Lin Yang drank until his face turned red. The dragon opened its mouth and spewed out flames, and the skewer of meat in his hand was cooked in a flash, fragrant and bubbling with hot oil. Lin Yang pours it a drink, and it hands Lin Yang a skewer and a skewer of its own. It's you who understands me, old man. The gargoyle gulped down a few mouthfuls of wine and said drunkenly. I've been locked up here for 1,000 years, by that liaress. Do you know how I've lived these 1,000 years? I haven't even eaten a proper meal. That female liar asked a sect leader to cast a grain-preventing elixir on me, and I ate it for 1,000 years. Screw the grain-preventing pills. I've had enough, I want to eat meat. Wha? The giant dragon couldn't help the old dragon from shedding tears when he thought of the abusive, unbearable past of being abused by Hua Wuyan. Back then, it was a 9-year-old baby dragon. He was tricked into going to the eastern continent by Hua Wuyan and has been imprisoned for 1,000 years ever since. In the meantime, it was still being abused by Hua Wuyan. A 9-year-old dragon who feels the darkness of society and the cruelty and ruthlessness of women at a young age. The old dragon shed a tear, it was so tragic. Lung, don't cry, that woman is too bad, I understand you. Women are tigers, don't ever offend them, and they flip-flop faster than a book. Lin Yang clinked his bowl with it and drank it all in one go. All of this wine and meat he had hidden in his storage ring. After the last time he was taught a lesson by the dragon, he was famished and took out the meat to roast and eat. As a result, who knew that this giant dragon was actually attracted to his meat, so it turned into a smaller body and snatched the meat from him. Lin Yang realized that it liked meat and used it to get close to it. After a while, he became very familiar with this dragon. At this moment, Zhou Daozi descended from the sky. He landed above the canyon and his jaw dropped at the sight. This is how to drink. Zhou Daozi's eyes widened and his nose was almost out of breath. Chapter 9, Women are all devils. Old Zhou, come down and drink 2 bowls. The old dragon stretched out its claws at Zhou Daozi and waved. Zhou Daozi was on fire and came down in a rage, saying, Lin Yang, how dare you? How dare you abduct a giant dragon to drink and eat meat? Do you know that Emperor Ancestor doesn't allow it to eat? Lin Yang drank a few taels of wine and drifted a bit. He crossed his legs, and several pieces of roasted meat hung from the flowing golden linden gun beside him. Sect leader, this has nothing to do with me, it's it that wants to eat, it punishes me if I don't give it to it, I can't do anything about it. He shrugged his shoulders. Strong words. How dare you argue? Zhou Daozi was so angry that he was shaking and blowing his beard and eyes. Come with me, Lord Emperor Ancestor wants to see you. Lin Yang smiled wryly and directly refused. No, my deadline hasn't expired yet, I'm not going out unless Emperor Ancestor personally comes to find me. He had long ago deduced with using the Book of Easy Numbers that there would be an evil omen today. He had not yet learned the art of deduction to its fullest, and could only make a rough calculation. Every day is bad or good, where there are calamities these. Any more specific than that, he couldn't deduce. This is Lord Emperor Ancestor's order, you have to go even if you don't. It's not up to you. Zhou Daozi fumed, grabbed him by the collar, seized him to take away. Lung, save me. I don't want to see that woman. Are we brothers or not? If we are brothers, save me. Lin Yang asked the old dragon for help. Of course it's a brother. The old dragon stood up and said angrily, Old Zhou, don't you move my old brother, or this dragon will burn all your hair. How dare you? This is the person Emperor Ancestor named to see, delay the big event and beware of Emperor Ancestor beheading your dragon head. Zhou Daozi was not afraid in the slightest. When the old dragon thought of Hua Wuyen's cold as ice, ruthless woman, he felt a chill in his neck and retreated back. Older brother, my brother is a little tipsy from all this drinking, so just go ahead. Afraid of what woman? Don't be afraid, come on, drink more wine to strengthen your courage, don't worry and boldly go to see her, don't wimp out, hear me? If she dares to bully you, tell me and I'll cut her down, brother Lung. The old dragon picked up a bowl of wine and said with a serious face. Mudskipper, you want to chip me? As soon as the words left his mouth, Flower's speechless voice came from the sky. The old dragon's legs went limp. Snap! The bowl in his hand fell off in shock. What's gotten into this old woman? Letting Zhou Daozi arrest me in the middle of the night. It's been endured for 1,000 years, is it that hard to endure for another month? Finished, I just drank a little too much wine, I wonder if I can satisfy her tonight? Lin Yang was very upset when he heard Hua Wuyen's voice. Hua Wuyen landed on the ground, her face murderously angry as she stared at him. It's no use locking him up for a month, he's still so dirty. She glanced at the guy actually eating barbecue with this dragon. Big brother in West Prison, little brother in East Prison. It's a beautiful day. Little Loach, I'm asking you, did you just say you wanted to cut me? Hua Wuyen asked. The old dragon stood warily in front of her and said, No, I was joking with him. Lin Yang couldn't help but roll his eyes as he watched it wimp out so quickly. Just now he swore that he would stand up for him. As a result, when Hua Wuyen came, he wimped out faster than even himself. Just call it Dragon Goon from now on. Hua Wuyen stared at him with a biting gaze and said, Lin Yang, are you addicted to living here? You don't want to go out, fine then, I'll let you live here for 1,000 years just like this little loach. Ha! Lin Yang's eyes widened immediately and he hurriedly shook his head, Emperor Ancestor, I want to go out. I want to go out so badly. Come with me if you want to get out of here, Flowerless glanced up with slanted eyes. Tonight's beast tide is the largest ever, all the disciples have gone to put up a brave resistance, you also hurry. Lin Yang kept nodding his head as if he was pecking at a chicken and said smilingly, Emperor Ancestor, it's fine for me to go out, can I bring brother along with me? And yes, it's best to bring the 7 Western prison fighters as well. Hua Woyan slightly raised both eyebrows. What's this guy doing taking this little loach and the 7 ghost mandrills out? Those demonic beasts had completely lost their minds, and even if they brought this little loach out, they wouldn't be able to use the dragon's might to deter the demonic beasts. Shooting a man first, capturing a thief first, this old woman doesn't understand the art of war at all. The 7 tyrants of the Western prison, plus the old dragon of the Eastern prison, I'll take them to the enemy's lair to raid the house. Hua Woyan felt some small surprise when she heard his heartfelt words. Maybe this guy's ability to extrapolate could really come in handy. Okay, I promise, she nodded. The old dragon threw his head back and roared in excitement at her answer, spewing out flames in celebration. 1,000 years. Ben Long can finally get out. Thanks to elder brother Lin. Snap. Suddenly, Hua Woyan put a black finger ring on the old dragon's forelimb. Empress, what are you? The smile on the old dragon's face instantly froze. Still can't escape this woman's grasp. Jesus. Are all women reincarnated demons? Why, it's so scary. A few miserable tears fell from the old dragon's stiff face. This ring is timed, if it's not back by dawn it will explode, and only I can undo it, so you need to hurry, or else I'll have pickled dragon claws to eat. Is there no trust at all between this man and dragon? Women, they're all devils. Unbelievable. Soon after, Hua Woyan called out the 7 ghost elves of the Western prison as well and told them to follow Lin Yang. These 7 ghost mandrills were obedient and loyal to Flower Woyan. Lin Yang stood on the prime peak and quickly deduced it with the book of easy numbers. It's not good. Later on, someone will take advantage of the beast tide disturbing the Jade Dragon sacred sect to fight their way in through the gate. The person who drove the beast tide is in the Eagle Sadness stream in the southeast corner of the Jade Dragon sacred sect. He felt things were getting serious. No matter how powerful Hua Woyan was, there was only one. If you deal with the beast tide, you can't deal with the people who will attack the Jade Dragon sacred sect later. Standing next to her, Hua Woyan frowned, feeling that tonight's predicament was a bit tricky. Emperor Ancestor, let's go. Lin Yang waved his hand and took the old dragon and the 7 ghost mandrills and quickly rushed down the mountain. He wasn't gone long. Hua Woyan immediately ordered, sect leader, except for Lin Yang, order all disciples to return to the sect immediately. I'm worried that someone will take advantage of this opportunity to sneak attack my Jade Dragon sacred sect. Beast tide, it's enough for me to deal with it alone. Why other than Lin Yang? Zhou Daozi and the other elders froze for a moment, feeling that this order was strange. However, given Hua Woyan's strength, they didn't dare to talk too much and immediately went to recall their disciples. Southeast corner, Eagle's Nest? Hua Woyan turned to face that direction in the southeast corner. I'd like to see if this kid's deduction is accurate this time. She immediately threw out a white flowing sheet of feathers and stood on them and flew southeast. The forest. Lin Yang brought the old dragon and the ghost elf with him, flying through the forest. He didn't push through, completely unaware that the other disciples had been recalled. Come on, I detected someone at that pass, let's go check it out. Lin Yang led the way with a wave of his hand, and the old dragon flew extremely fast, rushing silently towards the mountain pass. Sure enough, there were 2 black-robed, Dao-robed men sprinkling potions everywhere in the dense forest of the mountain pass. What kind of demon dares to make waves in my Jade Dragon sacred sect's territory? Take a claw from this dragon. The old dragon rushed over and roared with a furious dragon roar, scaring the 2 men out of their wits. It clawed down and one of them was torn to pieces like tofu by the dragon's claws. Long leave one alive. Lin Yang exclaimed. The old dragon's claws nearly ended the other one. Lin Yang grabbed the black-clothed Dao-robed man. The man was paralyzed with fear at the sight of this dragon and the 7 horrible-looking ghostly elves. Quickly, what power are you? If you don't, I'll let these 7 gorillas explode you. Lin Yang pointed at the demonic elf. The 7 ghost elves glared at him in unison. Ringo, we don't have this hobby. Shut up. You have. 7 ghosts of elf. The black-clothed, Dao-robed man was terrified and hurriedly confessed, I'm an underling of the G family, and I'm just getting paid to work. Yeah? You go. Thank you, this big brother. The man in black immediately scurried away. Augury. Lin Yang gave that head of the ghost demon a wink. Dago danced his ebony iron stick and rushed over. Let's go to the G family and copy the family. With a wave of Lin Yang's hand, the strange procession formed by the one dragon and 7 demonic elves and him ran quickly and furiously in the direction of the Ji family. Chapter 10, Where's My House? To the southeast, the eagle's nest. Ji Wuling had brought the entire family that could fight, and this time, someone from the Jade Yao Kuan sect would come over to sneak in. The front and back were ready to take the Jade Dragon Sacred sect by surprise. Father, the demonic beasts here have almost been driven away, we'd better hurry and leave. The people from the Jade Yao Kuan sect's side are almost here. Kisei said as he walked up to the altar. Good, it's almost time, let the beast tide fight a wave of fire with the Jade Dragon Sacred sect, then the Yu Yao Kuan sect will launch a surprise attack. In this way, the Jade Dragon Sacred sect, even if it doesn't perish, it should be greatly wounded. Ji Wuling's eyes floated with a few eerie colors as he said, even if Emperor Xian Tian were to make a move, he wouldn't be able to make heads or tails of it. Go! With a big wave of his hand, he packed up his things and prepared to leave. You guys, where else do you want to go? Suddenly, a cold and desperate voice rang out from the sky. Flower Woyan sped in on a flowing sheet of feathers and found the culprit behind driving the beast tide with pinpoint accuracy. That kid's deduction skills are pretty accurate. Hua Woyan was a bit convinced of Lin Yang's deduction ability. Not good. It's Emperor Xian Tian. Ji Wuling looked up to see her appearance and was instantly filled with a look of horror. The dozens of people in the Ji family were all frightened. How is that possible? We've obviously learned the Jade Yao Kuan sect's stealing god skill, which is capable of hiding our divine sense and aura, and can conceal even heavenly emperor realm powerhouses, so how did she find us? Ji Shi frowned tightly, his heart falling into the ice cellar as cold as his body. One could figure out what it meant to be hunted down by a heavenly emperor realm with one's toes. So it's you guys who are driving the demonic beasts and forming a beast tide. Hua Wuyan stood in the sky overlooking them all. In her eyes, these people were like mole crickets that could be crushed at will. Father, you take second brother and run away quickly, I'll hold her off here. Ji Shi drew his sword and said with a determined face. Big brother, I'll stall her with you and just let father go back alone. Ji Yanfei also drew his sword and said. Ji Wuling even regretted his intestines, having made 1,000 calculations, he didn't expect Emperor Xian Tian to discover them. Under Flower Woyan's cold expression, killing opportunities surged forth as he pulled out his longsword and slashed down. The white sword blasted out with a loud bang, and a dazzling arc of silver light crossed the sky, like a rainbow across the sky, meandering prematurely. Run! Ji Wuling's pupils shrank and he roared in despair as Ji family members desperately fled in all directions. Boom! Up to 100 feet of sword-like shattered burst explosion, the entire Eagle Charm stream, the airwaves rushing, Ji Wuling feel breath suffocated, a heavy as a city wall of breath, mountains and seas slammed into their chest, blood spraying wildly, paralyzed around the body, stumbled and flew up. The others were more or less the same, all of them were shaken by the might of the sword light blast to the point where their blood was churning and they were spitting out blood. The light wave over the Eagle's Charm stream tossed and rumbled wildly, and the family was swept by the air wave and stumbled and sat down on the ground. The mountain cliffs and mountains all collapsed with a loud bang, the rocks were in disarray, the streams of light roiled, and the entire sky dome seemed to have been split in half by a sword, wobbling endlessly. Is this the strength of a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse? It's too terrifying. Ji Wuling's heart was shaken and his pupils trembled as he felt an overwhelming sense of despair. She flicked out a sword and nearly sent their entire family away. The Xian Tian Emperor, truly terrifying. Hua Wuyan looked at the group of mole-like people on the ground with coldness like frost, without the slightest ripple in his eyes. Sayer, Yanfei, you two decide who will use the teleportation talisman to leave, this is what Shang'er prepared for me. I thought that with the divine stash technique, Emperor Xian Tian wouldn't discover us, but it seems that the people of the Jade Yao Kuan sect underestimated Emperor Xian Tian's capabilities too much. Ji Wuling said as he took out a teleportation talisman. This talisman was given to his grandson, Ji Shan, just in case. It was supposed to be a foolproof plan for tonight. The Jade Yao Kuan sect's sect master and elder swore that the god-stealing skill could evade the searches of heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. I didn't expect it, but it was still discovered by Emperor Xian Tian. Ji Shi decisively took this teleportation talisman and gave it to his second brother, Ji Yanfei. Can you run away? Hua Wuyan sneered when he saw the teleportation talismans in their hands. With a wave of his hand, a huge ban enveloped the entire Eagle Sorrow Stream. Hikari! Second brother! You run! Ji Wuling and Ji Shi led the rest of the Ji clan, using their greatest killing moves to blast on top of the forbidden system. Boom! The entire Eagle Sorrow stream was filled with airwaves erupting and light exploding and dancing, and heaven and earth roared and shook as deafening explosions rolled like waves. At this moment, thousands of miles away, G family residence. Lin Yang brought along the ghost elf and the old dragon and finally arrived at his destination. The 7 ghostly golems followed him as he raised his hand and said, Mr. Go, 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 Mr. Go. From now on, I'll give you guys an official name change, not the Western Prison 7. From now on, the 7 of you'll be called the 7 Scarlets of the Northern Dipper. Yes. Ringo. The 7 ghost elves immediately nodded their heads. Lin Yang switched out his Bodhi gun, stood up, pointed at the G family, and said, Dipper 7 Scarabs, long listen to the order, charge in and grab it for me. Holler. Yes. Yes. The 7 elves and the old dragon were so excited that they couldn't wait to rush towards the G family. The ones who stayed at home to watch over the family were all old and weak, and for this one plan, the G family had the whole family out. Ah! There's a monkey. Snake. What a big 4-legged snake. The 7 elves and the old dragon rushed into the G family, scaring the hell out of them. I'm a dragon, not a snake. Monkey, your sister. My brothers are ghost elves. The old dragon rushed into the lobby and threw his tail over, and the whole house collapsed. The 7 elves quickly carried out all kinds of gold and silver jewels and antiques and paintings, pills and magic weapons. The old dragon specializes in destruction, and the 7 elves specialize in moving things, and incidentally are responsible for fighting the G family. Boom, boom, boom. The old dragon played with it as if it were a game, and with a flick of his tail he could knock down a large section of a house, and smoke and dust rolled between the brick walls and rubble. Lin Yang was in charge of putting things away in the storage ring outside. The Big Dipper 7 Scarlet moved G's house, and Urger came out with a pot lid on his head and a urinal in both hands. Okay. This is not necessary. Lin Yang hurriedly made them stop. Old dragon, quickly use water to flush the G family away. Holler. The old dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a raging, turbulent stream as ferocious as a river. A whole area of ruins, washed away by the water, not a single brick or tile left, even the foundations were washed away. Old dragon. Big Dipper 7 Scarabs. Let's retreat. Lin Yang saw the good things and immediately slipped away with them. Did not go long, a Qi-Long, vibrant, full of stirring young man, assisted the bloody Ji Yanfei back. Shanger, didn't you say that the hidden god skill could conceal even the heavenly emperor realm? Why were we discovered? Ji Yanfei asked with a sad face. This person was the genius that the Ji clan had the highest hopes for, the head of the Jade Yao Kun sect's 10 heavenly sons, Ji Shang. He was in a Taoist immortal style, with sword brows and starry eyes, and there was a lang in his gaze. Father, something went wrong with the plan this time, and I'm not sure why the god-stealing technique failed. This is something that I will definitely find out. Grandpa, my eldest uncle and the Ji family were all decapitated by Emperor Xian Tian. This blood feud, I, Ji Shang, swear that I will definitely trample Emperor Xian Tian and the entire Jade Dragon sacred sect under my feet. Not long ago, Ji Wuling, Ji Shi, and the others exerted their utmost efforts before breaking a small gap in the prohibition and sending Ji Yanfei out. Hua Wuyan became infuriated and waved his hand, decapitating everyone in the Ji family, leaving no one behind. Heads rolled in the eagle's nest. Ji Yanfei gave up his life and ran wildly, meeting his son Ji Shang and his elders on the way. His elders blocked Emperor Xian Tian, and only then did Ji Shang and he retrieve their lives. Dad, it's home. Ji Shang supported Ji Yanfei and fell from mid-air. The two stood there for a few seconds, rubbing their eyes and thinking they were in the wrong place. It was empty all around. Here, son, did you take me the wrong way? Father, this is the place. Look at this tree in front of the door, it's right. Ji Yanfei's eyes widened and he was quickly dumbfounded. Where's my house? Son, where's our family? Ji Shang took a deep breath and his entire body froze. It's not a mistake. Where is my house? How the house is gone. Chapter 11, The Empress's Dominance. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. In front of the mountain gate, several hundred black-clothed men and the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect were engaged in a fierce battle. In the sky, a white ray of light spanned across the sky like a meteor, emanating the might of the heavenly emperor as it sprinted towards them. Emperor Xian Tian, Flower Wu Yan is here. Among the black-clothed men, one looked up and saw this light in the sky and couldn't help but have his pupils shrink, and a strong fear swept through his eyes. Damn it, the plan failed. Retreat quickly. The Xian Tian emperor is coming. The man roared in alarm. Zhou Daozi's robes hunted, his eyes burning, his white beard swaying and flying as he droned, "Don't think that with your faces covered, I won't know who you are. Your Jade Yao Koan sect comes and goes when you say so. What do you think my Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is?" After he said that, his sword was erected on his brow, and a long red-colored sword aura erupted and exploded, angrily sweeping the sky. Whoosh! A sword whistle swept, red light fell, black people in instant blood fog burst, miserable screams mixed in the splattered blood and flesh in the sky strewn. "You guys get out of here!" At that moment, a tall, strong man among the black-clad men took a bone flute and put it to his mouth to blow. The sound of the flute was loud and clear, piercing the ears and shaking the membrane, suddenly poignant and high-pitched, and then transformed into a monstrous rushing stream, with demons and ghosts mourning. The eerie sound of the flute made the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's hearts tremble with fear, and the hairs of their sweat stood on end. It was as if he was in the middle of hell, with millions of ghosts and monsters wailing mournfully around him, snatching his soul and demanding his life. The sound of the flute became more and more high-pitched, piercing through the gold and breaking the sky. Under his feet, millions of black ghosts actually floated out, and with the sound of his flute, he awakened all the ghosts around him and gathered them around him. "Cover your ears!" Zhou Daozi exclaimed at the sight. This person should be from the Yu Yao Koan sect, a disciple of the Heavenly Sun level. In the sky, Flower Woyan saw this scene and slightly furrowed her eyebrows. "Sure enough, it's someone from the Jade Yao Koan sect. The ghost summoning flute has been used. I'm afraid this is the Heavenly Sun of the Jade Yao Koan sect, isn't it?" She smiled coldly in her mind. Ghost summoning flute, Emperor ranked magic weapon. The magic weapon used by the Jade Yao Koan sect's Heavenly Spectre Great Emperor. To be able to obtain the Heavenly Spectre Great Emperor's magic weapon, this disciple is definitely one of the top existences in the Jade Yao Koan sect. Emperor Ancestor, he's Luo Tianfei, the second-ranked Heavenly Son of the Yu Yao Koan sect, known as the Ghost of Solace. Zhou Daozi reported loudly to Hua Woyan. No wonder Hannah Wuyin looked away lightly. "All of you stand back, an Emperor-ranked magic weapon has been delivered to the door. Is there any reason not to accept it?" "Yes." Zhou Daozi immediately retreated with the elders and other disciples. Flower Woyan was alone and landed in mid-air. The black-robed man playing the flute was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat, frowning as he blew louder and louder. The disciples of the Jade Yao Koan sect were all terrified and desperately ran wildly. Hua Woyan was a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse. She could beat them to dust with a snap of her fingers. At that moment, millions of ghosts let out mournful cries, and countless channels of black bane rushed over to surround her. "Sculpture, how dare you show off in front of me? Kill!" Flower Woyan lightly shouted, and with a wave of her jade hand, a golden light Heavenly Emperor realm pressure descended from the sky. "God's mighty mighty, Emperor's brilliant mighty mighty." Countless ghosts all turned into pieces and drifted away under the crushing pressure of the Heavenly Emperor realm, unable to even get close to her. "Die!" She flexed her fingers and a white light flew out from her fingertips before splitting into snowflake-like flakes and striking towards those men in black. Bang bang bang! The white fluorescent light penetrated through the heart of every black-clothed man, killing them in one blow, without even a chance to resist. Aha! One by one, the men in black screamed and fell down one after another. Some people tried to resist, but the white light was invincible, cutting through all obstacles like a knife cutting through tofu. Everyone in the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, from the sect leader to the disciples, watched in disbelief. "It's too fierce." Although Emperor Xiantian was a woman and appeared to be soft, she was never soft in killing people. "Our Emperor Ancestor Lord is too powerful. Worthy of being the originator of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, the only one in the Heavenly Emperor realm. It's horrible." The disciples were all shocked. "Bring it!" Hua Wuyan opened his 5 fingers, and a strong suction directly sucked away the ghost-summoning flute in the black-robed man's hand. "Flower Wuyan, you dare to take this Emperor's magic weapon? Seek death!" Suddenly, an inky tumbling black cloud appeared in the night sky, and a Heavenly Emperor realm pressure crushed down towards the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Hua Wuyan looked up, and the familiar voice made her eyes light up. "The Jade Yao Koan sect's Heavenly Spectre Emperor, Dragon Zun?" She looked at the sky with a cold voice and said that she slapped her palm up. 2 unparalleled Heavenly Emperor realm pressures suddenly collided in the sky. Boom! In an instant, the violent collision erupted with earth-shattering sounds. A circle of ripple-like shockwaves rolled and swirled, the clouds shattered, and the mountains collapsed. "You want to fight against me even with a wisp of divine sense? It's too much to look down on me, Mr. Hua. Get out!" Hua Wuyan shouted in a domineering manner, his imperial might bursting out around him and rising brilliantly. His entire aura was like a rainbow, and then he slapped his palm up again. This dark cloud in the sky was a divine sense that the heavenly specter emperor had separated from his body. It was no wonder why the Jade Yao Kuan sect dared to come and sneak attack, knowing that great Emperor Xiantian was out of the gate. It turned out that he was emboldened by the heavenly specter emperor's divine sense. Thinking that with this strand of divine sense, he could fight against the Jade Dragon sacred sect. Hua Wuyan, don't you dare force this emperor out. You dare to take away this emperor's ghost summoning flute, this emperor will not share the same fate as you. The divine sense of the heavenly specter emperor in the dark clouds became anxious and threatened her loudly. This ghost summoning flute was one of the killing weapons he relied on to become famous. It was also one of the Jade Yao Kuan clan's treasures of the clan. Emperor-ranked magic weapons, the entire eastern continent does not have many. It can be said that losing one is less than one, so the heavenly specter emperor is anxious. Hua Wuyan was domineering and uninhibited, with no fear on her face, standing on a flowing sheet of feathers with her clothes rolling, her long hair flowing, and her beautiful eyes blazing with murderous intent. This is a woman, but she has the breath of Gaten. So what if you come out of the gate? This emperor is not afraid of you. This ghost summoning flute of yours, this emperor has taken a fancy to it. If you have the guts, you can come out of the gate and fight me now. Otherwise, I'll take this ghost summoning flute. Hua Wuyan directly drew his sword and slashed at the clouds. Try grabbing it. I, the Yuyao Kuan sect, will not rest in death with you, the Jade Dragon sacred sect. Hua Wuyan was blatantly unafraid and drank. I, Flower Wuyan, have never been afraid of anyone in my life. Saying that, he swept his sword over, and the clouds in the entire sky were split apart by this sword. Boom! The heavenly specter emperor's divine sense was mercilessly chopped to pieces. The long wind swept through the air, and the sword was in the air. With this sword, the sword chi was 30,000 miles across. In an instant, the heavenly specter emperor's divine sense went up in smoke. The disciples of the Jade Yao Kuan sect, all of them died at her hands, and then she chopped the divine sense of the heavenly specter emperor with a single sword. The faces of everyone up and down the Jade Dragon sacred sect were shaken to the point of no return. Bullying. It's so overbearing. That sentence, I, Flower Wuyan, have never been afraid of anyone in my life. Simply mind-blowing. Hua Wuyan stood in the air, holding a long sword and looking out of the corner of his eye. Then, with a single sword strike, she decapitated Luo Tianfei, the second most powerful heavenly son of the Yuyao Kuan sect, and managed to seize the ghost summoning flute. Far away. Standing in the forest, Lin Yang, the old dragon and the 7 elves were all shocked and dumbfounded. Bully! This old hag, worthy of being in the heavenly emperor realm, overbearing to the extreme, when will I be like her? Worthy of being the founder of the Jade Dragon sacred sect. Luckily, she covets my manhood. TSK, this bowl of soft rice, I'm going to eat it. If she were to give birth to a child for me, would my child, then, also have the talent of a heavenly emperor? Lin Yang hid in the shadows, staring blankly at the figure of Flower Wuyan in the sky. The heart was so full of emotion that I even thought of a name for the baby. In midair, Hua Wuyan heard his voice with a cold face, angry and wanting to laugh. What kind of beautiful man can't be obtained by the Xiantian emperor, whose posture is outstanding in the world? You're actually drooling over his manhood? And give him a child? This guy, why is he so brazen? Hua Wuyan acted as if she didn't see him and landed in front of the Jade Dragon sacred sect's main hall, secretly saying in a cold voice in her heart. Ha! Are all men in the world so shameless? Chapter 12. My grandfather said. Thousands of miles away, amidst the rolling hills, stood a magnificent ancient hall. Here is the Yuyao Kunzong. Inside the grand hall, all the elders and the heavenly sons and daughters, all gathered together, and Ji Shang was also among them. How could this happen? The god-stealing skill can clearly conceal breath and divine sense, dodging all searches. How did Emperor Xiantian find the Ji clan? Our Jade Yao Kuan sect's imperial ancestor, the strand of divine consciousness of the heavenly phenomenon emperor, was also chopped up by that woman. Flower Wuyan is worthy of being the most gifted and strongest woman in the eastern continent. The elders in the hall, the teachers all had serious expressions and heavy tones as they discussed. Everyone couldn't figure out how Ji Wuling's family, who had clearly executed the god-stealing technique, could be found by Hua Wuyan. The stealing god technique, but it was a technique that was uniquely created by the heavenly specter emperor. It was also one of the Jade Yao Kuan sect's unique, secret techniques of the sect. Since the heavenly specter emperor had created this technique, he had not heard of the strange event of the hidden god technique failing. The god-stealing skill could conceal one's divine sense and aura, just like wearing black clothes and hiding in the darkness, and one would hardly be noticed. Therefore, they were also the clan with the strongest assassination ability in the eastern continent. But now, Flower Woyen had actually broken the undefeated record of the stash god technique. This was an unprecedented blow to the Jade Yao Koan sect. The failure of the god-stealing skill also meant that the Yu Yao Koan sect had one less trump card to play against the Jade Dragon Sacred sect. Hua Woyen is worthy of being the best in the Heavenly Emperor realm, Jishang said as he stepped forward with his eyes filled with murderous anger. My family hid in the Eagle Sadness stream, using the stash god skill to hide, and I'm surprised that she still found them. Pity my grandfather, my eldest uncle and the rest of my family, all dead at her hands. Ji Shang became more and more angry and murderous as he spoke. Flower Woyen, I will make her and her Jade Dragon Sacred sect pay the price in blood. In honor of my family's death. An elder with a head full of white hair walked over and patted his shoulder, saying, Don't worry, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is our nemesis. Flower Woyen and the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, sooner or later, will step on them and kill them all. Another elder said, The most urgent thing right now is to hurry up and invite our Yu Yao Koan sect's ancestor, the Heavenly Pantheon Emperor Dragonfather, to come out of the gate. The god-stealing technique is out of order, and the Heavenly Spectre Emperor's divine sense is gone as well. If he doesn't come out again, my Yu Yao Koan sect is in danger. That white-haired elder carried his hands behind his back, a few moments of woodiness appearing on his face as he said, The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's Xian Heavenly Emperor, Flower Woyen, is actually capable of surveying the hidden god skill. This woman, she's not normally good. After saying that, the Great Hall fell into silence. This battle of Hua Woyen caused a great shock to the Yu Yao Koan sect. One breaks the hidden god skill, and the other breaks the Heavenly Spectre Emperor's divine sense. Back then, the Heavenly Pantheon Emperor Dragonfather, with his stash god skill, even Flower Woyen couldn't help him. But now, Flower Woyen had actually explored the anonymizing god technique. To the Jade Yao Koan sect and the Heavenly Spectre Emperor, it was no less than a bolt from the blue that shook them. The next day. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, Prime Peak. Lin Yang took the old dragon and the 7 elves and built a small cabin overnight, right on a hilltop, opposite Flower Woyen. Lin Yang woke up early in the morning and washed the dishes and cooked a pot of fragrant mushroom stewed chickens, plus a big plate of snake soup. Guru guru guru. The pot was smoking hot and the house was fragrant. Cooking is good. Lin Yang lifted the bowl of mushroom stewed chicks and put them on the dining table, setting out the dishes. The old dragon and the 7 elves lay on the other bed, sleeping soundly. An aroma wafted past, and the old dragon and the 7 elves rose up in a flash. What smells so good, old boy? Ringo, what did you make? It smells so good. Ringo, let me taste it. The old dragon and the 7 ghost mandrills were so greedy that they gulped and ate. Lin Yang pointed at the snake soup, looked at the old dragon, and said, Dragongoon, this is your relative, the snake. Here, taste them all. The old dragon's eyes widened and his 2 dragon whiskers swung as he said, Are you kidding me? I'm not related to snakes, I'm a dragon, you know? Dragon. It's the dragon that roars. Do snakes roar? And don't call me Dragongoon. It stared at the plate of snake soup, its eyes full of contempt and disdain. This dragon is a dragon. How can a snake compare to me? Lin Yang served a bowl of rice and sat down to take 2 bites. The old dragon and the 7 elves picked up the bowls and chopsticks and each served a bowl, and after taking a bite, they gave a thumbs up. You don't even call me when you eat, in your eyes, do you still have me as an imperial ancestor? Hua Woyen suddenly came in. She came through the doorway like a fairy, carrying the light of the rising sun. Snap! The old dragon dropped his chopsticks when he saw her. Lin Yang glanced at it and directly rolled his eyes. Last night at East Prison, who said out loud, Don't be afraid of women, don't be a wimp? Worthy of being a Dragongoon, he was not hard anywhere on his body except for his mouth. Why is this old woman up so early? You didn't come here specifically to steal food from me, did you? You're the Xian Tian Emperor, and you don't even have a meal to eat? Lin Yang thought in his heart, but his face was smiling, an amiable look on his lips. What are you saying, Emperor Ancestor? Being able to dine with you is simply the greatest honor of my life. Hua Woyen's face was slack-jawed, and a ball of anger leaped up in the bottom of his heart. Boy, the sound of your heart betrays you. She gritted her teeth, put a sneer on her face, and said, I'm not eating, I just came to check on a few of them. Che, what's the point of pretending? This old woman is lazy and arrogant, no wonder no one has wanted her for 1,000 years, coming over early in the morning to rub her nose in it. Emperor Ancestor, sit down and try some, I'll go get you some dishes. Lin Yang said with a kind face and diligently ran to get the dishes. This kid has one thing on his lips and another in his heart, greasy mouth, how dare he call me lazy? Didn't you want to eat my soft food? And I rubbed you the wrong way? Pissed off. Hua Wuyan furrowed his brows in anger and released an invisible imperial might, and the entire cabin shook. Ka chow. A few boards were nearly shattered, cracking out a trail. When Lin Yang heard the commotion, he thought that the house had collapsed and turned around violently to see Hua Wuyan staring at him with a fierce face. The look in his eyes, as if he wanted to kill him. This. Emperor Ancestor, I'm weirdly embarrassed when you look at me like this. Lin Yang smiled and walked over. What's wrong with you? What did I do to offend her? I'm all so low. This woman's soft rice, a bit not good, maybe one day unhappy to kill me. I can't let him know I can hear his heart, I have to hold back. Hua Wuyan's eyes were like murderous knives as she plucked at him fiercely, suppressing her fire and sitting aside. The old dragon and the 7 elves didn't dare to utter a single breath, their bowls and chopsticks were placed on the table and they straightened their backs, honestly. Lin Yang served the rice and brought it to her. Emperor Ancestor, taste my cooking. Thanks, I'm not eating. Hua Wuyan said indifferently. Man is iron, rice is steel, a meal not eaten will make you hungry, this is snake soup, this is chicken stewed mushrooms, try it, it smells great. Lin Yang gave her a few pieces of mushrooms and chicken. Emperor Ancestor, this chicken stew with mushrooms is nutritious. At your age, you can eat it without your waist getting sore or your legs hurting, and you can go up 7 floors in one breath. My grandfather was paralyzed in bed back in the day, and I made him a pot of chicken stew with mushrooms, and guess what happened after he ate it? Hey! He got up out of bed. He picked up a broom and shooed me like a dog. He said while chasing me. Halfway through his speech, Lin Yang suddenly stopped talking. Hua Wuyan was quite amused by what he heard, so he pursued, why don't you say anything? What did your grandfather say? My grandfather said. Lin Yang came over with a mysterious face. Pust. Ha 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 ha. After saying that, the old dragon and the 7 elves laughed their heads off. Hua Wuyan even covered her mouth with laughter. Eat. Emperor Ancestor, taste it. Hua Wuyan held back her laughter and tasted a mouthful. A fresh fragrance refreshed her heart. Nice, that smells good. Chapter 13, Sword Intent. After dinner, Hua Wuyan drove the old dragon, the 7 elves all back to the East Prison and West Prison. Lin Yang stayed at Prime Peak. Hua Wuyan sat on a chair in front of the Grand Hall as he sat cross-legged on the ground of the plaza, basking in the sunlight. I have many pills here, which one do you want? She asked indifferently. Lin Yang frowned. Although he was at the Qi condensation stage, his strength had already reached the 9th level of the Zongshi stage, and he was only one step away from the Shindao stage. The Divine Path stage, the highest cultivation level amongst the disciples of the inner courtyard. Further up was the Hegemony realm, and the Hegemony realm had stepped into the level of heavenly sons and daughters. No, I have to be meticulous, I can't let her know my true cultivation level. When I encounter difficulties, I have the inner court and the heavenly sons and daughters to take care of me, and I'm quite fine being a disciple of the outer court. Lin Yang silently made up his mind in his heart and opened his mouth. Disciple wishes to ask for more Qi condensation stage pills, the more the better. Hua Wuyan narrowed his eyes, the corner of his mouth raising an imperceptible cold smile. You still want to live? Do you think you can hide it from me? The voice of your heart betrayed you long ago. Since you want to act, I'll play along with you and see how long you last. Since that's the case, it's fine. Given that you've stayed at the Qi condensation stage for 15 years, I feel that your tendons and dantian shouldn't be too bad. Tell you what, I'll give you 10,000 at a time, what do you think? With that, she waved her hand and a small storage ring flew over and landed at his feet. 10,000 pills. 10,000 pills are enough to reach the Divine Path stage level. This woman, why does she look so pretty today? Many thanks, Emperor Ancestor. Lin Yang picked up the storage ring and thanked her excitedly. Hearing him praise her beauty, Hua Wuyan was somewhat inexplicably happy. This kid finally compliments me. Tian is slandering me in his heart. If it wasn't for the fact that you're still somewhat useful, or else I would have slapped you to death long ago. You go ahead and practice, feel free to find me if you have any problems, I have to go before I leave. Many thanks, Emperor Ancestor. Hua Wuyan knew that he wanted to be meticulous and definitely didn't want people to know that his cultivation was off. So he found an excuse to leave Prime Peak. Great! This way my breakthrough won't be discovered and I can continue to press on with the Qi condensation stage. Lin Yang glanced at her, and after confirming that she was gone, he couldn't wait to open his storage ring. 10,000 chi condensation stage pills would be more than enough to break through the Zhongshu stage. He opened his mouth and 10,000 pills flew in like a flood. Once inside the mouth, the elixir quickly turned into gas and rushed into the limbs and organs. Not long after, the abundant medicinal power spread through the body, and every pore, every acupoint, was violently flushed by the medicinal power. Time passes by. 2 hours later, the clothes on Lin Yang's body were already completely wet with sweat, and the whole person was as if he had regained his life. Click! He clenched his fists, his bones crackling. Phew! Finally, the Dantian is the same as the Divine Path stage, and the inner courtyard disciples don't have a Dantian this big. Lin Yang examined his body and found that the sinews, bones, and blood veins in his body were brand new, and his Dantian was the same size as a Divine Path stage disciple. Forcing himself not to break through, 10,000 pills went down, only expanding and remodeling the body. On the surface it was still the chi condensation stage. I've been pressing for 15 years, what's the harm in pressing for another 10? Next, cultivate the third chapter of the 9 chapters of the Great Tao, the chapter of sword intent. Lin Yang sat in the sunlight, bare-chested, with a lean and shapely muscular line, full of power. Sweat glistened in the sunlight. He sat in the square, no one disturbed him, while Wu Yan quietly made a prohibition for him, and the entire prime peak was serene. Time is running out. Lin Yang didn't sleep, didn't eat, didn't drink, and sat in silence in the square for a month long, and in his mind, he acted out the meaning of the sword path over and over again. What do you mean by sword intent? Meaning, i.e., the word Tao, that is, the law of operation of all things. Tao is not born and not extinguished, no beginning and no end, invisible and invisible, the so-called avenue invisible, fertility of heaven and earth, the avenue is emotionless, running the sun and the moon, the avenue is nameless, long nourishment of all things. Sword intent is the way of the sword. The sword has the intention of the sword and its natural way of functioning. Sword Tao extreme, can a grass chop sun, moon and stars, can a grain of dust to fill the lake and the sea? No, this is not the extreme of sword intent. Lin Yang mentally overturned this speculation. It is said that a blade of grass can cut the sun, moon and stars, so why use grass? Grass remains an external object. Chopping the sun, moon and stars with the help of external objects was still not the highest realm. The highest level of sword intent should be the unity of the human sword. Man is sword, sword is man. With a single thought, the sun, moon, and stars could be chopped. This was the ultimate way of the sword, the peak of sword intent. Using divine sense, using consciousness to turn into a formless, invincible sword. Sword intent can be divided into 2 realms. The first realm, human consciousness can condense into a sword and cut down everything in heaven and earth that has a soul, without the need to see blood. When the sword falls, all things die. Second realm, consciousness becomes a sword, causing substantial damage to all things. The killing of souls is the top of the list, and the killing of physical objects is the bottom. I understand, I finally understand, so this is sword intent, this is the highest realm of sword Tao. I am enlightened. Lin Yang suddenly opened his eyes, and a refined light flooded the sky. A sword coalesced in his mind and suddenly flew out of his body. Swish! In an instant, the invisible and formless sword pierced through the forbidden system and cut through the sky, and the clouds in the sky, surprisingly, cracked. What kind of technique does this kid cultivate? What a strong sword intent, it can't even block my prohibition. In the distance, Hua Wuyin was truly astonished when she saw the sword intent that flew out of the prohibition. A prohibition cast by a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse could penetrate. This kind of sword intent must be at the peak level in terms of sword intent. Could it be that for my Jade Dragon sacred sect, there will be 1 clan and 2 emperors? Hua Wuyin didn't dare to imagine as she looked at the lone figure from afar, her heart rippling. 1 clan, 2 heavenly emperors. Since ancient times in the eastern continent, no clan had ever produced 2 heavenly emperor realms at the same time. This was because each heavenly emperor realm powerhouse was born only by lifting up the entire clan and gathering all the resources, along with extremely good fortune and talent. Some sects had even been established for centuries and millennia without a single heavenly emperor realm appearing, showing how difficult it was to reach the heavenly emperor realm. A single heavenly emperor realm was extremely rare, let alone the mythical probability of 2 emperors in 1 gate. Right now, this sword that Lin Yang had chopped out caused Hua Wuyin's heart to surge, as if she had seen a ray of light. This kid's sword intent has already reached the 2nd realm. If he refines it further, it's simply unimaginable. 1 clan, 2 emperors, I'm kind of looking forward to it. She said, a glimmer of light dawning in her beautiful eyes. This sword intent cut through the clouds in the sky, and many disciples of the Jade Dragon sacred sect saw this scene. Look at the sky, you guys, the clouds are cracking. I don't need to think about it to know that this is Emperor Ancestor practicing his sword at prime peak. Emperor Ancestor deserves to be in the heavenly emperor realm, waving his hand and splitting the clouds, too strong. All the disciples thought that it was Hua Wuyan practicing her sword, so they worshipped her even more. The sword intent chapter has finally been comprehended. This is already the 3rd chapter, and there are still 6 more in the 9 chapters of the Great Tao. Lin Yang stood up with a smile on his face, adding a bit of the stern aura of sword intent to his body. He went back and showered and changed his clothes. Hua Wuyan passed by the doorway of the wooden house and glanced inside. Come to the Dokyu Peak right away, I'll give the disciples a sermon later. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Alright Lu Emperor Ancestor, I'll be right there. Lin Yang straightened his coat and responded with a smile. Oh, you're preaching to me, do I need you to preach? In terms of talent and qualification, I'm better than you, I've comprehended the highest realm of sword intent, have you? Humph. Hua Wuyan didn't go far, and when her ears heard his heartfelt words, she stopped in her tracks and clenched her teeth in anger. Lin Yang, come out for a moment. She had a smile on her face, looking as warm and as amiable as a spring breeze. What are Emperor Ancestor's orders? Lin Yang ran over and asked. I need to find a disciple to preach along with me later. You've been at Prime Peak for quite a long time, so if you're going to preach later, you'll be the one to accompany me. Ha? Are you kidding me, Emperor Ancestor? I wouldn't. It's okay, I see you have good talent and qualifications. Emperor Ancestor, no, I really won't. It's okay, I see you have good talent and qualifications. Emperor? Lin Yang's face suddenly changed, and his heart violently accelerated wildly. Why is she saying what I have in mind? Does she know what I'm thinking? No way. It can't be, can it? He took a deep breath of cool air and felt chills rise. No, I'll try scolding her. Old hags, old women, old monsters, old guys. He cursed in his heart to see if Hua Wuyan really knew what he was thinking. This kid. Me. Pisses me off. No way. I'm going to endure. Hua Wuyan was so angry in her heart that she exploded, but her face was still as cold as ice, and she even squeezed out a smile. Come on, don't be late, I'll go first. After saying that, she took off in the air. Lin Yang looked at her back and finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It seems I was being paranoid. How can anyone know what's going on in someone else's mind? Boom. He turned around and suddenly the cabin inexplicably collapsed. The big black pot exploded into pieces and burst out. Fogweed, what is this? This? Chapter 14, The Most Beautiful Man, Gu Shang. Dang dang dang. The loud bell rang out in the Jade Dragon sacred sect, and the Dokyu Peak was filled with people. All the disciples from all over the clan came. Even the 10 heavenly sons and 10 heavenly daughters, who had always been reluctant to show their faces, showed up. 20 heavenly sons and daughters, all dressed in gorgeous, brocade garments, stood at the very front, each with a high level of vigor and radiance. Zodaozi and all the elders stood on both sides, and Hua Wuyan sat on the high platform, his white clothes fluttering. Lin Yang was wearing a green shirt, with sword brows and starry eyes, and his face had sharp angles, so it wasn't a disgrace to stand next to Hua Wuyan. Who is this kid? Actually standing beside Emperor Ancestor, could he be Emperor Ancestor's son? Emperor Ancestor is still a virgin, what are you babbling about? This kid is the outer courtyard disciple that Lin Yang, he's been in the sect for 15 years and is still at the chi condensation stage. I heard that Emperor Ancestor has brought him around to guide him in his cultivation. I'm so jealous. Why don't you instruct me? Is it because I'm not handsome enough, or not long enough, so angry? The male disciples under the stage all had fire in their eyes, envious and jealous. Why was a waste like Lin Yang, who couldn't make a breakthrough in 15 years, qualified to stand beside Emperor Ancestor? What qualifications did he have to receive individual instruction from an Emperor Ancestor? Silence. Zhou Daozi drank with a grave expression, and the scene quickly quieted down. Hua Wuyan's eyes were slightly cold, and her face always had a cold as ice expression as she lightly opened her vermilion lips and said, The Tao, the law of the operation of all things, everything has its own spirituality. Moving for the Tao, static is also the Tao, Yang is the Tao, Yin is also the Tao, Tao is invisible, naturally, no phase, invisible, no phase, there is the Tao and the wonders of. Hua Wuyan earnestly preached to his disciples, and Lin Yang on the side listened so drowsily that he almost fell asleep. What Tao is not Tao is too boring. On Tao, I like only one kind of Tao. Hurry up and finish, my legs are numb from standing, it's been 2 hours. Speaking too subtly, where do they understand? If it were me, I'd be able to talk about it in an hour. Lin Yang complained impatiently in his heart. This kid is so loud, he can make the word clear in an hour? Hua Wuyan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his heart. She suddenly paused, pointed at Lin Yang, and said to the entire audience of disciples, this outer court disciple, Lin Yang, has been under my tutelage for a month, so let him come and give you all a sermon. Ha? Me? Lin Yang froze for a moment. This is for real. He thought that Flower Wuyan was joking just now. It was a bit inappropriate to have him preach, wasn't it? As soon as the words fell, the male disciples on the stage rose up and laughed. The disciples under the stage, especially the male disciples, all looked at him with displeasure. It would be such a relief to let him make a fool of himself in front of Emperor Ancestor. The magnificent Emperor Ancestor had actually brought an ordinary outer court disciple to prime peak. Day and night he was instructed in cultivation. How can this not be a source of envy and jealousy? Speak, why don't you? Did I not instruct you enough? Or you don't want to talk? Hua Wuyan stared at him coldly. Weren't you a cocky kid just now? Isn't it screaming in your mind that you can make sense of it in an hour? Now, dumb? This old woman, actually trying to make a fool out of me. You've gone too far. Lin Yang frowned, his heart a ball of fire. At this time, among the 10 great celestial sons, a brocade-clothed young man with clear eyebrows and a long, bright face walked up with a smile on his face. As soon as this person took the stage, the female disciples under the stage all boiled over, standing on their tiptoes, their eyes full of peach blossoms. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, the recognized #1 beautiful man Gu Shang. The 10 heavenly sons ranked third. The man was handsome and his strength was among the best. There was no female disciple up and down the clan who didn't like him. Even the female elder, who was over 80 years old, had a slight blush on her old face, her heart pounding at the sight of Gu Shang as if she had seen her first love. Look, it's the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's #1 beautiful man, Gu Shang. It's my husband. Is my husband going on stage? Sister, I advise you to be self-aware. I have a bad temper, Mrs. Gu. Humph. Draw your sword then. The female disciples on stage were in a frenzy. Each of them had a slightly red face, and once they saw Gu Shang, it felt like spring had come. Emperor Ancestor, disciple Gu Shang, would like to discuss the Tao with this senior brother Lin. Gu Shang walked up, the hem of his coat slightly raised, and he talked. Hua Wuyan looked at him. This son was worthy of being recognized as the #1 handsome man. This skin, even men would be jealous. Good, fellow disciples exchanging ideas. Good thing, I agree. Many thanks, Emperor Ancestor. The female disciples under the stage all showed their flamboyant faces as they stared at him. Even Hua Wuyan couldn't help but look at him a few more times. Lin Yang glanced at it, his heart inexplicably a little sour. This man's handsomeness is actually comparable to mine. It's a bit of a crisis. The female disciples on stage are looking at him, and this old woman is looking at him. What if this kid steals my soft food? It seems that I can only use my talent to defeat him. Vom. Hua Wuyan couldn't help but vomit furiously inside, rolling her eyes to the sky. Jesus. How could there be such a brazen, strange man in this world like Lin Yang, who regarded his face as nothing? He actually thought that his looks were not on par with Gu Shang's? And you want to beat them with your talent? Please have some face. This kid isn't as handsome as me, his cultivation isn't as high as mine, and he's able to eat Lord Emperor Ancestor's soft food, so with my hallowed #1 beauty, I'm sure I'll be able to win Emperor Ancestor's favor. Gu Shang had a small plan in his heart. He looked at Lin Yang, a little jealous, and said, Senior brother Lin, you were personally preached to by the Emperor Ancestor on the Tao. You must be very strong. Please don't be stingy with your teachings. Yeah. Lin Yang agreed cheerfully on the surface, but in his heart, he was a bit angry. These days, the industry of eating soft food is so competitive. Luckily, my face is no match for his. Hua Wuyan, who was sitting on the side, lowered her head with her teacup and almost laughed out loud. It's my fault for hearing your heart, but it's your fault for being shameless. Handsome. It's really quite simple. Doesn't need nice features, just throw his face away and he can be handsome. Hua Wuyan rubbed his forehead, really feeling the urge to smack him. On stage, Gu Shang spoke up, saying, Senior Lin, what is the Tao? The Tao, the law of the operation of all things, is the Tao. And what is the way? The Tao encompasses heaven and earth, so it can give birth to heaven and earth. Heaven and earth encompass all things, so it can nurture all things. All things are in abundance, and there is no Tao. The Tao has no body, so the creatures establish the body of the Tao. The form is the room of the Tao, and the God is the machine of the Tao. All things have their own taiji, moving with the Tao without leaving it. This is the great Tao. What is the gist of that path? The essence of the Tao is hidden in the orifices. If the essence is complete, it will be angry. If the gas is complete, it will give birth to God. If the God is complete, it will be through the marvelous. These three cannot be lost together, and if one is lost, the other is also lost. Lin Yang shook out the contents of the Sword Intent chapter in his head. There was a great deal written about the Tao in the Sword Intentions chapter, and he slightly altered it before blurting it out. The disciples, elders, under the stage were surprised. Gu Sheng asked questions one after another, and Lin Yang changed the content of the Sword Intentions chapter, made up a few sentences, and kept taking them out to deal with them. Hua Wuyan frowned, feeling a bit surprised. This kid is so strong in terms of Tao comprehension. In fact, she had never taught Lin Yang about Taoism at all, and had taken this opportunity to belittle him. I didn't expect that this kid would actually answer the questions and respond calmly. Hua Wuyan blinked, her eyes glowing a few times. This kid, will he become the second heavenly emperor of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? Chapter 15. Admire. Admire. On stage. Gu Sheng and Lin Yang's tongues blossomed, and although each other's understanding of the Tao was different, they both responded calmly, each having their own deep understanding of the Tao. Why is this brat so evil? An outer court disciple is actually on par with me in terms of Tao understanding. Emperor Ancestor deserves to be in the heavenly emperor realm, instructing for a month, and the disciples of the outer courtyard are able to grasp the true rhythms of the Tao. Gu Sheng's forehead broke out into a slight cold sweat, and in his heart, he admired Hua Wuyan even more. Half an hour later. Senior brother Lin has truly lived up to the Emperor Ancestor's cultivation. Well, you've won this argument. Gu Sheng clasped his fists and said. Acknowledged. Lin Yang returned the salute. At this moment, the disciples under the stage all looked at Hua Wuyan, their eyes filled with even more admiration. Senior Gu actually lost. It seems that Lord Emperor Ancestor taught him well. An outer court disciple like Lin Yang, under the Emperor Ancestor's careful teaching, has already surpassed the Son of Heaven in terms of Tao understanding, so it's obvious how powerful Lord Emperor Ancestor is. A pig can be taught to be smart. Lord Emperor Ancestor is wise and valiant, his martial prowess is overwhelming. I'm impressed. Not only those disciples, even the elders and sect masters were incomparably admiring Flower Wuyan. One by one, they looked at Hua Wuyan with eyes filled with admiration and worship. Hua Wuyan sat on the stage leisurely sipping her tea. She quietly glanced at Lin Yang, who had a displeased expression on his face. No matter how high you achieve in the future, people will think I taught you. Boy, are you angry? Hua Wuyan's heart was secretly happy. Lin Yang was very depressed when he heard these murmurs. Don't misunderstand everyone. In fact, Emperor Ancestor didn't teach me anything, it was all my own realization. Senior Lin, the so-called eating water without forgetting to dig a well, you're not doing it right. Emperor Ancestor clearly taught you for a month, you're not grateful to her and you're still saying that she didn't teach you. What kind of asshole-ish words are you saying? No, I really. Emperor Ancestor, this kid is a backslider. Gu Sheng pointed at him and loudly complained to Hua Wuyan. You're a soft touch, so you're just going to drop your bowl and deny it, aren't you? That's just it, you guys go down. Lin Yang, you go down too. Hua Wuyan waved his hand in an airy manner, with an attitude of not bothering with him at all. Elder Dao Seeker narrowed his eyes and said, Fortunately, Emperor Ancestor is magnanimous. This brat, Emperor Ancestor clearly taught him. How dare he say to his face that it has nothing to do with Emperor Ancestor? It's also because Emperor Ancestor is merciful. If it were me, I'd definitely teach him a lesson, the guy who crosses the river and breaks the bridge. Zhou Daozi rolled his eyes. He's still not the disciple you brought out? Da Wei. This old woman doesn't even come out to help me explain. What did she teach me? I obviously comprehended it on my own, and now it's actually her credit. Pisses me off. Lin Yang walked down from the stage, holding his fire. He was clearly telling the truth, but he was treated as a backslider who had crossed the river. Oh, didn't you have a good time scolding me before? I'll piss you off a bit too. You're mad at me, I'm mad at you, fair enough. Hua Wuyan sat blandly on the stage, his eyes glancing over, an imperceptible smile flashing across his face. She looked at the disciples underneath and spoke, Time is limited, what else do you all have to ask? Emperor Ancestor, I have a question. A purple-clothed long shirt, peach blossom face of a wonderful young girl ascended the stage, and behind her back, she was actually carrying 2 swords on her back. This person was Bai Honor, one of the 10 heavenly maidens. What's the problem? Flowers speechless said. Disciple uses dual swords, and for some time now, I've been slow to make any semblance of progress in my comprehension of the way of the sword. The way of the sword is about being invincible and invincible wherever the sword blade points. But no matter how much I comprehend, I can't reach the peak of my realm. May I ask Emperor Ancestor, what should I do? Bai Hanner's face was indifferent, her eyes were pure and lustless, an authentic martial arts nerd. She had entered the Jade Dragon sacred sect since she was a child, and had been tireless in her pursuit of the sword path, but in the end, she was unable to break through to the peak of the sword path. After Hua Wuyan heard her description, she instantly fell into silence, her two willow eyebrows raised, her mind not having the slightest clue. Hua Wuyan wasn't at the top level when it came to sword Dao either, especially his comprehension of Dao meaning, which was even below Lin Yang. She frowned tightly as her eyes began to drift down to the stage. This question is difficult for me. I became a heavenly emperor, not relying on the sword Dao, and I can be considered an amateur when it comes to the sword Dao. Time passes by. Hua Wuyan was silent for a long time. It was so embarrassing for the Xian Tian emperor to think about a question for so long. The disciples on the stage were getting a little restless. Emperor Zhu wouldn't be unaware of this, would he? She's in the heavenly emperor realm, the Xian Tian emperor. Bai Hanner said gruffly, Emperor Ancestor, are you unaware of this? What nonsense are you talking about? Hua Wuyin chortled loudly, the knowledge of the way of the sword is vast and profound. I am pondering how to answer you in the simplest of words so that you can understand. Really? Emperor Ancestor really went to a lot of trouble. Bai Hanner had a straightforward character and foolishly believed it. Seeing that Hua Wuyan was defeated and couldn't answer, Lin Yang's heart was incomparably refreshed and even felt beautiful. In terms of sword intent, in the way of the sword, he was the top. Is this Bai Hanner missing a tendon? This old woman, at first glance, just can't answer. Begging her is better than begging me. It's not like she cultivates the way of the sword. How would she know what the pinnacle of the way of the sword is? A blade of grass cuts down the sun, moon and stars, a grain of sand fills up the starry sea, all this is bull. The pinnacle of the way of the sword is to use the body as the sword is the sword is me, I am the sword, the human sword is one, to use the invisible sword, to cut down the tangible things, this is the pinnacle of the sword intent, the ultimate of the way of the sword. What does this old woman know? I'm going to watch her make a fool of herself. Ha 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 ha. A trace of shock violently swept through Hua Wuyan's eyes. Hearing his understanding of sword Dao, Hua Wuyan felt like she was a child when it came to sword Dao. This kid, he's not to be trifled with. No wonder the sword chopped through her restraints last time. Soon, with a serious and earnest expression, Hua Wuyin stood up with an imposing voice and shouted. Bai Hanner, let me ask you, what do you think the peak of the sword Dao is? Back to Emperor Ancestor, I believe that the peak of the sword Dao is to be able to harness any sword in the world at will, even a blade of grass or a leaf can be transformed into a sword and be able to defeat it in battle. When Bai Hanner finished her impassioned speech, the heavenly sons, heavenly daughters, other disciples, as well as the sect masters and elders under the stage nodded their heads and gave a thumbs up. In their hearts, Bai Hanner's answer was the pinnacle of the sword Dao, what they considered to be the ultimate in the sword Dao. Whether it's a blade of grass or a leaf, it can kill. Is there a stronger sword way in heaven than this? Hua Wuyan waved his big hand and shouted sternly. Wrong. Big mistake. She chided loudly, and there was a moment of silence as Bai Hanner froze. Could it be that Emperor Ancestor thought that there was an even more powerful sword Dao in existence than this? You're all wrong. A blade of grass, a leaf, are all tangible things, and using tangible to break tangible is not the ultimate. The pinnacle of the sword Dao is the unity of the human sword. Human intent is sword intent, mind is sword intent, and sword intent is also human intent mind. With the body as the sword, with the mind as the sword, using the consciousness to transform into an invincible sword that cuts down all things in heaven and earth. Remember, the man is the sword is the sword is the man, the sword is the heart. Hua Wuin's tone was resounding. When he finished, the stage applauded. Wow! It was a moment of enlightenment for White Hainer. Worthy of being an Emperor Ancestor. An extraordinary understanding of the sword Dao aspect. Compared to her, we are mere mortals, a piece of rotten wood. I realized today that a blade of grass chopping up the sun, moon, and stars is not the ultimate, but transforming into a sword, a human sword, using consciousness to transform into a sword, strong, too strong. Emperor Ancestor is incredibly talented, I'm convinced. I'm convinced too. From the sect leader down to the disciples, an expression of incomparable admiration surfaced on almost everyone's face. Lin Yang froze in the crowd, his heart incomparably shaken. Misty grass, why is this old woman thinking what I'm thinking? Is she also a sword cultivator? This old woman is worthy of being the Xian Tian emperor, not a sword cultivator, but also has such a strong understanding, or has 2 brushes. This old woman is so good, I'm impressed. Convinced. I'm impressed. Hua Wuyin stood on the stage with an imperceptible smile on his face. She enjoyed everyone's adoration and applause and glanced at Lin Yang out of the corner of her eye. I'll eavesdrop on you and have to make you scream admiration in your mind. Are you convinced? Chapter 16, How about fencing with me? After helping the disciples to answer their questions, the time had reached noon. What other questions do you all have? Hua Wuyan asked. The stage was silent. Since that's the case, then next, I'm going to arrange the clan's recent affairs, she said in a cold voice. 3 days later, the clan will hold a promotion examination. Any outer court disciple who has not been promoted for a long time will be expelled from the clan. After saying that, almost everyone's gazes coincidentally landed on Lin Yang. How does this rule seem to be directed at him? Lin Yang froze, a little surprised, and looked up at Hua Wuyan, who had a cold ice-like expression on her face. He raised his hand and said, Emperor Ancestor, I. Hua Wuyan glared at him fiercely. Did I ask you to interrupt? Lin Yang raised both eyebrows. This old woman seemed to be deliberately trying to mess with him. What does this old woman mean? Is this forcing me to promote to the inner court? Hua Wuyan ignored him and said, given Lin Yang's low cultivation level, I've decided to assign one of the heavenly sons and daughters to continue instructing him for 3 days. Which heavenly son or heavenly daughter is willing to instruct Lin Yang? After saying that, each of those 20 heavenly sons and daughters looked at me and I looked at you. No one was willing to take this old greaseball Lin Yang. Gu Sheng suddenly covered his stomach with a pained expression and said, Emperor Ancestor, disciple suddenly has a stomach ache, so I'm sorry to leave first. The next few Tennos were dumbfounded. This would work? Emperor Ancestor, I seem to have eaten something bad as well. I can't hold out any longer, so I'll leave first. I've got a lunch date with my dogs, so sorry for leaving. Emperor Ancestor, Auntie will see that I'm here, so I'll take my leave first. Emperor Ancestor, me too. Emperor Ancestor, me too. Hua Wuyan scowled. Do you have the same aunt? In the end, only one son of God didn't leave. This person was tall and stout, with muscles as full as stone and sinews blooming up one by one. He clasped his hands, his hair coiled up and wrapped in a green scarf, with thick eyebrows and eyes filled with a stern and ferocious color. Behind him, he also carried 2 broad, heavy knives. What's your name? Are you willing to instruct Lin Yang? Hua Wuyan saw that he stayed and didn't leave, so she asked him. Emperor Ancestor, my name is Wu Ziyi. His voice was husky and rough. Since there is no willingness to teach, I am willing to instruct him for 3 days. Good. Hua Wuyan nodded, still satisfied with this disciple, at least more responsible. Lin Yang, return the Bodhi gun to the sect leader, and Elder Dao Qiu, you give him a sword. Of course, if you don't like using a sword, you can say so. Disciple is willing to use a sword. Lin Yang returned without hesitation. He is actually a sword cultivator, and the Bodhi gun is useless on him. It can only be used to roast skewers like last time, which is more or less the same. He then returned the Bodhi gun to Zhou Daozi. Elder Daku took a sword and gave it to him. The sword was more than 3 feet long, belonging to the Xian rank, and was of average quality. Lin Yang weighed the sword. Although it was of a lower grade, with the sword intent, he could exert a terrifying strength even with the worst sword. Alright, the sermon has ended. In addition to the matter of the examination in 3 days, it is still necessary for the sect leader and the elders to raise preparations. I'll go first. Hua Wuyin gave him a meaningful look, turned around and flew away in the air, heading straight to Prime Peak. Lin Yang continued to be a disciple of the outer court, under the jurisdiction of Elder Dao Sik. Meanwhile, during these 3 days, receive guidance from Wu Ziyi. Wu Ziyi, Lin Yang will be under your guidance for the next 3 days, Dao Qiu spoke. Lin Yang, study well with Tianzi. The examination is in 3 days. I hope you won't be an outer court disciple anymore. Yes. Lin Yang nodded. Go. Wu Ziyi gave a cold look and turned around. Lin Yang followed, heading to the bastard peak where the heavenly sons and daughters resided. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect had a total of 10 elders, 5 outer elders and 5 inner elders. The heavenly sons and daughters are not bound by the elders, but are under the direct authority of the sect leader. The 5 outer academy elders each governed a portion of the outer academy disciples, with each elder occupying a peak exclusively. The same is true for the inner house. There were 12 peaks in the entire Jade Dragon sacred sect. 5 in the outer courtyard, 5 in the inner courtyard, 1 in the heavenly sun and the heavenly daughter, and 1 in the flowering speechless. Soon, Lin Yang followed Wu Ziyi to Overlord Peak. Overlord Peak here is full of spiritual chi. The building is magnificent and elegant. Each side has a large hall, in the middle of a long iron cable bridge connected. Underneath is the unfathomable 10,000 feet deep abyss, inside the clouds and mist churning, such as rolling waves. Wu Ziyi led him to stand at the edge of the cliff, gazing at the pale earth below the mountain. The long wind blew as if one wanted to soar through the heavens and the earth. "Senior brother Lin, you just saw that everyone looks down on you," Wu Ziyi said. "Although your qualifications are poor and your cultivation is low, as long as you have an enterprising heart and work hard, you will eventually be rewarded." Hearing him belittle himself like that, Lin Yang became a bit unpleasant and touched his nose. "Senior brother Wu, I actually have a strong comprehension of the way of the sword. It's not that bad, is it?" Wu Ziyi glanced at him contemptuously and drew a knife in silence. Abruptly, he swung out a blade towards the front. A fierce and ferocious knife, strength for a long time to condense and not disperse, flying forward more than 100 feet, still unabated power, as if there is an endless power contained in this knife. The blade chi flew out more than 200 feet before it gradually dissipated. Wu Ziyi looked at him with firm eyes, patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Senior brother Lin, so what if your comprehension of sword intent is strong? Did you see that? I'll chop out 200 feet with one slash. I'm afraid this blade, with your qualifications, will take a lifetime to learn." Lin Yang looked at him with a bland, self-conscious expression on his face that was a bit stagnant. 200 feet in one slash? That's it? It's going to take a lifetime to learn how to do that? I was at prime peak, and I used my consciousness to cut out that sword intent, splitting even the clouds in the sky, and the sword aura traversed 8,000 miles. You can't catch up even if you swing your hand off. Ahem, senior brother Wu, actually I. Senior brother Lin, you don't need to say anything, senior brother understands you. I too was ridiculed all the way through like this. Wu Ziyi looked at him with a deep gaze, admonishing him as a senior brother. You don't need to envy my skill with this blade, not to mention inferiority complex. You need to believe in yourself. As long as you work hard, in the future you will be able to as well. That's it, you can walk around first to familiarize yourself with the terrain of Overlord Peak, and feel free to tell me if you have any difficulties. I'll leave you to it, work hard. Lin Yang clasped his hands and watched him leave with a wooden expression. Although Wu Ziyi looks a little rough, but the person is quite good, however, is more narcissistic. That's just it, I'll walk around for a while. Lin Yang turned around and walked towards the wire bridge. Yo, isn't this senior brother Lin? Who brought you to Overlord Peak? Suddenly a familiar voice came, and when I turned around, it was the number one beautiful man, Gu Shang. Gu Shang's looks were extremely demonic, wearing gorgeous brocade robes and shoulder-length hair, appearing a bit immortal. Neither her body nor her skin color looks are comparable to that of an average woman. Senior Gu. Lin Yang walked up to greet him. Just now, when I discussed the Tao with senior brother Lin, senior brother Gu was convinced. Gu Shang complimented him with a smile. By the way, which senior brother brought you up here? It's senior brother Wu Ziyi. Oh, double dagger Wu Ziyi, that guy has a hot heart and is quite nice. Aha! Gu Shang's pair of slender jade-like hands would make a man silent when he looked at them, and a woman would shed tears when she looked at them. He rested on Lin Yang's shoulder. Senior brother Lin's understanding of the sword path is indeed outstanding. I wonder how your sword skills are, senior brother? Of course it can't compare to you, senior brother Gu. Is it? I don't believe it. Gu Shang shook his head and looked at him with a serious face, the two of them looking at each other. Senior Lin, how about a fencing match with me? Chapter 17 Appraisal. 3 days later. The date of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's examination had arrived. All the disciples of the outer court were gathered in the square of the Dokyu Peak, and more than 1,000 disciples who were qualified to participate in the examination stood together in a huge crowd. In the distance, on Overlord Peak, Gu Shang and Wu Ziyi looked out over the Dokyu Peak. During these 3 days, Wu Ziyi did his best to teach him, and Gu Shang also instructed Lin Yang in swordplay from time to time. Lin Yang walked over from behind them. Senior brother Wu, senior brother Gu, I'll leave first. I tried my best, Wu Ziyi sighed in a low voice with a few moments of loss on his face. Instructing Lin Yang for 3 days, he still hadn't grown at all. The cultivation level was still stuck at the chi condensation stage, unmoving and more stubborn than psoriasis. I did my best, Gu Shang said, shaking his head. Lin Yang waved his hand and smiled at the two of them. Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to advance to the inner courtyard and live up to your expectations. Wu Ziyi, Gu Shang and the two of them clasped their hands with indifference. Thanks, I don't expect anything from you. So do I. Lin Yang. Am I that bad? Go away. He turned around and left, quickly heading to Dokyu Peak. Lin Yang hadn't been gone for long when suddenly, a stream of light flew from Prime Peak. Emperor Ancestor. Wu Ziyi, Gu Shang and the two of them hurriedly turned around to greet him. The slightest fluctuation of emotions could not be seen on Hua Wuyan's frost-like face as she slowly walked. How is Lin Yang doing under your guidance? This person has made no progress in his cultivation for 15 years. If other clans knew about this, I'm afraid they would laugh at my Jade Dragon Sacred Sect for being incompetent and not even being able to teach a disciple well. When Gu Shang, Wu Ziyi and the two of them heard this, they immediately felt very ashamed and lowered their heads. If this were to spread out, it would indeed not be good for the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's reputation. A disciple had been taught for 15 years and was still at the Qi condensation stage. Whether or not it was the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's problem, but the other sects would definitely bite the bullet and say that it was the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's inability to teach. Reporting to Emperor Ancestor, disciple is incompetent, I really can't teach him well, Wu Ziyi said in shame. Flower Wuyan had known this result by heart for a long time, and she wasn't surprised at all. There's actually something else going on this time over here. How is the Cloud Tiger soup I asked you to prepare yesterday? Hua Wuyan instructed Gu Shang, Wu Ziyi, the 10 heavenly sons, to hunt the Cloud Tiger yesterday, and had them sent to the kitchen and boiled into Yunhu soup. Disciple has already prepared it without dishonoring his mission. The soup has already been placed at Dokyu Peak, Wu Ziyi said. Very well, Hua Wuyan said blandly. Gu Shang, the bowl I asked you to give Lin Yang, specially boiled, are you ready? Back to Emperor Ancestor, it's ready. Hua Wuyan nodded silently and after a moment of contemplation, he said, this examination is much stricter and more tiring than in the past, which is why I purposely asked you guys to go and prepare Cloud Tiger soup to give those outer court disciples a tonic. After saying that, Gu Shang and Wu Ziyi looked at each other. The eyes were filled with endless worship and admiration. Tizu is not only beautiful, but she is also so nice, beautiful, and kind. Her kindness is comparable to that of the Bodhisattva Guan Shirin. Emperor Ancestor, you are truly homely, a diamond in the rough, and too good to your disciple. Wu Ziyi was very touched in his heart. Hua Wuyan was simply a bodhisattva in the world in his heart. When Gu Shang thought of Emperor Ancestor, he specifically considered Lin Yang and became even more reverent in his heart. It was evident how much Lord Emperor Ancestor cared for his disciple, how much he cared for him. Emperor Ancestor, we're going to hand out the Cloud Tiger soup. After saying that, the two of them quickly flew towards Dokyu Peak. Hua Wuyan looked at Dokyu Peak from afar, a cold smile raised on his face. Lin Yang, don't you like to stay put? Let's see how you're going to survive this time. The sunrise erupted from the mountain clouds. On Dokyu Peak, the crowd was very lively. Bowls of Cloud Tiger soup were handed out, and every outer court disciple who participated in the examination was able to share a bowl. Gu Shang carried the bowl of soup specially prepared for Lin Yang and walked over with great strides. Senior brother Lin, come, this bowl of soup is specially made for you, it's a great tonic. Drink this soup and get a hard body. Lin Yang raised both eyebrows and froze for a moment. This guy, why was he so enthusiastic? Just now he said he had no expectations of him. That's not going to be Mona soup you've got for me, is it? He teased. Gu Shang patted his shoulder and laughed. What kind of talk is that, senior brother Lin? Am I that kind of person, senior brother Gu? I know your cultivation level is low, so I prepared this specially for you. Don't treat my good intentions as a donkey's liver and lungs, it's a waste of my good intentions. Lin Yang took this bowl of Yunhu soup and hesitantly looked at it for a moment. Gu Shang, he's not tampering with the soup, is he? After all, he'd been jealous of his face not for a day or two, but for 3. Gu Shang saw him hesitate, so he snatched it and took a sip to show that it was fine. Senior brother Lin, senior brother Gu, I'm open and honest, look at me drinking, what are you afraid of? Lin Yang saw that he was drinking so painfully, so he dispelled his worries. Okay, I'll drink. Gobble gobble. He tilted his head back and finished it in 3 gulps. Senior brother Gu, don't think that if you flatter me, I'll give up the title of the #1 beautiful man to you. Humph. Gu Shang. Soon, more than 1,000 disciples assembled. The 5 elders of the outer court stood on the stage and announced the rules of the examination. In the first round, the elders would work together to open the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's secret realm. All disciples must walk through the secret realm in its entirety after entering before they are considered qualified. Those who can't walk through the secret area are eliminated. Alright, you all know the rules, now, the test can begin. Dao Sik and the other 4 elders opened a secret teleportation port in the middle of the square. The portal was pitch black, like a black hole in the universe, twisting and intertwining with each other, and like a Tai Chi pattern. The disciples who participated in the examination flew in like a tidal wave. Lin Yang followed the crowd and quickly entered the secret realm. Way to go, Senior Lin, mwahaha. Senior Brother Lin, even though I have no expectations of you, I still hope that you can create a miracle. Gu Sheng and Wu Ziyi stood at a distance and loudly encouraged him. Don't worry, I'll be able to work miracles. Lin Yang stepped over the teleportation port with one foot and turned around with a smile on his face and waved at them. Although the heavenly sons and daughters of heaven are usually very cold and aloof, but in fact, as long as the contact for a long time, found that they are also quite good. You old fart, blocking the teleportation port looking for death. Get out of the way. The disciples behind him were very angry and forced Lin Yang in. In the distance, Prime Peak. On the cliff, a white-clothed figure stood against the wind, with icy skin and jade bones, just like a fairy falling into the mortal world, without the slightest bit of smoke and fire between her eyebrows. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly and she couldn't help but raise a smile. At this moment, within the secret realm, Lin Yang was getting pregnant from all the people behind him. The hundreds of people behind them desperately rushed forward, one by one sticking together to enter the secret realm. Stop squeezing, if you do, you'll squeeze out the water. Lin Yang shouted and tried his best to break away from the crowd. He darted out, finally catching his breath. The secret world is another world. There was a scene of green hills and mountains in front of him. A towering cliffs, the sky clouds, a glance cannot see the border, the mountains everywhere hanging 10,000 feet long waterfalls, white cranes flying, tigers whistling, mountain forest, a fairy cave weather. Isn't it just a secret realm? It's too easy to get through. Lin Yang stretched his muscles and bones, an incomparably confident smile spreading across his face. Chapter 18, Giving Self-Responsibility to Master Lin. Roar! Between the mountains and forests, from time to time, there came a burst of fierce tigers' wild whistling, so loud that it could be heard clearly even thousands of miles away. Lin Yang walked into the dense forest, and in order not to expose his strength, he didn't share the road with anyone. Everyone else was in groups of 3 or 2, and he was the only one alone. Every now and then, a few demonic beasts of low strength jumped out of the forest, and he drew his sword and took care of them in 3 or 2 strokes. The strength of this demonic beast is so low, and still saying that this term is the most difficult examination, nonsense. Lin Yang held his sword in his hand and said confidently. As he was saying this, the tiger's roar rose higher and higher and became more and more intense. Are all the tigers off their meds today? All barking so hard. He glanced around, full of disinterest, and continued forward with his sword. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud boom came toward him, the earth beneath his feet vaguely trembled, and smoke and dust rolled up from the hills in all directions. A different type of tiger demon beast gathered towards a place in an aggressive manner. A white-striped cloud tiger demonic beast with a huge physique, full and powerful muscle lines, and a mouth revealing a morose fawn, led countless tiger demons to run wildly away. What's going on? How do I feel the sound coming my way? Lin Yang stopped and started to feel a little off. Looking towards the surroundings, tiger demons were coming in all directions like a tidal wave, and the killing aura alone could be clearly detected even from a few miles away. Damned humans! Give my son back his life! The cloud tiger that led the way, with a stomp of its legs, violently rushed up into the sky and flew over the mountain in a single leap, directly locking onto the aura of Lin Yang's body. Knock! With a loud bang, Yunhu descended from the sky and landed in front of Lin Yang like a cannonball. A deep crater was smashed into the ground, and the dirt splashed up 4 or 5 feet high, killing the sky. Misty grass. This sent a demonic beast of the Overlord realm. Lin Yang's throat rolled, his eyes widened, and his heart accelerated wildly. You have my son's scent on you, you killed my son. Damn human, I want you to pay for this. The cloud tiger roared in fury and lit up its long, sharp tiger claws, directly charging up to tear at it. Hey, hey, hey! Brother tiger is not my business. Lin Yang said as he drew his long sword to block. Boom! The tiger's claws tore through the air, sending out whistling chi energy, heavily slapping on the sword. The powerful force shocked his arm numb. The sword in his hand almost flew out of his hand. It's too strong. I have to run. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes and turned around to flee quickly. Damn humans! Don't run! I want you to pay for your life. The Cloud Tiger roared angrily and ran after him with countless tiger demons. Lin Yang glanced back. I see, it must be because of the Cloud Tiger soup. But it's okay, everyone's drinking anyway, this will distract them. Thus, Lin Yang flew towards the place where there were people. Humans! Return my tiger's life. The Cloud Tiger in the back chased after him furiously. Thousands and thousands of tiger demons chased after him alone in a frenzy. Fogweed! How did this happen? Why are you only chasing me? They drank too, why don't you go after them? Lin Yang went over a few hills and realized something was wrong. Those tiger demons walked past his master and brothers, and they didn't even lay a hand on them, but only chased after him alone. Kid! Die for me! The Cloud Tiger opened its bloody mouth and roared, a shockwave like a cannonball kicking up a cloud of dust and hitting it. Lin Yang's eyes were quick, and he used his sword to swing away the sound waves, dodged sideways, and flew into the dense forest. I didn't kill him, so don't you guys chase me. Don't lie to me. Die, you. I really don't know. It's none of my business. Come and die. Lin Yang gave up his life and ran wildly, running until his face was white and sweating profusely. Boom, boom, boom. Countless tiger demons chased after him alone. It must be that boy Gu Sheng who tampered with the soup. I knew that kid didn't have a good heart. It must be that I'm threatening his #1 beautiful man status. He's jealous of me. Gu Sheng. You. I'm going to kill you. Gu Sheng. You. I'm going to kill you. Lin Yang ran up and down, sweating profusely, and the more he thought about it, the more angry he became. The shoes are running off my feet. The other disciples in the secret realm were all dumbfounded. It was the first time they had seen this scene. Thousands and thousands of tiger demons chasing after Lin Yang alone. A miracle. It's nothing short of a miracle. So many tiger demons chasing him alone and not the others, what is not a miracle? At that moment, a few female disciples suddenly dropped their tears. Senior brother Lin is too good, he actually took the initiative to draw fire in order to make us less of a threat. The strongest demonic beast in the secret realm is the tiger demon, and senior brother Lin has removed the greatest obstacle and danger for us with his own strength. Stop it, I'm too touched by senior brother Lin's self-sacrifice. Saying that, the other disciples were moved to tears by Lin Yang's self-sacrificing and selfless behavior. Everyone drank Yunhu's soup. Why did Yunhu lead the tiger demons to chase Lin Yang alone? Why? It must be that senior brother Lin deliberately drew fire for them and removed obstacles for them. So senior brother Lin, is he such a self-sacrificing, selfless person? Love it, love it. Doki Peak. There was a huge jade screen in the plaza, which would display the scenes in the secret realm. You guys, look, why is there a wave of beasts? Elder Dao Chiu suddenly realized that signs of a beast tide appeared on the screen. Turn the screen and see. No, look guys, there's a disciple attracting the beast tide. The room erupted in shock as soon as he finished his words. There were actually disciples that had so much courage to attract the beast tide? Who's got the nerve? Even the heavenly prince and the heavenly maiden didn't dare to face the beast tide alone. So picture everything but Lin Yang running hard. His clothes were all scraped up by the branches, his back was covered in mud that had been thrown up, and he had only one shoe left under his feet, and another that had flown off somewhere. He was beyond wretched, his clothes wet with sweat. What is senior brother Lin doing? Wu Ziyi felt a bit strange when he saw this scene. Could it be that senior brother Lin is drawing fire for the other disciples? Gu Sheng questioned with a frown. No way? Wu Ziyi was a bit disbelieving. Definitely. Gu Sheng walked out and analyzed with confidence. Master Lin knew that he had little hope of passing, so he sacrificed his life for mercy, preferring to sacrifice himself to pave the way for the other disciples. I really didn't expect it, but it turns out that senior brother Lin is such a helpful person. There was silence after his analysis. Everyone looked at the screen, the wretched yet great figure of Lin Yang. At this moment, he alone attracted countless tiger demons. He fled, it chased him, and he was on the run. Helpful Master Lin. The self-sacrificing Master Lin. A glimmer of tears gradually rose in Dongard's eyes. It turned out that the punk disciple he had brought up for 15 years had such a kind heart. A burst of laughter rang out from the prime peak. Hua Wuyin looked at the image on the screen, a man laughing in front of the Great Hall. Let you kids keep cursing me, this is the price for cursing me. In fact, the cloud tiger soup that everyone else is drinking is fake, only what you're drinking is real. Boy, you didn't expect that. Make you disrespect me. Ha 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 ha. The secret world. Lin Yang was running out of breath at the moment. The tiger demons behind him were densely packed, like a tidal wave with an unending source that could not be killed or shaken off. The one remaining shoe on his foot was run down, toes peeking out of the front, and he was covered in dust. Gu Sheng! I'm going to kill you. Gu Sheng! You're not a human being. Gu Sheng! I don't share the same fate as you know. The plaza. Gu Sheng was so moved by Lin Yang's self-sacrificing spirit that his eyes turned red, and he choked a little. When senior brother Lin comes out later, he will definitely be very tired. I'll prepare him another bowl of yun hu soup to tonify him, and he'll definitely thank me. Chapter 19, Come Out and Die. Get out. Told you I didn't kill him. You guys. Why are you chasing me? Lin Yang charged all the way, running so hard that he was out of breath, and both of his legs felt as if they weren't his own. Kid. How dare you argue? You clearly have my child's scent on you. Die human. The cloud tiger behind him leapt up and pounced with open claws and teeth. The aura of the hegemony realm violently erupted out, and the solid and thick aura wrapped around the tiger's claws, forming a sharp and solid blade. Lin Yang was forced to retreat and turned around, exerting his sword intent. Go to hell. Whoosh! An invisible and phase-less sharp sword, drawing an arc, deep and majestic sword intent, containing the meaning of the great Tao, as if it was a divine charm that came from the desolate ancient times. Sharp, sharp, sharp! Yun Hu was slashed by this sword intent, and a long blood trail suddenly erupted from his body. Ho ho ho! Sword intent! This is the top intent of the sword Tao, how did you? Yun Hu was surprised. How could a kid who was only at the chi condensation stage know sword intent? And it was still the peak of sword intent. This sword actually scratched wounds on his body. What do you care how I will? I won't spare you. Lin Yang was furious, holding his long sword and turning around to deliver another blow. Formless and faceless sword intent could not be seen with the eyes unless one was in the heavenly emperor realm. Although the sword intent was invisible, the sharp edge and killing aura could be clearly felt. As a demonic beast and the king of all beasts in the forest, the cloud tiger was not stupid at all. Knowing that this young man's sword intent was strong, he quickly dodged. Scared? You know you're scared too? Don't you want revenge? Come on. Your son boiled into soup by me. How about I admit it? You come and bite me. Lin Yang was emboldened when he saw that it feared his sword intent. Weren't you so cocky just now? Come on, now you bite me. The cloud tiger narrowed its eyes, and its tail flung like iron on the stone, which immediately shattered. You're the stupidest human I've ever seen. You're the one who asked me to bite you. I've never seen such a request in my life. After saying that, it turned back to the thousands of tiger demons behind it and roared. Little ones! Bite him to death for me. Ho 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 ho! In an instant, the tiger's roar resounded throughout the secret realm. The powerful voices gathered together, and all the creatures within a 1,000-mile radius were shaken by the violent sound waves, causing their chi and blood to turn over. Hearing this earth-shattering roar, the disciples in the distance worried for Lin Yang. If a good person like senior brother Lin, who helped people and sacrificed himself for others, were to really die, they would feel more or less sad in their hearts. Oh no, senior brother Lin isn't giving up his life, is he? I didn't expect senior brother Lin to be so fraternal, sacrificing himself to make everyone whole. He can even give up his own life for our sake, so great. Yeah, I'm so touched I could cry. Senior brother Lin would rather sacrifice himself in order to get us through. We must not fail him. Hurry up and go. If we don't pass, then we'll be too sorry for senior brother Lin's honorable sacrifice. Aha! After saying that, all the disciples continued to move forward. As for senior brother Lin, since he was willing to sacrifice himself to make everyone whole, it would be good to fulfill his heart's desire. Senior Lin, when we get out, we'll definitely burn more paper money for you. Burn a mansion for you. Burn 100 more fairies for you to stop being a single dog over there. The disciples looked at the place where the tiger demon roared, and each of them had moist eyes. Master Lin is too great. A disciple who was more familiar with Lin Yang wiped the tears from his eyes and choked. Senior brother Lin, when I get out I'll definitely write you an elegy. Soon the disciples all ran away. In the secret realm, only Lin Yang was still behind, trapped in a hill by Yun Hu with the tiger demon. Suddenly, the sound of sword whistles that tore through heaven and earth resounded within a range of 10,000 miles from the secret realm, and the sound was like the god and Buddha weeping, as the winds rewound and the green underworld shook. Whoosh! A sword intent ran through the secret realm. The birds in the sky stood still, the waterfalls seemed to freeze, and the abundant life of 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains came to a standstill in an instant. This furious sword had transcended the two realms of sword intent. The first realm, cutting down things that have life. The second realm, cutting down things with tangible qualities. This sword, however, even sliced through the entire space. Space has no form, no life, and is the essence of three dimensions. This sword of mine, I actually cut through space? Lin Yang gripped his sword and looked at the world in front of him with excitement in his body. This world, sliced by his sword. That cloud tiger and the thousands of tiger demons behind it all died. Could it be that sword intent there is a third realm that exists? He didn't dare to imagine where the peak meaning of the sword Dao actually lay. Soon, he tried a few more times. But he realized that he, never again, could exert the same power as he did just now. Lin Yang pondered for a long time, never being able to figure it out. I thought I was already standing at the peak of the sword Dao, but I didn't realize that I was actually still a frog at the bottom of a well. The divine subtlety of the sword Dao, is it not possible for me to grasp all of it in a moment? Dang it! He was deep in thought when suddenly there was a chime. It's finished. It's the bell that urges the disciple examination to end soon. When Lin Yang heard the bell ringing, both of his eyes widened and he sucked in a breath of cool air. The ringing of the bell meant that there was less than 10 minutes until the end of the examination. How's a cup of tea enough? It's over and done with. Been pestered by these for a long time and wasted my time. I blame Gu Shang that. Lin Yang put away his sword, urged his aura, and ran forward in a deadly frenzy. If you don't pass the test, you won't be able to live on in the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. The Plaza. The disciples who participated in the examination had already come out one after another. The screen, long ago, switched. That Lin Yang kid, he wouldn't have failed to pass again, would he? It's been 15 years, the dogs raised by the family at the bottom of the mountain have all died of old age, and he's still at the chi condensation stage. A dog couldn't get through him. Elder Dao Qiu sat in his chair with a helpless look on his face. Lin Yang was fortunate to have a good mindset since he came under his jurisdiction. Otherwise, he would have been pissed off by Lin Yang long ago. Don't worry, that self-sacrificing Lin Yang, even if he didn't pass, we can still give him a chance. That's right, sacrifice yourself to make others whole. How great is that, right? A few elders next to him followed. Soon, the disciples came out one by one. Wu Ziyi stood at a distance, staring intently at the teleportation port. Over 1,000 disciples standing in the square. With a sweep of his eyes, there was a man missing from the center. Lin Yang won't really be unable to come out, will he? Dawnguard is getting a little nervous. Elder Zhang Fingyan of Roaring Sky Peak looked at the water leak scale and started counting down. 10 moments until the secret realm closes. 10. 9. On the prime peak, Hua Wuyin clenched his fists and got a little nervous. That kid's not really coming out, is he? It would be a big game if we were really eliminated. She can't go back on her word and punch herself in the face when the time comes, can she? In the kitchen. Gu Sheng took the spatula and stirred the soup vigorously, and the rich and aromatic yunhu soup smelled good. Wu Ziyi clasped his hands and frowned tightly, a little worried for Lin Yang. He and Gu Sheng had taught him for 3 days, so he was at least considered his master. 5. 4. 3. 2. Everyone is getting their hopes up. It seemed that this session of the examination, as usual, Lin Yang was unable to pass. Wait for me. Just at the last moment, a figure came running wildly through the teleportation port. His clothes were in tatters, his face and clothes were covered in mud. He rolled up his 2 pant legs and ran out barefoot, carrying a shoe with several holes rotted in it, gritting his teeth. This beggar-like image took everyone by surprise. 1. Zhang Fingyan just finished counting down the last moments. Lin Yang had 1 foot right on the square. Lin Yang, what are you? Dawnguard was a little surprised to see him in this state. They go in to compete, you go in to play in the mud, right? Lin Yang flung his broken shoes and killed his anger with a furious brow. Drawing his sword, he looked around indignantly. Gu Shangyu. Boil your mom's bone soup. Get your ass out here and die. Chapter 20. Are you too scared? Gu Sheng and the handyman disciples boiled up the soup, put it on the cart frame, and walked towards the square. A different kind of soup this time. Huawuin also asked them to boil. This kind of soup is called glutinous rice soup, which is mixed with a lot of glutinous rice in it. He pushed Tang just as he walked to the square, and he suddenly saw a group of people surrounding Lin Yang in the center. Senior brother Lin, congratulations on passing. Here, reward yourself with a bowl of soup. Lin Yang was enraged to the extreme as soon as he saw him, and immediately rushed out from the crowd and slashed his sword over. Go to hell. I knew your kid didn't have good intentions. Did you tamper with that bowl of soup? Gu Sheng was startled, having no idea what he was talking about, and flew to avoid his attacks. What are you talking about, senior brother Lin? What move? The soups just now were uniformly arranged to be distributed, so how could I possibly get my hands dirty? Besides, everyone's fine with drinking it, so how come you're the only one with a problem? Lin Yang was furious and he was even sophomoric. It's either him or a ghost. Stop! Elder Dao Sik bellowed and walked up to stop him. Wu Ziyi also ran over and said, What are you doing, senior brother Lin? Lin Yang was stopped down, so he briefly told what happened in the secret realm. Of course the part about killing the cloud tiger and the many tiger demons was skipped. After hearing his description, Dao Chou frowned and mused. These soups were arranged by Emperor Ancestor, uniformly distributed and boiled. There can't be any problems. You've misunderstood Gu Sheng. That is, Gu Sheng spread his hands innocently. Am I that kind of person? Lin Yang rolled his eyes. Aren't you that kind of person? Even though the elders made peace with it, Gu Sheng didn't recognize it. But in his heart, he firmly believed that inside that bowl of soup before, he had definitely moved. At this moment, Flower Woyan gathered his divine sense and breath and quietly stood in a corner of Dokyu Peak. Lin Yang angrily withdrew his sword and said in his heart, Elder just mentioned that old woman, could it be that she's behind this? It's impossible. It's not like I offended her. I didn't scold that old woman. At most, I cursed her in my heart. She can't possibly even know what's going on in my mind, can she? No, come to think of it, it's still Gu Sheng who's the most suspicious. It must be me who's threatening his position as the #1 beautiful man. Wait, I'll go back and take a little notebook to write down this revenge today. Flowers without words. Hearing his heartfelt words, Hua Wuyan was completely speechless. Alright, first round of examination, all of you pass. Zhang Fengnian loudly announced the results. Immediately continue the second round of examination. Before the second round of examination, still have a bowl of soup to replenish everyone's physical energy. Having said that, he then had the handyman disciples start handing out the glutinous rice soup. The name was glutinous rice soup, but it was actually mixed with a large amount of demonic beasts' blood and flesh, as well as a variety of great tonic herbs. Senior brother Lin, the soup this time, it's absolutely fine, I swear. Gu Sheng raised his hand and swore to him. Wu Ziyi also advised him, Senior brother Lin, seeing as you're in such a sorry state, you should replenish yourself. This bowl of soup is more tonic than 100 pills. Lin Yang's gaze surged with a few wry colors. This time, he couldn't be fooled in any way. Kid, you're still trying to trick me? Isn't it just a bowl of soup to replenish physical energy? Isn't it a big deal for me to take more elixirs? He declined with a decisive wave of his hand. No drink. I have enough elixirs, I don't need this stuff. After saying that, he resolutely walked away, not wanting to bother with Gu Sheng, this sinister villain. It's a debt that he'll have to pay sooner or later in his little book. Soon, the second round of examinations began. Zhang Fengnian stood on the stage and looked around, loudly announcing the rules of the examination. In the second round, one would enter the underground tower of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. The underground tower had 18 floors. There are scattered fragments of star beads on each level. Every disciple must walk through the 18 floors of the tower, and also collect 10 star bead fragments to complete the examination. If you fail to meet one of them, you will be eliminated. Okay, I finished with the rules. Does anyone have any comments? Zhang Fengnian looked towards everyone after he finished speaking. All the disciples were silent to indicate that they had no objections. Well then, since everyone has nothing to say, I officially announce that the second round of examination officially begins. The 5 elders stood in 5 directions and quickly opened a formation. The disciples who participated in the competition, a black fog appeared underneath all of their feet. Everyone got sucked in. This is the underground tower? Lin Yang looked around after entering the underground tower. He was in a place full of darkness, with only a faint light in front of him, and a flight of steps that kept winding downward as if there was no end. Senior brother Lin, why don't I team up with you this time? Behind him, an old acquaintance tapped his shoulder. Gui Zifeng, aren't you afraid that I'll bring you bad luck? Lin Yang shrugged his shoulders and snickered. Senior brother Lin, I want to team up with you too. At this time, a pure and cute-looking female disciple walked over. Lin Yang scratched his head. When had he become so popular? Why do you two want to team up with me? He asked. Senior sister Jiang Jiyan looked at him with a playful smile on her face and said, because you sacrificed yourself for others. I know that in case of danger, you would definitely sacrifice yourself to protect me, right? Lin Yang. You're teaming up with me because you want me to sacrifice my life for yours? What kind of a do-gooder am I? Lin Yang looked at her with a deep gaze and said in a serious tone. I, for one, am an irresponsible man. Jiang Jiyun. Hui Zifeng. Go away. The star pearl fragments will be picked up later. Lin Yang immediately walked down the steps. They both quickly followed. The three quickly descended into the first space. Inside this layer of the tower, it was empty and dark and silent, and the dim light could vaguely see a raised silhouette in the distance. Senior brother Lin, I'm afraid. A strong color of fear surfaced on Jiang Jiyun's dull face as she firmly grasped the corner of Lin Yang's coat. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Yang drew his sword and followed Gui Zifeng step by step towards the outline. It was empty and quiet. The only sounds in the gloom were the footsteps and breathing of the three men. Walk to the silhouette in front of, only then see clearly. It turns out that those silhouettes in front of the eyes, actually all of them are rotting in ash accumulation of coffins. A mouthful of coffins were placed on the ground densely packed, all over the place, and as far as the eye could see, there were countless coffins. The three men instantly felt their scalps go numb, more numb than twine. Lin Yang felt a bit airy and cool as he elbowed Gui Zifeng and said, Senior brother Gui, you're the only one of the three of us with a higher seniority. Go over and open it up to see if there are any star pearl fragments. Gui Zifeng's two legs were slightly trembling and his teeth were high. Senior Lin, I've recently come down with a disease that leaves me with no strength in either hand. Why don't you go open it? Senior brother Gui, you're senior, why don't you go? Senior brother Lin, I can't make my hands work, why don't you go? Jiang Jiyun tugged on both of their clothes and looked at them both. Elder brother, are you too scared? Chapter 21, Why me again? What are you talking about? Gui Zifeng raised his chest in a righteous manner and looked at each other with Lin Yang. Do we both look like the kind of people who are afraid? Jiang Jiyun nodded, like. Lin Yang. Gui Zifeng. Senior sister, if you say that, you're not giving senior brother any face. The two of them looked at me, wide-eyed. Humph. Senior sister you watch, senior brother am I not that kind of person? Gui Zifeng hummed arrogantly, silently bracing himself and gathering courage to walk towards the field of coffins. Flop, flop. His heart was beating so fast that he could clearly hear it within himself in the silence and darkness. Gui Zifeng's palms began to sweat as he walked over to a worn-out coffin, his hands shaking a little. I practice martial arts, how can I be afraid of such demons and devils? Open. Gui Zifeng grabbed the coffin board with one hand and turned his head violently. Bang! The coffin panels were easily lifted, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Yang was startled and took a step back. Jiang Jiyun's face sank, and with a stern face, she twisted her head to look at the figure behind her. Senior brother Lin, what are you hiding behind me for? Are you mistaken, senior sister Jiang? It was clearly you who stood in front of me, when did I back off? Am I that kind of person, senior brother? Yes. Lin Yang touched his nose and snapped as he walked ahead. Gui Zifeng looked at the coffin, it was empty, there was nothing inside, neither demons nor ghosts, nor did anything spiritual happen, it was not as scary as imagined. He bravely lifted the other coffin beside him as well, and it was still empty. 4 or 5 coffins were lifted in quick succession, and they were all empty. And there was a coffin with a fragment of a star pearl inside. I've got the star pearl shard. Gui Zifeng gleefully picked up the pieces of the coffin with a smile on his face. The star pearl fragment was about the size of a palm, emitting an eerie white light and taking on an irregular shape. No way? There are star pearl fragments inside the coffin? Lin Yang was very surprised, he couldn't imagine that the star pearl fragments were actually hidden inside these coffins. The star pearl fragment was then placed in the casket, which means that it goes to whoever gets it first, on a first-come, first-served basis. So there are star pearl fragments inside, then I'll open it too. Lin Yang rushed over with gusto. Jiang Jiyun was not willing to show weakness and quickly rushed to the coffin ground and quickly opened the coffin board. Senior brothers look, I found it too. As soon as Jiang Jiyun opened the coffin board, she really found a piece. Is it so easy to find the star pearl shards? Lin Yang was a little tickled when he saw that both of them had gotten shards. He rubbed his hands together and opened a coffin beside him. Come on, my star pearl shards. He lifted the coffin panel. Suddenly, there was a withered, bloodless old man's dry body lying inside the coffin. The dried-up old man, holding a stick of dry tobacco in his hand, sat up violently, with only holes in his 2 eyes. Hiss! In an instant, a chill surged from the soles of his feet to his head, and the hairs on his body stood on end. Lin Yang's eyes widened and his person went numb. Boy, come all this way, come in and sit down for a smoke. The old man's dry body suddenly spoke. Hello, Moncler, I don't smoke. Excuse me, keep smoking, huh? Bang! Lin Yang glared and put the coffin board back on. He immediately pulled out his legs and ran. Senior brother Gua, senior sister Jiang, you guys quickly. Quickly! Mistletoe, where is the man? Wei Zifeng and Jiang Jiyun were so scared that they had long since fled, their shadows gone. I said I'd team up together, but I can't believe I'm running faster than I am. Boom! That coffin exploded violently, and that dried-up old man popped out of it all of a sudden. It's been a long time since I've seen fresh flesh and blood, old man, I'm craving for it. Come on, young man, lie down in the coffin with me, smoke cigarettes, and we'll be immortal together when we're done. The dry old man's voice was hoarse and low, oozing like a ghost. Lin Yang frowned and drew his long sword. What am I afraid of him for? It's just a dry corpse. After saying that, he swung his sword and charged. Pust! He stabbed his sword through the dry corpse's body and twisted it so hard that the corpse exploded inch by inch like rags. Who's smoking in a coffin with you? Go to hell! He puffed up his aura and the dry corpse immediately exploded into pieces. He was the only one left in the large first-floor tower. Where the old man's coffin had been, another one suddenly appeared. Blowing up one and replenishing another, it just doesn't end. Am I so unlucky? Opening the first coffin and encountering a dryad, no, I have to try again. Lin Yang pondered in his heart for a moment. When you analyze the reason, it should be that you have a bad hand. They both opened the first one and the second one and got pieces. How come my first one was a dry body? He re-entered the coffin field, surrounded by endless coffins. By the ancestors of the Lin family, please give me unlimited luck. Lin Yang prayed aloud in his heart. Soon, he was holding his sword in one hand and pushing the second coffin open with the other. The coffin panel slowly pushed open like a sliding lid, and a scent of rouge wafted out. Come in and play, little brother. An arm, white and bloodless, suddenly grabbed his hand. A white-faced, heavily painted female corpse wearing a variety of headdresses crawled up to look at him. Get out! Lin Yang slashed over with his sword. You're so mean, little brother. Are you shy? It's okay to play outside in the wild. That female corpse was not ugly, it was quite delicate looking. If she had been a living person, she might have been a bit of a handful. Seek death. Lin Yang swept his sword over and immediately decapitated the female corpse. I can't believe it, I'm so unlucky. All coffins open. Lin Yang frowned, fuming. He swept out a sword intent, and the sharp arc split all the coffins in this level of the tower. Bang bang bang. Countless coffin boards flew up in the sky. Who lifted my board? Where's my head? Who saw my head? Who chopped off my dusty sea? I'll kill you. All of a sudden countless dry corpses popped out of the coffins, too many to count by the thousands. Countless dry corpses rushed across the tower like a tidal wave, emitting mournful, strange screams in a rushing fury. Not a single splinter. Examination your ass. You're playing with me. Lin Yang swept a quick glance, all the coffins were blown up, just no star pearl fragments, not a single one. It's not possible that Gui Zifeng and Jiang Jiyun finished taking it, right? All these millions of coffins, and the two of them are so lucky? He doesn't believe it. Get out of my way. Lin Yang was furious and fought to chop out a sword. The harsh and ferocious sword intent swept all the way across, and countless dry corpses exploded. He sprinted out of the way and flew towards the second tower. Past the door of the first tower, those dryads behind you stop in their tracks. And then disappeared without a trace. The ground will grow out of nowhere, countless coffins, very strange. When he got to the second tower, he saw several disciples. Wei Zifeng and Jiang Jiyun were also on the second level. You two are so ungrateful, you said you'd team up together, and you're running faster than me. Lin Yang said angrily. Senior brother Lin, who made you unlucky that the moment you opened it, it was a dry corpse, Gua Zifeng shrugged. Look, there's not a single dry body on the second level, so hurry up and grab it or the shards will be gone. He pointed forward. The coffins on the second level were opened a lot, and a number of disciples got their hands on the pieces. And not a single dry body. Jiang Jian chimed in, yes, senior brother Lin, there are no dry corpses on the second floor, we didn't even see them. A few disciples next to him nodded along. Lin Yang took a look at the coffins, they were all in good condition, indeed there were no traces of a battle. Senior brother Lin, try opening it, was Zifeng advised. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes, so he walked over to the coffin and carefully pushed open the lid. A smoke billowed up the moment the coffin panel opened. Boy, come all this way, come in and sit down for a smoke. The familiar voice sounded again. Lin Yang opened both eyes, it was that old dryad again. This time, the aura on the dryad was much stronger than the first layer, and the fury was extremely strong. Lin Yang couldn't believe his eyes, another open casket. Whiny again. Chapter 22, please don't open it. Doki Peak Square. Several elders leisurely sip their tea while watching the images on the screen. What the hell? All the dryads on the first level have been opened? Who's so fierce? What heavenly slugger did this? Zhang Fengnian was very surprised when he saw the image of the first layer. The dryads on the first level have records of being disappeared on the screen. Daoku stroked his beard, equally puzzled, didn't they all drink the glutinous rice soup? How did they awaken the dry corpses? The glutinous rice soup that was prepared for them before the test contained ingredients to suppress the dried corpses. Zhang Fengnian and several other elders looked at each other and shook their heads, unable to think of any fierce man who had the courage to not drink glutinous rice soup. Dawnguard squinted, his cloudy eyes rolling. It's hard to believe it's that kid. After saying that, he twisted his head to look at the other four elders. In the underground tower. Second layer. Lin Yang fought hard to kill the dried-up old man, and his entire body didn't feel too good. I didn't have any soup this time. How did you get hit again? He scratched the back of his head, completely puzzled as to why he was the unlucky one again this time. Last night, he also gave himself a projection of today's fortune. The deduction showed the best luck today. Opening a coffin and producing a dry body, is this the best of luck that the projections show? Senior Lin, did you not drink the glutinous rice soup? That's when an old acquaintance walked up and asked him. Lin Yang glanced at him, the person coming was senior brother Duan Yonghui. Senior brother Duan, how do you know? Duan Yonghui was shocked for a moment. Senior Lin, I really admire your courage, you actually don't drink glutinous rice soup. That glutinous rice soup, it's used to suppress dry corpses. No wonder you encountered a dryad as soon as you opened it. Lin Yang's eyes widened and his intestines turned green with remorse. Fogweed, there is such a thing. Why didn't anyone tell me? I can't believe that Gu Sheng kid didn't tell me. He must have done it on purpose. I'm sorry Senior Lin, you'd better not open the coffin anymore, otherwise, don't blame me for turning the other cheek. Or else you woke up so many dryads and got us into trouble. Duan Yonghui decisively warns him not to touch the coffin again. The other disciples were also scared and stood on Duan Yonghui's side. Senior Lin, I advise you to better abstain from going out, or don't move the coffin. You don't want to drag us down with you. That is, I think you'd better quit yourself. One disciple after another advised him to withdraw from the examination. Hua Zifeng, Zhang Jian looked at him and also stood on the opposite side to go. What do you mean by that? Lin Yang's gaze flickered as he faintly swept a glance. There's no point, just giving you two choices, Duan Yonghui said coldly, holding his hands. 1. You can follow us, but you can't touch the coffin. 2. You choose to withdraw now and not stay here. After he finished speaking, many followed with nods of approval. Lin Yang staying in this place was the biggest threat to them. If he just opens a few coffins and pops out a few dry corpses, who can stand it? Lin Yang rose with a nameless anger, frowning as a few moments of hostility welled up in his eyes. Since you have to force me, don't blame me for not being polite. His eyes narrowed into a line as he looked at the coffins. Lin Yang, what are you doing? Duan Yonghui and Gui Zifeng and the others, at this time, had an ominous premonition in the underworld. From now on, each person will hand over a star pearl fragment to me, and if they don't. Lin Yang bellowed, chopping open dozens of coffins with a sword, and dozens of dry corpses popped out of them. Lin Yang, you dare! Duan Yonghui's eyes jumped in fear. Lin Yang smiled wryly. Aren't you guys afraid of dryads? Then I'm going to threaten you with a dryad, hand me a shard each, and if I don't get through, you'll all have to stay. Go inform the others for me. I'll be waiting for you at the exit of the 17th floor, and each of you must hand in a piece. With that, he rushed into the coffin field and frantically opened the coffin. Bang bang bang. A coffin board fell down like a rainstorm, and those dry corpses let out a burst of strange shrieks and hissed as they jumped out of the coffins, attacking people on sight. Even after drinking the glutinous rice soup, it couldn't suppress so many dry corpses. The number was greater than that of the locusts in transit, overwhelming and dense. Duan Yonghui, Gui Zifeng, Jiang Jiyun, and the other disciples were all surrounded by dryads. The dry corpses on the second level had a strength comparable to the qi condensation stage, and were not too far off from the outer courtyard disciples. Lin Yang! You're crazy! Stop it! Duan Yonghui roared. Lin Yang paid no attention to his voice and continued to open the coffin. The disciples behind him were all terrified. Lin Yang! I'll kill you! Don't open it again! Senior Lin, I beg you! Senior brother Lin! I know I'm wrong! Don't open it! Lin Yang, relying on the fact that he had a sword intent, hardened himself and killed a way out, flying towards the 3rd floor. Mark my words! I'll be waiting for you at the 17th floor exit. Everyone must hand over a shard to me. Otherwise, I will open the coffin on the 18th floor. After saying that, his figure flew out of view. Plaza's screen. Dryad's stats suddenly exploded, skyrocketing from 0 to over 3k in one fell swoop. No way! Why are there so many dry bodies all of a sudden? What's going on in there? Dawnguard's entire body was blindsided when he saw the exploding numbers. Although glutinous rice soup could suppress dry corpses, it wouldn't work well if there were too many of them. Zhang Fengnian cautiously analyzed and said, it's still the 2nd level, even if there are dry corpses, it's not a big problem, the glutinous rice soup can suppress the dry corpses. What about that Lin Yang kid? He doesn't seem to be drinking, and he's still at the qi condensation stage. Will he be eliminated this round? A few moments of worry quickly welled up on Dao Qiu's face. Looking at this situation, the probability of Lin Yang being able to pass was almost 0. Wu Ziyi and Gu Shang stood at a distance. Let's go, Senior Wu, it seems like the two of us wasted 3 days of training for him for nothing. Gu Shang shrugged with a helpless expression. What do you mean? Wu Ziyi was puzzled. Gu Sheng pointed at the screen. Lin Yang didn't drink the glutinous rice soup and couldn't suppress the dry corpse. See this number, over 3,000 dry bodies out. He'll be damned if he'll get through. Uzi. There was no way. After 3 days of teaching, Lin Yang still fell at the 2nd level. More than 3,000 dry corpses, with his qi condensation stage cultivation, plus not drinking glutinous rice soup, no one would believe he could pass the level even if he was killed. Prime peak. When Hua Woyan saw the data on the screen, she lost her color. More than 3,000 dry corpses actually appeared on the 2nd level. How else could those outer court disciples pass the level? What happened to the underground tower? What kind of strange person woke up so many dryads? Hua Woyan gradually furrowed her eyebrows, inexplicably thinking of Lin Yang in her heart. It can't be that kid, can it? How is that possible, awakening so many dryads? He's having trouble getting through it himself. She shook her head, vetoing the thought in her head. At this moment, the underground tower. The disciples on the 2nd level all ran to the 3rd level in a sorry state, each with a crying voice. The disciples on the 3rd level all had ugly faces as well. Flop, flop. One by one, many people fell to their knees and cried. Don't be like this, Senior Brother Lin. I'll give you the fragments. Senior Brother Lin, raise your hand, I'll give you my fragment. I almost got dragged into smoking by the old man, please stop driving. Senior Lin, please don't open it. Wha? Chapter 23, please shut up. The 2nd round of assessment, gradually coming to an end. One after another, some disciples came out from inside and handed the fragments to the elders to count the number. Elder Shao, you're the one who put in the star pearl fragments, right? How many pieces did you put in? Dokoroku asked, suddenly curious. The number of star pearl fragments determined how many disciples could be promoted. Elder Shao squinted his eyes and thought for a moment, saying, it's a total of 3,000 fragments. $3,000? Dawnguard was slightly surprised to hear that amount. With 3,000 shards, each disciple could only be promoted if they obtained 10 shards. In other words, at most, only 300 disciples could be promoted, and the rest, all eliminated. More than 1,000 people participated in the examination, and in the end, only a quarter of the disciples were able to become outer court disciples. Next to him, the handyman disciple who was responsible for counting the number was already reporting the number. Daryl Chow 9 shards eliminated. Yen Zihong 1 shard eliminated. Jiang Hongmei 3 shards eliminated. Dong Dilu 4 blocks. Disciples continued to walk out from the underground tower, each with an angry expression on their faces. Why do they all look so angry? Is there too much competition in there, so a lot of people are pissed off? The 5 elders exchanged words. Seeing these disciples, all of them filled with anger, they were confused. Gradually, as the list of miscellaneous disciples reported grew longer and longer, the elder realized that something was wrong. How is it that after reading for most of the day, there is not a single one who has collected 10 shards to advance? Zhang Fengnian felt strange. This list had been read out for a long time, but actually none of the disciples had advanced. Strange. Don't worry, it's possible to report from less to more? Elder Shao squinted and comforted him. Zhang Fengnian then patiently sat there and continued to listen. Guomening 9 blocks eliminated. Panyali 8 blocks eliminated. Jiang Zifei 5 blocks eliminated. Lai Hong 2. Time passes by. Almost half of the names on the list were read, and surprisingly none of them advanced. Is this a ghost? How come there isn't a single disciple who has advanced? What's going on with this session of the test? Elder Shao, are you sure you put in 3,000 shards? Zhang Fengnian couldn't help but question. Elder Shao spread his hands with an innocent face. I did put 3,000 pieces of debris. Then how come so many disciples were eliminated? Daojiu couldn't hold back either. How come none of them advanced and all of them were eliminated? It doesn't make sense. At this moment, the white-haired elderly Yentu calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip without any hesitation, saying, "Don't rush, maybe the surprise is yet to come? You old fellows, don't you understand the truth that you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry? You're a big old man, and you're still so fidgety and can't sink your teeth into things. Can you guys be as mature as I am?" Among the 5 elders, Li Yentu was the oldest. He admonished the 4 of them in his old age. Dao Qiu, Xiao Yucheng, Zhang Fengnian, and Yen Wugui were dumbfounded. Elder Li is right, there are still a lot of people, maybe the disciples who advanced are in the back, Xiao Yucheng spoke up. Off stage. The miscellaneous disciples who were responsible for counting and recording and declaring the reports continued. Shen Meijun 8 blocks eliminated. Wang Zixuan 6 blocks eliminated. Li Zihan 4 blocks eliminated. Dong Dong 5 blocks eliminated. Jiying Lu 4 blocks eliminated. The names on the catalog were getting longer and longer, and with over 1,000 people, over 900 names had been reported. Still elimination, elimination, elimination. Xiao Yucheng, Zhang Fengnian, Dao Qiu, and Yen Wugui looked at Li Yentu in unison at this time. Li Yentu's old face reddened in embarrassment. That's a lot to sit through. More than 1,000 people went in, and that's more than 900, almost 1,000 names that have been reported, and all you hear is still elimination. It's not right, how could it be? The wrinkles on Li Yentu's face squeezed together as he finally realized something was wrong. Where did the star pearl shards go? 3,000 star pearl fragments, no matter how you count it, there are 1, 2, or even 300 disciples advancing. He stood up and walked on with a face full of anxiety. The other 4 followed suit and walked over to check out that catalog. Upon reading the catalog, the 5 seniors nearly fainted from heart attacks. 1,200 disciples, from top to bottom, left to right, all with the word elimination. How did this happen? How did this happen? Yen Wugui looked at the catalog, dumbfounded, muttering, his entire being dumbfounded. This is the worst class of disciples I've ever led. There's actually not a single advancement, it's all a bunch of pigs. Yen Wugui covered his head, and was about to die of anger. Dawnguard flipped through the catalog, and there was an open spot on the list with 1 person missing. There's 1 more person who didn't come out. He skimmed through it quickly. Why Lin Yang again? Elder, you got it right, not bad, it's me again. At that moment, a familiar voice came from behind him. The 5 men looked back. Lin Yang returned with a sack behind his back. The other disciples were either empty-handed or carrying a few fragments. He was actually carrying a sack full of them. The moment he appeared, the fierce, angry, and hateful gazes of the more than 1,000 disciples in the room all fell on him. One had a fierce look in his eyes, as if he wanted to rush over and kill him. Lin Yang, relying on the fact that he hadn't drunk any soup and was prone to awakening the dryads, had just locked the exit of the 17th floor. Forced them to give up a shard. Many people were not convinced, and as a result he opened the coffin with impunity. The wave of disciples who had taken the test almost didn't get massacred. Each of these men was frightened, so they handed over the pieces in their hands to him. He easily collected a sack of star pearl fragments. "What is this?" Dawnguard asked suspiciously as he looked at his trouble. Zheng Fingyan raised both eyebrows. "Lin Yang, you're not trying to bribe our 5 elders, are you? It's a felony to bribe an elder in this public place." Lin Yang touched his nose with a thieving smile on his face. "Of course not. Elders, what do you see here?" He opened the sack and inside were over 2,000 glowing pieces. The 5 elders' eyes widened immediately, and a mouthful of cool air was sucked into their lungs, almost not choking to death. This. Zhang Fingyan had a tearless expression on his face. Lin Yang looked at Dao Qiu and hemmed and hawed. "Elder, don't you think I'm useless? Are you surprised by my sack of splinters?" Dao Wei. He had collected over 2,000 shards by himself, and all the other disciples were eliminated. It was the first time since the creation of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. What a ing surprise! You've broken the record. I'm so surprised you eliminated all the other disciples. The look on Dawnguard's face was on the verge of tears. The 4 people, Zheng Fingyan, Xiao Yucheng, Yan Wugui, and Li Yantu, stared angrily at Dao Qiu, itching to strangle him. The disciples under the 4 of them were all eliminated. How can the 4 elders lose face? Li Yantu waved his big sleeve in anger. "Dao Seek, your disciples are well taught." Dao begged his face, "I didn't teach. On behalf of our elders, I thank Elderly for his compliments." Lin Yang begged for a response for Dao with a proud face. As soon as they finished speaking, intense hatred and killing intent flowed from the 4 of their faces. Dawnguard panicked. "Please shut up. Plus the 4 of them had to strangle me." Chapter 24, Cutting Him Down. The disciples in the square were abuzz. One by one, they ran over to their own elders to cry. "Elder Zhang, you must do justice to the disciple." "Elder Xiao, I was robbed of my shards by this Lin Yang brat, and it's your face that I've lost by being eliminated." "Elder Li." Over 1,000 disciples all cried and ran over to each find their own elder. This side of Dokyu Peak is no better, and there are quite a few disciples who are looking for Dao Qiu to complain. "Good, Dao Seeker, this disciple of yours is really something." Li Yantu caught fire and angrily walked over to reprimand, begging. He actually forcibly snatched the fragments of other disciples. "May I ask, what's the difference between this kind of banditry and banditry? Dao begs me to see that you are also a decent person. How could you teach such a bandit disciple?" He glared indignantly at Lin Yang. "Dao begs, you must give us a statement today. Look what your disciple has done. This examination, only your disciples were promoted and all of our disciples were eliminated. Are you satisfied?" Zheng Fingyan, Xiao Yucheng, and Yan Wugui also turned on him. "Outrageous. It's too much." More than 1,000 disciples competed, but only Lin Yang, the bandit, actually passed. Lin Yang did not have the slightest hint of guilt on his face, and his reasoning was not straight and strong. With his head held high, he bellowed, "What are the 4 elders talking about? To actually call me a bandit? I'm a disciple of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. If I'm a bandit, then this Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, wouldn't it be a bandit den?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the room exploded. "Bold! How dare you denigrate the sect?" Li Yantu rebuked him angrily, his eyes churning with rage as he said, "It was clearly you who snatched the fragments from the other disciples, and not only did you not reflect on your own mistakes, but instead, you were mendacious with me, and denigrated this sect as a bandit's den. Speak for yourself, what is your crime?" The examination is supposed to be about the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing their abilities, with the strong advancing and the weak eliminated. One's own disciples are not as skilled as others and they are still making excuses. Ridiculous. Lin Yang was not willing to show weakness and said angrily, "The test is supposed to be spoken by each according to their abilities. Your disciples can't compare to me and you're blaming me instead. How ridiculous. Which one of you is not convinced? Call out your disciples for a single fight." Lin Yang was overbearing and refused to bow down in the slightest. "I was trying to stay out of the limelight, but you guys are treating me like a soft target. I, Lin Yang, no matter how meticulous I am not the one to hold back my anger. If you want to blame it on your disciples' incompetence, it has nothing to do with me." He narrowed his eyes, the slightest hint of murder in them. Li Yantu was furious and looked at Dao Qiu, drinking. "Look at this is the good disciple you've taught. To make a mistake and still not admit it, daring to provoke the elders. What's the use of keeping such a rebellious disciple who doesn't know how to honor and respect his elders and children, and who knows he's wrong and doesn't change? Dao Chou panicked and hurriedly persuaded Lin Yang, "Don't be annoyed with the elders. Quickly apologize to the 4 elders, then send the fragments to the other disciples and let this matter go." Lin Yang's gaze was stern, and no matter how he was persuaded, he was not moved in the slightest. "I still say I grabbed the stuff. Which one of you doesn't want to fight me one-on-one? Win it back, lose it and get lost." The 4 people, Zhang Fingnian, Xiao Yucheng, Yan Wugui, and Li Yantu, were so angry that their faces turned purple when they heard these words. Adversary. This kind of person was simply a traitor to the Jade Dragon sacred sect. "Lin Yang, I'll fight you one-on-one." At that moment, Duan Yanghui came flying out of the crowd. He had also just been extorted a few shards by Lin Yang in the underground tower and hated Lin Yang with a passion. Duan Yanghui was a disciple of Li Yantu. Li Yantu felt very relieved to see that Duan Yanghui had the guts to fight him one-on-one. "Go, behead this ungrateful rebel." Elder. The crowd dispersed quickly. Duan Yanghui and Lin Yang stood in the middle of the field, swords drawn. Lin Yang crossed his sword, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. "I've been here in the Jade Dragon sacred sect for 15 years, and I haven't challenged anyone yet. You have the honor of being the first opponent I have ever, in my entire life, defeated." Duan Yanghui smiled disdainfully. He had been an outer court disciple for the past 15 years. Just a loser who couldn't get promoted for 15 years. The fact that he has the audacity to make such a big statement just makes people laugh. "Lin Yang, you punk. Who doesn't know that you've been at the chi condensation stage for 15 years? In the underground tower, I was afraid of the dryads before I gave you the shard. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Mindful of being a fellow disciple, I'll slash you to death one by one." After saying that, Duan Yanghui erupted with the aura of the spirit rising stage. He gripped a narrow ox-tailed blade and executed a yellow rank technique, his spiritual chi whirring loudly like a hurricane around him. Gale chop! He let out a violent shout and slashed his sword. All of them had smiles on their faces, and there were a few more moments of mockery towards Lin Yang inside their eyes. With this waste of a man who couldn't be promoted for 15 years, I'm afraid that this knife could cut him into a disabled person. Whoosh! Suddenly, Lin Yang's figure flickered away. He placed his sword at his waist and flicked the long sword with his thumb, unsheathing it instantly with his other hand. The sword came out like electricity. In a flash of lightning, his sword was back in its sheath. The expression on Duan Yanghui's face froze, his figure fixed, a gurgling sound coming from his throat, bright red blood stuck in his throat, gradually overflowing out of the corner of his mouth. Why? He glanced back shakily. Puff! Then he fell to the ground and died. Elder brother Duan is dead. There were sounds of surprise from the crowd. Everyone was stunned. The several elders were all dumbstruck, especially Li Yantu. The shock in his heart was incomparable. Lin Yang. Isn't he a loser? For 15 years, it had been stuck at the chi condensation stage, unable to ascend. How could you kill Duan Yanghui with one sword? The square was in an uproar. Lin Yang stood behind Duan Yanghui, his face an icy color, ancient. It must have been senior brother Duan's carelessness. We, Jade Rufone, must not wimp out. A few more disciples came out under Li Yantu. Everyone knows that there is no reprieve from this situation now. Dao Chou also understood in his heart that it was completely impossible for them to let Lin Yang go. Between Dokyu Peak and their 4 peaks, especially Li Yantu's Jade Ru Peak, it was already a situation of tearing their faces apart. Everyone was an elder and was willing to speak for their disciples. Having reached this situation, Dongard's mind was liberalized. He walked behind Lin Yang and gave him a wink. Kid, watch your ass. Lin Yang understood, and seeing that Elder Dao Sik was willing to stand up for himself, his heart gained a few more points of confidence. Madaka! He drew his long sword and pointed at the disciples of the 4 peaks opposite him with an arrogant gesture. Come on. Come as many of you as you want. I, Lin Yang, take it all. How shall I deal with those in the world who slander me, deceive me, humiliate me, laugh at me, belittle me, malign me, or cheat me? Ship him. Chapter 25, Is it against the law to be arrogant? Lin Yang only moved forward, his long sword pointing across the room with a murderous aura. More than 1,000 disciples surged over like a tidal wave, and the 4 of them, Li Yantu, Zheng Fingnian, Xiao Yucheng, and Yan Wugui, did not stop them in the slightest, but instead gave their own disciples a pep talk. A punk, how dare you speak out of turn? Do you think you can defeat everyone by killing Duan Yanghui? Ignorance. Arrogance. All disciples listened to the order, kill this Fong. Li Yintu narrowed his eyes and roared in anger. Drink! More than 1,000 disciples roared at the sky, each drawing their swords and rushing up around Lin Yang. Lin Yang stepped out, his clothes inspired, and his overpowering sword intent surged like a tide. Bunch of trash! Off! Whoosh! He swung out his sword, and the arc formed by his sword intent was like a tidal line in the sea, swinging and scattering with an astonishing and matchless momentum. Stop! Just then, 2 figures flew in the sky. Flowers without words, Zodiozi. This kid is crazy. Actually using sword intent. Flower Woyan was startled and immediately waved his long sleeve as a vast and majestic heavenly emperor's chi swept down. In an instant, that sword intent was blocked by the breath. Boom! The sharp sword intent chopped on this breath, instantly collapsed and exploded, strong waves of wind, whistling roaming. The 1,000 or so disciples were shaken by the scattered impact breath, causing their chi and blood to tumble, and each of them staggered and almost fell. Lin Yang glanced at him in surprise. Hua Woyan had actually dissolved his sword intent. Worthy of the heavenly emperor realm. Hua Woyan's pupils shrunk, and his heart was likewise very much amazed. Although Lin Yang was at the chi condensation stage, the chi in his body was clearly at the Shin Dao stage. Chopping out this sword with a cultivation level of the divine Dao stage actually managed to shatter his heavenly emperor's chi. It was evident that his sword intent was ridiculously strong. In time, if he breaks through another realm or two, I'm afraid she'll have to be afraid. What are you guys doing? I let you guys take the test, and you're actually fighting. Zhou Daozi reprimanded angrily. Hua Woyan landed on the ground with a very serious expression and said, 5 elders, I asked you to monitor the work of the assessment, but you let the disciples fight instead. What's going on? Li Yintu walked up and spoke, Emperor Ancestor, this is all Lin Yang's fault. How? Emperor Ancestor, this brat inside the underground tower didn't go to collect the star pearl fragments himself, but instead forcibly plundered the fragments of other disciples, causing the other disciples, none of them, to be able to advance. Li Yintu backtracked and shifted the blame to Lin Yang first. So he pulled out the catalogue. Emperor Ancestor, sect leader, look, in today's examination, not a single one advanced, the fragments were all snatched away by Lin Yang. You guys, what's the difference between this and a bandit? He was still not convinced when I said he was, and he was stubborn with me, even mouthing off about going one-on-one with the others. You guys say, this kind of bad disciple, what's the use of my Jade Dragon Sacred Sect keeping him? I suggest that this person be expelled from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Zhang Fengyan, Xia Yucheng, and Yen Wugui all followed suit and seconded the motion. There were accusations against Lin Yang. Lin Yang, is this true? Hua Woyan asked. Yes. Lin Yang didn't hide anything as he pointed to the marijuana bag on the ground. I have all the pieces, I grabbed them all. Hua Woyan looked at it and was almost amused. So many disciples, and they were actually all robbed by him. I have no defense, he exclaimed with his head held high. In this world, it's meant to be a world where martial arts are honored, where cowardice is strong, and they were robbed by me because they are incapable of doing so. Blaming me for your own lack of ability is ridiculous. You're strong-arming me. Xiao Yucheng angrily roared, Emperor Ancestor, look at him, he still dares to be sophomoric, he's really too arrogant. Is arrogance against the law? Lin Yang was not willing to show weakness and rebuked loudly. You tell me, which law has arrogance broken? You. Xiao Yucheng was so angry that he blew his beard and eyes out, clenching his old fists tightly. That's enough, stop it. Zhou Daozi's aura was like a rainbow as he bellowed. Emperor Ancestor, you see? Hua Woyan looked at it lightly, his face without the slightest emotion, cold as an iceberg. Lin Yang is right. When she spoke, the room fell silent. This world is all about survival of the fittest and elimination of the weak, and you guys were robbed by him because you're not very good at what you do. Instead of thinking about your own shortcomings, you blame him, shameful. And you 4 elders. She slightly furrowed her eyebrows, and there was a bit of anger in her eyes. The 4 immediately lowered their heads. At your great age, don't you understand that cowardice is strong? Your disciples are not as skillful as they should be, and you're blaming others? The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect wants strong people. The weak should be eliminated. A loss is a loss. Don't complain. Hua Woyan's aura was overbearing, and the 4 elders all lowered their heads and did not say a word. The first place winner this time, Lin Yang. The person who advances in this examination, Lin Yang. Anyone else have an opinion? In the square, everyone was silent. The Emperor Ancestor had named Lin Yang, who would dare to object. This old woman is quite reasonable and deserves to be beautiful and kind. Well, the more I look at it, the better it looks, and it doesn't look like an old woman, it looks like an 18-year-old girl. Lin Yang squinted at Hua Wuyan. The mind's impression of her changed dramatically. A flash of floating light swept across Hua Wuyan's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel a little funny in his heart. A beautiful person with a good heart? An 18-year-old girl? You boy greaseball, really? Very discerning. Hua Wuyan said indifferently, given that the circumstances of this examination are somewhat unique, I will give you all a chance. Each elder, each recommending 50 disciples for advancement spots to come up and hand them over to the inner academy. Li Yintu held his breath. But since Emperor Ancestor had said so, he had no choice but to take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, to tear it up any further would be not giving face to Emperor Ancestor. He viciously gouged out Lin Yang and said, "Fine, as Emperor Ancestor commands." "I agree. I agree. I agree." The other three followed and agreed to her terms. This time, because of Lin Yang, there was a small problem with the examination, and Hua Wuyan gave them 50 places per peak as a remedy. It's a good way to give them face. Break it all up. Lin Yang, pack up your things and move to Xianzhou Peak in the inner courtyard tomorrow and look for Elder Jin Guangman. Zhou Daozi commanded loudly. Yes. Lin Yang put away his sword. Hua Wuyan gave him a deep look before turning around and flying towards Prime Peak. Elder, thank you for teaching me for 15 years, tomorrow I am going to. Okay, you kid hurry up. Dawnguard waved his hand impatiently, not wanting to see him. By the way, before you go, I have a question for you. Elder, feel free to ask, I will know everything. How come there are fewer and fewer chickens raised in the back of Dokyu Peak? Ha? Is there such a thing? I didn't even know. You kids are still trying to play dumb with me. Pay me back. Dawnguard frowned as he grabbed him. Elder, it's none of my business. Those chickens flew into my yard by themselves. Nonsense. Why doesn't it fly into my yard? Because I'm young, of course the chickens like me and not you. Chapter 26 Sky Spectre Emperor Dragon Zune. The next day. Dokyu Peak. Where's my chicken? Lin Yang, you brat. Get your ass back here and die. Dawnguard, cloaked and dressed in a robe, was so angry that his entire body was freaking out. I went to the back of the hill early in the morning to feed the chickens, and when I got to the coop, the chicken is gone. The coop was clean, not even a hair left behind. Xianzhou Peak. Lin Yang in his own yard set up a fireplace, 2 chickens placed on the fireplace, roasted moist smoke, fragrant. Finish the grilled chicken, wipe your mouth, and come back to the scene for more destruction. A few days later. The inner house costumes were handed out, and the rewards were given out along with them. Various elixirs, plus 10,000 bonus points. 10,000 points, you can go to the martial arts pavilion and take a look. Lin Yang took the scoreboard and rushed to the martial arts pavilion in the inner courtyard. The martial arts pavilion was also on Xianzhou Peak, so there was no need to walk very far. In the martial arts pavilion, the rows of bookshelves were densely packed. The bookshelves were filled with a wide array of books on feats, too many to count, from the yellow rank all the way to the heavenly rank. There are 7 grades: God, Saint, Emperor, Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow. Within the Jade Dragon Sacred Sex Inner Court Martial Skills Pavilion, the highest technique was only of the heavenly rank. Of course there were also higher Emperor rank techniques, but the Emperor rank techniques were the only ones that Hua Wuyan had. 9 waves of the Great River, Fiery Chop, Cloud Red Kung Fu. He walked through the dense shelves, quickly skimming through the titles of the books on feats. Suddenly, a local rank technique caught his attention. He drew out the dusty book with 3 big words written on the cover: Cloud Smoke 13 Swords. Cloud Smoke 13 Swords, what a strange name. Lin Yang felt a little strange when he saw this name. One must know that the other feats were either called Hegemony Fist or Heaven and Earth Sword, and each of them had acquired a domineering name. The only thing that was not domineering at all was this Gongfu. Curious, he flipped it open. All the people in the world, all the things in the world, are all scattered as clouds and smoke. Beauty is like jade and the sword is like a rainbow, but in the end it is nothing but a piece of yellow earth. He was almost dissuaded from doing so when he saw the introduction on the title page. If it's written so elegantly, it's either a master pretender or a true master. I'll look at the back again. Lin Yang flipped straight to the back. The back of the 13 Swords of Cloud and Smoke is very tedious and lengthy as it adds a lot of descriptions in addition to drawing out the swordsmanship. Lin Yang frowned, remembering the 9 articles of the Great Tao. The 9 Psalms of the Way are also elegantly and lengthily written. It seems that this person who wrote the Cloud Smoke 13 Swords is an expert without a doubt. It's just you. He patted the dust on it and brought it straight to his body. Spinning around a few times, he picked out 2 more swordsmanship books. A copy of Peeping Sword, a copy of Sword Entanglement. The 3 feats cost more than 9,000 points. With a little bit of points left over, he stopped by the Dan Pill Hall and exchanged it for some pills to take with him. Taking the 3 feats, Lin Yang headed to the cultivation room. Cultivation room, 1 room per disciple. Each room was built using incredibly hard boulders, and no one under the Heavenly Emperor realm could break these stones. Wide room. Lin Yang flipped open the 13 Swords of Cloud and Smoke, drew his longsword, and began practicing, while using the chapter of easy numbers to match the deduction and simulate the movements of each sword strike. In the cultivation room, the sound of swords whistled. One intense repetition of the exercise, drenched in sweat, the whole person is almost exhausted. He touched the sweat in front of his eyes and, bare-chested, continued practicing until he was exhausted. The cultivation room is indistinguishable from day to night. He rests when he's tired, and when he wakes up, he continues practicing to the death. Every sword, every move, must be practiced to the point of perfect subtlety. The sword came out like a dragon, and the sword whistled like a wind. Cloud Smoke 13 Swords, truly the very best of the Earth-ranked techniques. The moment the sword comes out of its sheath, it is swung and chopped 13 times in a row, and then quickly sheathed again. The more Lin Yang practiced, the more he marveled at the profoundness of this gongfu. Cloud Smoke 13 Swords, chop. Whoosh! He flicked his sword out of its sheath, and in the blink of an eye, 13 sword lights flew past like lightning. Bang bang bang! A superimposed sword mark was chopped out on the wall of the cultivation room. What happens if I add my sword intent? Lin Yang suddenly thought of fusing his sword intent into it. Say practice. He immediately condensed his sword intent and poured it into the long sword, flexing his fingers to flick the sword. Boom! This time, it went straight through half the wall. Even these rocks chopped through half of them. If I could raise another realm, I'm afraid I could cut through the walls here. Lin Yang looked at the marks on the wall and confidently muttered to himself. Immediately after that, he began practicing the Peeping Sky Sword. Time is running out. A few days later. Jade Yao Koan sect. The 10 heavenly sons and daughters, led by Ji Shang, stood in front of a cliff face with thousands of disciples behind them in solemnity. The elders, the sect masters, stood there one by one with serious expressions. Rumble. Below the cliff, the door to a stone room suddenly moved, and a majestic and domineering aura emanated from within. A gust of wind blew out, and the clothes of the people outside flew about, so that they couldn't even stand up. Hana Woin. The old man is also out of the gate, ha 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 ha. The wild and domineering laughter was as deafening as the thunder rolling from the sky. Boom! Suddenly, a figure darted out of the stone room and shot out. Greetings to the beginning ancestor. Greetings to the beginning ancestor. Greetings to the beginning ancestor. Thousands of disciples knelt down in unison, bending their heads and lowering their eyebrows in loud congratulations. A wave of sound rushed up to the clouds and rolled back. Jade Yao Koan Clan Patriarch Heavenly Spectre Emperor Dragon Zun. Dragon Zun wore a basalt-colored robe, a head of loose white hair and long beard. His gaze was awe-inspiring as if he was a god. Between one breath and one inhale, the fury was intense, and the whole person had a majestic aura. If I had known that shutting down was useless, I would have shut down the hell out of it. I'm sure that Flower Woin and the others regret closing their doors, right? With a grip out of thin air, Long Zun held a flaming, 5-foot-long black sword in his hand. Flower Woyen, you, how dare you chop off my divine sense? Let me see how far you've grown in these 1,000 years. With that, he stood in the air, his shirt bulging and his long hair flying. Holding the greatsword with both hands, he slashed down towards the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Whoosh! A black light cut through the miles of cloudy sky, the blade swept through and the clouds tore apart and scattered into swimmers. Wherever the blade passed, clouds and smoke were extinguished, carrying the appalling momentum of destroying heaven and earth. As if the god and Buddha were furious, converging on the sky with a strike, the blade descended from the sky and was unstoppable. Prime Peak. Hua Woyan sat quietly in the hall, closing his eyes and concentrating. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow. An intense murderous aura came from across the room, and a black arc was drawn across the sky. It's the Yu Yao Koan sect again. She leapt up, drew her long sword, and flew above the roof, overlooking the mountains and rivers. Dragon Loach, I think you're itching for death, aren't you? With that, she swung her sword. The snow-white sword light was as fast as lightning, bringing up a blistering wind as it crashed into it blatantly. Boom! An unparalleled collision triggered a violent explosion, and the strong shockwave broke all the big trees in the mountains, rolling up the wind and sand in the sky, and smoke and dust rolled. The disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect all had horrified looks on their faces. Gu Shang, Wu Ziyi, these heavenly sons and heavenly maidens, were all tense. What a scary killing aura! Lin Yang had just come out of the cultivation room just in time to be swept by a gust of wind. He looked around to see no one around him and got an itchy hand. It's not polite to come and go. I'll give it a try, little master. He infused all of his sword intent and slashed his sword towards Yu Yao Kuan's zone. The formless and faceless sword intent was not detected by anyone else except for Hua Wuyan, who was able to detect it. That Lin Yang kid. Hua Wuyan looked over towards Xinjiao Peak. The strong sword intent, coupled with the enhancement of the gongfu, even penetrated the clouds and chopped out tens of thousands of miles away. Jade Yao Kuan sat. Long Zun landed on the ground and was about to turn around and go back, when he suddenly felt a strong sword intent behind him, carrying a murderous aura. Ha! When did that smelly change to a sword cultivator? What a strong sword intent! He narrowed his eyes and swung his sword over with a lettered hand. That sword intent was shattered by a slash. I have to admit, this stinking really does have outstanding talent, actually able to comprehend such a strong sword intent. Only this sword, it seems like it didn't use its full strength. Could it be that you're testing me? Chapter 27, When Things Go Wrong, There's a Demon. A few days later, the entire eastern continent continued to hear the news of the originators of the great sects coming out of the gate. Jade Yao Kuan sect, inside a secret room. The Dragon Father sat in his chair, big and imposing. On the opposite side, a person wrapped in a black robe had his head lowered, followed by two black-robed men with their faces covered in black scarves, revealing only a pair of eyes. Dragon Emperor, the resources of the Earth Elemental continent are becoming less and less. To break through the Heavenly Emperor realm and become a Sage realm, it's an almost impossible task. The seated man in black spoke. His voice was low and husky, and a slight chill emanated from him. I know. Dragon Father said carelessly. Right now, all the Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses in the entire eastern continent are probably aware of it. After all, everyone has been in seclusion for so long. That smelly from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect was the first to come out of the gate. She probably realized this before we did. The eastern continent has given birth to countless great heroes before, but resources are limited, and the further back you go, the more scarce they become. So much so that by the time we reach our generation, there are no longer enough resources to use to enhance the breakthrough. The man in black nodded non-committally, and the pair of eyes in his eyes were eerily white. The hand stretched out from the sleeve robe, and on the 5 fingers, there were actually long fingernails, as appalling as a zombie. He raised his finger, and a man in black behind him saw this and immediately stepped forward. Dragon Emperor, this is Mud Bodhisattva. In terms of deduction ability, he is number 1 in the eastern continent, and even the entire Earth Element continent. The man in black nodded at Dragon Father without making a sound. Long Zun glanced at it and said, since Master's deduction ability is top-notch, can you give me a deduction on whether our cooperation will be successful? The black-robed man named Mud Buddha was silent. With that, he raised his hands and a golden curtain of light appeared in front of him, a Taiji Bagua pattern suspended in the air. His mouth recited words, and the golden octagram began to rotate rapidly, the 8 directions of the trigrams constantly changing. Soon the pattern stood still. The clay bodhisattva said in a deep voice, the dragon is in the east, the emperor has a phase, and opens the mountain to open up the easy. He mouthed the words. Long Zun impatiently waved his big hand and asked him directly, Master, please speak plainly, there's no need to be secretive. The clay bodhisattva was silent for a moment, and those dead-like eyes, staring at the pattern, said, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect will be the most difficult point to conquer in this great game of chess. However, if we start elsewhere and end up attacking the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, then the dawn is in sight. The man in black narrowed his eyes and smiled. The Dragon Zun's eyes also flooded with a few moments of joy when he heard the clay bodhisattva's projection. Master Mudblood, your deduction is so accurate. That stinking flower Woyin chopped out a sword a few days ago, and it actually had a very strong sword intent, so it's evident that her cultivation is even stronger than before. In the entire Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, the most difficult one to deal with is Flower Woyin. The man in black wiggled his fingers in a relaxed and casual manner and said, that's why we need to cooperate, our Dragon Emperor. The resources in the eastern continent are getting less and less, only by exterminating all the other sects and concentrating all the resources. Dragon Emperor, will you have any hope of breaking through to the Sage Realm? You're right, ha 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 ha. The Dragon Father, and he locked eyes and tilted his head with a smile. The bright laughter echoed in the chamber, only the clay bodhisattva stared at the suspended 8 trigrams pattern without the slightest smile on his face. Soon the conversation ended. The man in black and his entourage and the clay bodhisattva actually disappeared in place into the dark night. Long Zun left the secret room and went to the main hall to gather all the elders and sect masters for the night. Go to the forbidden area in the back of the mountain and carry out the corpses of the successive emperorless realms sect masters. Patriarch, what do you want? Obscene god technique. The Dragon Father frowned, his eyes bursting with a harsh and ferocious light. The sect leader and elders were all shocked when they heard the 3 words obscene divine art. Half a month later. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Master. A few blood-covered disciples gritted their teeth and dashed towards Xinjiao Peak. In the great hall, Zhou Daozi immediately walked out when he heard the commotion. How did you do this? Those 3 disciples covered in blood were actually the Heavenly Son and the Heavenly Daughter. Xiao Tianya, Bajiron, and Baihaner, who was carrying dual swords. Bajiron's clothes were soaked with blood, Xiao Tianya was also drenched in blood, and although Baihaner wasn't injured, she was also in a sorry state. Sect leader, on our way to the Jade Dragon Vein at the head of the inner courtyard disciples, we were ambushed by the disciples of the Yuyao Kuan sect. More than a dozen disciples, only 3 of us came back, Baihaner said as she wiped her tears. Zhou Daozi was shocked and instantly enraged. Even the Heavenly Son and Heavenly Maiden were injured like this. It seemed that on the side of the Jade Yao Kuan sect, they had at least deployed a very strong battle force. You guys go rest first, I'll go report to Emperor Ancestor. After saying that, he immediately flew towards Prime Peak. Hearing the news, Hua Wuyan's eagle brows tightened. The Jade Dragon Vein was just a small mine, and there wasn't anything of value, so why would the Jade Yao Kuan sect send out their top-notch fighting force to ambush the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect over there? When things go wrong, they go wrong. She whispered, you call Ni Daocheng, Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, and Lin Yang over here, I'll go over there and take a look. Emperor Ancestor, what are you calling that Lin Yang kid for? That boy is slippery and spooky. Yes. Zhou Daozi hesitated, so he hurried on. Ni Daocheng, Yuan Jiao, and Gu Shang, the 3 of them were in the top 3 of the Heavenly Sons, and the 3rd echelon of combatants after Hua Wuyin and Zhou Daozi. With the 3 of them joining forces, along with Lin Yang, who possessed the sword intent, there shouldn't be much of a problem dealing with the disciples on the side of the Yuyao Kuan sect. Hua Wuyan was calculating in his mind. Soon, the first 3 men of the Son of Heaven came. Ni Daocheng had a robust physique, a long shirt, and his body carried its own strong murderous aura. Yuan Jutsu had a more civilized look and a cold mountain-like appearance. Gu Sheng had a smile on his face, and his fair face and looks made people feel inferior just by looking at his looks. Emperor Ancestor. The 3 of them bowed their heads toward Hanawui. Aha! Hua Wuyan carried his hands behind his back, still waiting for Lin Yang. Why isn't that kid here yet? She glanced towards Xinjiao Peak, not seeing Lin Yang in the slightest. Zhou Daozi quickly returned with a face full of anger. Emperor Ancestor, that kid refused to come, saying that he would only come if he brought along the dragon from the eastern prison and the 7 ghostly elves from the western prison. Yes, I promise him to come over. Emperor Ancestor, this is too unorthodox, isn't it? Zhou Daozi felt strange and even angry. People's sons of heaven are here, and he's actually posing and making demands. It's okay, go ahead. Hua Wuyan waved his hand. Zhou Daozi's lips moved, wanting to speak, so he returned to Xinjiao Peak. Which one is Lin Yang? Could it be that he's even stronger than us? Actually posing as a spectator, interesting. Waji clasped his hands in displeasure. Being in the top 3 of the Heavenly Sons and the 3rd echelon of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's battle power, none of them dared to pose in front of Emperor Ancestor. An ordinary disciple of the district, it's just as well that he doesn't come, but he dares to make demands. Senior brother Yuan, that inner courtyard disciple, I taught him for 3 days, you guys saw him last time, Gu Shang said from the side. Ni Daocheng, Yuan Jiao and the 2 of them glanced at him obliquely, remembering Lin Yang's appearance. Lin Yang had lived in Overlord Peak for 3 days and had met him before. That trash who's stuck at the chi condensation stage and hasn't progressed in 15 years? I thought it was someone else, Yuan Jiao said with a look of contempt. Ni Daocheng said in a cold voice, I don't know what Emperor Ancestor is thinking, what's the use of bringing that kind of trash over there? It might even require us to protect him. Hearing their voices, Hua Wuyan immediately killed them with a glare. The three were immediately honest, not daring to say anything. Emperor Ancestor, sorry for being late. A voice came from the distance. Lin Yang flew over. Behind him followed a human-sized dragon and 7 ghostly elves dancing with guns and sticks. The 3 people, Ni Daocheng, Yuanjiao, and Gu Shang, couldn't help but have their eyes popping when they saw this dragon and the 7 ghostly elves. This kid, how did he get mixed up with them? Chapter 28, Your Mom Lied to You. The two of them, Ni Daocheng and Yuanjiao, displayed extremely disdainful expressions. A disciple of the inner courtyard was worthy of being on a mission with himself? Senior Lin, why are you still raising poultry and starting a side business? Gu Shang walked up, a smile piled on his face. How much did you pay for your 4-legged snake? Those 7 gorillas, they look good too. The old dragon was on fire when he heard the word 4-legged snake. Boy, it looks like you haven't taken a beating from my old man. Look closely, I'm a dragon. Not a 4-legged snake. I have 2 horns on my head and a tail behind me. Gu Shang laughed and said, I know, just kidding you. Okay, all follow me. Hua Wuyan glanced at it faintly. Using a flowing sheet of feathers, he flew them towards the jade dragon vein. A few of you should hide in my storage ring first, and check out the situation at the scene. Lin Yang opened his storage ring, intending to have the old dragon and the 7 elves hide in it. Why? Augury danced his iron rod with great displeasure. It's so hard to go out and have fun, and then you have to hide it. You guys are my bottom line, got it? Lin Yang rolled his eyes, how can you easily let others see the bottom card? If you can't beat it, you can't beat it, and you have an undercard, heh. Yuanjiao clasped his hands and mocked with disdain. That's just it, Ni Daocheng went on sarcastically. Look at me, senior brother, what kind of undercard do I need, to charge over and fight them in a dignified manner? Lin Yang's face raised a few unhappy looks. The Son of Heaven is just different, high-minded and arrogant. 2 senior brothers, I want to tell you something. Grandpa, too, started as a grandson. Lin Yang finished walking to the front. Ni Daocheng, Yuanjia both looked at each other and couldn't help but snort. In their eyes, an inner courtyard disciple like Lin Yang was like a mole cricket on the ground that could be taken at will. Soon, the group flew over the Jade Dragon mining vein. The Jade Dragon mining vein was a mountain range that stretched hundreds of miles long, like a giant dragon hibernating on the ground. This vein of ore has traditionally been owned by the Jade Dragon sacred sect. In the mountains, there were sounds of intense fighting. A wonderful young girl dressed in white was back to back with a girl in a long purple dress, sword in hand, her eyes fiercely fixed on her opponent. Senior Sister Lee, hold on for a little while longer, when the reinforcements arrive, we'll be saved. The white girl was panting, her face dripping with fragrant sweat. Got it, Senior Sister Wei. The purple-shirted woman glanced down at the wounds on her body, her eyes incomparably resolute. The two were none other than Wei Shueting, the #1 heavenly maiden of the Jade Dragon sacred sect, and Li Zishi, who was ranked 2nd. Don't dream, girl, better beg for mercy, serve our brothers well. If we serve you comfortably, we can still spare you. Ha ha. The 8 heavenly sons of the Jade Yao Kuan sect surrounded them. Leading the way was Knight Weilong, who was substituting for Luo Tianfei, the 2nd-place finisher of the Son of Heaven. Luo Tianfei was decapitated by Hua Wuyan last time, and Li Weilong acted as a replacement for the empty seat of the 2nd place of the Jade Yao Kuan sect's heavenly son. You dog thieves, kill us if you can. Wei Shueting's eagle brows locked as she loudly scolded. Li Weilong and a few other senior brothers laughed meaningfully. It's okay to kill you guys, it just cools off too fast and doesn't feel good when it happens. But live and hot is best. Senior brothers, don't you think so? Ha 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 ha. The 8 men roared with laughter. When Wei Shueting, Li Zishi, and the 2 of them heard their laughter, they felt their scalps tingle and shuddered. If it really fell into the hands of the 8 of them, what the consequences would be like, just think about it. Go to hell. Wei Shueting shouted angrily, and immediately plucked her long sword, a sharp sword blade flying in the sky like a blistering rain. A stern and appalling killing aura spread in all directions, each sword blade containing a deadly danger. Li Zishi followed closely behind, her sword light flooding up, her fierce and domineering aura like a rainbow across the sky, penetrating through the green underworld. Li Weilong stuck out his tongue and licked around his lips, his eyes showing intense evil desire. Why seek death at such a young age? In that case, it's just a matter of getting it while it's hot. After saying that, 8 people rushed up at the same time. The 8 people's auras formed a violent storm, and a thick and condensed diaphragm directly crushed through with a brutal stance. Even if the 2 women joined forces, they could not defeat the attack of the 8 people on the other side. Go to hell! Li Weilong stepped out, his disheveled hair flying, his face hideous and twisted, and he suddenly bellowed, picking out a sword with a long rainbow. In an instant, the attack that Wei Shuiting and Li Zishi had teamed up to put up was strongly broken. The 2 flew out like fallen leaves, spitting blood from their mouths. Sister! Suddenly, a figure appeared behind them. A left hand and a right hand caught them both steadily. Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi looked up in surprise as a relatively unfamiliar face came into view. You are? Wei Shuiting looked at him in surprise. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed. Lin Yang. I stayed at Overlord Peak for 3 days. We've met before, remember me? He exuded a few confident smiles. In terms of face value, looking at the entire Jade Dragon sacred sect, there was only that little white boy, Gu Shang, who could barely be indistinguishable from himself. Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi both thought for a moment. Oh. You're the one. Don't recognize. Lin Yang. Sister. Ni Daochun, Yu Wenjiao, and Gu Shang let down from the flowing sheet of light. Senior brother Gu. Senior brother Gu. As soon as Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, and the 2 of them saw Gu Shang, even though they were injured and vomiting blood, they flew over to see him. Senior brother Gu, I'm injured, look at how swollen I am here. Elder brother Gu, me too, my heart hurts, will you show me? The 2 of them surrounded Gu Shang with a pouting face, all of a sudden becoming like a tender little girl, their tone becoming sweet. Gu Shang embraced left and right with a smile on his face. Don't be nervous, let elder brother see where it hurts. Senior sister Wei, you're swollen here, I'll go back and rub it for you. Senior sister Li, why are you swollen too? It's fine, elder brother, I have a way to reduce the swelling and stop the pain. Lin Yang's entire body was shocked when he saw this scene. What? That's too realistic, isn't it? Is it okay to be like this just because you're handsome? My mom says I'm handsome. How did this happen? I'm the one who saved you. I don't want to say I'll give my body to you, but at least you should thank me for it, right? Like a hug, or maybe a kiss, I don't mind. Hua Wuyan descended from the sky and glanced at him coldly, the corners of his mouth lifting into a smile. Oh, your mom says you're handsome? Your mom lied to you. Senior Lin, look less at him or you'll die of anger. We've all been immunized. Ni Daochun, Yu Wenjiao said indifferently. Flower Wuyan's appearance caused the 8 people on the Jade Yao Koan sect side to be taken aback. The Jade Yao Koan sect is truly a thief with an undead heart. Hua Wuyan drank with a cold face. Old hag, don't think we're afraid of you. Our dragon emperor is over here too. Li Weilong was not the least bit afraid. As soon as the words fell, in the mountains behind them, a vast and majestic, imposing aura erupted like a volcano, violently exploding the sky. Bitch! We finally meet! Ha 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 ha! The dragon father flew up from the mountains and rode through the void, his eyes glaring and his clothes flying. Hua Wuyan's eagled brows knitted. You knew I was coming? She felt a little surprised that the dragon father was actually hiding in the mountains, as if he knew she would come over. Dragon father threw back his head and laughed wildly, looking out of the corner of his eye. Of course I know. Ever since that man in black brought the clay bodhisattva to the Yu Yao Koan clan, he had hooked up with the clay bodhisattva. The Jade Dragon's sacred sect's every move was in the mud bodhisattva's calculations. You guys be careful, I'll go meet him. Hua Wuyan dropped a sentence and flew high into the air. The 2 drew their swords and slashed at the air, and the entire sky was torn apart and twisted by the powerful and explosive breath. Senior brother Lin, take the 2 senior sisters and go first, the 3 of us will stop for you. Ni Daochun drew a 5-foot-long sword. The smile on Gu Shang's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a fierce and stern expression and gaze, a world away from his usual cheeky image. I know. Lin Yang immediately turned and ran over. Be careful, senior brother Gu. Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, and the 2 of them waved their hands to Gu Shang fondly. The 3 quickly ran away. Li Weilong was not in the least bit anxious. With just the 3 of you, you want to block us? Senior Lu, you 5 go after them. Yes. The 5 people in the center flew after Lin Yang's side. Stop them! Ni Daochun roared, all the muscles on his body bulged out, a vein like an old tree coiled around his arm, his appearance was extremely appalling. Chapter 29. Oh, I didn't expect it. Lin Yang took the two senior sisters and ran as fast as he could, gathering all the other disciples in the mountain in the process. A dozen disciples followed behind Lin Yang. Garbage from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Come over and die. Soon, 3 heavenly sons of the Jade Yao Kuan sect chased after them. Senior brother Lin, take them and leave quickly. Senior sister Li and I will stop them. Wei Shuiting drew her sword and turned to stare at the 3 men with a look of death. Lin Yang patted her shoulder and said, Elder sister, you guys go first, I have a plan. You're crazy. The opposite side is the heavenly son of the Yu Yao Kuan sect. How can you stop the 3 of them with you? Wei Shuiting shouted angrily. Li Zishi even rolled her eyes. This kind of situation, you still think of making a splash, don't you want to die? The 3 opposite sides, but the heavenly sons of the Yu Yao Kuan sect, all of them at the hegemony realm cultivation level, how could Lin Yang alone be their opponent? You guys just go, no bull. Or none of you will leave. Lin Yang was furious and roared furiously. The 2 women looked at each other hesitantly. Okay, you're on your own. Wei Shuiting gave him a deep look and immediately ran away with a group of disciples. On the opposite side, the 3 heavenly sons of the Jade Yao Kuan sect sped over. Who is this brat? The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect has this person within its heavenly sons? Never seen it. Whoever he is, you 2 go after him, I'll kill him. A thin young man with deep eye sockets and dry skin like an old man held a chain in his hand that whipped up and whistled. Skylock! The dry and skinny young man shouted harshly, and the iron chain in his hand clattered like a black poisonous snake, emitting an eerie coldness as it instantly shot towards Lin Yang. Lin Yang drew his sword and made a quick lock, the chain slicing through the blade and bursting into stars and sparks. Sword entanglement! He raised his sword eyebrow, sidestepped the chain, and with a quick flick of his wrist, the sword immediately became as soft as a vine, wrapping around the chain and quickly circling through. The man was startled and hastily flung the chain, trying to break his entanglement. Senior brother Gua, it looks like one person can't handle him. This kid has 2 skills, I think he must be one of the top disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's inner courtyard. The 2 youngsters behind him saw that the situation was bad, so they stopped and dealt with Lin Yang first. Another young man pulled out a long reed stick and puffed out his cheeks and blew hard at the front. A purple smoke instantly filled and floated, and Lin Yang was immediately surrounded by it. The young man twirled the reed pole with nimble fingers and the 3 men laughed. This is the exclusive secret medicine of our Yu Yao Kuan sect. Are you feeling powerless now? Kid, aren't you playing the hero? Aren't you a hero? Kid, didn't expect to die by our hands, did you? Ha 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 ha. The 3 of them threw their heads back and laughed. Lin Yang was like a lamb to the slaughter in their eyes, holding it to death. Lin Yang gripped his sword and felt his strength being drained out of his body. Luckily I'm the only one who got hit. If they had gotten hit just now, it would have been a problem. He muttered. The one surnamed Gua carried his sword and walked over with a smile. Kid, didn't expect that. Ha 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 ha. He smiled and slashed his sword. In a flash, Lin Yang's storage ring opened. A huge dragon rose up from the ring. The old dragon opened its bloody mouth and roared towards the sky. Its violent breath blew the surrounding mountains into strife and the mountains exploded. Fogweed. This is a dragon? The 3 men on the other side were confused, their hearts beating wildly in fear. Lin Yang raised a smile on his face. Oh wow! Didn't expect it. I have the emperorless realm on my side. Surprised? Surprising or not? Exciting or not? Ha 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 ha. The old dragon became 20 feet long, with pieces of scales and armor all over its body, shining brightly, gulping and breathing in and out with a majestic momentum. Dragon whiskers flew and fangs were in abundance. The aura of the emperorless realm alone was like an ocean pressing down on the body, making one's breath feel like a blockage. The smiles on the faces of these 3 people across the street froze, gradually turning into fear. Who dares to kill my oldest brother? Get over here and take a claw from this dragon. The old dragon was overbearing, prancing in the air and stretching out its forelimbs, its sharp claws like golden hooks, and with a grip in the void, a mountain directly ripped apart and burst open. Fogweed. Those 3 people were directly scared and confused. 3 hegemony realms tied together could not match the power of the old dragon's claw. Lun, destroy it for me. Okay. The old dragon flicked its tail and blew up a mountain, immediately flying over. Dragon fire. Phew. The old dragon spewed out an overbearing and ferocious flame, and his strong and overwhelming killing aura wrapped in blazing fire crushed over like a god. Several mountains on the opposite side of the road directly exploded into powder. Those three people didn't even have a chance to resist, they directly burned into ashes, and the violent hurricane raised the ashes. Great guy, so fierce. Lin Yang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Worthy of being an emperorless realm, he wiped out the three opposite hegemony realms with a single move, leaving no ashes behind. Am I fierce, old man? The old dragon tilted his head with a proud face. Ha! How do I know if you're fierce? Lin Yang waved his hand, telling it to hurry up and get smaller. The 7 scarabs of the Big Dipper. Ringo! When the 7 elves heard the call, they immediately ran out from their storage rings. You 7 hurry over there and protect our disciples back. Yes. The 7 ghost mandrills immediately nodded their heads and climbed onto the trees, swinging past the forest at a rapid pace. Old dragon, come with me to steal a chicken. Okay. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yang led the old dragon back to the place he had just been. Far away. In the sky, Huawuin and Longzun had collapsed half of the mountain range, and a mountain peak that was walled up to the sky was cut off and fell down with a rumble, raising dust and rolls. Dragon Loach, your skills haven't grown at all. Huawuyan's eyes blazed as she looked at him indifferently. Humph. You're no better. The dragon father gripped his greatsword, his face grim and twisted, his clothes half open. What exactly is the purpose of your visit to the Jade Dragon mining vein? Bitch, why should I tell you? Don't know what's good for you. Huawuyan was enraged. She shook her longsword, the white sword light violently bulged and exploded, the surging aura stirred up the sky like a tidal wave, and thousands of ice blade-like sword blades shot out wildly, swirling up the raging winds and chopping away furiously. Break! Dragon Zun was undaunted, and without any flashy techniques or moves, he strongly swung out a blade in a brutal stance. With a loud boom, countless white lights like glowing meteors shot angrily into the sky. Old dragon, see? That one is the originator of the Yuyao Kuan sect. Lin Yang took old dragon and secretly hid on a hill, watching from afar. At this point the effects of the drug have worn off. The old dragon stirred his tail angrily and said, Old brother, what do you say? Brother listens to you. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed. Let's sneak up on him from behind, and as long as we can pull it off, the old woman will definitely release you from the eastern prison. Really? I've never read a book, don't lie to me. I'm too well read to lie to you. Lin Yang patted its faucet. What he said made the old dragon's heart flutter. After 1,000 years in the eastern prison, it has long wanted to get out. If it was really like what Lin Yang said, it was willing to give it a try. Come on then. The old dragon was immediately enraged as his body began to grow larger, and Lin Yang pressed on the scabbard, his thumb on the scabbard. 3, 2, 1. Dragon fire. Cloud smoke 13 swords. In an instant, a pillar of fire crossed the sky, which was hidden and mixed with sharp and unrivaled sword intent, like a giant pillar in the sky, blatantly rushing over. Chapter 30, Humans are so strange. Dragon Zun, keenly aware of a murderous aura coming from behind, the corner of the eye of the afterglow of a sweep, Hurley saw a rushing pillar of fire, sprinting to come. A mere flame can't help me yet. He raised 2 thick eyebrows, and thick black smoke suddenly emerged from his body, turning his entire body into a foggy haze. Darkness to the sacred body. Huawuyan was slightly surprised. 1,000 years ago, she had seen Dragon Father perform the darkness to sacred body. Not only was his physique at the emperor rank, but it could greatly eliminate the damage caused by attacks. Click click. Huawuin exhaled a mouthful of cold air, and ice began to form on her body, the ice layer spreading in all directions with her as the center, quickly freezing Longzun. Boom! The flames broke through the Dragon Father's body, punching a hole through the black mist. That's all the damage? Dragon Father gave a cocky look. The damage from the pillar of fire wasn't great, and he was immune to the vast majority of the damage, which was the backbone of his arrogance and pride. Just when he was arrogant, the sword intent hidden in the flames suddenly split through the blazing fire and beheaded him. Pust! The sword intent directly split the black fog, and his body bled. Whose sword intent is it? The Dragon Father was astonished. The last time a sword chopped through the air towards the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, a sword intent flew over, and he thought it was from Huawuyan. I didn't expect to find out, at this moment, that it wasn't. It's your grandfather's my sword intent. On the opposite side, Lin Yang and the old dragon stood at the top of the mountain. Lin Yang couldn't have imagined that this sword could actually break the defenses of the Heavenly Emperor realm. I was careless not to duck. Long Zun's brows furrowed and his face became extremely ugly, actually being sneak attacked by a nameless junior. How dare you sneak up on me? The dragon father was raging with anger. He was just about to walk when a thick layer of ice under his feet quickly froze his legs, and all the moisture in his body began to cool down as his body began to shiver and his temperature dropped rapidly. Desolate ancient ice phoenix body? He glanced towards Flower Wuyan and a strong look of scorn welled up in his eyes. The desolate ancient ice phoenix body was also an Empyrean ranked physique, not the least bit weaker than his darkness to saint body. Cultivated to the extreme, it could even condense the moisture in the body into ice and freeze the opponent alive. Bitch, your ice is too weak. Dragon Zun urged his blood, and a spirit fire ignited within his body, and the black mist suddenly flickered with an eerie green light. The ice in his body was rapidly melting. Storm halberd. The sword in Hua Wuyan's hand transformed into a spear made of ice and instantly flew out of his hand. This stinking S cultivation level is unexpectedly much higher than 1,000 years ago. The dragon father's heart gave out. The last time he exchanged blows across the air, he didn't have a true understanding of Hua Wuyan's strength. It was only now that they met head-on that they realized that she was surprisingly a little stronger than they were. Still, it would be hard and difficult for Hua Wuyan to kill him. Stinking. Let you off the hook today, I'm leaving. Dragon Father carried his sword, turned around, and flew into the sky. He glanced back towards Lin Yang on top of the mountain, his eyes narrowed into slits, his eyes filled with killing intent. The sword intent from last time was actually the work of this kid. His cultivation level is not high, but his sword intent hurt me. I can't imagine that this stinking has actually taken in a sword cultivation genius. Kid, this sword revenge will be returned 100-fold in the future. As soon as he opened his mouth, a sound wave rolled and swirled, rushing towards the top of the mountain. You! Lin Yang was nonchalant and swung out another sword. Dragon Zun flew extremely fast, dodging the attack in an instant and disappearing from view. Tezu. Empress. Lin Yang and Old Dragon greeted Hua Wuyan with smiles on their faces. Are you too crazy? How dare you sneak attack him? It's a good thing I'm here, otherwise you two would have died 10,000 times already. I just saw you were here, so I dared to sneak up on you. Isn't it all about cooperating with you? Lin Yang squeezed his eyebrows and laughed. How did the two of us work together? You saw me cut him with that sword, shouldn't you reward me with something when you get back? The old dragon nodded his head in a hurry. Empress, I've also contributed, so why don't you let me out of the prison? I don't want to stay in the eastern prison. Its pleading eyes stared at Hua Wuyan. Hua Wuyan looked at it coldly. Let's talk about it when we get back, you go into the storage ring first. The old dragon looked at Lin Yang, hoping that he would help plead for mercy. Lin Yang shrugged his shoulders with a helpless look on his face. Okay then. The old dragon aggressively hid in his storage ring. Hua Wuyan suddenly raised a cold smile and teased, Lin Yang, what's with the sword intent contained in that sword of yours just now? Hiss. He took a deep breath, it didn't feel good. The fact that he knew sword intent had actually been revealed. It's over, I said I'd stay in the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect until the end of time, and now she's found out. Just now, I was only thinking of helping the old dragon to get credit for getting it out of jail, I didn't think of this at all. The fact that I know sword intent is exposed, in the future when the clan encounters difficulties, they will definitely call me on. I don't want to die, I don't have a wife at this young age, and I'm still in a perfect body, so what should I do? Lin Yang was stupefied, his face a shade of green and white. When Hua Wuyan heard the thoughts in his mind, he almost didn't suffocate his internal injuries. You're still a virgin? Why don't I believe it? All day long, he was a smooth talker and he must have hobbled a lot of teenage disciples. Ahem. Lin Yang quickly adjusted his emotions. I have indeed gained some insights in the Tao of the Sword, and it's all because you taught me well, Emperor Ancestor. Flowers without words. When did I ever teach you that? I'm not even a swordsman myself, how can I teach you? Why don't you blush when you lie? She gave him a breathless look. That's just it, it's good that you've improved, come down with me. Hua Wuyan didn't want to get serious with him. This kid, day in and day out, just wants to be a salty fish. Like an ox plowing in a field, fling a whip and take a step. It won't move unless you whip it twice, and sometimes it simply lies down in the field and doesn't get up. Soon, Flower Wuyan led him into the underground mines of the Jade Dragon Vein. You follow me. Hua Wuyan walked into the mine cave, which was pitch black, unable to reach out. She was as fit as a fiddle in the darkness of the mine, walking inside in 3 tries. Lin Yang touched the wall and walked forward with a deep foot. Hua Wuyan looked back. Have you come in yet? In is in, but it's still out. You come in a little further. Yes. Go deeper. Yes. Don't dawdle, hurry up. Don't rush me or I won't move. Or you come up. Hua Wuyan raised her eyebrow and crossed her arms in anger. How dare this kid threaten himself? I'll count to 3, if you don't come in, don't follow me in the future. Hua Wuyan said angrily. I'm a heavenly emperor and I'm willing to take you with me, so it's fine if you're not grateful, but how dare you talk back to me? Pissed off. This old woman knows I can't walk fast enough and has to rush me. Lin Yang had a belly full of fire while feeling his way forward in the dark. Quickly catching a whiff of the scent and knowing it was nearing her. You can't do it faster. Hua Wuyan frowned angrily. Yes. Lin Yang answered and took a big step forward, just in time to step on a moss-covered stone, and zip pounced. He jumped into Hua Wuyan's arms in one fell swoop, pushing her down at once. Right on her lips. Fogweed. The first kiss, gone. Both reacted exactly the same way. Kid you. Hua Wuyan felt tingling like she was electrocuted, her pretty face reddened in the darkness, and her ears were burning. Ah, this. Lin Yang hurriedly climbed up, his hand down, suddenly grabbed something. Kid. I'll chop you with my sword. Get thee outta here. Hua Wuyan was furious. Lin Yang instantly reacted, knowing what he had run into, and was so frightened that his body was shaken and his cold hairs rose. The old dragon sensed an unparalleled killing aura and immediately poked its head out of the ring, which it could see even in the darkness. The old dragon blinked and saw the two of them sprawled together in a harmonious position, not knowing what they were doing. Are you two playing games? Can you take me? Lin Yang. Flowers without words. You get in there dead. You get in there dead. Two intense killing machines slapped past, and the old dragon was so scared that his soul flew away and hurriedly shrunk in the ring. That heart of the old dragon was pounding so hard that he almost had a heart attack. Humans are so strange. Chapter 31, Hold it for a while. Don't get up yet. Hua Wuyan's small face burned as she shouted angrily. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Emperor Ancestor, sorry, I apologize, I deserve to die. Lin Yang hurriedly stood up by bracing himself against the smooth stone wall. The darkness in front of him was so dark that he couldn't see her appearance at all. My first kiss. I can't believe it was taken away by a 1,000-year-old witch. Honestly, that was a great touch just now. Hey. Hua Wuyan's eyebrow frowned, and when she heard the thoughts in his heart she was instantly enraged. This kid is really... There was a real urge to chop him up. Come here. She suddenly roared, her voice like a bolt from the blue, jarring his eardrums. Yes. Lin Yang shivered in fear. The murderous aura that Hua Wuyan emitted was simply more terrifying than the devil. Hua Wuyan was distracted. She wiped her lips vigorously. There was something inexplicable, indefinable and strange about the kiss she had just given. So that's what a kiss feels like? As she walked, her mind wandered. 1,000 years ago. Since she had followed her master's cultivation, she had not had such intimate contact with any man so far. Never even held hands. Lin Yang is still the first man who kissed her, not only that, but also touched. The more she thought about it, the more her mind wandered, and a small heart thumped. Her pretty face was scarlet, and she was as giddy as if she were drunk, and the sky was spinning. Is this how those couples in the mortal world feel when they kiss for the first time? Will they feel the same way I do? Hua Wuyan floated around, annoyed and having a strange feeling about this brat behind him. Whoosh! Suddenly, a sound of a speeding attack came from the darkness. Look out! Lin Yang was keenly aware that there seemed to be something killing in front of him. He raised his sword brows and immediately wrapped his arms around Hua Wuyan's slender waist, drew out his longsword, and erupted a raging tidal wave of aura as he slashed his sword. Dang! 2 darts hit the sword and burst into starbursts of fire. See death! Lin Yang swung his sword around, sending the 2 darts straight around in a circle and hitting them back the way they came. There were 2 thuds and 2 screams from the darkness across the room. What's going on in your head? Lin Yang looked down at her. It was only then that Hua Wuyan came back to her senses and realized that she was wrapped around his waist. Brat, you're too reckless. She instantly flared up and slapped her face. Hey! You're crazy! Lin Yang was so scared that he blocked with his hand, and the sword in his hand was knocked out of her hand. The slap came over and nearly fractured his arm. Are you out of your mind? You were almost attacked, I protected you, and you actually hit me? Ah. It hurts. Hua Wuyan froze like a demon, this. Sorry, Lin Yang's right hand was swollen, and he grimaced in pain, barely shedding a tear with his two legs clamped around his arm. I'm sorry, I didn't see it earlier. Lin Yang, sorry. Hua Wuyan looked flustered. That kiss just now had directly lost her soul. Half the time. Alright, get over there and grab them before they get away. Lin Yan crouched impatiently on the ground. Oh, well. I'm on my way. Hua Wuyan fixed his mind and immediately chased after him. What's wrong with this old woman? I can't believe she's even hitting me. She herself looks demented and doesn't know what she's thinking. I saved her and she beat me up. She's pissed off at me. Lin Yang squatted on the ground, touching his swollen arm, hating it. When I can beat her someday, I'll definitely take her in. I'll make her beg for mercy every day. Hua Wuyan caught the two men hiding in the darkness and walked out of the mine. Those two were wearing the clothes of the Yu Yao Kuan sect. They were disciples sent from there. Say, what are you doing here? Hua Wuyan shouted out a scolding question. Kill or die as you wish, we will never reveal a single word. That's. All of us disciples of the Jade Yao Kuan sect have backbone, kill us if you can. Those two held their heads high and had a generous look on their faces. Hua Wuyan became angry and drew his sword on their necks. If you don't say anything else, I'll directly behead you too. Those two still refused to give in and died. Lin Yang shook his head from the side and side, saying, Emperor Ancestor, they won't say anything if you're like this. Could it be that you have an idea? You go away and watch me. Lin Yang walked over and Hua Wuyan looked at him curiously. Those two disciples would rather be killed than reveal a single word, their bones are quite hard. But even the hardest of bones have weaknesses. Lin Yang looked at the two of them with a smirk, a harmless smile on his face. Humph. We won't say anything, kill us both if you have the guts. The young man on the left droned in awe. Without saying a word, Lin Yang drew his longsword. From the top of his head, it slowly slid all the way down between his legs. A cold breath that sends shivers down the spine. The young man was immediately dumbfounded and trembled in fear. Hey, what are you doing? Swords have no eyes, I advise you not to mess around. We are all cultivators, can we talk about martial virtues? Let's just kill, don't engage in such underhanded tactics, okay? The expression and demeanor on his face was clearly frightened. Lin Yang laughed. I'm sorry, but young people don't speak of martial virtues. He took his sword and held it between the man's legs. Jabla! The blade cut through his pants. Ha! Broken, he said with a cheap grin. Ah! Don't you scare me! You kill me! Stop scaring me! The man cried out of fear straight away, shaking and wetting his pants. It's not that scary. When Hua Wuyan saw the red crotchcloth inside the man's pants, she was so ashamed that her face turned red, and immediately turned back her head to be embarrassed to look at it. Lin Yang looked at the other man beside him and asked, Are you guys going to talk or not? The two men looked at each other shivering, still shaking their heads. Our disciples of the Yu Yao Kuan sect are all hardcore. Right. Better to die than to give in. They both tilted their heads and exclaimed. Hardcore, huh? Lin Yang narrowed his eyes and fumed. Is there a song you guys don't know? He gave a cheap grin. What do you mean? What song? They both looked at him woodenly. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed, I'll sing it for you guys, the song is. Cut the chicken, 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 we love. In an instant, the two men blanched. What are you doing? Don't look like that, don't come over here. The two were stunned. Lin Yang's gaze flinched as he immediately raised his hand and slashed down with his sword. Aha! The man let out a pig-killing wail and scream, rolling on the ground in pain, his legs covered in blood, in pain, and worse than death. Eunuch, my sword is big, so bear with me for a while. Lin Yang laughed. The young man next to him was so scared that he clenched his legs together, his pants were wet, and there was a puddle of water at his feet. Scared less. I say. Please be merciful, I'm the only one in my family, I don't want to lose my grandchildren. The man next to him blanched and immediately spoke up. Lin Yang had a gentle smile on his face and looked like an honest man. With men, no amount of torture will work. It's the only trick that has ever worked. Our dragon emperor dug up the corpses of the successive emperorless realm sect leaders some time ago, and I heard that he wants to resurrect them. Inside the Jade Dragon mining vein, because there are materials we need, that's why the Dragon Emperor brought people here. He quickly went through the whole thing, spilling all he knew. Hua Woyan's heart shook as his pupils slightly shrunk, revealing thick surprise. Could it be that Dragon Father wants the obscene divine art? Lin Yang glanced at her. What is the filthy god technique? Hua Woyan said, it's digging up the corpse, utilizing some materials, pouring them into the corpse, and then using this gong method to forcibly awaken the corpse. After these corpses are awakened, they don't have any consciousness and follow commands, they don't hurt, they don't feel, and they can't be killed no matter how much they are killed, unless they are ashes. Lin Yang quickly understood that it was like the dryads inside the underground tower. The obscene god technique is a feat that awakens corpses, and when awakened, they follow the command of their masters. And what realm it was in life remains what realm it is after awakening, without any regression. If Dragon Father awakened the corpses of those Emperor-less realm powerhouses from the Jade Yao Kuan sect, then it would be an overwhelming advantage for the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Not only was it the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, but other sects would also find it difficult to fight against it. Then what do we do? Lin Yang inquired. Hua Wuyan narrowed her eyes. Her concern was not about this. In case you don't know, the obscene god technique is not a human technique, but comes from the demon realm. Why does Dragon Father know the Devil Realm's techniques? When she thought that the Dragon Father might join hands with the Demon Realm, intense uneasiness welled up in her heart. In case that's really the case. The pressure on the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect became great. Lin Yang, let's go. Yes. He killed those two immediately. Standing on a white flowing sheet of feathers, he flew back to the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect with Flower Woyan. Chapter 32, I'm willing to give you a chance. A few days later. A few messenger pigeons landed on Prime Peak. Hua Wuyan opened these letters one by one and read them all. Zhou Daozi stood at the temple, his expression serious as he lowered his head in contemplation. Emperor Ancestor, how's it going? He opened his mouth to ask. Hua Wuyan was wearing a brocade robe embroidered with dragons and phoenixes in gold threads, sitting on a high chair, 3,000 green silk draped over her shoulders. Her eyes were cold, and her delicate and dusty face was impeccable like a fairy's, and there was not the slightest change of emotions on her face. 10 fingers as slender as spring onions, white hands holding a few sheets of letter paper, slowly frowning. The other clans, press on. With a flick of her hand, the letter paper flew in front of Zhou Daozi. Zhou Daozi took the letters and quickly skimmed through them. Hua Wuyan guessed that the Yu Yao Kuan sect was likely to join forces with the Demon Realm, so he planned to write to the other sects in the Eastern continent. As a result, none of the clans were willing to believe her. Both think she's lying. Some of the letters are written very directly. Great Emperor Xian Tian, you want to destroy the Yu Yao Kuan sect, but you don't have enough strength. So you find this kind of excuse to deliberately make us join forces with you, right? Do you think you can hide this little trick from me? We're both foxes of 1,000 years, why do we have to play such tricks? Saying that the Jade Yao Kuan sect is joining forces with the Devil Realm, let's see, it's you, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, who wants to join forces with the Devil Realm, isn't it? Ridiculous. Zhou Daozi looked at these letters and was furious, both eyebrows were squeezed together, burning with anger. Emperor Ancestor, these people are unbelievable. It's a fact that the Dragon Sovereign and the Demon Realm have joined forces, and they actually don't believe it and slander our Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Excessive. It's really too much. Hua Wuyan was very calm. It didn't surprise her at all that other clans would think this way. After all, as the letter said, they are all 1,000-years-old foxes. What big storms have they not seen? Emperor Ancestor, what should we do now? It seems like the All Souls domain is opening. Emperor Ancestor, what do you mean? Zhou Daozi's pupils slightly shrunk for a moment, and a few moments of surprise flowed from his face. The domain of 10,000 spirits was located in the easternmost part of the eastern continent, and legend had it that the domain of 10,000 spirits was a realm created by the immortals. It possessed countless mesmerizing heavenly treasures, and there was no telling how many people in the eastern continent wanted to go to the 10,000 spirits domain to look for a chance. Hua Wuyin said softly, there is not much time left for us, we must take the initiative. She said, narrowing her eyes, a starry light flashing in them. The other clans don't believe that the Yu Yao Kuan sect has joined forces with the Demon Realm, and we don't have the evidence to prove it. It will take a long time for Dragon Father to use the filthy god technique to awaken those emperorless realm powerhouses. Adding to the fact that he himself was injured a few days ago, in a short period of time, the Yu Yao Kuan sect will settle down. We must seize this brief moment and do our best to improve our side of the battle. Zhou Daozi nodded. The emperor ancestor had a point. It is better to ask for help than to ask for help. The other clans didn't believe it, and there was nothing they could do about it. The only way to do this now is to improve yourself. Emperor ancestor, what is your plan? He asked. Hua Wuyan was silent as an idea flew through his mind. It's already impossible for me to break this barrier of the Heavenly Emperor realm. The only way is to train another, or even several, Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses out with the greatest resources possible. Zhou Daozi took a deep breath as he looked up at Hua Wuyan. She had a confident and determined look on her face. Resources are limited. The more resources consumed by those who came before, the less resources those who come after will have. This is a truth that is unchanging and unbreakable. Right now, with the resources of the Eastern continent and even the entire Earth elemental continent, not to mention breaking through the barrier of the Heavenly Emperor realm, even cultivating a Heavenly Emperor realm would be difficult. Piling all the resources of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect together wouldn't be enough to cultivate a Heavenly Emperor realm. The only way is to go to those immortal domains to look for opportunities. Found it, one step ahead. Can't find it, wasting the rest of my life. Emperor ancestor, which disciple do you intend to train? Zhou Daozi asked. Hua Wuyan stood up from his chair, his gorgeous robe dancing in the wind, valiant and colorful. Her eyes moved slightly as she said, I'm going to take 7 disciples down the mountain to the 10,000 spirits domain. Which 7? Enai Daochang, Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, Hua Chuanxi, and Lin Yang. What? Lin Yang? That kid is going too? Zhou Daozi's eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth was so big that he could stuff an egg in it. That Lin Yang kid, for 15 years, he's been stuck at the Qi condensation stage, with not a single breakthrough in his cultivation. Emperor ancestor actually took him down the mountain to look for a chance? Are you kidding me? He's looking for a chance is more like it, and a chance. Zhou Daozi is very puzzled. The first few are the top 3 of the heavenly sons and daughters, he can understand, but Lin Yang, this. Emperor ancestor, Lin Yang is nothing but a waste of space, aren't you dragging your feet by bringing him? This emperor has his own measure, you need not say more. Hua Wuyan carried his hands behind his back and looked at the blue sky outside the main hall. The appearance of that brat Lin Yang suddenly flashed in his mind. The hairpin on her head dangled delicate pearls that fluttered in the wind like her little heart. That kid's good at everything, but he's not what he seems, he's a smooth talker, and he's got a thick skin. In this aspect of talent, it was not in the least bit inferior to the heavenly sons and daughters. Okay. Zhou Daozi couldn't figure it out, but since she insisted on taking Lin Yang down the mountain, he couldn't stop her. Before we go down the mountain, I'll leave you a few things in case something happens. With a wave of his hand, 2 emperor-ranked magic weapons flew out of his sleeve robes. As soon as the emperor-ranked magic weapon came out, the entire hall was filled with a sense of majesty. This is Dragonfather's ghost summoning flute, and my jade dragon bone. In addition, I'll detach another divine sense and stay at Prime Peak. A flute made of bone and a jade-colored, glistening dragon bone flew past. Zhou Daozi was astonished and surprised. Emperor-ranked magic weapons were comparable to rare treasures that he had never touched in his life. I never imagined that Emperor Ancestor would give him 2 pieces with a wave of his hand. This cut off jade dragon bone, there is as I killed a dragon back then and drew out the dragon bone to make a magic weapon. The dragon's power is still there, the Emperor's power is superb. As for the ghost calling flute, you've already seen it. Before I go down the mountain, I will set up another formation to protect the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, just in case. Zhou Daozi was overjoyed and lowered his head as he received the spell. Emperor Ancestor, despite the fact that you're coming down, I will definitely guard the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Never fail to fulfill Emperor Ancestor's trust. 2 Emperor-ranked magic weapons, plus a mountain protection formation, plus a divine sense from Flower Wuyan herself. Unless the Dragon Father himself came over, almost no one under the Heavenly Emperor realm would be able to break through these defenses. Dragon Father was injured last time and couldn't come for a while. After being injured by Lin Yang, he didn't dare to fight the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect head-on anymore. As long as the news of Hua Wuyan's descent from the mountain didn't get out. Hua Wuyan said in a cold voice, there is one more thing that needs to be done. What is it? The last time the Jade Dragon mining vein was ambushed, I suspect that there are traitors within the clan. Don't worry, Emperor Ancestor, I'm already investigating this matter. Zhou Daozi was also skeptical about the ambush on the Jade Dragon vein last time, and had been secretly investigating after he returned. If the traitor is not removed, the news of her descent is bound to be wrapped up. Only by getting rid of this person would she be able to bring people down the mountain in peace. You go and call a few of them over to Prime Peak. Yes. Zhou Daozi turned around and left, quickly heading to Overlord Peak and Xianzhou Peak. Hua Wuyan was alone, standing on top of the main hall. The gold and silver threads on her brocade robe glistened in the sunlight, and her eyes glittered with a stern light as she gradually narrowed her eyes. Kid, I'm willing to give you a chance. Chapter 33, I'm fine. 3 days later. On the Xianzhou Peak of the inner courtyard, a disciple was quietly captured, and this person was the undercover agent sent over by the Yuyao Koan sect. On the Prime Peak, the 3 heavenly sons and heavenly maidens had been waiting for a long time. Lin Yang arrived late with the old dragon and the 7 elves. Sorry guys, for keeping you waiting again. When he came up, the other 6 were so surprised and dismayed that they thought they had been mistaken. Why is he going too? Ni Daocheng frowned and looked at Lin Yang with a displeased expression. Senior brother Lin? With a cultivation level like his, why would Emperor Ancestor call on him? I heard that Emperor Ancestor has his eyes on him. It can't be true, can it? How is that possible? How could a woman of such splendor and superior martial arts as Emperor Ancestor look at this kind of trash? The 6 men exchanged whispers. Senior Lin, could it be that you're also coming down the mountain? Gu Shang walked up and took him by the shoulders. Lin Yang shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands helplessly. I don't want to go, but Emperor Ancestor insisted that I go, so what can I do? Ha! The thing between you and Emperor Ancestor, it can't be true, right? Gu Shang looked at him in surprise, a bit in disbelief. During this period of time, the inner courtyard had been quietly rumoring about Emperor Ancestor's affair with Lin Yang, and it wasn't known who had spread the word. However, people didn't dare to say it in front of Flower Wuyan. And don't dare let her hear it. What really? Do I have to explain to you guys that I'm a softie by merit? Lin Yang grunted condescendingly and walked past him. Gu Sheng scratched his head. He was at least number 1 in the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect for his looks. Emperor Ancestor actually looked at Lin Yang and not himself? Could it be that my face is still not as good as his? Gu Sheng nodded slightly, beginning to doubt his own looks a bit. Even wondered if the people around him were complimenting themselves when they complimented him on his good looks. Could it be that senior brother Lin's face value is really above mine? A bit of an inferiority complex. Ni Daocheng, Yu and Jiao both clasped their hands and looked at them contemptuously. Humph. This kid is a good bragger. You and Emperor Ancestor will never be possible. I, Yu and Jutsu, say so. If Emperor Ancestor ever looks at you, I, Yu and Jutsu, will gnaw the bark off the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. A few people were talking when Flower Wuyan walked out from the main hall. A few people quickly quieted down. Are they all ready? Hua Wuyan looked at them. This time, I've come down from the mountain with only one purpose, to go to the 10,000 souls domain to look for a chance. To improve the odds, I've decided to split into 2 groups. Lin Yang's cultivation is too weak. I'll take him, the rest of you group up. Lin Yang, come here. Yu Wenjiao's eyes jumped as the other 5 gazed at him in shock. Emperor Ancestor actually brought Lin Yang down the mountain himself? Could the rumors be true? You might actually have to gnaw on the bark of a tree. Senior brother Yuan. Gu Sheng patted his shoulder to comfort him. I don't believe it. Yuan Jia was adamant in her disbelief. I'm sure Emperor Ancestor isn't that kind of person. She definitely can't look at trash like Lin Yang. She's just caring for her disciples and being nerdy. Gu Sheng shook his head, sighed, and said, it's good that you're happy. Soon, the 8 people split into 2 groups. Ni Daocheng, Yu Wenjiao, Gu Sheng, Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, and Hua Chuanxi were in a group of 6. On the other hand, Hua Wuyin took the weakest group, Lin Yang, and each of them descended the mountain, moving separately in the direction of the 10,000 spirits domain. In order not to draw attention to themselves, the men all hiked down the mountain. Several carriages were parked at the bottom of the hill waiting for them. Lin Yang followed behind Hua Wuyan and sat on the carriage as he flew away from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's boundaries. Afternoon. Tiannan City. This was the closest city to the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. At sunset and dusk, the sky was a magnificent and brilliant haze, and the water was sparkling in the current. Warm breezes rushed over the hillocks and birds flew in the forest. The carriage passed through the gates of Tiannan City, and the surrounding area quickly became lively. The tea houses and restaurants on both sides of the main road were crowded with people, and the hot steam of tea and alcohol wafted in the air, mixing to give off a unique odor. Finally a break. The carriage stopped in front of the inn and Lin Yang paid. After a day's ride in the carriage, the boat had long been exhausted. Emperor Ancestor, you. From now on, no calling me Emperor Ancestor, no calling me by my real name. Hua Wuyan glared at him. Good. Lin Yang slapped his forehead and immediately understood. Emperor Ancestor definitely couldn't be called. Once she was called, it was known that she was the originator of a certain sect. To the cultivation world, because only the founder of the clan is qualified to deserve this word ancestor. The three words, Hua Wuyan, were so famous that more or less people knew about them. Those who have seen her, though, are few and far between. In this mortal world, even more so, no one had ever seen her. What's that call you? Lin Yang asked her. Hua Wuyan was silent for a moment in thought. From now on, I'll be called Ling Qing, cold as in cold, and Cheng as in guest. You call me senior sister Ling Qing, no emperor ancestor or flower Wuyan. Lung Chang? Lung Chang? Lin Yang rubbed his chin and smacked his lips, looking at her twice. With her cold as ice, rejecting people's appearance, the name Ling Qing is a good one. Ling Qing, cold and clear, cold and clear. Senior sister Ling Qing, let's go in and eat. Lin Yang immediately changed his words and walked ahead to lead the way, striding into the inn. He asked for 2 rooms and then asked the fellow to prepare some drinks and food. The two sat on the first floor. It was getting late in the day and a torrential downpour was on its way. Dark and heavy sky, pouring rain, pedestrians on the street running fast, under the eaves of the clattering raindrops like crystal and pearls connected in a dense string. It's been a long time since I've seen rain. Hua Wuyan stretched out her white hand and stretched her 5 fingers, her jade-like fingers looked soft and boneless. Lin Yang couldn't help but want to hold her hand and knead it, it was worthy of being a ravishing beauty. He leaned against the wall with a big grin. I'm telling you all, old girl. Hua Wuyan frowned. He almost said the words old woman out loud. It's over. It's really over. I'm finished. Hua Wuyan pressed one hand on the table, a hint of murderous aura flashing between his brows. In his heart, Lin Yang didn't even know how many times he had cursed her for being an old woman. She never got a chance to smoke him. Now that's a mouthful. Mentally used to calling her an old woman, this came off. Click. She gave it a push and the table cracked in strips. Did you just call me an old woman? No. Elder sister, you listen to my sophistry, no not. Explain. Sly defense? Come on, give me some sophistry and I'll listen. Hua Wuyan stood up with a murderous look in his eyes, as if he wanted to kill someone. That mouth. Lin Yang shivered and hated to slap himself, he was plastered against the wall and had no place to hide. Bang! Hua Wuyan punched through the wall to his right, punching a hole through it. The surrounding guests dropped their bowls in fear. Senior sister, I'm wrong, okay? Gentlemen, don't make a move. With your cultivation, where can I stand a punch? Bang! Hua Wuyan's face was expressionless as he threw another punch with his left hand, punching a hole through his left side. The fellow who served the food was carrying a tray and was too scared to go over. I'm warning you, if you ever call me an old woman again, whether it's in your mouth or in your heart, I'll be rude. Also, I'm not 1,000 years old. To reiterate, I am not 1,000 years old. Sister, how old are you then? Off. You. Ass. Nothing. Bang. Hua Wuyan punched him in the head again, another hole in the wall, dust rustling down on his clothes. I know. Lin Yang was so scared that his face turned blue. Not daring to fight back or talk back. If you really want to be punched by her, 10 lives can go to hell. You wait, when I can beat you in the future, I will definitely take revenge. Flower Wuyan, in the future I'll beat Flower Wuyan, dumbfounded. Lin Yang returned to his seat with trepidation. Hearing his heartfelt words, Hua Wuyan blackened her face and couldn't help but want to smack him. This kid really owes it to himself. But forget it if you don't scold me. Hua Wuyan sat in his seat and slowly poured a cup of tea. No, I have to go back to the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. If I stay with her, I'll be beaten to death by her sooner or later. Lin Yang fidgeted as his mind began to think of ideas. Hua Wuyan acted as if he didn't know and slowly sipped his tea. That's when the maid walked over with a tray. This is your meal, you take your time and enjoy. The fellow looked at Hua Wuyan from a distance, those 3 punches she had just thrown had scared the fellow out of his psyche. Hua Wuyan glanced at it and raised a smile, many thanks. Ah! The fellow's hands were shaking with fear, and he dropped his meal and ran away without looking back. Lin Yang rolled his eyes for a moment and suddenly covered his stomach, frowning and pretending to have a stomachache. Ah! Can't, my stomach hurts. Senior sister, I'll go first. It's medicine for a tummy ache, take it. Elder sister, my stomach hurts too, I'm going to take a break. It's medicine for a stomach ache, take it. Elder sister, my head hurts, I want to go out for some air. It's arsenic, eat it. Sister. I'm fine. Chapter 34, Sold into a Greenhouse. Night. Lin Yang was lying on his bed tossing and turning, and next door was Hua Wuin's room. After going down the mountain, I feel that the danger factor has increased quite a bit. Hey, I need to find an excuse to go back to the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. But this woman is so annoying. He climbed up and sat down at the table, propped his chin up, poured a cup of tea, and his mind began to think. When I passed by that way just now, I suddenly saw a greenhouse. Why don't I sell her to a greenhouse tomorrow? Then I'll sneak back to the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, and when she goes back and finds me, I'll cry and plead with her, so she shouldn't kill me, right? I'll count whether it's good or bad first. He closed his eyes and started to deduce a little bit about tomorrow's fortune with the book of easy numbers. Soon, the deduction showed that the menace was not great. In other words, not life-threatening. Hua Wuyan shouldn't have killed him. Great. Since there isn't much danger, that's it, tomorrow I'll trick her into selling her in a greenhouse. The next room. Hua Wuyin was lying on the bed and had long since heard all the heartfelt words in his mind. This kid is lawless. You want to sell me to a brothel? Kid, you wait, I'll sell you first. Hua Wuyan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The third watch. Lin Yang was already asleep, and Hua Wuyan got up and changed into men's clothes. Coil up long hair, wearing a jade crown, a metaphysical tight-sleeved robe, although a man dressed as a woman, but the eyebrows are clear and handsome and divine, quite a gentle and elegant, the rich gentleman's temperament. Hua Wuyin dressed up as a man and strutted in through the entrance of the greenhouse. At this time, the inside of the greenhouse was still bustling with activity. The women at the entrance, dressed in flowery, flamboyant dresses, all perfumed and revealing, posed in a variety of ways to attract passing men. Yo! Which family's male son is this? He's so handsome, so handsome. Who's this one? Looks so handsome. I'm not charging any money to stay with him tonight. Hua Wuyin was dressed in men's clothing, and as soon as she arrived at the door, that delicate face quickly attracted the attention of those women at the door. One ran over to her and surrounded her with all kinds of teasing. Take it easy, all of you, it's a reward. Hua Wuyin deliberately said in a male voice. Saying that, he took out a stack of silver bills and threw them with his hand, and one bill flew everywhere like a snowflake. Thank you, Your Excellency. The women couldn't wait to pick up the silver bills on the floor. As soon as the old bod saw Hua Wuyan's generous offer, her face immediately smiled and hurriedly walked out to greet her. This gentleman is so generous. I'm so damned late to greet you, please don't mind, come inside please. The 50-something-year-old pimp nodded and respectfully invited Flower Wuyan inside. Girls, come out and get your customers. Coming. She called out and all the girls upstairs and downstairs came over one by one. Sweeping his eyes over, there were at least hundreds of people, all of them were good-looking and slender, it was simply a place of warmth and softness. Hua Wuyan glanced at it lightly and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. No wonder those stinky men, they all like to come to this kind of place to play, so many beautiful women to serve, it's really more dashing than the gods. Sir, our top girl here, Miss Ruyu, happens to be free tonight, would you like to take a look? The pimp waved at a woman in the crowd. Hua Wuyan had a smile on his face, pretending to be a man. Since a woman is dressed as a man, she has to act like one. If a man comes to a place like this and doesn't react at all, he's probably wasted. How can you tell if a man is horny or not? Hey, stick your hand under his nose, if it's out of breath, it's not horny. Well, good. Hana Wuyin looked like a man with a smile on his face. She took out another wad of silver bills and slapped it directly on the pimp's face. Bustard, I won't choose the person first, I'm here for you. Ha? Looking for me? This. You don't mind? The old bod laughingly took the stack of silver bills in her hand, and her old face turned red. It's the first time I've encountered a customer with this kind of quirk, and they're actually looking for her? I'm looking for you for something, what are you thinking? Hua Wuyan glared at her. A pimp is a pimp, full of. Good. Then the back room please. The girls are dispersed. Man, serve tea. The pimp led Hua Wuyan to the back compartment. The gentleman doesn't know what he wants with me? Hua Wuyin slowly said, I have a cousin who is good looking and wants to come work for you. Come too. Work for us? The pimp hesitated. This work, is it the proper kind? What do you think? Hua Wuyan glanced at her. The bod immediately comprehended, slapped his thigh, and said, coincidentally, I was planning to find some men to come in. Well then, tomorrow morning, he'll come over himself. His name is Lin Yang, Hua Wuyan said in a cold voice. I'll be back in the morning. Discuss it with me tomorrow when you see him. The pimp immediately nodded, good. Duke. You want to play for a while? No, tomorrow. Hua Wuyan took out another stack of silver bills and threw them on the table, then left with a calm demeanor. The next day. Early morning. On the second floor of the inn, Lin Yang climbed up from his bed and lazily stretched his muscles. Later on, we'll trick Flower Wuyan into going to a greenhouse and sell her. Wouldn't it be nice for me to quietly sneak back to the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? By the way, what excuse should I make? Knock knock. He was thinking about it when suddenly there was a knock on the door. As soon as he opened the door, he suddenly saw Hua Wuyan standing at the door. Come out to eat. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed. Senior sister, I'll take you to a place to play later, it's fun. Yes? Let's finish eating first. Hua Wuyan turned around indifferently, pretending to know nothing. Elder sister, I won't eat the meal, I'll go over first, just come over and look for me after you eat. That place, it's in the alley on the left side of that street on the east side of town. Lin Yang was afraid that there would be no time, so he hurriedly went over early to talk to the pimp of the greenhouse. Yes, I'll be there. Hua Wuyan responded seriously. Senior sister, you must come later. I'm leaving first. Lin Yang put on his clothes and after freshening up, he flew in the direction of the greenhouse. Flower Moyo. I'm about to sell you out. Ha 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 ha. At the entrance of the inn, Hua Wuyan clasped his hands and looked at his back with a smile on his face. Kid, you still want to sell me out? I'll sell you first. Lin Yang arrived at the inn, and as soon as the pimp saw him, he immediately walked up. You look very familiar, sir. What's your name? You're here to play, right? Come, inside please. My surname is Lin, just call me Mr. Lin. The bod froze for a moment. It seemed that the cousin that the gentry had spoken of yesterday was him. She immediately took Lin Yang to a room. Lin Yang took a sip of tea, smiled cheaply and said, Bustard, I have a friend who says he wants to come and work for you. The pimp immediately laughed. He's beating around the bush about having a friend. Didn't your cousin say friend yesterday? I can't believe I'm embarrassed to say it outright. The young man is quite shy. Understand. Gongzi, I know. She interrupted Lin Yang and swept her eyes over him. Lin Yang was more than 7 feet tall, lean and robust, with a straight body and very striking looks. How old are you, my lord? It's not small, it's pretty big. Yeah? Well then, big is good. The pimp smiled from ear to ear. Looking at his figure, he should not be small. By the way, do you have enough time? Lin Yang scratched his head, a little confused. Is this pimp in such a hurry? I've only just arrived and you're asking me if I have enough time. Is business that busy? He grinned and said. Enough, I have very much time. There's nothing wrong with sitting for an hour or two, and, of course, it would be fine if you sat until noon. The bod's eyes widened and she took a deep breath. Almost fainted from fear. Gosh, is it that fierce? I've been in the business for over 40 years, and I've never met anyone so fierce. The sky is the limit for this one. The bod is looking at him with lust. Scary. You can do it for an hour or two. Or even do it until noon? Yeah, what's the problem? Lin Yang shrugged and answered her calmly. I sometimes sit all day and don't even eat. I get up in the morning and stay up until the evening, and I feel like that's pretty normal for me. Hiss. The pimp was shocked beyond belief. You can do it all day? Can you even skip a meal? This is how fierce it is. Young people just have good stamina. The bod looked at him, itching to test it for himself. She slammed her palm on the table in excitement. I'm very satisfied. Sold. Chapter 35, No one will come to save you even if you scream. What are you happy with? What's the deal? Lin Yang looked at her in confusion. The bod looked at him with a florid expression. What did that expression mean? Gongzi, you wait for a while, I'll go out, here's some oranges, you eat them first, I'll be right back. The pimp left with a smile on his face, leaving him sitting alone in his room. A room not far from each other, the bod hurried over. My lord, that cousin of yours, I am so pleased. The pimp almost drooled as he spoke. Hua Wuyan sat in the room and smiled coldly. I'm not going to lie, my cousin named Lin has a lot of tricks and a good job. Anything with rope, whips, candles, wire balls, he can play with. Also, he has good endurance. Snap. The pimp slapped his thighs and laughed his ass off. That cousin of yours has literally the greatest stamina I've ever seen, and it doesn't even need to be described as one. He's told me all about it, and he can go from morning to night, even skipping meals. If all my girls were as capable as he is, I would have been the richest man in the world, ha ha. Hua Wuyan blackened his face and was almost amused. That Lin Yang kid, he really knows how to blow. Bustard, from now on, if my cousin earns money, we'll split it 37, 3 for me and 7 for you, how's that? Good good good. He's so capable, 280 is fine. I'll leave you to it, then, and take a couple of guests first, to get my cousin checked out. Okay, I'll make the arrangements. The pimp went out cheerfully. In the other room, Lin Yang sat quietly in his chair, crossing his legs and sipping his tea. His mind was filled with thoughts of returning to the Jade Dragon sacred sect. The thought of selling Flower Wuyan later on felt beautiful. Hua Wuyan, when I've made a deal with the pimp, you'll be a member of the greenhouse. As for how you get out of it, that's none of my business. I'll go back to my Jade Dragon sacred sect and stay there. You go to your 10,000 souls domain to look for opportunities, and we'll stay out of each other's way. I just want to be a salted fish, the kind that lives until the end of time. Hush hush hush. He whistled as he thought, picking up an orange on the table and peeling one to eat. The entrance to the greenhouse. A magnificent carriage stopped, and the bot herself went to meet it. Miss Joe, Grandma Jean, you two have come at the right time today. I've just got a young man here who is guaranteed to please you. Hey. In the carriage, an old crone with a head full of white hair and teeth falling out stepped down. The old crone was dressed in gorgeous clothes, her face was wrinkled almost as much as the bark of a tree, and a mouthful of teeth were missing, but she was in great spirits. A young girl came down from the back. The large body nearly pushed the door of the wagon open. As soon as he got off the wagon, Mardu breathed a sigh of relief. This girl is at least 500 pounds. Grandma, it's your birthday today. Granddaughter, I've prepared a special lad to satisfy you. Tuesday, my good granddaughter, you still love Grandma more. The old crone surnamed Jean took her hand with a kind face. How can Grandma eat alone? Come on, let's play together. Those girls at the door, the pimp, and the other fellows were moved. What a filial granddaughter. Grandma's birthday specially brought her to the greenhouse. Too filial. The 24 filial piety is not as filial. Miss Show, the person is on the second floor in the heavenly room, you two go in. May Grandma be as blessed as the East Sea and live as long as Mtanan. The pimp's sweet mouth coaxed them both into a happy relationship. Miss Joe helped her grandmother and the two of them went up to the second floor. Hush 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 hush. There was a pleasant whistling from the room. Squeak. The two men pushed open the door. Lin Yang was startled to see the two strangers push open the door and immediately stood up. Did you get the wrong room? The moment Miss Joe and Grandma saw Lin Yang, a big smile spread across their faces. Grandma, take it easy, look at you, your mouth is watering, I'll wipe it off for you. Her granddaughter took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth. Lin Yang was confused and a bit baffled. What's that supposed to mean? This young man is so handsome, just the way I like it, Grandma. I'm especially pleased. Grandma Kim's eyes narrowed into a line as she smiled. Miss Joe immediately closed the door to her room. The two men blocked the doorway, looking at him like nymphomaniacs. Snap. When Lin Yang saw the two of them in this state, the orange in his hand dropped in fear. This scene is quite scary, haha. A septuagenarian crone. A 500 or 600 pound fat man. The two stared at him like nymphomaniacs, unable to look away. Hey! How long have you been doing this? Miss Joe has thick eyebrows and big eyes, a tiger's back and waist, even her voice is so loud and scary that when she opens her mouth, even the dust on the beams of the room is shaken down. I've been sitting here for an hour, why? Lin Yang rubbed the back of his head, a little confused. What's the meaning of this? The pimp's gone, and here come two more. Could these two be the bosses behind the greenhouse? How much longer can you do this? Miss Chow asked. I am probably fine for a day, so may I ask what you want? Crap. Of course I'll do it. Miss Joe looked down at her grandmother. Grandma's hands were shaking with excitement. One day. Did you hear that, granddaughter? That's the kind I like that I can do all day. Grandma, there's a birthday dinner in the evening, don't get exhausted. Miss Joe glared at him and let out an angry cry. Hurry up and get started. Ha? Start what? Lin Yang was completely puzzled. What was going on with these two people? Obviously you're in the wrong room and you're not going out and asking so many questions. What are you talking about? Are you two in the wrong room? Starting something? I don't even know what you're talking about. He shrugged and smiled calmly. Snap. Grandma Jean clapped her hands and said excitedly, look at him, still pretending to be innocent. Acting as if, that's the kind of young man I like. Lin Yang felt a little off. What's with the conversation between the two of them? Why is it kind of weird? This atmosphere doesn't seem right. Miss Joe undid her tunic, the circle of flesh falling downward, drew out her belt, and flung it fiercely toward the table. Snap. Come on, lad. Lin Yang had goosebumps all over his body and his cold hairs stood on end. Misty grass. Are they treating me as the male favorite of this greenhouse? No wonder you ask such strange questions as soon as you enter the door. He panicked at once. Girl, I advise you to behave yourself, haha. Don't you mess around, I'm a decent guy. Snap. The girl of the week took the belt and flung it again, and let loose an electric eye without current. Do decent people come to places like this? Lin Yang. He covered his body and took a few steps back. Tried to rush out, but the crone stood in the doorway. This old lady is so old that she can't be hit or touched. Don't you dare, I'm going to call someone. You scream. No one will come to your rescue even if you scream your throat out. Seeing the thirsty eyes of this girl of the week, Lin Yang turned green with fear. This 500 pounds of big girl must break his waist to sit. Lin Yang crossed his arms over his front, defending his innocence to the death. You guys are mistaken, I'm not from this greenhouse. Look, Grandma, is it innocent to pretend? Hey! I'm not kidding. Or I'm going to get mad. Come on. Turn all your fire on me and burn my fat to your heart's content. Ah. What are you doing? Don't be like this. Don't you come over here. Snap. The belt was flung on the table. Stay back. Or I'm going to hit someone. You hit it, my grandma might fall down if she touches it. Grandma, come join us. Help. Second floor hallway. The bod stood walking up and inexplicably felt some excitement when she heard Lin Yang shout. What an intense game. Chapter 36, Get Out of Here. The corner of the room. A fallen, sad figure crouched there, covering his body, his clothes stripped from his body. Lin Yang crouched in the corner and shivered. Almost, just a little bit, his perfect body was gone. Not getting up yet? It was not too early or too late that Flower Wuyan arrived just in time to push the door open to save him. It was only then that the old crone and Miss Joe cursed and left. Why? Lin Yang slowly stood up and broke down a bit. Let's go, why are you still standing here? Waiting for that Miss Joe to favor you, aren't you? Hua Wuyin couldn't help but want to laugh a lot when she looked at him in this downtrodden state. Just you still want to sell me out? You've got a belly full of bad stuff. It's a wonder I don't fix you. Look at you counting on me all day long. Lin Yang followed her, lost in thought, and left the greenhouse to return to the inn. Today is definitely the most dangerous day of his life, a good yellow boy, almost taken away from his innocence. Why? Why did my plan fail? Obviously I sold her, why does it feel like I'm being sold? Why is that? He sat in his room, scratching his head and couldn't figure it out. Why did Hua Wuyan arrive just in time, not too early and not too late? Could it be that she called those two women over? Or does she know what's going on in my mind? Lin Yang was suddenly frightened, always feeling that something had gone wrong. Why did Hua Wuyan happen to arrive at the greenhouse? And just now she was wearing men's clothing. She can't really know what's going on in my mind, can she? It won't, will it? Lin Yang looked at Hua Wuyan, who was sitting across from him, with a surprised expression on his face. Hua Wuyan sipped his tea in an ancient well, serene and indifferent. Of course I can hear what's going on in your mind, brat. You don't know, do you? Ha 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 ha. She sipped her tea quietly, as if she knew nothing about it. Senior sister Lang Cheng, I heard that there is a technique in the world called mind reading, do you know how to do it? Lin Yang asked her tentatively. Mind reading? Hua Wuyin shook her head and said, I've heard of it, but I've never seen it or learned it. Why did you suddenly remember to ask that? Do you want to learn? His head shook like a rattle. No, I was just curious to ask. Oh. An imperceptible smile flew across Hua Wuyan's face. I'll try to see if she can hear my heart or not. Old woman, old hag, old monster, go to hell, I'm gonna kill you, your mom blew up. Lin Yang cursed secretly in his heart. Wanted to test the waters and see if Hua Wuyan knew what was going on in his mind or not. He always felt weird. After cursing for a long time, a gentle smile still appeared on Hua Wuyan's face, drinking tea peacefully and quietly, serenely and warmly, without the slightest change in her emotions. It seems I was overly concerned by the false alarm. After scolding her for so long, with her violent temper, she would have flattened me long ago. It looks like she can't read minds and doesn't know what I'm thinking. Lin Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Hua Wuyan didn't know what she was thinking, it was good, otherwise she was really afraid of being beaten to death by her. Kid, you didn't even eat breakfast, you should be hungry, right? I'm going to go change and order a good meal downstairs later, so you can come back down in a different outfit. Hua Wuyan smiled warmly, and when she smiled, it was as gentle as a March spring breeze. Good, thank you, senior sister. She walked out of the room as Lin Yang leaned over the table. Click. Suddenly the table collapsed into a pile of pieces. What's this? About? Junior. Lin Yang changed his clothes and went down to the first floor after briefly freshening up. A few small dishes and a jug of old wine had been served on the table. 2 sets of dishes and 2 wine glasses. The 2 men faced each other and sat down against the window. Outside the window it was cloudy and rainy. The mountains were stacked up in the distance, stretching across the sky, and a few swallows flew across the sky from time to time. Green mountains, green water, slanting wind, and rain. The 2 of you have a glass of wine. Since Hua Wuyan was a child, he seldom drank alcohol, and after 3 or 2 cups, his face was on fire, and the sides of his cheeks were flushed with a cloudy scarlet color. Another example is the rosy open peach blossoms in the 3rd spring. Drinking with a misty-eyed, drunken look. Elder sister, are you okay? Only 2 or 3 glasses of wine and you're drinking like this, come on, you eat more food. Nonsense. Senior sister, I'm an invincible woman of the world, I won't get drunk. Yes, senior sister, you are invincible, I wouldn't dare to mess with you, I'm afraid of being slapped to death by you. You brat, greaseball. Lin Yang used his chopsticks to hold the meat of the fish's belly, then dipped it in the juice and handed it to her. Elder sister, the softest and most delicious part of this fish is none other than this piece of meat on the belly of the fish, come on, try it. Hua Wuyan's eyes were mesmerized, and she opened her mouth, her head reaching over to eat the meat. Lin Yang looked at her with wide eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. You kid didn't lie to me. Hua Wuyan patted his shoulder. Click. The bones in his shoulders rattled. Senior sister, don't shoot. Have mercy. Shoot me again and I'll die. Lin Yang hurriedly dodged, his arm aching from her slap. She was a little drunk and didn't hit hard enough. With her heavenly emperor realm cultivation, she could casually use some force to slap his entire body apart. After a few more drinks, Hua Wuyan was completely drunk. Her 2 dimples flew red, and she crouched down on the table and closed her eyes, falling asleep all at once. Sister? Sister? Lin Yang poked her and she didn't react at all. Che, that's it, or an empress. It's not as drinkable as me. He took another drink and quickly swept the meal off the table. After finishing his meal, he walked towards the front desk to pull out his money for the check. At that moment, a couple of young men rushed in through the rain at the door. A brocade-robed rich male dusted off the rainwater on his body, followed by 3 attendants. Damn, this damn weather, it's raining halfway through the walk. Mr. Yang, that's the way the weather is now at this time of year. Yang Xiaobing straightened his clothes. As soon as he walked into the inn, the people around him looked at him and quickly withdrew their eyes. My lord, let's go to the hall on the 2nd floor. The 1st floor this. Wait. Yang Xiaobing swept a glance around and suddenly saw a woman lying on the table by the window. Though asleep, the gesture made his heart flutter at a glance. Whose lady is this? Yang Xiaobing gulped, his heart accelerated wildly, and immediately walked over. Never seen it. Dongzi, this must be from out of town, there's no rich lady I haven't seen in this Tiannan city. Yes? Yang Xiaobing rubbed his hands together and narrowed his eyes and smiled. The surrounding guests murmured. This girl is going to be unlucky again. Yang Xiaobing, this does not know how many girls have been trampled on, too hateful. Who let people have someone in their family? We, the common people, where can we mess with them? Hey, this girl is so pretty, I guess she's going to suffer. Many people murmured quietly, no one dared to go up and stop him. The Yang family was the premier big family in Tiannan City, and when they stomped their feet, the entire Tiannan City would shake 3 times. Relying on someone in his family, Yang Xiaoping has never failed to torment the girls in the city. Many people's parents were so angry that they went to the Yang family to get an explanation, and as a result, they were exterminated. The government can't do anything about the Yang family, who let them have people. So much so that in the city of Tianan, people are afraid to have daughters. This girl is definitely the prettiest I've ever seen in my life, and it looks like this trip out was so worth it. It's raining well. Ha 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 ha. Yang Xiaobing walked over and sized up Hua Wuyan. He suddenly reached out and tried to touch her. Whoosh! In an instant, a sword light chopped over. Frightened, Yang Xiaobing hastily retracted his hand. Lin Yang stood in the foreground, drawing his sword and pointing it at Yang Xiaobing, his fierce gaze looking like a furious beast. I advise you to get the hell away from me. I don't mind beheading you if you touch her. Chapter 37 The Yang Family's Backer. Yang Xiaobing looked at him with a stunned expression. In this Tianan city, someone actually dared to make a move against himself? You mother-er! Who are you? He growled angrily. Lin Yang walked over with his sword, his gaze stern and ferocious like an enraged tiger, his body aura appalling and murderous. Get out of here right now, or I'll make you leave your head behind. Yang Xiaobing was so scared when she saw his ferocious appearance that she hastily stepped back. Both legs couldn't help shaking with trepidation. How dare you threaten me? Do you know who I am? You're from out of ING town, aren't you? Lin Yang walked over and picked up Hua Wuyin and carried her on his shoulder, carrying his sword in one hand with an aggressive air. You just want to walk away? Quick! Cut him down for me. Leave this woman for me. Yang Xiaobing arrogantly waved his big hand. The three attendants behind him immediately rushed up. There's no woman I can't get when I see her. Yang Xiaobing sneered, incomparably proud and arrogant. In Tianan City, there are still women that you can't get? Looking for death. Lin Yang spoke blandly, his eyes glancing as he directly chopped over with a sword. In an instant, the blood mist filled the air, and those three people were killed by a single sword, falling to the ground with blood flowing, not even screaming. The throats of the three men were slashed by the sharp light of the sword. Ah! You dare to kill my people. Yang Xiaobing was trembling with fear and looked at him with 1,000 astonished eyes. The surrounding guests were all shocked. Who is this young man? The guts are really too big, even daring to kill the Yang family. Yang Xiaobing almost couldn't believe his eyes and roared, You're dead. I will definitely not. Whoosh! A stern and cold sword light swept past his throat, and bright red blood shot out and splattered. Yang Xiaobing fell to the ground with his eyes wide open and died after 2 convulsions. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes and slowly turned around. The guests in the lobby were all dumbfounded. Without saying a word, this young man didn't talk nonsense to Yang Xiaobing and killed him with a sword. Killing and decisive. Whoever touches her, I'll kill her whole family. Lin Yang carried Hua Wuyan and walked back to his room without slowing down. Boom! A flash of lightning cut through the dark twilight. Outside, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, with dark clouds rolling in and out, like 10,000 hectares of ocean waves rushing in. After a tea time, rows of regiments wearing armor and holding blades appeared in the streets and alleys of Tianan City. Quickly! Surround the inn. All surrounding streets are blocked off. Expel all idlers. Torrential rain poured down. The streets were filled with thick water, solemn soldiers stepped on the water and ran through the rain, water droplets hit the cold armor and splashed. Boom boom boom. Thousands of soldiers in armor moved in a neat and tidy manner, their feet stepping heavily on the ground like drums, rumbling and shocking. Ta-da-da-day. Soon, the Yang family came. A tall man rode a high horse, holding the reins and carrying a wide, huge sword, with a majestic, murderous look. A dozen or so similarly equipped men came up behind them on horseback. On the road, an old man was walking slowly in the middle of the road, holding a child of 2 or 3 years old. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A soldier on horseback rushed up to drive it away. The old man was so scared that his legs went soft and he hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy, Lord Yang, spare his life. The old man is too old to walk. The tall man suddenly frowned and drew the huge sword behind him, slashing it over. Knock! The old man's head fell to the ground, blood and standing water mixing together. The 2-year-old child in those arms was on the floor, wailing. She doesn't know what's going on yet. The people on the side of the road, all of them were scared to death, no one dared to squeak. While all sympathized with the 2-year-old girl on the road, and her grandfather, but only just. Bastard off. The soldier grabbed the little girl and threw her straight to the side of the road. The little girl fell in the standing water and hit her head on the ground, gurgling blood, and fainted. It's so hateful, the Yang family is simply lawless. Privately forming a regiment and killing people in the street, this Tiannan city is simply Yang family city. An old man on the side of the road was so angry that he couldn't help but curse in a low voice. The tall man's eyes glanced up, and he heard it. The soldiers behind him understood, and the two of them rode up, raised their spears, and stabbed them violently. With two poofs, the old man was pierced by two spears and fell dead on the spot. All the people were so frightened that they did not dare to utter a single breath. Commoners without power and influence are fish and meat to be slaughtered at will in any age. Soon, a group of soldiers on horseback arrived at the entrance of the inn. Lord Yang. The inn has been surrounded by us, the culprit is inside, please instruct. The soldier dropped to his knees and reported to the man on the horse. Yang Bingtian rolled over and dismounted, and the people behind him followed him. Walking into the inn, he saw 4 bodies lying on the ground. Yang Xiaobing and 3 attendants. Where is the murderer? I want his bones and ashes. Yang Bingtian clenched his fists, his forehead rippled with veins. The Yang family's only sapling, just like this, is gone. The Yang family, which reigned supreme in Tiannan City and covered the sky with one hand, actually had someone who dared to go against his family. Lord Yang, the murderer, is upstairs. The soldier at his side pointed to the 2nd floor. Yang Bingtian was burning with rage, his eyes filled with an incomparable biting killing chance, and he was suddenly like a furious beast. He looked up just in time to see a young man coming out of his room upstairs. My senior sister is sleeping, so keep your voice down. Lin Yang walked out of the room and stood upstairs overlooking this dense crowd downstairs. Did you kill my son? Yang Bingtian drew the huge sword behind him and erupted with the aura of the Shintong stage, and the rain outside the door was dispersed by the raging aura. I want your blood. Noisy. Lin Yang let down from the 2nd floor, his clothes inspiring and his long hair flying. In the storage ring, 7 ghost mandrills scurried out with a swish. 2 with swords, 2 with knives, 1 with a club, 1 with a steel fork, and 1 with bare hands, and a weird grunt coming out of their mouths. The 7 scarabs of the Big Dipper. Knock them out. At Lin Yang's command, the 7 ghost mandrills immediately danced with their guns and sticks, dashing into the crowd. Give my son back his life. Yang Bingtian roared and raised his giant sword to charge up. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes, his figure dodged in a tricky way, interspersed with a sword cut over, the powerful sword intent directly cutting through his armor. Not good. This kid is so strong. Yang Bingtian's face suddenly changed, his brows furrowed, instantly realizing that he had kicked the bucket. This armor on his body belonged to the Xian rank magic weapon, and with the defensive attributes of this armor, there was no pressure to withstand 10 million chopping blows on the battlefield. I can't imagine being broken by this young man in front of me with a sword to break his defense. This person is definitely a cultivator. Yang Bingtian felt bad in his heart. It was fine for the Yang family to bully ordinary people, but if they really messed with these cultivators, they would be in big trouble. Although the Yang family had a backer behind them, it was best not to make enemies with cultivators. Retreat quickly. This person is a cultivator. Yang Bingtian yelled and immediately turned around and ran. As soon as the words fell, the legions behind him immediately scattered in all directions. Lin Yang put the old dragon in Hua Wuin's room and asked it to look after Hua Wuin. Hokuto Scarlet, follow me to the Yang family. Yes. Ringo. Lin Yang took the 7 ghost elves and put on their straw raincoats and bucket hats, and darted towards the Yang family in the rain like a chivalrous warrior. The people in the neighborhood watched in awe and applauded. Quickly. Bolt the door. Yang Bingtian returned to the Yang family and panicked, asking his subordinates to close the gate. What about Lord Yang? I'm afraid that I've messed with the cultivators. Snap. Yang Bingtian slapped the man across the face, swelling it. You panic hammer. If I'm not panicking, why are you panicking? It's just a mere cultivator, don't forget, my family has a backer. After saying that, he hurriedly asked people to prepare pen and ink. My father is an elder of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's inner court. I'll fix a letter and have my father come over. Those 2 murderers inside the inn, my father will not spare them. Once the subordinates around him heard that Yang Bingtian was ready to invite his father to come down to the mountain, all of them smiled happily and added a few points to their hearts. The Yang family's old man is the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's inner dean. If he comes down the mountain, we'll be safe. Chapter 38. Are you going to cut yourself, or are you going to cut yourself? Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, Inner Courtyard. On Phalian Peak, a carrier pigeon landed outside the main hall. Yang Yunilan took down this letter and opened it, quickly skimming through it. His forehead immediately wrinkled into a ball, and a wave of anger surged up. Outrageous, someone actually dares to make a move on my family, what a big dog's guts. The few elders around him couldn't help but ask him curiously when they saw how angry he looked. Elder Zhen Guangman of Xinjiaopi carried his hands behind his back and asked, "Why is Elder Yang so angry? Did something happen at home?" Yang Yuelin folded the letter and a hint of killing flashed between his eyebrows. "There's a mole that made a move against my young family. Do you need our help?" "There's no need, dare to offend my young family. I'd like to see, who is this person?" After saying that, Yang Uslan waved his big hand, his body swept up, and he sped towards the bottom of the mountain with his sword in the air. At this moment, Tiannan City. The Yangs. Lin Yang brought the 7 scarabs of the Big Dipper and broke down the Yang family's gate, rushing straight into the Yang family. The Big Dipper 7 Scarlet's cultivation level was not high, but his combat skills were extremely subtle and superior, and dealing with the Yang family's mercenaries was a piece of cake. Ha woo! Eat my stick! Dancing with his iron club, Augury jumped up and struck down with a club, and the soldier on the other side of the room hit his brains out. Gorilla Fist. Gory showed his teeth, his fur standing up, and punched the armor made of steel, which was dented by the punch, and his back bulged out. A few of the others, each of them fierce and red-eyed, beat the soldiers into submission and scampered away. The Yang residence was filled with miserable screams. Madaka! Lin Yang slashed his sword over Yang Bingtian fought to block it, and the powerful force shook him back several steps. This kid is really evil. It's clearly the aura of the Qi condensation stage, yet he possesses strength on par with mine, and he also knows sword intent. It's simply unbelievable. The more Yang Bingtian fought, the more he was emboldened. He didn't expect that Lin Yang was actually more powerful than he had imagined. "Kid. When my father comes, you're dead. Now you kneel down obediently and let me cut off your dog's head with my sword and still get a good laugh. Later, when my father comes, I'll make you beg for your life and death." Yang Bingtian loudly threatened him. The biggest backer of the Yang family is Yang Yilan. In the Earth Elemental continent where martial arts were honored, being strong was king. With Yang Yulan Jade Dragon Sacred Sect Inner Dean's identity, the officials of Tiannan City did not dare to move the Yang family easily. "That's a lot of crap, wait until your dad gets here." Lin Yang frowned and swung his sword to charge up. Yang Bingtian felt that he couldn't beat him, and immediately pulled out a black thing and pinched it hard to explode. Bang! A cloud of white smoke immediately exploded. Yang Bingtian immediately fled, and even disappeared. How did he get the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's explosive pills? Lin Yang was shocked when he saw him use Bakudan. This was clearly an explosive pill only available in the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. The smoke that explodes from the Bakugan contains toxicity, and once inhaled, it immediately causes a short-lived nerve paralysis. Only the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect has the antidote. Could it be that his father is one of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? Lin Yang ate an antidote, rubbed his chin, and couldn't help but smile. If that's the case, it's kind of interesting. Hokuto Scarlet, quick, bring in everything of value here. Yes. Dipper 7 Scarlet immediately ran into the room to scavenge for valuable treasures. A box of gold, silver and jewelry all moved into the storage ring. It's a pity that the old dragon didn't come, or else he would have sprayed a fire, burned the Yang family clean, and then flushed it with water, so that the Yang family would completely disappear. After a tea's work, the valuable things in the Yang family's home were moved cleanly. The pants hanging under the eaves of the house were all ripped off by Nanagori. Not these rotten crotches. Lin Yang waved his hand, all go back with me. The 7 gorillas looked at each other with their crotches, so they took them for themselves and dug into their storage rings. Shortly after returning to the inn, an intense pressure struck. In that direction of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, there were people flying with swords in the sky. In the dark clouds rolling across the sky, a stream of light flew through the lightning and torrential rain towards Tiannan City. "Dad! I'm here!" Yang Bingtian knelt outside the city gates and tilted his head towards the sky and shouted. Yang Yuslan to hold up a curtain of light with his aura to shield himself from the rain, his body dripping with water as he slowly fell down. "What's going on? Where's the rest of the family?" "Father, Appleseed was killed, the only child of my Yang family is gone. All the others are hiding, I can't beat that man. Waste." Yang Yuelin cursed angrily. He narrowed his eyes killing machine lingering, which dares to kill my apple child. I want him to thwart his bones and not die well. Father, that man is at the Fury Inn, I'll take you. There. Fook lie in. Yang Yuelin clenched his fists, and the bone knots of his 5 fingers made a crisp sound. He looked up, grabbed Yang Bingtian and threw him on his sword, and immediately flew towards the Fury Inn. When the people in Feinan City saw this stream of light in the sky, they were all too scared to hide inside their houses. Dad, this is it. In the sky, Yang Bingtian pointed at the inn. Yang Yuelin did not say a word and was silent, his eyes full of anger and murderous anger. He walked into the inn, and the shopkeeper and the junior all hid under the counter, not daring to squeak. Sinful animal, come out and die. As soon as he opened his mouth, a sound wave rippled and rushed through the air like a giant wave, and the entire inn was shaken and rocked. Squeak! The doorway opened and Lin Yan walked out of the room. Kill the little ones, come the old ones, it just doesn't end. Lin Yang's mouth held a hint of a smile as he slowly walked over. He walked to the edge of the stairs and met Yang with Lan on all fours. For a moment, both men shook. Elder Yang. Lin Yan. Both of them stared at each other with wide eyes, both of them 10,000% surprised. Yang Bingtian roared with rage, pointing at Lin Yan. Father, it's him. He's the one who killed. Snap. Before the words were finished, Yang Yulan backhanded a slap, and Yang Bingtian's face was swollen like a pig's head. Dad. What are you doing? I'm your son. You don't hit him, you hit me? Yang Bingtian was baffled and covered his face in confusion. What's that supposed to mean? The old man came back to beat his son first instead of taking revenge? Is there such a thing as weirdness? How could I, Yang Yuelin, have such uncontested descendants like you? Do you know that he is a disciple of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? Yang Yunilan was all agitated, pointing at Yang Bingtian and cursing. Ha! This. He's a disciple of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? How can this be? The expression on Yang Bingtian's face froze, dully covering his face, his mind in chaos. What's going on? It was a good thing that he had messed with the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. It seemed that in the future, at home, it was necessary to make a collection book of portraits of the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Elder Yang, your Yang clan is really quite impressive. Lin Yang mocked with his hands clasped in mockery with a smirk. Based on the fact that you're the inner dean of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, your Yang family does whatever they want in Tiannan City, covering the sky with one hand in fish and meat. For the Yang family to do this, do you know that this is damaging the reputation of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? Yang Yuelin's body trembled for a moment, his pupils slightly shrunk, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. What the Yang family did would indeed damage the reputation of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. As an elder, he wouldn't be unaware of it. Oftentimes he just turned a blind eye and let the Yang family run amok. The news of Lin Yang and Hua Woyan's descent from the mountain was only known to the sect leader, Zhou Daozi, and a few other people involved. Yang Yuelin looked at him and moved in his heart to kill and exterminate him. If Lin Yang went back and told Hua Woyan about what the Yang family had done in Tiannan City, not to mention Yang Yunilan, the entire Yang family will not have a good ending. Damaging the reputation of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, Hua Woyan absolutely could not endure. He looked at Lin Yang, killing opportunities surging in his heart. The death of a disciple was like the death of a dog, no one would care. Don't change the subject for me, kid, he said angrily. Shouldn't you give me an explanation for killing my grandson? Even if you sue the emperor ancestor, you still have to give me a statement. Lin Yang clasped his hands, seeing the killing intent in his eyes. He had already guessed in his heart that he might want to kill someone. Killing people to pay for their lives, debts to pay, heaven and earth, you pay for my life. Yang Yuelin roared loudly. Come and die. He drew his long sword and erupted with the aura of the hegemony realm, and the entire inn was exploded by a strong and condensed aura, shattering all the wooden boards on all sides. Yang Yuelin leaped up and stabbed his sword at Lin Yang's brow, trying to kill him with one blow. You don't have a lot of guts, Elder Yang. Suddenly, a familiar cold voice came from the room. In a flash, white shadows flipped. Hua Woyan spread her fingers and directly clamped his sword. Click! She gently folded it, and Yang Yulan's sword snapped in two. Hiss! The moment Yang Yuelin saw Hua Woyan, he sucked in a breath of cold air and his heart went cold. T ancestor? Yang Yuelin flopped to his knees, and his entire body was stunned. How much trouble have these ungrateful sons and daughters gotten themselves into? Yang Bingtian didn't recognize Hua Wuyin and Lin Yang as he angrily walked over and drank. Dad, you're killing people. You are alone. Snap. Father, what are you hitting me for? Exterminate them both. Snap. Dad. Snap. Yang used Lan to beat his son's mouth was swollen and blood flowed from his mouth. Hua Wuyan had his hands behind his back and looked at him with an indifferent face. Elder Yang, are you going to cut yourself or cut yourself? Chapter 39, Women So Scary. Yang Yuelin knelt on the ground, dripping with sweat and shivering. Yang Bingtian looked blankly at Hua Wuyan and said, Father, who is she? Even the stupidest of us realized the seriousness of the problem. Even Pops had given this woman an E, so it was evident that the strength and status of this white-clothed woman on the second floor was far above Yang Yuelin. She is the Jade Dragon's sacred sex imperial ancestor. Yang Yuelin's voice trembled as he lowered his head, not daring to look up at her. Father. She is that female emperor of the Jade Dragon's sacred sect? Yang Bingtian immediately had a feeling that his heart was about to stop beating. This wonderful young woman, who looked to be only in her 20s, was actually the legendary founder of this Jade Dragon sacred sect, Flower Woyan. The woman that her son, Yang Xiaoping, messed with, turned out to be her. This woman who has been in seclusion for 1,000 years is so beautiful and young. Puff. Yang Bingtian could not control his two legs at all and immediately knelt down. Hua Wuyan carried her hands behind her back, killing intent swept across her beautiful eyes. Relying on the fact that Yang Yuelin was the inner dean in the Jade Dragon sacred sect, the young family members were unscrupulous and did whatever they wanted within Tianan City. Many people were not afraid of the Yang family, but of the Jade Dragon sacred sect. What the Yang family did with these lackluster deeds was corrupting the reputation of the Jade Dragon sacred sect. Yang Yuelin trembled as he knelt on the ground and said, Emperor Ancestor, I didn't know that the person who offended you was you, please spare me for once. I beg you, don't kill me, I have made so many merits for the Jade Dragon sacred sect, you. Bang! Hua Wuyan's eyes flashed, and without a single word, he waved his long sleeve and a sword light chopped over. Yang used Lan to immediately land on his head. Lin Yang couldn't help but frown, subdued by her murderous determination and ruthlessness. Cut yourself if you're told to. One more beep and you'll be decapitated. This woman is so hard, harder than I am. Ruthless and thunderous. It's no wonder you can become an empress. He looked at Hua Wuyin and secretly sighed in his heart. Hearing the voice in his heart, Hua Wuyin glanced at him obliquely. If a woman is not ruthless, her position is unstable. When a woman's heart is soft, men think you're soft and vulnerable. It's hard to achieve great things without being ruthless. Yang Bingtian pissed his pants when he saw his old man's head fall to the ground. The little chickens cowed out to her and cried their eyes out. Lord Empress, please spare my life. It's all my son's fault, please spare me. I'm innocent too. You're innocent? Hua Wuyin laughed sarcastically. She awoke to see an old man's head soaked in blood in the standing water on the street in front of the inn. The 2-year-old girl, who was carried by a passerby and taken to the hospital, is still in a coma. To commit such atrocious acts and claim innocence? Cut yourself. She dropped it coldly. Yang Bingtian shuddered and his eyes danced. He doesn't want to die. He hadn't enjoyed enough of this heavenly wealth of the Yang family. He raised his head to look at Hua Wuyan, his eyes suddenly bursting out with a strand of stern ruthlessness. Bang! He quickly took out a Bakugan and threw it on the ground, turned around and fled towards the entrance of the inn. The corners of Lin Yang's mouth twitched, amused by his brainwashed-like behavior. Playing such petty tricks in front of a heavenly Emperor Realm powerhouse was too ridiculous. Moreover, a gadget like Bakugan was still created by Flower Wuyan back then. Looking for death. Hua Wuyan narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, a snow-white lightning-like sword light shot out. Swish! A sound of ripping bones resounded through the white mist. A head flew out of the inn and rolled down the street in the rain. The shell, still inside the inn. A sword flew away, and the body and head were separated. Hoo-hoo! The people watching outside the door saw young Bingtian dead, all of them cheered loudly and applauded. It could be seen how much the Yang family was remembered for the sins they had done in Tianan City. The Yang family has finally been eradicated, great! My daughter can finally leave the house without worrying. Aren't you guys rejoicing too early? What if the Jade Dragon's sacred sect retaliates? Various murmurs came from outside the door. Lin Yang, go out and tell them that you are a disciple of the Jade Dragon sacred sect. The sins of the Yang family are too numerous to mention. You were ordered by the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect to go down the mountain to eradicate the Yang family, and in addition, that elder of the Yang family is also dead. Knowing the people outside, Hua Wuyan was still worried in his heart that the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect would retaliate. I know. Lin Yang went in, stood in the doorway, rushed the people outside the door and said. When he finished, the people were even happier. The suspicions and scruples towards the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect were gone, and they praised the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect for doing a good job in ridding the people of harm. The roads are slippery in the rain, so go hire a carriage and continue on your way. Good. Lin Yang found a carriage and a driver. The two of them got on a carriage and quickly left Tiannan City. When he thought of what the Yang family had done in Tiannan City, Hua Wuyan's heart burned with rage. If it wasn't for this trip down the mountain, I don't know how long the Yang family would still be corrupting the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's reputation. Leaving Tiannan City, the carriage sped along. It was still a long way from the 10,000 souls domain. Late afternoon. The carriage stopped at the bottom of a large hill. The wagon couldn't get through, so the two men had to get off and walk. Lin Yang paid the driver for his labor and told him to go back by himself. Light a fire and rest here for the night first, then leave tomorrow, she said as she sat down to rest. Listen to you, who made you the boss? Lin Yang shrugged his shoulders and walked into the forest to cut a bunch of firewood, building a humble shed and lighting a bunch of bonfires in the process. Brat, tell me the truth, your cultivation level, what level is it? Don't talk like chi condensation stage to me. You're pretty much lying to a 3-year-old. Hua Wuyan looked at him and directly picked it up with him. Lin Yang was startled for a moment and laughingly rubbed the back of his head, saying, What are you talking about, senior sister? Of course I'm at the chi condensation stage. If you don't believe me, you can touch it, come on, touch it. He held out his hand and flashed his wrist. Hua Wuyan glanced indifferently and drew his sword to slash over. Misty grass. You're crazy. He retracted his hand so quickly in fear that his face paled. Kid, you'd better listen to me obediently, or else, I definitely won't let you have a good time. Why? What have I done to offend you? Because I'm the empress, I'm the imperial ancestor, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is mine, and you're my disciple, which means that you are my person. She pressed her sword against his chin. Slowly pick his head. The sharp tip of the sword was only a finger away from his throat. Misty grass, why does it smell like a domineering empress? What the hell is this woman doing? What have I done to offend her? No, I respect her, she's closer than my old mother, I haven't offended her. Lin Yang raised his hands and was too scared to move as her sword lifted his chin. Hua Wuyan almost didn't laugh out loud when she heard the words in his heart. More than your old mother? Is that how you treated my grandmother? Cursing me in your mind every day? You kid, don't think I don't know what's on your mind. I just don't want to expose you. Acting in front of me every day, brat. Lin Yang's face turned blue as he said. Elder sister, let's have a discussion, don't mess around. Can you take your sword away, don't threaten a disciple like that. Hua Wuyan couldn't help but snort. You're a smooth talker, you kid, I'll pull out your tongue sooner or later if you piss me off someday. Let you be a muffin that can't spit out a word even if you have a mouth. After saying that, he put his sword back. Lin Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. With this woman, I'm on edge all day. Afraid that one day her menopausal temper will flare up and she'll kill herself. If you want to play with me, just ravage me to your heart's content, why do you have to destroy me and terrorize me like this? Hey, women, it's too scary. Hua Wuyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. The sun is setting in the west, and the twilight is coming. There was a roar of insects and animals from the mountains. Lin Yang shot 2 small animals and roasted them for dinner. I see that you consume your aura very quickly while fighting, with no restraint at all. You get up, I will now teach you how to control the amount of aura. Hua Wuyan finished his dinner and began to explain combat techniques to him. Lin Yang froze for a moment, she actually nailed her flaws with a single word. Yes. Although he possessed sword intent and his talent was good. However, Hua Wuyan had seen him fight a few times, and when he was using his techniques, he was basically a frantic prodding of his aura, wasting a large amount of aura with every move and every stance. It wouldn't take long to fight like this, and the aura would soon run out. No matter how much storage there was in the dantian, it couldn't withstand such consumption. You go and pick a straight branch. Yes. Lin Yang immediately ran into the forest and cut down a bunch of branches and came back. How about this one? No, it's too thick. What about this one? No, it's too fine. What about this one? No, it's too short. What about this one? Are you any good or not? Can't get anything done. Okay, I'll get back to. Chapter 40. Thank you, they are offended. The next day, the two of them went over the mountain range, and at the foot of the mountain was an endless plain. The turquoise vegetation stretches for miles, a clear and winding river rushing past, cattle and sheep on the grass, wildflowers such as brocade tents, the wind blew, swaying and undulating, such as a burst of magnificent and colorful waves. In the distance is the city of 100 Miles. This place wasn't too far from the Yu Yao Kuan sect. It could be said that this was already the territory of the Yu Yao Kuan sect. Kid, keep a low profile after entering the city. This is the territory of the Yu Yao Kuan sect. Don't cause any trouble, understand? Senior sister, with your cultivation, you're still afraid of the Yu Yao Kuan sect? Hua Woyan couldn't help but roll her eyes, having the urge to give him a popping chestnut. This brain is thinking too simply. Isn't it good to arrive at the 10,000 spirits domain peacefully all the way? Do you have to cause a lot of trouble and be hunted down in order to have fun, right? If you think it's good, I'll call the people from the Yu Yao Kuan sect over now. Hua Woyan said as she was about to fly up. Lin Yang hurriedly pulled her back. No, I'm just kidding, don't take it seriously, huh? The two of them followed the avenue and soon entered 100 Mile City. The city was crowded with people, and the streets were lined with vendors setting up stalls, with all sorts of yelling. Yo! What? I don't miss it, come see it all, eh? Ancestral dog skin plasters, cure all. This gentleman, I see that your pace is weak and unsteady, I think you must have kidney problems. Do you want to take a look at my family's kidney strengthening pill? This master, don't listen to him, my family's elixir is the panacea. Eat one, and you're guaranteed to stay on fire all night. A few vendors walked up to Lin Yang and smiled as they sold him various ancestral pills. Hua Woyan's pretty face blushed, embarrassed to look at these vendors. At this time, a peddler took Lin Yang's hand and strongly recommended his own elixir to him. This little brother, don't listen to their nonsense, this elixir in my house is the true god. One is better than 6. Cure kidney loss, no sugar. If you take one, you're guaranteed to wail all night long. Lin Yang's expression froze. Why don't they stop someone else and stop me from recommending this stuff to me? Do I look that weak? Where did they see that I needed these things? Come over here, little brother, and see and taste what's available. Thanks, they're offended. Lin Yang waved his hand with a stern face and pulled Hua Woyan away. Hua Woyan covered her mouth and laughed her ass off. What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? Lin Yang's face sank, very speechless. Hua Woyan patted his shoulder and said in a serious tone. You should reflect on why these vendors stopped you instead of others? Lin Yang looked down at his body, a proper young lad. You need a face, you need muscles, you need a body. Where does it look like you need a kidney boost? Go away, go away. At that moment, a group of young men on high horses came galloping down the middle of the main road, waving their whips rapidly. All of these people were wearing the attire of the Yu Yao Kuan sect. This is someone from the Yu Yao Kuan sect. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes and took her hand to stand aside to avoid it. Slap. These men sat on horseback, all high and mighty, and the pedestrians in the middle of the road avoided them. For a while the crowd was so crowded that some people fell to the ground. The disciples of the Jade Yao Kuan sect rode their horses and directly trampled over them, and some of them cried out in pain and screamed miserably as they were trampled by the hardened hooves of their horses. How arrogant! When Lin Yang saw the behavior of these people, he had the urge to resist the urge to draw his sword. You don't care if they're arrogant or not, offending the disciples of the Yu Yao Kuan sect here is the same as stirring up a hornet's nest. If you don't like them, you can go up and slaughter a few of them, and see if you can escape the territory of the Yu Yao Kuan sect. Hua Woyan clasped his hands in a standoffish manner. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes and gradually suppressed the anger in his heart. In the distance, those disciples of the Yu Yao Kuan sect stopped at the entrance of a restaurant. They seem to have stopped at that tavern. Come on, let's go over and take a look. What's your boy's idea again? Senior sister, don't ask about that. Lin Yang cheaply hemmed and hawed. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect and the Jade Yao Kuan sect were deadly rivals. Is it still a dead heat if you don't trip him up? Soon, the two entered that restaurant as well. Lin Yang intentionally sat at the table not far from the disciples of the Yu Yao Kuan sect, just in time to hear their conversation. Kid, aren't you afraid of being recognized by them? Hua Woyan whispered. That's a lot of thinking on your part. Lin Yang shrugged his shoulders and lowered his head to whisper, inside the Yu Yao Kuan sect, only 8 heavenly sons have seen me, but the old dragon killed 5. That is to say, right now, there are only 3 people inside the Yu Yao Koan sect who know me. Elder sister, it's you who should be careful instead. You fought with Dragon Zoon last time with a bang. There's a chance that they might have seen you before. After he finished speaking, Hua Wuyan nodded. I can't imagine that this kid is quite thoughtful. With a flip of her palm, Hua Wuyan took out a thin human skin mask and immediately stuck it on her face. In an instant, the mask and her face blended together, making the mask completely invisible. This mask covers her face, but the mask is very beautiful all the same. Lin Yang looked dumbfounded. Her face value was still high even with a mask. Oh oi. Brothers, look at that woman. Does she look like the Jade Dragon Sacred Sex female emperor? The disciples at the Jade Yao Koan sex table had indeed noticed Flower Wuyan. The young man in the lead had dark skin and thick eyebrows. He gazed at Flower Wuyan's figure and frowned. When she came up just now, I saw that she looked like the Jade Dragon Sacred Sex Empress. No way? Senior Yao, you're not kidding, right? Are you sure that one is the Jade Dragon Sacred Sex female emperor? Guys, be careful, I think she looks like her too, last time we met. The men were quickly alert, hands pressed to their swords, and the atmosphere was instantly tense. Yao Zhongran lifted his knife and walked over with a nervous expression. The ones behind them were ready to draw their swords. This woman would have to make a move at the first opportunity in case she really was the Jade Dragon Sacred Sex Empress. This girl looks so familiar, doesn't she? Have we met somewhere before? Yao Zhongran stood 10 paces behind Hua Wuyan, staring at her with unblinking eyes. Is that so, my lord? Have we really met? Hua Wuyan turned her head to look at him, a slight smile on her face. Yao Zhongran couldn't help but be stunned for a moment when he saw the face clearly, looking at it carefully. Strange? She clearly didn't have this face just now. Did I see it wrong? How could the Jade Dragon Sacred Sex Empress come to a place like this? It seems I was wrong. His tensed nerves gradually relaxed and his hand, ready to draw his sword, retracted. Turning back to his brothers, he gave them a wink. It took a sigh of relief from this table in the back. I'm sorry girl, I've got the wrong person, excuse me. It's okay. Hannah Wuyin smiled at him. These eyes of hers gave Yao Zhongran a feeling of déjà vu, but he was not sure. Strange, am I blind? Why does it feel weird? Yao Zhongran scratched his head and returned to his seat. Senior Yao, you must have misread it just now, you're just too nervous and suspicious. A disciple next to him poured him a bowl of wine. Yao Zhongran put down the knife in his hand and laughed. Yes, my eyes were blurred, come on, drink. If the Jade Dragon Sacred Sex Empress really comes, I'll chop off her head with one slash and take it back for credit. Senior Yao, why are you blowing up before you even drink? What am I blowing for? Look at this knife of mine, it's big and long, can she survive a cut? Senior Yao, don't drink too much, we're going to give a gift to the Xu family. What are you afraid of? Don't be idle, come on, drink. Chapter 41. You call this a blood ginseng? After dinner, Lin Yang had almost inquired. Yao Zhongran, these few people were sent by the Yu Yao Koan sect to send congratulatory gifts to the Xu family's old man. Zhu Yichen, the oldest member of the Xu family, celebrated his 90th birthday. Zhu Yi-sum? Hearing this name, Hua Wuyan couldn't help but frown. Elder sister, it's hard to believe that you know the Xu family's old man? No, I don't recognize it, I've just heard of it. Hua Wuyan said slowly, I've seen this name on the information given by the sect master. Zhu Yichen, he's a loose cultivator with a cultivation level of the 9th level of the hegemony realm, only one step away from the emperorless realm. The Jade Yao Koan sect hired him as a guest secretary, which means that Zhu Yichen, and even the entire Zhu family, is a force of the Jade Yao Koan sect. Lin Yang nodded after hearing this, no wonder she knew. Yao Zhong ran these people, after eating later in the afternoon to go to the gift. That means the congratulatory gifts are on them. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed and thought of a way to ask in a low voice. Elder sister, do you still have your membrane? Swish. Hua Wuyan immediately blushed. She gritted her teeth and stared at him with anger in her eyes. Kid, don't give me an inch if I don't hit you, rascal embryo. The expression on Lin Yang's face froze. What are you talking about, senior sister? Where did I go rogue? I was just asking if you still have that film you just put on your face. Are you thinking of something messed up again? As soon as he finished, Hua Wuyan sat awkwardly on the stool, his entire body petrified. Blushing like a tomato and burning. Turns out I'm the rogue. Now the community is dead. She glared and puffed out her cheeks in anger like an angry, adorable pufferfish. Brat! Can't you say mask? Piss me off. She flung a human skin mask in his face in anger, her stomach full of fire. Lin Yang shrugged helplessly, speechless. Blame me? You're the one who got the wrong idea, aren't you? How could a man as simple as I be imagining things? Hearing the voice in his heart, Hua Wuyan clenched her pink fists, itching to hammer him to death. Elder sister, did you think of something strange? Die for me. Hua Wuyan was so angry that she grabbed the plate and slapped it over. Lin Yang darted to the side and hastily jumped up. I'll go after a couple of them, you wait here first. He rushed downstairs. Flower Wuyan deflated, covering her rolling, reddened face with both hands, feeling humiliated. A woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea, can't figure out why she's always losing her temper. Lin Yang couldn't help but sigh as he stood in front of the restaurant. He was stunned for a moment and flew after them in the direction of Yao Zhongran's men. He had to stop them before they arrived at Ju's house, or the plan would fail. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Yao Zhongran's few men spurred their horses and ran as fast as they could. Lin Yang fought his way to the back and rushed to the front in less than a cup of tea. He hid at the entrance of an alleyway, with Yao Zhongran and a few of them still behind him. It's best to do it on the road with all the people coming and going. The 7 scarabs of the Big Dipper come out. Lin Yang released the 7 elves. Ringo! What are Ringo's orders? Ringo! The 7 ghost mandrills immediately appeared. Big Scarlet, you guys put your weapons away first, then take your brothers and rush over to harass those guys, see? Take off the storage rings from their hands and give them to me. I'll give it to you when my plan is complete and you return it, got it? Augury nodded as he held the iron rod, and a few others were serious as well. Okay, the plan is on. At Lin Yang's command, the 7 ghost elves crouched at the street corner and watched the men come with their horses. Go! With a wave of Dago's hand, the 7 elves swarmed up and rushed towards Yao Zhongran and their horse group. Ga ga ga! Augury took the lead and rushed to Yao Zhongran to pester him. Ergo jumped onto the passerby's head, grabbed Yao Zhongran's hand, and with a forceful tug, ripped off the storage ring from his hand. Sango was on the ground in charge of picking the ring, and her movements were smooth and fluid. For Scarlet, 5 Scarlet, 6 Scarlet, 7 Scarlet, the 4 of them were in charge of picking other people's storage rings. Where's the dead monkey? Get outta here! Who the raised this monkey? Ah! My hair! Ahawk! My clothes are torn! Dead monkey! Don't pull my pants! God damn it! Pay for my pants! Yao Zhongran's team of horses was instantly in disarray. The crowded crowd on the road is even more chaotic, the 7 elves and monkeys in ancestor, swift movements. In 3 or 2 clicks, he removed the storage rings from their hands, grabbing their hair in the process, and scratched a few disciples to the point of wailing. There are also a few torn clothes and pants by the 7 elves. Under the seat of these horses were frightened, hissing and spreading their hooves and ran away. Yao Zhongran was so mad with anger that he quickly roared. Senior apprentice brother Zhou, quickly strangle your horse. You strangle your horse. In front, senior brother Zhou clung to the horse's back and turned back angrily. I'm happy your mom. The old man's soul is scared out of his mind, and you're asking me if I'm happy. Yao Zhongran looked at his distant back with a stunned expression. Crap, where's my storage ring? He looked down for a moment and realized that not only was the horse scared away, but even the storage ring in his hand was gripped away by those dead monkeys just now. It was Yao Zhongran's turn to be unhappy. The congratulatory gifts for the Zhu family were all in the storage ring. If he lost the gift, he would probably be heavily punished when he returned to the Yu Yao Kuan sect. Senior brother, my storage ring is gone. Mine too. A few other people also noticed that the rings on their hands were gone. Quick! Find it for me. Even if we dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll find those dead monkeys. Yao Zhongran was completely flustered. Alleyway. Lin Yang took Yao Zhongran's storage ring and opened it, then quickly flipped to the Zhu family's congratulatory gifts. Inside the congratulatory gift to the Zhu family, there was a box of precious blood ginseng. Great stuff! Lin Yang's eyes reddened. That's the most precious thing in the storage ring. Blood ginseng, a kind of ginseng that grew from absorbing the blood of demonic beasts, was comparable to treasures in terms of its medicinal effects and rarity. A single blood ginseng was as good as 10 hegemony realm-level pills. He opened the box, and inside were neatly arranged 10 blood ginsengs, each one of which was of top quality and extremely rare. Worthy of being a guest minister of the Jade Yao Kuan sect, such a congratulatory gift is too precious. Lin Yang squinted his eyes and took the plate at the bottom of the box and forced it off. Without hesitation, the blood ginseng was brought out. Then he used a few dried radishes he had with him and stuffed them in the box. Then take the bottom piece of the board and tuck it back in, intact. Dip a little more wax into it so that it doesn't fall off and show for a short time. Augury, go, return the ring. Remember, it must be thrown on the side of the road so as not to attract their attention. Lin Yang immediately handed them several storage rings. Yes. De Go took his brothers and darted into the crowd again with his storage ring. Senior Yao, the monkey is there. Quickly. Kill these dead monkeys for me. Yao Zhongran drew his sword and rushed after him with his senior brother. Big Gory and the other brothers burrowed into the crowd and immediately dropped the ring on the road, then flew over the wall and into someone's yard. Yao Zhongran and the few of them were so angry that they gnashed their teeth. Senior Yao, the storage ring is on the ground. One of the disciples looked down and suddenly saw several storage rings on the ground. These goddamned plague bearers. Yao Zhongran dismounted and picked up his storage ring. When I opened it, the gift inside was still in good shape. The box containing the blood ginseng was still in its original position, and the seal on top of the box was intact. It's okay, it's good that the gift hasn't moved. When Yao Zhongran saw that these congratulatory gifts were intact, the stone hanging in his heart fell to the ground. Alright brothers, keep going, there's still half an hour to go. Yes. Yao Zhongran continued on with his senior brother. As soon as they were gone, a figure emerged from the alleyway and looked at them with a grin. Half an hour later. The Zhu family. Zhu family compound at the moment lively, crowded to and from the birthday celebration of all kinds of celebrities and rich gentry, all dressed in gorgeous. The old man of the Zhu family sat on top of the high hall, his head full of white hair. Yu Yao Kunzong has arrived. The MC at the door announced loudly. The guests inside the mansion each stood up and greeted the disciples of the Jade Yao Kuan sect. Yao Zhongran walked into the Zhu family compound with a few senior brothers, head high and full of vigor. Elder Zhu, the sect leader sent me down here to wish you a happy birthday. May your blessings be as long as the East Sea and your life as long as the pines of South Mountain. Several of them bent their heads and shouted their congratulations. Shu Yichen stroked his snow-white beard, all come in. Yao Zhongran took out one piece of congratulatory gift from his storage ring, and finally put the gift box containing the blood ginseng. Holding it with both hands, he carefully walked over and handed it to Zhu Yichen. This is the congratulatory gift that the sect leader has specially explained to you, blood ginseng. As soon as the words fell, all the people in the room were shot. Blood ginseng is an expensive and rare treasure that the rich and famous people here have more or less heard of. Have a heart. Zhu Yichen took the gift box with a smile and slowly opened it. Yao Zhongran and a few senior brothers looked at each other and held their heads high, waiting for his praise. This is the kind of gift that Zhu Yichen will definitely like. Once the old man was happy, he might reward them with something. The moment the box opened, the smile on Zhu Yichen's face froze and disappeared. You call this blood ginseng? Elder, of course this is blood ginseng, You call this a blood ginseng? What do you mean, Elder? This is all the real deal. Snap. Zhu Yichen slammed the box on the ground, his face green with anger. You call this blood ginseng? It's just a few dried radishes, do you think old man is blind? Chapter 42 Flowers Without Words, Too Deep. Zhu Yichen roared like thunder, his anger rising. Take a couple of dried radishes. This is treating the old man like a little cutie. You think I'm a cutie? Yao Zhongran and a few other senior brothers were dumbfounded when they saw the dried radish popping out of the box. How did this happen? How did this happen? I saw it before I went down the mountain. The sect leader clearly put the blood ginseng in with his own hands, and I watched the whole time. How could this happen? Yao Zhongren's entire body froze. Before going down the mountain, he had seen the sect master put the blood ginseng in with his own eyes. How come here? It's dried radish. Senior Yao, the box has been tampered with, look at the board underneath. A junior next to him squatted down to examine it more closely and found a little something fishy. I know. It must be those dead monkeys from earlier. Yao Zhongran immediately reacted, and an incomparably fierce gaze erupted from his eyes. Elder Zhu, we did bring the blood ginseng with us, and there was a little accident on the road just now. The blood ginseng must have been swapped. I'm telling the truth, 1,000 times over. If you don't believe me, you can ask the sect leader for proof. He said aloud. Zhu Yichen narrowed his eyes glaring. Of course he believed what Yao Zhongran said. After all, he was a guest secretary of the Yuyao Koan sect, and could also be considered an elder of the Yuyao Koan sect. There was no way the Jade Yao Kunzong could fool him with a few dried radishes. He waved his hand in a big, sonorous, majestic rage. Close the gates at once, and don't let a single person inside the 100-mile city go. Yes. A servant immediately ran to the courtyard and took out a flare to fire. Bang! A ball of 7-colored fireworks exploded in the sky, so brilliant that the entire 100-mile city could see it. The city gates. Those soldiers on guard saw the flare and acted immediately. Quickly! Close the gates and stow the drawbridge. A few soldiers carried heavy bolts to securely tie down the heavy gates. Crunchy! The drawbridge outside the city gates slowly affixed itself to the city wall as the chains on either side were pulled. The 4 gates, east, west, south, north and south, are all closed, and no one is allowed in or out. The first thing that came to Yao Zhongran's mind was the 2 young men he met in the restaurant in the morning. Elder Zhu, I know where the suspect is, I'll bring my senior brothers over to arrest him. Good, I'll send some more men with you. Yes. Senior brothers, all follow me back. Yao Zhongran hurriedly brought his senior brother back the same way, and with the whip of his horse, he galloped to that restaurant. In the streets, crowds were surging like a tidal wave. Lin Yang and Hua Wuyin had both changed into plain clothes, and they didn't stand out at all when they walked in the crowd. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Get out of the way, all of you. Off. Yao Zhongran led his men to roar all the way. The dense crowd on the road scattered in fear, many falling to the ground and crying. Lin Yang and Hua Wuyin stood in the middle of the crowd, watching them speed past before their eyes. Senior sister, the city gates are closed, what should I do? Why don't you take me to fly out? Lin Yang clasped his hands and said blandly. Hua Wuyan gave him a cold look, if I take out the flowing light peace feather, Zhu Yichen will definitely recognize me. It might attract the dragon father, but I'm not afraid. It's just that, when the time comes, all of the disciples and sect leaders and elders of the Yuyao Koan sect will surround you alone, I'm afraid that you won't be able to hold out. This. Lin Yang bristled, a little helpless. That's just it, big deal, just kill it. Then what are you waiting for? Go. Yes, senior sister. The 2 of them darted towards the city gates. Stop, no traveling with the gates closed. The soldiers at the door saw the 2 of them and immediately stopped them. Lin Yang sneered as he leaned forward and leapt forward with a single footstep. In a flash, the thumb flicked out the long sword. Clank! A faint sound of a sword chiming rang out, and a sharp, cold aura sliced through the blade like running water. Good dogs don't get in the way, get out of the way. Lin Yang held his sword in his backhand, his sword light flying across, the sharp and unrivaled sword light sweeping away violently like a storm. Boom! The thick city gate was split open by a sword. The city gate turned into a pile of debris and fell to the ground, smoke and dust rose in all directions, and all the surrounding soldiers were stunned. All of them were frightened and retreated backward, not daring to block the way. Lin Yang made another sword strike, and the chains of the drawbridge were directly chopped off. With a boom, the drawbridge slammed heavily on the opposite bank of the moat, and the 2 chains fell directly into the water with a crash, splashing up a flurry of water. Let's go, senior sister, the way is clear for you. Lin Yang made a gesture of invitation. Watch out, there's someone coming from behind. Hua Wuyin reminded him of this and flew out of 100-mile city. Not far behind, on top of the houses, a figure with a strong killing aura attacked at great speed. Zhu Yichen's robes fluttered and he leapt forward with a killing spirit. What kind of rats dare to steal old me's congratulatory gift? I am the guest secretary of the Yuyao Koan sect, ahead. You old piker. Lin Yang glared back at him, showing no mercy and directly cursing. Open your mouth and you're an old piker. Zhu Yichen was so angry that he clenched his fists, his face turning blue. Today's 90th birthday was stolen by him, not to mention the congratulatory gifts, but also by him to call the old piker cannot be tolerated. Sinful animal. You dare to insult me. I will not slaughter. Old pipsqueak in fancy pants. Kid. You give me. Old pipsqueak, wear fancy pants and sleep with your daughter-in-law at night. Go die for me. Zhu Yichen was so angry that he gritted his teeth and opened his eyes in anger. His entire person became incomparably hideous and furious. With a backhand, he drew out a red tasseled lance, its aura surging with a majestic momentum. Sinful animal. Die for me. Whoosh. He erupted all his strength, a gun pierced through the sky, the gun came out like a dragon, the aura exploded, the murderous aura filled the air blatantly, the little gun aura was like a thunderous fury. Old dragon, him for me. A mere king 8 realm, watch me destroy him. The old dragon stayed in his storage ring and hummed contemptuously. Dragon's spit. In the storage ring, a hot streaming wave glowing with a faint red light instantly blossomed into a sky-covering force, its light soared and crashed on top of the spear's aura, immediately crushing it. Boom! The shimmering light exploded blatantly, like 10 million bombs detonated at the same time, exploding with a bang. A mushroom cloud rose up in the air, and the heat wave spread like ripples rolling around, and a circle rocketed upwards. The city walls on the opposite side were all shattered by the violent shockwave, directly shattering them. All of the soldiers on the wall vomited blood and were stunned. The dust raised was like a sandstorm that filled the sky, and a large tree was snapped off by the shockwave. The power was so fierce that Lin Yang felt his jaw drop. Put! Shui Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, directly shaken by the shockwave to the point of vomiting blood, and his body flew back like a falling leaf. It was a great scene as he flew around while spitting blood. Lin Yang's eyes jumped in admiration of the old dragon, worthy of the emperorless realm. If the heavenly emperor doesn't come out, who will compete with him? If the old dragon's move, Dragon Spit, was unleashed within the city, it was estimated that the entire 100-mile city would have to be reduced to rubble. If the emperorless realm was still like this, the strength of the heavenly emperor realm would be even more so. Lin Yang turned around and looked at the back of Flower Woyin in front of him and had to sigh. Hua Woyan was truly unfathomable. Chapter 43, Seems Pregnant? Outside the 100-mile city, between the reckless mountains and ridges, clouds and mists churned. Boom! A powerful aura rose up to the sky, and the surrounding trees shook, and the fallen leaves were like snow, falling down one after another. Lin Yang sat cross-legged on a huge green stone. Those 10 blood ginsengs, all of them were chewed and swallowed hard by him, and his blood rolled and churned as if it was being boiled by a blazing fire, and the skin on his body glowed with a reddish light. Phew! He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and a stern light filled his eyes. Second level of the hegemony realm. The blood ginseng is worthy of being a rare treasure in the world, better than pills. Lin Yang clenched his fists, the bones of his 5 fingers crackling with power. However, he still used the qi condensation stage to disguise his cultivation. On the surface, he was still at the qi condensation stage. In fact, the internal structure and construction had already reached the level of the Overlord realm. Next, start comprehending the 4th soul-speaking chapter. He relaxed his mind and muttered something, glancing around. He felt that Hua Wuyan was far away from him and shouldn't know he was here. I've already learned 3 sword in 10 chapters, spiritual rhinoceros chapters, and easy numbers chapters, but unfortunately, none of them have been learned at their peak. Lin Yang thought darkly in his heart. Although I've learned 3 of them, they are all only at a half-acre level. However, he slowly noticed a pattern. As one's cultivation level grew higher, comprehending the 9 chapters of the Great Tao became faster and faster. It used to take 15 years to learn 2 of them, but now, as soon as his cultivation level rises, he can easily comprehend them. Although the 9 pieces of the Great Tao did not know what kind of Gong method it was, nor did it know who created it. However, it was obvious that the 9 chapters of the Great Tao were not for ordinary cultivators to cultivate. This was because cultivators with lower cultivation levels simply couldn't learn and comprehend the subtleties of it. He closed his eyes as the words from the soul-speaking psalm surfaced in his mind one by one. When one reaches the highest level of comprehension of the soul chapter, the soul can leave the body and travel to all corners of the world. Even the soul possesses the same combat power as the main body. Is the highest realm of the soul-speaking chapter so strong? 3 souls and 7 spirits can go out of the body and become 10 combatants. Lin Yang couldn't help but tsk. Upon reaching the Heavenly Emperor realm, everyone could release their divine sense, which had the same combat power as their main body. If, say, he breaks through the Heavenly Emperor realm one day, wouldn't that mean that he could split into 2, or even many, doppelgangers on his own? Said the soul chapter to the highest level of enlightenment, the body of the 3 souls and 7 souls can be out of the body, and I have the same strength as the same. The 3 souls and 7 spirits add up to 10 bilocations. Add to that the fact that divine sense could be divided into 3 channels, and that would be 13. In other words, once he reached the Heavenly Emperor realm, he would be able to split into 13 doppelgangers with the same combat strength as him. Too strong. Lin Yang closed his eyes and felt a bit of joy in his heart. Not far away, in a shadowy corner, Hua Wuyin sat under a large tree and listened to his heart in its entirety. After listening to Lin Yang's heart, she couldn't help but marvel. What kind of kung fu did this kid cultivate? What the hell is a soul speak chapter? The Book of Changes? Swordsmanship? Spiritual rhinoceros? Why haven't I heard or seen this before? She frowned deeply, very curious and surprised. At the same time, there were a few more expectations for Lin Yang. I'm really curious, what is the technique this brat cultivates? One day, when he becomes a heavenly emperor, how heaven-defying will his combat power be? Hua Wuyan's gaze was deep, looking far away at the back of that one sitting on a rock in the forest. 2 days later, the two men came out of the mountains, and ahead of them was a small town. This place was already far away from the Jade Yao Kuan sect's sphere of influence. Hua Wuyan had been depressed for the past 2 days and went back to her room to rest after lunch. Boy, go get me some brown sugar back here. Make me some brown sugar water with brown sugar. Hua Wuyan was lying on the bed with her stomach covered, her face very ugly. What's wrong with you? Lin Yang realized that she hadn't been in good spirits for 2 days and had been covering her stomach. What's the point of covering your stomach? You don't think. Pregnant, right? Flowers without words. She frowned, her stomach aching as hard as a knife, a sheen of sweat breaking out on her forehead. If you're told to go, you go, no bull. Lin Yang looked at her curiously, seeing her pained expression, feeling a bit puzzled and confused. What's wrong with her? Is she possessed? She hasn't looked right these past 2 days. Keeps covering her stomach, she's not really pregnant, is she? Thinking of this, Lin Yang took a deep breath and opened his eyes a little confused. If she's really pregnant, how can I explain it to everyone? I didn't do anything. Am I going to be a father? Hua Wuyan was furious as she listened to these messy thoughts in his mind. There's no telling what's going on in this kid's head all day long. A stomach ache is pregnancy? I see your grandma is the one who's pregnant. Get out of here! She roared angrily, and the violent sound wave directly shook Lin Yang back several steps. I'll get it right away. Lin Yang's face turned white with fear, turned around and closed the door to the room and ran. Is this the lion's roar of Hito? He touched his ears, the sound she had just yelled barely cracked his eardrums. Walking out of the inn, he walked down the street, found a store to buy some brown sugar, and hurried back. Bang! Suddenly, he crashed into a man. Kid, you're walking around without your eyes, aren't you? Who are you to say? Lin Yang looked up and it was actually Ni Daocheng. Senior Ni? It's you, kid? Ni Daocheng was also a bit surprised to see him. After descending the mountain, they split into 2 groups and went their separate ways. I didn't expect to actually meet in this town. Senior sister Wei, come over here, senior brother Lin is here. Ni Daocheng shouted at the small store next to him. 5 people, Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, and Hua Chuanxi, walked out from inside. Senior Lin? Senior Lin, why are you here too? Where is Emperor? Her? Lin Yang shrugged his shoulders and said with a helpless face, she's resting at the inn, her health isn't too good these days. What? What happened to her? A few of them were a little nervous as the words left their mouths. It's no small matter that Emperor Ancestor is in poor health. I don't know, she kept covering her stomach like. Like what? Looks like a pregnancy. Hiss. Ni Daocheng. Yua Jitsu. Gu Sheng. Shueting Wei. Li Zishi. Juanxi Hua. The 6 of them sucked in a mouthful of cold air, all of them filled with horrified expressions of utter astonishment. Tezu is pregnant? Fogweed. How many days has it been? Tezu is actually pregnant? Clank. 6 swords and knives were instantly on Lin Yang's neck. You lecherous thief. What the hell did you do to Emperor Ancestor? You human-faced beast. To actually seduce the Empress. Lin Yang held up his hands, a little confused. I'm just saying she seems to be pregnant, like, get it? You guys ask me what I did. Did I do something that I had to write a novel about to show you guys? Chapter 44, Great Love Has No Words. How dare you argue? Say. What exactly did you do to Emperor Ancestor? Surnamed Lin, you lecherous thief. Ni Daocheng angrily questioned him. The 3 of them, the 3 males, inside their heads, had already brainstormed unpleasant images. What is the Empress? She was a magnificent, ravishing beauty, a one-to-one existence in terms of posture and cultivation, so how could she possibly like a little mongrel like Lin Yang? One night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. Lin Yang secretly drugged the Empress, then. Pregnant. 80%. Wei Shuiting, Li Zixi, and Hua Chuanxi, the three female ones, felt strange. Hua Chuanxi raised her eyebrows and asked, "You said Emperor Ancestor's stomach hurts?" "Yes." "What did you buy in your hand?" "She made me buy it, brown sugar." Lin Yang answered truthfully. As soon as he finished, the three of them looked at each other and were a little embarrassed. All three guessed in their minds what was going on. Ahem. "Give me the brown sugar and we'll go over there." Wei Shuiting took the brown sugar he bought and the three of them flew to the inn. "That's right, Senior Ni, let him go, Emperor Ancestor is fine." Hua Chuanxi turned around and waved her hand. Ni Daocheng, Yuanjiao, and Gu Shang were uncertain and felt a bit baffled. "Ni, do you believe me now?" Lin Yang shrugged and spread his hands and said, "Humph." Ni Daocheng put away his sword and hummed arrogantly. In the inn, Wei Shuiting's trio had already boiled brown sugar and prepared other things in addition, and after Hua Wuyan drank it, the pain eased a lot. Four people, Ni Daocheng, Yuanjiao, Gu Shang, and Lin Yang, pushed the door in. "Tezu, I heard you're pregnant? How long have you been pregnant, Tezu? Male or female? Whose baby is it? Should we return to the Jade Dragon's sacred sect to recuperate at ease?" As soon as the three of them entered, they asked Hannah Wui. Flowers without words leaning against the bed backdrop, directly asked confused. A bewildered look at a few of them. "Who said I was pregnant? Who said that?" Hua Wuyan was enraged, raising both eyebrows, a hint of anger flashing through her eyes. "I'm still a virgin, and you're telling me I'm pregnant? Could it be?" The three of them, Ni Daocheng, stared at Lin Yang in unison. "Sure enough, it's this kid." Hua Wuyan was so angry that her brows were furrowed and she clenched her fists, itching to hammer him to death. "You kids would die if you didn't talk nonsense all day, wouldn't you?" She droned indignantly. "You said I'm pregnant? That I'm pregnant with your child? Are you really going to carry my baby? Brat you!" With a piercing sound, Hua Wuyan tore the bedsheet hard into pieces and glared at him angrily, her eyes seeming to want to kill. "Get out! Leave me alone!" She glared hard. "Yes." Lin Yang immediately turned around and left. Ni Daocheng and the three of them also walked out of the room. Wei Shuiting stared blankly at the backs of the four of them men. "Is this the legendary straight man?" Hua Wuyan leaned against the bed canopy impatiently. She could understand the four of them. The four of them, Ni Daocheng, Yuanjiao, Gu Shang, and Lin Yang, all grew up on the mountain. Having been cultivating in the sect, he knew almost nothing about women's matters. It's normal that they don't know and can't understand when it comes to things like this. After all, no one has told them about it or been exposed to it since they were kids. A couple of idiots. It's time for them to find a dog. Hua Wuyan pondered silently in his heart. The entrance to the inn. Four men of steel stood outside. "I almost believed your kid's nonsense about Emperor Ancestor being pregnant." Gu Shang patted his shoulder. Ni Daocheng glared at him. "Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Is Emperor Ancestor pregnant with that look? It's clearly a bad stomach." Lin Yang was speechless as he clasped his hands. Ni Daocheng's words aroused Yu Wenjiao's curiosity. He asked, "Brother Ni, why did Di Zhu buy brown sugar when he ate something bad that caused his stomach to hurt? Could it be that brown sugar can cure tummy aches?" Ni Daocheng nodded vaguely. "Well, it should work, or else Emperor Ancestor wouldn't have let him buy brown sugar. You have to remember that brown sugar water cures tummy aches. Unintentionally, Emperor Ancestor taught us another trick. Next time you have a stomachache, we'll drink brown sugar water too, and we'll make sure the medicine goes away." The two of them admired Flower Wuyan as they walked. The Empress was just different, not saying anything, but teaching them a little trick by doing. This is great love without words. Worthy of being an Empress, she is too good to her disciples. She is just as cold as ice on the surface, but in fact, her words and actions are everywhere hidden and pointing out the way. Makes sense. Lin Yang smacked his lips and rubbed his chin, feeling a bit reasonable. "Well, you can drink brown sugar water for a stomachache. Take a little notebook and write it down. Next time I'll drink too." The four of them wandered along the streets of the town. The town was small, and most of the houses on either side were old, with layers of lime peeling off the walls. The four entered a small tavern. The tavern was small, just 7 or 8 tables, and it was dark and dreary inside, with no light coming in from outside. Lauer served a jar of old wine, and the four of them ordered a few small dishes and drank freely. "Senior brother, how far is this place from the 10,000 spirits domain?" Lin Yang asked. "There's still a couple days left." "What? You can't wait? Gu Sheng took a sip and looked at him with a smile. Remember, we need to be patient and careful enough on our trip to the 10,000 spirit region this time, don't rush. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, Yuanjiu said indifferently. A few of us ran into disciples of the Yuyao Kuan sect several times while we were on the road. Moreover, the other clans in the eastern continent, as well as the scattered cultivators, the great clans, all sent people. Entering the 10,000 spirits domain this time will surely cause conflict between multiple parties. Lin Yang was slightly surprised and frowned slightly. It was estimated that the people of the Jade Yao Kuan sect would never have dreamed that Hua Woyan had left the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. If they had known, they would have taken advantage of the situation and gone to attack the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. On this trip to the 10,000 spirit domain, the role that Flower Woyan played was actually to protect a few of them. Let them try to get as many heavenly materials and treasures out of the 10,000 spirits domain as possible. In order to cultivate the next heavenly emperor, Flower Woyan had done his best. The four were talking when a group of people suddenly came outside the door. Junior! Xiao Air! Quickly, bring me all the good wine and meat. Senior brother Ji, let's sit down and drink to quench our thirst. Dozens of young people came in at the door and walked in noisily, filling the restaurant at once. Talk about coming. 3 senior brothers, get ready. Ni Dao Chang pressed his voice to remind him. The 4 of them kept their heads down, one hand already pressed on top of their swords. The dozens of people who came in were all disciples of the Yuyao Kuan sect. The one leading the way was none other than the head of the Jade Yao Kuan sect's heavenly son, Ji Shang. As well as the latest additions to the throne, there were other sons of heaven, and 3 or 4 females, each with a calm, murderous aura. Ji Shang wore a black robe and coiled up his long hair, with a tall figure, sword eyebrows, and starry eyes, and an extraordinary temperament between his hands and feet. All sit down. His voice was as cold as ice, and he always carried a cold and arrogant aura on his body. Soon, the disciples of the Yuyao Kuan sect filled all the other tables. The table in the center happened to be Lin Yang and the 4 of them. Brothers, be careful. Gu Sheng smiled and whispered. Lin Yang pursed his lips, the corner of his mouth raised in a cold smile, one hand pressed on his sword scabbard, ready to strike at any time as long as they found out. These brothers look familiar? Sure enough, someone from the Yuyao Kuan sect's side looked over this way. Lin Yang flexed his fingers and sheathed his sword. Don't move. Gu Sheng pressed his hand and gave him a wink. Lin Yang froze and stood still for a moment. The atmosphere instantly became tense with swords, and the air seemed to be filled with a murderous aura. It's a disciple of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Senior brother Ji, it's someone from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Chapter 45, A surprise for the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Whoa! The surrounding dozens of Yuyao Kuan sect's disciples, all of them stood up with great enthusiasm, all of them were murderous. Ji Shang stood up and turned to look. Ni Dao Chang and him met eye to eye, killing intent in his eyes. The 2 of them had fought several times, and both of them were the head of their respective sects' heavenly sons, and their strengths were on par with each other. Everyone held their weapons, and the whole restaurant was silent, with only the sound of heavy breathing. Fluttering. Many people's hearts beat faster. The scene stood still in the dimly lit tavern. Lin Yang was already prepared and even planned to call out the old dragon. Ji Shang and Ni Dao Chang stared at each other for a long time. Suddenly, Ji Shang threw back his head and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Senior brothers, you've recognized the wrong people, they're not from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, Ji Shang said loudly. Senior brother Ji, they are real. Shut up. Ji Shang bellowed, and those few disciples were too scared to squeak, then slowly sat down. Sorry bro, scared you guys. Senior brothers, all sit down and drink. Ji Shang smiled skinlessly and gave the 4 of them a meaningful look. Ni Dao Chang nodded indifferently. Ji Shang forcefully ordered the other senior brothers to sit down. Come on, we're almost drunk. Lin Yang said blandly. Ni Dao Chang nodded, and the 4 of them settled the bill and quickly left the restaurant. Just as they left, the disciples of the Yuyao Kuan sect couldn't help themselves. Senior brother, they are clearly people from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, how do you? Ji Shang raised his hand to interrupt the man's words and suddenly narrowed his eyes, the fierce light in his eyes exposed like a sinister viper. Of course I know them. Quickly send someone to follow them and see how many people came from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, how many experts there are, and where they live. Wouldn't it be better to find an opportunity to give them a run for their money? He sneered. Quickly use the transmitter. In the inn. The 4 of them hurried back to the inn. Leng Qing, hurry up and disguise yourself and separate from us, the disciples of the Yu Yao Kuan sect are following behind to scout us. Lin Yang stood in the room with a serious expression. We can't let the Yu Yao Kuan sect know that you've come down the mountain, otherwise, the consequences are a bit severe. Hua Wuyan nodded silently. What are you afraid of? Emperor Ancestor is here and you're still afraid of them? Why don't we just give them a clean sweep? Anai Daochang roared with a bold and dry voice. No, unless one is sure to kill them all in one blow, it will be easy to scare the snakes and expose the secret of her descent. Lin Yang shook his head and vetoed his proposal. Anai Daochang's idea is good, but there is not full certainty and the right timing. Flower Wuyan could certainly slaughter them easily, but Ji Shan wasn't stupid either. Lin Yang pushed open the window and pointed at the sneaky Yu Yao Kuan sect disciples downstairs. Look guys, their disciples are pressurized and concentrated together, how can we end them all in one pot? Then what do you say? Anai Daochang was a bit anxious. Several people in the room all looked at him. Lin Yang tensed his nerves, his expression serious, and said, it's very simple, we can give them a will-o'-the-wisp. Oh? How do you make a trick out of a trick? Hua Wuyan was curious, her eyes flowing, slightly surprised as she looked at him. It was rare for Lin Yang to be so calm, feeling as if his IQ had gone online. You disguise yourself, separate from us, pretend you don't know each other, and when the time comes, ha! Lin Yang walked over and quietly stated his plan. Late afternoon. A few sneaky figures appeared in the inn. The disciples of the Jade Yao Kuan sect deliberately wore the clothes of ordinary people and went in and out of the inn to feel out Lin Yang and their side. When they finished eating, Lin Yang and the 4 men sat at a table with Wei Shuiting and the 3 women. After Hua Wuyan changed her face, she changed into a simple outfit. She sits at a table alone, not with them, and doesn't greet or interact with them, pretending to be a complete stranger. At this time, a few young men walked into the inn, chattering with the young man while constantly looking their way. 3 senior sisters, this steamed mandarin fish is a fresh fish that I bought from outside and specially had the chef make it, you guys try it. Lin Yang chucked a piece of fish with a smile. Put it in Hannah Sunhee's bowl. Thank you, senior brother Lin. Hua Chuanxi's face was like a peach blossom, and although the 3 of them were not as good looking as Hua Wuyan, they were also of a flowery appearance. Not far from the side, Hua Wuyan squinted at him with an inexplicable fire in her eyes. Lin Yang glanced at her, saw her murderous eyes, and wimped out. The 3 of them sat beside Gu Shang, who didn't move his chopsticks, nor did they. Elder sister, eat quickly, if you don't, it will get cold. Gu Sheng had an extraordinary demeanor, and when he smiled, his eyes glowed like there were stars in them. The 3 women all looked at him with smiles. Lin Yang felt a little self-centered. Gu Sheng is so handsome that even the female customers who are eating around him are frequently throwing winks and making secret glances at him. At this moment, on a nearby table, 2 wonderful young girls kept looking this way. One of them, the plainly dressed young girl, suddenly approached them. She looked at Lin Yang and Gu Shang. Gentlemen, my lady would like to invite you 2 over for a drink. Lin Yang froze for a moment, thinking he had heard wrong. Glance that way. There was a young girl sitting over there. She was wearing a green-colored long shirt, her face was pretty, her knitted brows and smile were all seductive, her looks were completely comparable to Flower Wuyan. Anai Daocheng, Yu Wenjiao, the 2 elves looked at it with straight eyes. A beautiful woman has an appointment, how can I fail her? Gu Shang put down his chopsticks, straightened his clothes, and walked over without hesitation. Me too? Lin Yang was filled with surprise and confirmed it again. Yes. The young girl nodded. Lin Yang stood up and smiled slightly. I told you, my face value is no match for senior brother Gu's. He stepped away full of joy. Suddenly, an invisible killing aura locked onto him. He turned his head to see a broken chopstick on Hua Wuyan's table. Ah, this. Lin Yang couldn't help his eyes jumping when he saw the broken chopsticks. Ahem. Tell your lady that I have bronchitis and am not in a position to drink. He turned righteously and sat down. The woman froze and turned to walk past. Anai Daocheng, Yu Wenjiao looked at him inexplicably. Not a good drinker? So what did you just drink with us? Those few disciples of the Yu Yao Kuan sect in the inn flew out after figuring out their details. Senior G. I've checked it out. This time, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, a total of 7 people have come. Anai Daocheng, Yu Wenjiao, and Gu Shang, who are in the top 3 of the Heavenly Sons. The top 3 Heavenly Maidens, Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, Hua Chuanxi, and a male that I don't recognize, should be other disciples, didn't see their elders or sect leader. Ji Shang raised his sword brows. This news was good news for them. The top 3 heavenly sons, the top 3 heavenly daughters, plus an unknown disciple, that's a good lineup. He laughed coldly. It's a good thing we didn't do anything in the restaurant just now. Otherwise, their Yu Yao Yao Kuan sect side would definitely not be able to take advantage. Quickly, notify the clan with a sound transmission note. Yes. Thousands of miles away. Jade Yao Kuan sect. In the main hall, several inner Dean elders were gathered together, and the elders of the Yu Yao Kuan sect hurriedly arrived. The Jade Yao Kuan sect's headmaster, Ranichio, wore a basalt-colored robe with a 3-foot beard, white eyebrows into his temples, and his face was unsmiling and full of a solemn killing intent. 5 elders, Ji Shang sent word that the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's heavenly son and heavenly daughter were found in Dong'an town. There are 7 in total, and the top 3 of the heavenly sons and daughters are all there. I've already informed the Dragon Emperor that he wants the 5 of you to come down the mountain and go over there to exterminate the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's heavenly sons and daughters. They killed several heavenly sons of my Jade Yao Kuan sect. It's time to avenge this. The 5 elders nodded silently. One of the elders tilted his head and smiled proudly. The top 3 heavenly sons, the top 3 heavenly daughters, with this lineup, ordinary people really can't beat them. Unfortunately, since I've discovered them, I'll have to strangle them to death. Ren squinted his eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, evoking a smirk. If the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect realizes that their heavenly son and heavenly daughter are gone when the All Souls domain operation is over, what do you guys think? How will Hua Wuyan react? The 5 elders looked at each other and smiled. Sect leader, the 5 of us will go down the mountain and give the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect a surprise. Chapter 46, The Great Ming King Sect. Gu Sheng sat with those 2 young girls. The 2 talked to each other. He quickly inquired clearly that these 2 young girls were all disciples of the Great Brightness King sect. The Great Brightness King sect was also one of the renowned great sects in the eastern continent. The Great Brightness King sect also had a heavenly emperor realm sitting in their midst, and their relationship with the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect was neither good nor bad. My name is Fang Yanran, this is my senior sister and my maid, Lu Shanshuang. Fang Yanran smiled wryly, her brows flowing, her knitted brows full of flavor. Gu Sheng thought he was surrounded by beautiful women. Other than Hua Wuyan, who could be ranked first in his mind, this Fang Yanran in front of him could definitely be ranked second. My name is Gu Sheng, a few of us are casual cultivators who met on the road and temporarily formed a team. Gu Sheng pointed to the table next to him and deliberately lied. The clans colluded with each other, causing conflicts from time to time. Although the Great Brightness King sect and the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect had an uneventful relationship on the surface, who knew how they treated the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect behind the scenes? As the old saying goes, you can only say 3 words to a person, but you can't throw away a piece of your heart. It's always beneficial to be more mindful and reveal less information about yourself. By the way, do you have your own transmission note? Give me one? Fang Yanran smiled faintly, somewhat coyly. She was too embarrassed to look at him, and as soon as she caught his eye, she lowered her head like a schoolgirl and pinched her skirt. Gu Sheng's white clothes were snowy and jade-like, and his face value alone could make countless girls fall for him. Fang Yanyan was no exception. Okay. Gu Sheng took out a sound transmission note and gave it to her. The transfiguration can be infused with your own breath to make it exclusive to you. Then distribute it to others, and within 1,000 miles, they can talk to themselves all the time. Senior Sister Fang, Senior Sister Lu. At that moment, a group of young men at the entrance walked into the inn. Gu Sheng, Lin Yang, and the others turned around. The disciples of the Great Ming King sect are here. A dozen or so young men walked in, and on each of them, there was a hidden hostile aura, a warm breath spread out, and there was an inexplicable feeling of dryness inside the inn. The Great Brightness King sect's people are here. Ni Daochang glanced at it, the muscles in his arm floated a little, and there seemed to be some scorn in his eyes. Lin Yang detected that those people from the Great Ming King sect had an on-again, off-again, vaguely murderous aura, and each of them was like fire, their bodies were hot. Yuan Jiao narrowed his eyes and said, the Deming Wang sect's gong methods have always been based on the fire attribute. A few decades ago, when I was still a disciple of the inner court, there was a small friction between the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect and the Great Brightness King sect, and I fought with their people. Every disciple of the Great Brightness King sect knows how to use fire, and they use bright fire, dark fire, heavenly fire, earthly fire, and all kinds of attributes of fire with ease. I suffered a loss in that encounter. He said, pulling up his sleeve, and on his right arm, he left a horrible scar from the flame burns. Once he finished speaking, Ni Daochun also nodded his head silently. I was almost burned to death as well. The people of the Great Brightness King sect aren't very nice to mess with. Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, and Hua Chuanxi were similarly filled with scorn. Several of them had seen the greatness of the Great Brightness King sect. Lin Yang couldn't help but look at them a few more times. Those disciples of the Great Brightness King sect, both male and female, were all stern-faced, with serious and unsmiling expressions. Only Fan Yanran was an exception. Senior Mu. Fan Yanran stood up a little nervously. The young man walking in front of him was 9 feet tall as Ni Daocheng, like a walking iron tower, giving off a strong sense of oppression. He was cloaked in a long black robe with 2 sleeves that could cover his entire body, a hot aura about him, as if there was a furnace inside him. His gaze burned like a blazing fire as he looked down on Gu Shang. Who are you? Which clan? My name is Gu Shang, just a casual cultivator. Scattered? Mu Qinglai carried his hands behind his back and coldly hummed, unabashedly revealing intense contempt. Don't come hitting on my senior sister, or else, don't blame me for being rude, he warned sternly. Elder brother, it was me who called him. Senior sister Fawn, I've been ordered to keep you safe. Anyone who is a threat to you, I have to guard against. Do you have any questions? Fang Yanran was speechless. Farewell, see you again sometime. Gu Shang gave her a fond look and turned back to his seat. Mu Qinglai surveyed their table. A wave of heat suddenly rushed out from the robes, instantly surrounding several of them. He forced his breath and attempted to rush into the 7 of them, probing their cultivation levels. The Great Ming King sect, overbearing and brutal. Ni Daocheng, Yuan Jiao, Lin Yang, Wei Shuiting, and the other 7 people all furrowed their brows and leapt up with a wave of anger. Forcefully probing someone's cultivation, Sotagi? Lin Yang couldn't help but want to draw his sword. On the side, Hua Wuyan looked at the few of them with an air of calmness to see what they would do. The master leads the door, the practice depends on the individual. Ni Daocheng joined his 5 fingers together and urged his aura to condense in his hands, transforming into a sharp sword blade with a cold light flowing. Cah Chow. With a wave of his hand, a sword blade flew out from his palm, cutting the floor of the entire building in 2. That wave of heat was cut off by a sword. It's said that the Great Brightness King sect is known for its hegemony, and when I see it today, it really lives up to its name. Ni Daocheng said absently while holding his wineglass in one hand. Mu Qinglai narrowed his eyes and sized him up. This person was actually able to use aura to turn into sword chi. His cultivation must be at the overlord realm. It's a good strength to be able to cut through my heat wave. It seemed that among the few of them, his cultivation level was the highest. But that's about it. You're all casuals? He asked. The corners of Lin Yang's mouth rose as he sneered. When did the disciples of the Great Ming King sect become so fond of prying into other people's news? Kid, what did you say? A disciple of the Great Brightness King sect was furious and rushed out to roar loudly. Mu Qinglai reached out and stopped him, telling him to back off. The 10,000 spirit domain, not just any cat or dog can enter. You few dirtbags, you're also going to the 10,000 spirits domain, aren't you? Ha! Mu Qinglai purposely stared at Lin Yang as a powerful pressure accompanied by a heat wave violently rushed over. Lin Yang's clothes and long hair were instantly blown up as a murderous aura enveloped him. He flexed his fingers and was about to draw his sword. At this point Ni Daocheng rose up in a fit of rage. Mu, I don't mind leaving you behind. Whoosh! Ni Daocheng chopped over with his sword, cutting off the heat wave and killing aura that blew towards Lin Yang. Mu Qinglai laughed, extremely rampant. He looked at Ni Daocheng and then stared at Lin Yang. Mu Qinglai had just struck out and Lin Yang couldn't even resist. He felt that this person's strength was nothing more than scum. Lin Yang was a scum-like existence in his eyes. Kid, I'll make a note of it when you call the disciples of our Great Brightness King sect hags. I hope you'll still be as tough talking when the time comes. Kid, see you in the 10,000 spirits domain. With that, he turned around and walked away. Masters and brothers, hurry up. Fang Yanran looked back at Gu Shang and Lin Yang and slowly walked out of the inn. Ni Daocheng looked at Lin Yang indifferently, shook his head, and said, Senior brother Lin, I advise you not to go to the 10,000 souls domain is better. With your strength, a man could kill you. Lin Yang was a bit speechless. Anyone can kill me? Can it be that everyone in this eastern continent is at the emperorless realm? If you hadn't done it, I would have gone up to him. Chapter 47 Nonsense, Feudal Superstition. A few days later. A brilliant aurora borealis streaked across the sky, the winds and clouds shifted, and the sky above the 10,000 spirits region was agitated by wild winds and lightning. Finally, Lin Yang couldn't help but look at the 10,000 souls domain and couldn't help but have his eyes light up. After several days of continuous traveling, he finally arrived at the 10,000 souls domain. Whoosh! In the sky, a magic weapon and stream of light whistled past, and crowds of people poured into the 10,000 souls domain like a tidal wave. Amidst the mountains that stretched for miles, a black light formed a swirling vortex, like the gates of hell laid on the ground. Countless people rushed towards it. Hua Wuyin used the method of disguise to change her appearance and blended in behind them. Be careful when you go in, and never trust any strangers in there, remember? Hua Wuyan admonished a few of them. At this moment, the people from the Great Brightness King sect rushed over in a flurry of wind. Mu Qinglai led his men and rushed past them with disdain. Ji Shan, with the disciples of the Yu Yao Koan sect, also followed. Disciples from all the major sects came in an endless stream like a tidal wave. Old Dragon is by my side, so I won't team up with you guys, I'll go in first, hee hee hee. Lin Yang smiled wryly, turned around and flew away. Brat! You left without me telling you to? Hua Wuyan raised both eyebrows and chided loudly. Lin Yang ignored it and immediately scurried away, immediately disappearing as soon as he entered that black vortex. It's good that he's not following us, so he doesn't drag a few of us down. Exactly, that's what I thought. The two of them, Ni Daochang and Yu Wenjiao, looked at each other and smiled. Although Wei Shuiting and the three of them didn't say anything, they had similar thoughts in their hearts. An inner courtyard disciple like Lin Yang shouldn't actually have come to this place in the first place. He's just a liability. Before that, he had offended the Great Ming King sect again, and Mu Qinglai had threatened him by name. If he followed a few of them, he would inevitably have to free up his efforts to protect him. Lin Yang ran the best by himself. Only Gu Sheng felt indifferent. Boy, don't you let me down. Hua Wuyin stared at the rapidly rotating black vortex and silently prayed in her heart. Her mind, inexplicably, drifted back to him. At this moment, in the All Souls domain. As soon as Lin Yang entered the 10,000 spirits domain, he was instantly like a wild horse that had taken off its reins, excited to the extreme. Ha 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 ha. Finally, I'm free of that old woman. I'm free. Lin Yang threw back his head and laughed. Take me to the wave, old man. The old dragon was overjoyed in his storage ring. It's been locked up in the eastern prison for thousands of years, and it's rare that it gets a chance to come out. Steady, don't wave. Lin Yang restrained his laughter, his gaze fixed on the location of those disciples of the Great Brightness King sect in the distance. The Great Brightness King sect is very arrogant. Let's see if you guys can drag it out later. He narrowed his eyes and darted into the forest. In the domain of 10,000 spirits, mountains rose from the ground, with walls that towered into the sky. The vast expanse of the land is full of flowers, demonic beasts, and when the wind blows, the bluegrass is like a wave, and one layer rises and falls. A waterfall hangs high above the cliffs, and the water strikes the raised rocks with a splash and a roar. Senior brother, there are so many blue bloodlingji here. And ground swallow horns. These are all rare herbs, quick, put them all away. A group of sect disciples walked into the canyon and all of their eyes reddened when they saw the medicinal herbs around them. The leader of the group, Tenshi, ordered the people to hurry up and put away the herbs. Whoosh! In the forest, a shadow darted and sped. Those are the disciples of the Heavenly Pivot sect? Lin Yang stopped and crouched in the distance to quietly watch them. He quietly crouched in the dark, like a hunting tiger, holding his breath, his gaze like a burning fire, unusually harsh, quietly waiting for the right moment. There were dozens of disciples from the Heavenly Pivot sect, led by the same Heavenly Son and Heavenly Daughter. After they had collected all the medicinal herbs in the canyon, they were about to leave when Lin Yang immediately chased after them. Old dragon, help me out. Breathe fire out. Okay. Lin Yang leapt from the steep cliff wall of 1,000 feet high, his body resembling a light swallow with falling leaves, his clothes hunting, and his long hair flying. Someone. That Heaven's Pivot sect's Heavenly Son, who was leading the group, wasn't a vegetarian either. Immediately, he sensed a figure coming down the cliff behind him. Masters and brothers, enemy attack. Madaka. He drew his long sword, and dozens of disciples stood at attention. Humph. Lin Yang snorted contemptuously. Old Dragon was at the Emperor-less realm, and even these people tied together were no match for Old Dragon. Who is the visitor? If you don't stop your footsteps, my Heavenly Pivot sect will be. The Great Spitfire. Lin Yang roared, his veins rippled, and a majestic and domineering crimson flame erupted from his storage ring. Rumble! The flame scorched, instantly engulfing all the disciples of the heavenly pivot sect like a flooding beast. A fire snake rose up in the air, the flames scorched the sky, and in an instant, red light rushed to the sky, heat waves sprayed wildly, and countless sparks of fire danced in the sky like thousands of red fireflies. Bring it! Lin Yang rushed into the blazing flames and took the opportunity to take all the medicinal herbs collected by the heavenly pivot sect and immediately fled. This is a very strong aura of destruction in this flame. Could that person be from the great Ming King sect? The leading one, the celestial sun, was scorched by the fire, and his first reaction was to think of the great brightness king sect. Those who could play with flames so well were almost the only one in the entire eastern continent, the great brightness king sect. He split the flames in a fit of rage and flew after Lin Yang to intercept him. Stand still! I am Jiao Ruffing, a disciple of the Tianshu sect. Leave the stuff behind quickly! Jiao Ruffing roared loudly and deliberately introduced himself. The reputation of the heavenly pivot sect was still relatively loud in the eastern continent. A sect that was on the same ladder as the Jade Dragon Sacred sect and the Jade Yao Kuan sect. Compared to my great brightness king sect, you heavenly pivot sect is nothing. Get out! Lin Yang turned around, purposely stopped and punched over. The old dragon cooperated perfectly and spewed out a fiery flame. Jiao Ruffing frowned as his sword light exploded and rushed up to cleave the blaze apart. Lin Yang took the opportunity to dart into the mangy primitive forest and his figure disappeared in a flash. Get back here! Jiao Ruffing leapt with great speed, still unable to catch up with Lin Yang's figure, watching him disappear from view. Screw the great Ming King sect! Jiao Ruffing gripped the hilt of his sword tightly and gritted his teeth. Behind him, a few tenchi came after him. Senior brother Jia, who is that person? One of them asked. It's someone from the great brightness king sect. It can't be, can it? We don't have a grudge against the great Ming King sect? The man scratched his head in confusion. To be able to use such a high-level flame, who else is there besides the great brightness king sect? You tell me, who else? To be able to rob something with such arrogance and hubris, who else but the great brightness king sect? Jiao Ruffing clenched his fists in anger. The style of the great brightness king sect was notorious in the eastern continent for being overbearing and brutal. The great sects had heard about it long ago. A nearby tenchi clasped his hands and nodded, saying, Yes, that's right, it's the great brightness king sect. In the middle of a pale forest, Mu Qinglai led a few disciples of the great brightness king sect to form a small group that quickly traveled through the jungle. A young male disciple's eyelids kept fluttering as he rubbed his eyes and said worriedly, Senior brother Mu, my eyelids are jumping fast today, I feel a little bit not so good. Snap! Without saying a word, Mu Qinglai was so angry that he threw a slap on his face. Nonsense, superstition. Chapter 48, Planting Evidence, Killing with a Knife. Lin Yang grabbed the Tianshu sect's medicinal herbs and ran out of sight in a puff of smoke. Mu, this is just the beginning. He took the one looted storage ring, he smiled hee, and flew towards the place where there were people. Not far away, another team of 5 came into view. Oh wow, someone else is going down. The old dragon glanced outside and couldn't help but smile. Shut up, you don't talk, don't let them find out. Lin Yang warned it, then quietly leapt over and stuck to a dark corner, watching the group of 5. Among those 5 people, someone was wearing the clan's attire. Heavenly Sword Sect? He smacked his lips and rubbed his chin, looking at the 5 men silently like a tiger ready to hunt. When he saw that one piece of clan clothing, he immediately knew the bottom line of the opposite side. Heavenly Sword Sect. It was a relatively small clan with a small number of people. The Heavenly Sword Sect didn't have many disciples, but almost every one of them were elites, and they had always been relatively low profile in this part of the eastern continent, yet they were very strong. Ordinary sects hardly dared to offend the Heavenly Sword Sect. The 5 of them, each carrying a long sword and a long shirt, looked elegant and easygoing, perfectly fitting the impression of a swordsman. Senior brothers, kill it! The young man at the head of the group was covered in blood as 5 people surrounded a demonic beast. Do it! With a command, 5 people struck out at the same time, decapitating the Shindao stage-level demonic beast directly under their swords. The demonic beasts in the 10,000 souls domain are really different, their fighting strength is much stronger than the demonic beasts outside, said the young man in the lead as he put away his sword. Senior brother Gua, hurry up and collect the demonic beasts, it's not too safe within the 10,000 spirits domain, lest we cause trouble. A young man next to him advised cautiously. The other young man with a clear-looking face was full of arrogance and held his long sword with a wave. Humph. Looking at the eastern continent, who dares to offend my heavenly sword sect? Elder brother, you're worrying too much, worrying over nothing. Who dares to rob my heavenly sword sect? I, the great Ming King clan, dare. Suddenly, a loud voice came out from the shadows, and Lin Yang's figure was as fast as lightning. The Great Brightness King sect? The 5 men frowned and immediately tensed up. You heavenly sword sect or nothing. You have the nerve to brag about yourself. Leave the demonic beast behind and I'll spare you 5 from death. Lin Yang was imposing, pointing at the 5 of them and threatening loudly. Try denigrating my heavenly sword sect one more time. I'll behead you, a wild dog of the great Ming King sect. The 2 young men drew their long swords and stood out with their heads held high as they drank. Guo Hongpeng reached out to stop them and gave them both a wink. Don't be impulsive, maybe posing as someone from the great Ming King sect. Guo Hongpeng kept his eyes open. Within this 10,000 spirits domain, fish and dragons were mixed together, and people from all 3 religions came in. Meet a random stranger and hell knows what the other person is up to. Unless one is wearing clan attire like them. Lin Yang's eyes narrowed a bit and he was instantly on guard. This Guo Hongpeng is a bit interesting. The mind is very stable, and it's surprisingly unhurried in the face of mugging. I'd like to see how you're going to snatch this demonic beast from the 5 of us? You said you're a disciple of the Great Brightness King sect? Do you expect me to believe that? Guo Hongpeng held his sword and stared at him cautiously. Yeah? Well, I'll make you believe it. Lin Yang laughed coldly and immediately rushed forward with another punch, a spinning and exploding pillar of fire rushing forward. Fire! Get out of the way! Guo Hongpeng was shocked and felt that he had been careless. Humph! What others don't dare to rob, my great Ming King sect dares to rob. Lin Yang took the opportunity to hide behind the pillar of fire and directly collected the demonic beast and ran. Stop! I got careless. I got careless. Guo Hongpeng's face changed, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth in rage. Lin Yang grabbed the demonic beast this time and ran, never getting involved in a fight. Older brother, is it really good for you to deal with the Great Brightness King sect like this? Brother Lung, the show has just begun, don't be in a hurry, take your time and watch me show you what it means to plant evidence and kill with a borrowed knife. Immediately after that, he set his eyes on the 3rd target, the Sunless Sword sect. Lin Yang robbed the Yangless Sword sect and killed a few disciples, pulling his legs and running away. Wild dogs of the great Ming King sect. Stop right there. All disciples listen to the order. When you encounter the Great Brightness King sect, kill them all without amnesty. The 4th goal, the Great Zen Buddhist Temple. Lin Yang repeated the same technique, saw the monk who fell alone, quietly slipped behind a brick ruffle to, took the storage ring and ran. Sins of the Great Brightness King sect, stand still for the poor monk. Quickly. Stop him. Amitabha Buddha, Great Brightness King sect, the poor monk will make sure you see the thickness of the Buddha's teachings. 5th, 6th, 7th. Lin Yang always found the ones who were alone, or a small group with a small number of people to start with, and with the help of the old dragon, it was a handful every time. Even those passing casual cultivators with lower cultivation levels were robbed once. Almost there, hey. Lin Yang hid in a depression and opened his storage ring to take a look. Almost all of the clans in the eastern continent had been robbed by him. He rested for a while, leaving a little of the stuff behind and packing the rest in another storage ring. Rumble. Suddenly, silhouettes kept appearing in the forest in all directions, each looking for him. Older brother, why don't you run away? If they catch you, they'll probably chop you into pieces. Let's go, the fun is about to begin. The corner of Lin Yang's mouth lifted as he brought his storage ring with him, purposely escaping from where they could see him. Stand still. Wild dog of the great Ming King sect. I, the Heaven's Pivot sect, cannot spare you. Do you really think my Heavenly Sword sect is easy to bully? Sinful animal. Poor monk over you to talk about Buddhism. Lin Yang runs like a thief. Not long after, he reached the site of Deming Wangzong Mu Qinglai's group. He had known Mu Qingli's location for a long time, and had purposely lured the people behind him over. Brother Mu. Lin Yang waved his hand at Mu Qinglai from a great distance. Mu Qingli's eyes flashed, and he glanced at him with anger. Big brother Mu, I've been looking for you for a long time. Lin Yang smiled with a flattering expression. What are you looking for me for? The matter of you cursing my Deming Wangzong bitch in the inn, can you still? Brother Mu, don't be angry, I'm here for this matter. Lin Yang pretended to be very sincere and said, "Brother Mu, ever since I cursed your clan that day, I've been too scared to sleep every night. To be honest with Big Brother, I was afraid that you guys would retaliate against me, so, after thinking about it day and night, I decided that I should come over and apologize to you with sincerity," he said as he took out his storage ring and purposely dumped the stuff out onto the ground. Mu Qinglai glanced condescendingly at the ground. There were quite a few good things on the ground. The murderous aura on his face immediately dissipated, and he looked at Lin Yang a little bit more agreeably. "This is the gift I prepared. I hope that Big Brother Mu doesn't care about the past. I was really wrong. Big Brother Mu, I'm just a poor, weak, and helpless casual cultivator. Any finger from the great Ming King sect can crush me. I'm scared. Will you guys spare me?" Lin Yang lowered his head and looked at them accusingly. Mu Qinglai and the surrounding disciples glanced at each other, a few smiles spreading across their faces. "Well, your kid knows his mistakes and can change, and he even came to apologize. Not bad, Mu Qinglai said in a fluttering voice. "If I were to bother with you again, wouldn't I appear to be a small-minded member of the Deming Wang clan? For the sake of being so pious, I'll spare you the fault of insulting us last time." "Really? Thank you, Big Brother Mu, for your forgiveness." Lin Yang purposely put on an expression of trepidation. "I'll go first then." "Well, you know your stuff, kid, I'll watch you." After Mu Qinglai finished speaking, he took out a sound transmission note in his hand and gave it to him. "If there's anyone who bullies you, just let me know and I'll bring someone to cut him down." "Thank you, Big Brother Mu." Lin Yang took the transmission note, turned around, and ran away. Seeing his cowardly appearance, Mu Qinglai and the senior brothers laughed out loud. "You guys, look at him, he's pissing his pants. Ha 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 ha." As they threw back their heads and laughed, a plume of smoke billowed up not far away. Dozens of clans and scattered cultivators from all walks of life were furious, condensing into a horrifying killing aura and rushing over. Wild dogs of the great Ming King sect. You guys are still laughing. Guys, look, everything's on the floor. Man down. Chapter 49 Great Ming King Sect, Fearless. The smile on Mu Qinglia's face suddenly froze, and looking at the murderous crowd, he couldn't help his eyes jumping. "What did I do? Why are you threatening me? What the hell is this?" The disciples of the Great Brightness King sect each had their foreheads furrowed, a bit puzzled. "Gentlemen, what do you mean by this?" Mu Qinglai asked in a daze. "The evidence is all there, and you ask why? To treat us like cuties? No way." Jia Ruffing drew his sword in anger. The Yangless Sword Sect, Heavenly Sword Sect, Great Zen Buddhist Temple, and dozens of other sects and loose cultivators immediately surrounded them, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. "What did I do? What witnesses and material evidence?" Mu Qinglai rubbed the back of his head and suddenly reacted. "You guys mean these things on the ground?" "That's right." Hua Hongpeng looked at the demonic beast and roared angrily. At that moment a young monk twirled his Buddha beads and smiled kindly. "Amat Ba Buddha. Scholar, come, the poor monk will let you see what it means to have no whip in the Dharma." Mu Qinglai. Shaded by that kid just now. Only then did Mu Qinglai and the other disciples react. That guy set us up. Mu Qinglai clenched his fists in anger. The kid thought he was sincere in his apology. Careless. Wait. He yelled. "I don't know what you're talking about in terms of witnesses and material evidence. If you're referring to this pile on the floor, then you can have it back. I'm telling you, we didn't rob these things, we were framed." Mu Qinglai looked at this circle of murderous people around him and felt a little hairy in his heart. No matter how powerful the great Ming King sect was, it couldn't stop so many people from joining forces. Jia Ruffing, Hua Hongpeng, and the monk looked at each other. Look at Mu Qinglai. This frank and open appearance also does not seem to be lying, does? How can I make you roll over? Underestimate me, don't you? Just then, a figure leapt out from the distance. Mu Shifu brother. Lin Yang is here. That's him. It's this kid. Mu Qinglai, and you still say it's not one of your great Ming King sect? He called you Senior Mu, and you still dare to argue. The crowd was in an uproar. Mu Qinglai and his senior brothers turned around to see that Lin Yang had actually returned with a smile on his face. He still had a smile on his face. Don't be a wimp, Senior Brother Mu. Great Ming King sect, fearless. Lin Yang punched out, and a blazing fire, wrapped in a violent killing aura, whistled and sprayed over. Mu Qinglia's heart thumped, and his entire body went cold. This is completely unexplained. Senior brothers, eliminate the Great Brightness King sect. Charge me, kill. Wild dogs of the Great Ming King sect. Boom. The tidal wave-like crowd rushed up without a second thought, and one by one, their killing aura was overwhelming, and the people of the Deming Wang sect were surrounded inside in a watertight area. We didn't do it, you guys, let me explain. Mu Qinglai. You think we're retarded? Gentlemen, let me explain. Dog Qinglai. Come and die. Jia Rufeng, Hua Hongpeng, too angry, burst out strong killing intent. The two rushed up, to sharpen unparalleled sword light to kill Mu Qinglai. You dare to shade me, I'll kill you first. Mu Qinglai looked back at Lin Yang and took the opportunity to take a step out, picking his long sword as thousands of sword lights rose up. Mu Qinglai, don't try to escape. Come and die. Jia Rufeng, Hua Hongpeng both rushed up to stop him. Told you it wasn't me. Get out of the way, I'll kill him and prove it to you. Humph. It's just a matter of killing to silence. Do you think we idiots will believe you? Mu Qinglia's face was green with anger, his blood boiling with rage as he gritted his teeth. Lin Yang was not far behind him and was hard stopped by the two of them, watching as Lin Yang became furious. Senior brother Mu, don't be a wimp. Great Ming King sect, fearless. Lin Yang shouted slogans while killing in a crazy mess. Great Ming King sect, fearless. Great Ming King sect, fearless. Kill. Lin Yang waved his sword and shouted with a dry mouth, even more vigorously than the disciples of the Great Ming King sect. The disciples of the Great Ming King sect were all suffocating to the point of bursting. We don't recognize this bird's hair, can you believe it? I'll kill you. How dare you shade me? Senior brothers, slaughter him for me. Mu Qinglia's veins rippled all over his body as he hissed and threw his head back and roared furiously, wishing to break Lin Yang into pieces and thwart his bones. Lin Yang locked eyes with him, an imperceptible smile crossing the corner of his mouth. How's it going? Was my performance okay? Ka Ching. Mu Qinglai was so angry to the point of frenzy that the hilt of his sword was pinched into pieces. I kill you. Boom. He spat out a mouthful of blood from his throat, his clothes all exploded, and his 9-foot-tall body was as shocking as an iron tower. This guy wants to kill and die without proof. Good mind, good tactics, the monk smiled coldly. Seeing Mu Qinglia's grimacing appearance, Lin Yang began to blend into the crowd and quietly buggered off and retreated. Senior brother Mu, you don't have to care about me. He raised his long sword with all his strength and threw back his head to roar. Great Ming King sect, fearless. Kill. Mu Qinglia's body was surrounded by fire, becoming a fireman, and the sword in his hand was also entangled in fire, blazing with flames. You posed as a disciple of my Great Brightness King sect and caused the death of my senior brother. I'll swear not to be human until I kill you. He pointed his sword to the heavens and erupted with the aura of the 8th level of the hegemony realm. A huge fireball covered the sky and the blazing heat set the entire land on fire. The clothes on those around them all started to catch fire, and all the water streams started to boil. Is this the strength of the number 1 ranked heavenly son of the Great Brightness King sect? Jia Rufeng narrowed his eyes and began to tell his senior brother to retreat. Hua Hongpeng picked the things back up and immediately ran away with the people. The others began to retreat. Mu Qinglai was completely enraged and went completely insane. Yan Shang. He raised his hand toward the sky, the large fireball grasped in his hand and threw it toward the ground. Rumble. In an instant, the flames soared into the air, the vegetation on the mountain was all scorched and ignited by the fire, and countless fire snakes like dragons took off into the air, circling and flying, the earth trembled, and the red haze scorched the sky. Except for the disciples of the Great Brightness King sect who were immune, everyone else was sent flying by the heatwave shockwave, and several of the surrounding mountains collapsed, the power extremely fierce and overbearing. Hey, it's a good thing I'm fast. Lin Yang had long ago asked the old dragon to take advantage of the chaos and fly him away. The old dragon with no emperor realm strength flew up and over several mountains in a single leap, extremely fast. After the dust settled, Mu Qinglia's blood-red eyes frantically swept towards the surroundings. Couldn't even find Lin Yang's shadow. All senior brothers listened to the order. Find out that brat's details for me, and issue a pursuit order to the eastern continent, no, to the Earth origin continent. Dare to shade my Great Brightness King sect, I will make you pay. Chapter 50, I'm your father. In the domain of 10,000 spirits, on top of a huge wilderness, stood a worn and dilapidated tombstone. The ground was full of human corpses, white bones piled up like mountains, and weapons scattered everywhere. Each tombstone are extremely tall, some are a few zhang high, some are as high as 100 thousand zhang. The center of a tombstone, but also stands in the clouds, like a mountain peak, lofty as this. These tombstones, all of them unnamed, left no writing. This place was like a battlefield left over from the ancient times, with mountains of corpses and bones and forests of tombstones, exuding a sense of desolation. There's something good here, quick! Ancient battlefield ruins, finally found, ha ha ha. Soon, several silhouettes darted this way, breaking the silence. There's a very strong, very odd aura here. Lin Yang darted out of a canyon and ran towards the plains. When he stopped and saw the unnamed tombstones as high as mountains, he was completely subdued by the scene in front of him. What kind of character would erect such a tall tombstone? Why don't all the tombstones here have names? These thousands of bones on the ground have long since decayed, and when you step on them with your foot, they turn into ashes. Whatever happened here? Lin Yang's eyes flickered as he took a few steps forward, and immediately felt a strong resentment and a sky-high murderous aura, as well as a desolate, sad aura. It was as if he heard the voices of thousands of cultivators in his ears, fighting and bathing in blood here. Why do I feel so strongly about this? He covered his heart and realized that the 9 chapters of the Great Tao, which had always been silent in his mind, had some reaction at the moment. Countless fonts, glowing with golden light, circled rapidly in his mind, as if they were about to fly out of his body. When I was a child, I occasionally obtained the 9 psalms of the Great Tao, but I have never been clear about its origin. Could it be that there is something here that can unlock its mysteries? It's just a matter of going in and looking around. Lin Yang sensed that behind him, a lot of people were coming this way. So he quickened his pace and went in first to explore. The reaction to the 9 books of the Great Tao was so strong that it might be possible to unravel its secrets here. He quickened his pace and rushed into the forest of tombstones. Each tombstone has a door drawn in pen and ink. Lin Yang casually pressed his hand on the door of a tombstone. Suddenly, a powerful suction, like a whirlpool in the ocean, sucked him in instantly. What's going on here? He was shocked. In a flash, his eyes went black and his body floated lightly. Soon, he came to a strange place before his eyes. Inside the tombstone, there was actually a self-contained space hidden. As far as the eye can see, the place is deserted. There was no sun, moon or stars in the sky, only thick as solidified immovable clouds. There was not a tree or an animal in the dimly lit wilderness. The ground was all gravel and dead grass, and the silence was frightening. This world, as on the outer planets. Could this be the space where the heavenly emperor realm sits after falling? Lin Yang muttered, looking at this space and speculating secretly. Legend has it that after death in the celestial emperor realm, one can choose to have their body disappear. There is also the option of sitting in space, which is the formation of such an odd space. Lin Yang quickly understood. For each unmarked tombstone, a door was painted. Inside each tombstone, a space is hidden. It's marvelous that there is such a magical place in this world. Lin Yang rubbed the back of his head and surveyed the space. He was very surprised and curious. Boom! Xian Tian Emperor, you can't run away, you couldn't have imagined it, today is the day of your death. Suddenly, deep in the wilderness, there was a roaring sound of fighting. Emperor Xian Tian? Flower Wu Yen? Lin Yang was startled for a moment when he heard this address, and quietly chased after him from the shadows to take a look. Far away. The 5 elders of the Jade Yao Kuan sect surrounded Flower Wu Yen in the center. With just a few of you, you're not my match yet. Hua Wu Yen looked at them coldly, not putting them in the least bit in his eyes. The 5 of them, they weren't even at the emperorless realm. It's true that we're no match for you, but... One of them sneered and took out a palm-sized box. He opened the box, which contained a mixture of white and black powder. Then pour the powder on the floor. Flower Wu Yen, have you heard of the filthy god technique? After saying that, the 5 of them fell backward a dozen feet. Hua Wu Yen's pupils shrank, startled. The white powder is the ashes, the black powder is the soul, and after adding the other materials, it is born when it meets the earth. She narrowed her eyes and gripped her long sword. When you meet the earth, you are born. This is the characteristic of obscurantism. The pile of black and white mixed powder instantly entered the earth after touching the dirt. Sasha. Blinking, the dirt on the ground began to rise up out of the ground, forming a human shape. The 5 senses, the arms and legs, the carapace, all gradually molded into the likeness of the owner of the ashes when he was alive. This is our Jade Yao Kuan sect's 9th generation head, Zhang Shangtian, nicknamed Crazy Zhang. An elder smiled proudly. The Crazy Zhang formed from the clay had no consciousness, was a complete killing machine, and was particularly obedient. Sect Master Zhang, kill her. The man pointed at Hua Wu Yen and shouted. Crazy Zhang grabbed out of thin air, and a sword formed from clay was held in his hand as he leapt forward and chopped down with a sword. Whoosh! The powerful sword chi whistled like a frenzy, and the aura of the 9th level of the emperorless realm formed a violent pressure. Hua Wuyan glanced lightly and swept his sword across the room. With a chomp, the clay figure was severed. That's it? She was slightly taken aback. Don't be in a hurry, the best is yet to come. The man sneered a little. Suddenly, the dirt on the ground flew up and automatically filled the wound, and the clayman healed again. Hua Wuyan felt a bit surprised. The filthy god technique had long been heard of, but it was the first time he had encountered it. A bit tricky. Hua Wuyan secretly pondered in his heart. Hua Wuyan, if you surrender obediently and serve a few of us, we can let you live, do you think? Noisy! Hua Wuyan raised both eyebrows, completely enraged. The 5 of them were very proud of themselves, with confident smiles on their faces. You guys are laughing so hard. Then I'll kill you 5 old dogs first. After saying that, a cold aura violently rushed out from the clothes on Hua Wuyan's body. Ice Age! She shouted angrily, and in an instant, a thick layer of cold ice under her feet spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. Within 100 miles, it was a world of cold air. Those 5 people couldn't even dodge, and were directly frozen in their feet, unable to move. The smiles on the 5 men's faces froze for a moment. Hua Wuyan's footsteps were a little bit as she swept her sword across the sky, a powerful sword aura tearing through the void. At this time, the mudman, Crazy Zhang, even broke out of the ice and took the sword hard. The dirt was chopped up again and continued to recover. Can't be frozen, can't be killed. At this rate, I can't kill it, but it can drain my stamina and eventually kill me. Hua Wuyan frowned, feeling powerless for the first time. Even if it was broken into pieces, it could still recover, equal to an immortal body. Ha 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 ha. The hallowed Xin Tian Emperor is nothing more than that. The 5 of them couldn't help but laugh with glee. The sun is a wolf in the middle of the mountains, and when he gets what he wants, he goes wild. As soon as they saw that Hua Wuyan couldn't help them, they immediately became arrogant. Flower Wuyan, aren't you in the heavenly emperor realm? Come on, come and kill us 5 old guys. Seeing that the heavenly emperor realm powerhouse couldn't actually help, the 5 of them in the overlord realm really shook one's confidence. The 5 of them threw back their heads and laughed. 5 old dogs, I'll take your heads. Suddenly, there was a roar like thunder on the ground, and the 5 men instantly broke out in a sweat. The 5 immediately stopped laughing. Stop. Who are you? Old dog, I'm your father. Chapter 51 Joyful Gate's Inheritance. Lin Yang? Hearing his voice, Hua Wuyan was overjoyed, and her eyes were more than a little pleased. Lin Yang carried his sword and charged over with a murderous rage. The 5 elders of the Jade Yao Kuan sect were all terrified, and Mudman Zhang Crazy was entangled by Flower Wuyan, so he couldn't save them at all. What do you want? I'm warning you, we are the elders of the Yu Yao Kuan sect. The elder in the center said warily. The entire person fought to activate his aura, desperately struggling to break free from the ice. Unfortunately, Flower Wuyan was in the heavenly emperor realm. With the cultivation of the 5 of them in the overlord realm, they couldn't break free at all. It's your Jade Yao Kuan sect's dogs that I'm killing. Lin Yang was like a god of death that had descended into the world, and those 2 eyes were filled with the aura of killing. Your Excellency has something to say, I. Click. Lin Yang swung his long sword, and in a flash of cold light, a bloody head rolled on the ice. Immediately after that, the heads of all 4 of them were cut off in succession. Blood sprayed all over the ground. The 5 inner Dean elders of the Yu Yao Kuan sect died under his sword just like that. 10,000 miles away, the Jade Yao Kuan sect's Long Zun and the sect master, Ran Yu Yao, could never have dreamed of it. 5 elders just hung up. Kid, don't come over, this clay figure can't be beaten and is very difficult to deal with. Hua Wuyan sent a warning towards him. Keep him away. The clay figures made using the obscene god technique kept dying under Flower Wuyan's sword, and kept recovering, over and over again, coming back from the dead. Ice Blast. Hua Wuyan waved her hand and a blue ice arrow shot over, hitting the body of the mudman and instantly freezing it. Boom! She clenched her fists and the clay figures were exploded into mud and sand, splattering everywhere. It didn't take long for all that mud and sand on the ground to miraculously coalesce again. You're not dead even after this? Lin Yang couldn't help but feel extremely shocked as his eyes jumped a little at the side. Just how strong is the obscurantist technique? Even a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse like Hua Wuyan would have a hard time killing it. Lin Yang couldn't help but get his hands itchy, igniting a sense of wariness. Such a strong opponent, want to practice with it. Moreover, Hua Wuyan was also here, so even if he couldn't beat them, he wasn't afraid. I'll try it. Lin Yang gripped his longsword tightly and erupted with fierce sword intent. I don't know why, but after coming to this place, Tombstone Grove, he clearly felt that the 9 articles of the Great Tao were unusually active, and that there was a special energy bestowed upon him in the underworld. Sword intent unexpectedly reached the first layer of the realm. In an instant, a sword light was like a bright moon in the clouds, casting a light that shone on the mountains and rivers. Bang! A sword swept over, and the clay man directly split into 2, then exploded into powder. Seeing the clay figure shatter, Hua Wuyan couldn't help but shake his head in regret. It's no use, you can't kill it like that, it'll still, she said, her pupils shrinking in shock. The dirt and sand on the ground, it actually didn't move. A little black light flew out of each mud and sand and floated up to dust. The white light turned into ashes and spilled onto the ground. How did this? You managed to kill it? Hua Wuyan looked at Lin Yang with a face full of astonishment, feeling incredulous. Hey, it's not that strong. Lin Yang touched his nose, feeling surprised. The mudman that even Flower Wuyan couldn't kill was actually decapitated by him. Flower Wuyan calmly pondered for a moment and quickly thought of the reason. Sword intent. It was because he had used sword intent, and it was the first realm's sword intent. The sword intent of the first realm could sever the 3 souls and 7 spirits, anything with a soul could be killed. The black powder in this clay man's body is the crushed soul. Lin Yang, on the other hand, just happened to decimate the soul contained within. Although Hua Wuyan was in the Heavenly Emperor realm, he was helpless against things like souls. Unless, she could break through the Heavenly Emperor realm and reach the Sage realm. Celestial Emperor realm, divine sense of separation. Sage realm, divided souls. There was nothing any Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse could do with a soul-type attack. Unless someone like Lin Yang comprehended the first realm of sword intent. This kid actually beheaded the mudman by mistake. Hua Wuyan was secretly surprised in his heart. Emperor Ancestor, what the heck is this clay figure? Could it be the legendary obscene god technique? Lin Yang collected his sword and walked over to ask. That's right, this is the masterpiece after using the obscurantist technique. Hua Wuyan nodded and explained to him. You remember the concept that there are 3 souls in man, the heavenly soul, the earthly soul, and the human soul. The heavenly soul ascends to heaven, the earthly soul goes to hell, and the human soul stays in the world. The way the obscurantism works is that the body is dug up, the bones are hollowed out and crushed into powder, and then the human soul is summoned. Crush the human soul, put it with the ashes, and mix it with other feminine materials. And then the spell is applied, and such a process is called obscurantism. Ashes that have passed through the obscene god, once they hit the ground, can take on a human form and have the combat power of their peak state in life. Lin Yang felt a bit oozy after listening to her. Digging up a person's bones and hollowing them out to crush the bones inside. What kind of nerve does it take to do something like that? This kind of obscurantism is not something that decent people learn once they hear about it. Emperor Ancestor, this filthy divine art, who created it? He asked curiously. I'm not sure about the specifics, but it originated in the demon realm, and only people from the demon realm know it. The devil realm? You are saying that the Yu Yao Koan sect and the devil realm. Lin Yang was taken aback. Thinking about it, an almost perverted technique like the obscene god technique, but any human with a little bit of reverence wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Only demons and monsters, these, dare to do it. Go out, every owner of a tombstone is looking for an inheritance, this tombstone is weird. Hua Wuyan glanced warily and prepared to leave. She took a step. All of a sudden. What had been a desolate world, the clouds opened up to clear skies. The withered grass on the ground immediately came back to life, and a sapling rose up, growing into a huge tree in the blink of an eye. Birds fly and peach blossoms bloom. A stream flows by, a feast of birds and flowers. Spring is coming. Will you accept my inheritance? Suddenly, a pale, mellow female voice came. Hua Wuyan's face changed drastically. She took Lin Yang's hand and flew off in a frenzy. Lin Yang felt a bit puzzled, running for what? What's wrong? Isn't it great to obtain the tomb owner's inheritance? Flower Wuyan's pretty face blushed as she pointed to a place in the distance. Cut the crap. Lin Yang looked over in the direction she was pointing. Only in the distance, 2 huge, 100-feet-tall human bones appeared. A male cadaver sat on the ground, and the smaller female cadaver, sitting on top of him, sat in that exact spot. This. Lin Yang's heart thumped and his old face flushed. Isn't the pose of these 2 corpses a little too soulful? I am so bitter, where is my heir? The female voice came back on. A deepest resentment suddenly erupted and the entire space was blocked. Suffered. Hua Wuyan's expression was difficult to see. This tombstone, for millions of years, no one has been willing to carry on the inheritance of the tomb's owner. It led to a great deal of resentment and hatred on the part of the owner of the tomb. Every heavenly emperor realm powerhouse who sat in space was willing to pass on their chance. Those who are not willing to pass on the legacy, their own bodies disappear and leave nothing behind, and they will not leave behind the tombstone space. Will you accept my inheritance? The voice came back. No. Hua Wuyin rejected it harshly and loudly. Boom. When she finished her reluctance, the entire space inexplicably shook. The owner of the tomb was angry. When she was dying, she sat in space in the hope that one day, someone would inherit her chance. Unfortunately, for millions of years, everyone has been in denial. Or no men and women enter here at the same time. So much so that the owner of the tomb is deeply resentful. The chance of a lifetime, no one to inherit, I hate ah. The voice sounded mournful and angry. On the rare occasion that a man and a woman broke in, the tomb owner was reluctant to let them out. With no more successors, this tombstone will crumble before long. Ergo inherit my chance. I won't. Hua Wuyan refused again. The owner of the tomb was silent for a moment, not speaking. Soon, a fragrant wind came and heaven and earth were filled with a vibrant scene. Hold your breath. Hua Wuyan took a breath and shouted. By the time Lin Yang reacted, it was still too late. He smelled a very fragrant scent, and his whole being seemed to enter a world of bliss. Everything a man could want was right in front of his eyes. The white carapace, the indescribable image is amusing. Damn it, this brat smells. Hua Wuyan frowned and tightened her grip on his hand. She tried to hold on for a moment, but she couldn't help but breathe. Enter me joyful, may you be joyful. The voice sounded again. At this moment, Lin Yang and Hua Wuyin only saw the flowery scene in front of them, and their souls felt like they were falling into a soft world. Brat, wake up. Relying on the strength of the heavenly emperor realm, Hua Wuyan was still able to hold on, trying to stay awake. She pinched Lin Yang's arm as hard as she could, and he didn't respond at all. There is only one struggling figure in the vast wilderness. Chapter 52, Our business is more important. A warmth gradually welled up inside their bodies, and the two felt parched. Hua Wuyan resisted for a long time, and in the end, her eyes were still mesmerized. On the soft turquoise earth, clusters of peach blossoms in full bloom were like fire, and white clothes and peach blossoms flew up. The high, snow-capped hillocks are as white as the eye can see. The breeze is like a gentle hand that gently brushes over the mountains. It was as if heaven and earth were turned upside down, with rivers of stars flowing in his eyes and a gentle breeze. Gradually, Xingfeng became impatient. Brushed the white snow-covered mountains with more frenzy, and a gusty call went up from mountain to mountain. The sunlight shines through and the body is reddish. Two white shadows in a pale wild field. Like an octopus wrapped around a whale, like a vine tightly wrapped around a tree, it trembled and made a slight sound as the wind blew by. The peach blossoms fell on the water as if they had lost their color, like bright red blood. The wind grew more and more frenzied until, at one point, there was peace between heaven and earth. The tree, embraced tightly by the vines, shook and trembled, and all was silent again. What's wrong? Lin Yang looked at the person in his arms. Tears slid down her face, and she looked at the reddish whites with shame and annoyance. Bastard, getting a bargain, huh? Hua Wuyan buried her head in his arms. Lin Yang's old face blushed, recalling that feeling just now, and was a bit embarrassed. My intact body, just like that, is gone. How dare you say I'm taking advantage of you? You're the one who got the better end of the deal, aren't you? How old are you and how old am I? I'm a virginal man who's had his innocence taken away by you just like this, don't you have to be responsible for me? He rolled his eyes and thought darkly. Hearing the thoughts in his heart, Hua Wuyan couldn't help but be angry. Snap! She slapped him across the face, you denizen, stinking rascal. Lin Yang frowned. It had happened, and he was immediately emboldened. Where did I run you? Tell me, where did I run you? You were clearly the one who lunged at me just now, and you're blaming me? He said, rolling over and immediately pinning her down. An impish grin spread across his face. Hua Wuyan's pretty face was red, her ears were burning like fire, and she was dumbfounded with shame. What do you want? When he finished, he collapsed. Soon, the voice from before appeared in both men's minds. I will pass on the dual cultivation method of the Joy sect to the two of you. The Great Sun Thousand Returns technique, passed on to the two destined ones. In the future, if you have the chance to see the Joy Gate, remember to tell the disciples under my door that the place of my death is here. The two completely ignored the voice, having long since entered the realm of oblivion. The golden light formed a cocoon that surrounded them both. The Great Sun Thousand Returns duel continued to enter the minds of the two. In the agitation and mingling of yin and yang qi, the cultivation of the two of them miraculously increased by leaps and bounds. I don't know how long it took, after about 1,000 times. The two lay in a golden cocoon. Hua Woyan's eyes and expression became soft and gentle, no longer the cold and icy look. At least for him. Speechless, my cultivation seems to have improved quite a bit. Lin Yang clenched his fist and felt a surging and raging force within his body. The cultivation level was clearly from the 9th level of the hegemony realm, just one step away from the emperorless realm. Hua Woyan also felt a majestic and domineering aura within her body, and her eyes lit up. I'm at the 8th level of the heavenly emperor realm. After realizing that her cultivation had increased, she was overjoyed. Every step up in the heavenly emperor realm was exceptionally difficult, and she had been stuck in the 7th step of the heavenly emperor realm for 1,000 years. I can't imagine that I've raised one weight in one day. Let's get out of here, shall we? It's getting late and I'm afraid something might happen to a few of them, she worried. What is there more important than our business? Lin Yang lifted her chin. The two of them looked at each other, and Hua Wuyin felt like she was electrocuted. There was a tingling current all over her body, and even her bones went soft. Never felt like this since I was born. It's marvelous. Is this love? Hua Wuyan's mind rambled. 1,000 years ago. Master, I don't want to be with smelly men, I want to be the strongest in the world. I'm going to defeat all those stinking men in the world, all of them. At 16. She stood on top of a mountain in a vast sea of clouds. Master's plain white hands, his back to her, pale face, but with a pair of soulful eyes. She looked at her master and the setting sun as it fell into the sea of clouds. The beauty is late and the heart is in the right place. Wuyin, my master did a fortune telling for you. In the future, you won't be able to escape the web of love. Cut. Master, you're lying. She drew her sword, beamed, and grunted, then I'm inclined to change my fate against the heavens. I don't like smelly men. I'm going to defeat them, I'm going to let the world know my name, Flower Wuyin. The master smiled without saying anything and stroked her head gently. The master hadn't said when this calamity would occur, and when she had entered the forbidden retreat, she had thought that this would be the end of her life. Who knew, this brat appeared in her world. She also didn't understand how she could hear his heart. Are all couples in the world like this? She leaned into Lin Yang's arms, his warm breath and clear heartbeat could be felt clearly at the moment. What are you thinking? Can you cooperate? Hua Wuyan's face was red. You sit down. The two were very much in sync. The door outside this tombstone disappeared and no one could enter at the moment. There are no extraneous sounds here, just a unique, spring-exclusive, beautiful melody. The clouds in the sky kept drifting by. I don't know how long this day has passed. Gradually, both of them realized that they couldn't raise their cultivation level again. It seems that each tombstone can only be upgraded once, and after one time, it's gone, Lin Yang said softly. Well, it is. Flower speechless explained to him. Later, when we get out, this tombstone will collapse and crumble. In the forest of tombstones, there will be one less tombstone altogether. The golden cocoon gradually disappeared. Lin Yang sat up and got ready to go out. I'm exhausted, it's time to get out or something will really happen out there. The corner of Hua Wuyan's mouth lifted as she pushed him down. What? Just can't? You had to have it just now, and now you want to run? Lin Yang's sweaty hairs stood up, feeling a bit overwhelmed. How many times has this happened? He had a feeling of emptiness and a bit of weakness in his body. What are you talking about? Can I not? I'm just concerned about the safety of senior brother and sister, afraid that something might happen to them. Hua Wuyan smiled evilly. You were the one who said that earlier. What is there more important than our business? She smiled and sat up. Hey! Can you care about the disciples' well-being? Lin Yang's face turned white and his hands gripped the ground. My mother's business is more important, so lie down. Chapter 53, Full or Half Anesthesia? After tossing and turning 1,000 times, the two finally emerged from the tombstone space. When Lin Yang stood up, his legs felt a little soft and he had little strength in his body. It feels like right now, it's more work than going into battle. What's wrong? Weak legs? Hua Wuing grinned as she took his arm, a pair of watery eyes looking at him. Nonsense, am I that weak? Lin Yang raised his head proudly. Go, get out. The two flew away from the tombstone. As the two of them left, the tombstone rumbled with a loud bang and the entire thing collapsed into a pile of rubble ruins. At this point in Tombstone Grove, there was killing everywhere. All the major sects and loose cultivators were frantically fighting for the tombstone's chance. Hua Wuyan changed her face with a disguise. Senior Sister Wei, go inside. In the crowd, Ni Daocheng hissed angrily as he gripped his longsword. Get out of the way, this tombstone doesn't belong to my Yu Yao Kuan sect. The two heavenly sons of the Jade Yao Kuan sect joined forces to attack him. The two men, one with a dark, barbed chain, the other with a long, broad sword. Iron lock across the river. The man flung the ebony iron chain, and at once the chain undulated and made a clattering sound, setting off a tremendous force between one and the other, and a hard stone could explode if it touched it. Ni Daocheng swung his longsword and frantically annihilated. The crimson swordlight was like pieces of feathers, rushing around the chains. The aura of the Overlord realm expanded dramatically, like a bomb about to explode. Chop! The other heavenly son with a sword rushed up and slashed Ni Daocheng's attack as a majestic and vast killing aura swept over him. Sensing the strong killing opportunity, Ni Daocheng violently withdrew his long sword and swept backward in a violent retreat. Wei Shuiting had already entered the tombstone by now, and the door on the monument had disappeared. My senior sister has already gone in. This chance, you won't get it. Ni Daocheng hummed and laughed. Those two men's angry eyes, like frenzied beasts, and their faces gradually became hideous. Go to hell. Jade Dragon Holy Sects. Wow. He shook the chain and black shadows emerged behind him. A viper raised its head, its bloodshot eyes like two lanterns, its mouth open to reveal its fangs and spit out its snake letters. This is... Ni Daocheng froze for a moment. This sinister aura was exactly like a poisonous snake. Ancient Snake King body, haven't seen this kind of physique before, have you? The man laughed contemptuously, his face showing provocation and braggadocio. Said the man next to him as his face began to contort. It quickly turned into a half-human, half-beast form, with the head of a tiger, the torso of a man, the limbs of a tiger, and a tail like an iron bar that danced in the wind, all but becoming a weapon of murder. Vajra Tiger King body? Ni Daocheng looked at him and couldn't help but frown. I can't believe how much you've seen. The tiger opened its mouth and laughed. Two Earth-rank grade physiques, and you have the nerve to show off in front of me? Let me show you all just how strong I am, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's #1 son of heaven. Ni Daocheng put away his sword, and a majestic and unrivaled aura exploded. The clothes on his upper body instantly exploded, and pieces of cloth fluttered about. At 9 feet tall, his muscles bulged violently, a single tendon clearly visible, and his 8-pack abs as impenetrable as iron plates. His eyes widened and he exhaled a mouthful of hot air, his height hardening by a foot to a staggering 10 feet tall. Looking down on the field like a tower of steel. Everyone became short in front of him. From his storage ring, Ni Daocheng drew out a 10-foot by 4-foot long golden iron rod. The streams of light are glittering. This was a heavenly ranked magic weapon. The strong and mighty aura on Ni Daocheng's body made the two heavenly sons from the opposite side of the Yu Yao Kuan sect a little scared. Heavenly ranked magic weapon, heavenly ranked physique, plus the 8th level of the Overlord realm. With this kind of strength, even the elders of many sects would not be able to defeat him. The phase of voodoo. Ni Daocheng had a majestic aura on his body as he danced his golden stick, roared angrily, and took a step forward, causing the entire ground to tremble. A deep footprint was made under his foot, cracking out strips. He held the stick in both hands and swung it violently in a sweeping manner. Flying snake. Huban. The two people opposite him sent out their fiercest moves, joining forces to blast against him. The black mist formed thousands of venomous snakes, using softness to overcome hardness, wrapping around the golden stick and spreading up. The other slashed out, and a mighty, grinning and roaring tiger swooped in with the momentum of a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. I am the head of the Son of Heaven, and I am not just a name for nothing. Ni Daocheng roared with disdain. The muscles of his arms were like steel, erupting with the strength of 10,000 pounds. No matter how fancy the opposite side's attack was, it was only swept over with a single stick and instantly swept away. With a loud shocking explosion, those black mists and fierce tigers were crushed by a stick and dissipated. Retreat! The two of us are no match for him, only senior brother Jishan can fight him. The young man, the viper, was shaken to the point that his blood turned over. Ni Daocheng hit this stick over, and even the most arrogant gesture could be beaten into submission. come and die. Dao looked like a giant as he roared in rage and dominance, going after him with another stick. The two men were terrified and hastily jumped away to the sides. Boom! The golden light flowing stick killed the air blatantly, hitting the ground and shaking the earth under his feet. A stick went down, hard enough to open a crack that was 100 feet long. Misty grass. This jade dragon sacred sect heaven's first place guy is too fierce. This guy isn't human, he's a humanoid beast. Even the ground was opened by his stick. How powerful is this? It's too terrifying. Everyone passing by in the surroundings showed fear and looked at Ni Daocheng in horror. At that moment, Ni Daocheng chased after him and danced his golden stick, the flower of the stick shining brightly in gold as it erupted with a horrifying murderous aura and power. Phase of voodoo, kill. He swept over violently, whipping up a whistling gale that shattered even space with this golden stick. I'll die with you. The viper's young man's eyes widened violently, and the triangular-headed viper behind him lunged violently towards Ni Daocheng. Ni Daocheng couldn't avoid it and was swallowed by the black mist. But those two people spat out a mouthful of blood and were directly taken away with a stick. In an instant, the black mist on his body disappeared. On his shoulder, a fang mark from a viper's bite was left behind, and the area around it began to become bruised. Toxic? Ni Daocheng squinted his eyes, and immediately felt his left shoulder go a little numb, and began to be unable to move. Senior Ni. The familiar voice suddenly came. Lin Yang and Hua Wuyan arrived just in time. Emperor Ancestor has come at the right time. Do you have an elixir to cure snake venom? Ni Daocheng asked anxiously. There, try this. Hua Wuyan gave him a bottle of elixir to cure snake venom. Don't call me Emperor Ancestor here anymore, call me Ling Cheng. Yes. Ni Daocheng understood it by heart. Hua Wuyan looked at his injuries. The bone in your shoulder is broken, you need to move it back into place with your hands and take the elixir before you can do so. Just now, the black mist of that viper swooped over with such force that it shattered one or two bones in his shoulder. Senior Ni, I'll help you pick it back up. Lin Yang rubbed his hands together and a wry smile spread across his face. You kid can catch bones? Ni Daocheng frowned, his heart very puzzled. Will catch bones and deliver babies all. Okay, you kid don't be a poor talker, just pick me back up, no one is looking for you to deliver a baby. Lin Yang scratched his head and hemmed and hawed. Senior Ni, it hurts more to connect the bones, do you want anesthesia? Could be. Senior Ni, do you want fist hemp or half hemp? General anesthesia. Okay, senior brother Ni, you bear with me, huh? Saying that, Lin Yang punched over, and with a click, the bones directly punched back into place. Ni Daocheng took a deep breath, half of his shoulders numbing with pain. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Numb or not? Numbed. Hua Wuyan looked at him with a stunned expression. You call this general anesthesia? Yeah, that's authentic punch ma, nothing wrong with that. Flowers without words. Ni Daocheng. Chapter 54 Provoking the Whole House. In the sky of the 10,000 spirits domain, a red stream of light suddenly fell. A loud rumble produced a shocking explosion, and the red light formed a ripple-like shockwave that rippled out in a circle, spreading in all directions. The entire sky was obscured by red light, and streams of haze flew like pieces of fire. Quick, there's movement in the tallest tombstone in the middle of the tombstone forest. Seeing the bizarre celestial phenomenon in the distance, Hua Wuyan immediately told him to hurry to the front. As he got closer to that huge tombstone, the 9 articles of the great Tao within Lin Yang's body became more and more active. He could even use any of the realms of sword intent with ease, and even the other chapters he hadn't learned became clear. Let's go, you won't even get soup if you're late. Lin Yang couldn't wait to get up and immediately rushed towards the tombstone. Whoosh! A stream of light like flying shadows, extremely fast, flashed past him. More and more people, toward this tallest tombstone in the center. Anyone who knew that this tombstone was the biggest and tallest must have the best chances. Get out of my way, all of you. At that moment, a domineering and brutal voice rang out. In the distance, people from the great Ning King sect came. Mu Qinglai, Fan Yanran, and her consort and senior sister, Lu Shanchuan, and some of the remaining disciples flew in. Still as bossy as ever. Heavenly treasures, those with destiny get 'em, why should they give way to you? Get out of here. The disciples of the Jade Yao Koan sect also came from the other direction. Ji Shang was dressed in a long robe, elegant and graceful, but his face carried a fierce hostility that was not in the least bit false to the Deming Wang zone. You seek death. Mu Qinglai chopped over with a sword. Ji Shang was unafraid, drawing out a strangely shaped sword and casually eliminating his attack with a single block. The sword in his hand, 4 feet long, was white on one side and black on the other, and looked very odd. The spring and autumn sword? When Mu Qinglai saw the sword in his hand, he couldn't help but furrow his brows, gradually narrowing his eyes as he stared at this spring and autumn sword. This spring sword is half black and half white. The black side can kill. The white side can save lives. This sword, which was also considered very famous in the eastern continent, was one of the town treasures that the Yuyao Kuan sect held. Umatba Buddha, monks, why fight and kill? How about sitting down and talking about Buddhism together? Suddenly a proclamation came and a group of bald monks arrived. At the head of the group was the young monk from before. The monk had his hands folded with a smile on his face, a string of vermilion Buddha beads around his neck, and a few ring scars dotting his head. The head of the heavenly son of the great Zen Buddhist temple, Zhihai. Someone in the crowd whispered. His appearance caused everyone to look away. In the eastern continent, there were 4 young men who were recognized as the strongest. Known as the 4 sons of the eastern continent, he was also a figure that the eastern continent was proud of and could compete with the other 3 continents. Zhihai is one of the 4 sons of the eastern continent. Legend had it that his great Luo Lioli indestructible golden body was a rare emperor rank physique. A genius of demonic level. What kind of dharma do you want to talk about, little bald ass? That's just it, people talk openly. Immediately after that, people from 2 more clans came roaring in. Jia Rufeng led the Heavenly Pivot sect, while Hongpeng led the Heavenly Sword sect, as well as the Yangless Sword sect and other sects, one by one. It seems that only those losers from the Jade Dragon Sacred sect don't dare to show up. Ji Shang coldly glanced at the entire field, not seeing the shadows of those from the Jade Dragon Sacred sect. Isn't it good to have one less opponent to compete with? The poor monk would like to thank them for not coming, Zhihai said with a smile. The others nodded, feeling that he had a point. As he was talking, suddenly the huge tombstone began to emit movement. The tall tombstone that towered into the sky in front of us exuded a horrifying killing spirit, and a distinctive door appeared on the tombstone. Other tombstones have doors drawn like pen and ink. Instead, the door on this tombstone is 3 slits put together as if it had been cut. No more bull with you guys, I'll make the first move. Jia Rufeng smiled wryly and quickly flew towards the tombstone under the cover of his senior siblings. Do it! Ji Shang bellowed, and the disciples of the Yuyao Kuan sect rushed to protect him. Zhihai, Hua Hongpeng, Mu Qinglai, the heavenly sons of the other sects, and the various scattered cultivators, madly rushed towards the door of that tombstone. The chance is mine, ha 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 ha. Jia Rufeng took the lead, and that door was close at hand. He reached out and touched it, and was suddenly shocked by an incomparably powerful force until he spat out blood, directly flipping and spinning backwards in the air. Sheepish, looks like the tomb owner doesn't like you. Hua Hongpeng laughed loudly and sarcastically at him. I'm the one chosen by the tomb owner to have a destiny. Pust. As soon as he touched the tombstone, before he could finish his words, he was just as shocked and spat out blood, and his entire body flew out in a very sorry state. It seems you're not meant to be either. Jia Rufeng smiled and countered. At this point, those people behind them stopped in their tracks, not daring to rush forward. Jia Rufeng and Hua Hongpeng are the precedents. It seemed that the chances of this tombstone were not so easy to obtain. Bunch of losers, let me try. Mu Qinglai has a fiery temper. He rushed towards the tombstone in a murderous rage and slammed his fist through it, an exploding ball of fire hitting the tombstone. In an instant, the fireball was like a mud cow entering the sea, and it was actually swallowed up by the tombstone. I won't believe it. Mu Qinglai launched attack after attack on the tombstone, which did not move at all. The fact that you can't even get a little flake of skin off is a mockery. The people around him were all looking at him, and Mu Qinglai felt humiliated. Let me in. He rushed over and punched the tombstone directly, fighting it hard. Boom! The tombstone erupted with a strong counterforce, directly shattering Mu Qinglia's internal organs almost to pieces. He was spitting blood and still couldn't get in. People around us have been looking sad and getting a little frustrated. A few of them are the heads of the heavenly hosts, and they can't even get in, let alone the others. At that moment, Zhihai smiled and folded his hands, bowed respectfully to the tombstone, and walked over. Such opportunities require a person with a very deep root of wisdom to obtain them. I've studied Buddhism since I was young and have deep roots of wisdom, so it seems that I'm the only one who can get this kind of chance. He walked over confidently, his hand touching the tombstone door. With a bang, he was no exception, and as usual, he was shocked by the tombstone, causing his chi and blood to flip, staggering back a dozen or so feet before he was able to stand firmly on his feet. Is the poor monk's dharma not thick enough? Or is the poor monk's wisdom root not deep enough? Jihai was so angry that he cursed, changing his usual solemn image. Immediately after that, one by one, the various loose cultivators also walked over to try their luck. As a result, without exception, all of them were shaken away. It seems that this tomb owner is by no means an ordinary person. Jihai couldn't help but sigh. Guahongpan, Jia Rufeng, Mu Qinglai, Ji Shan, and the others also nodded silently. Is it that powerful? It's good for me to try it too. That's when Lin Yang pushed his way out of the crowd. Flower speechless, and I Daocheng followed behind. It's you! As soon as Mu Qinglai saw Lin Yang, he was instantly enraged and drew his longsword, wanting to slaughter him. Pitted me so hard. Lin Yang glanced at him and didn't bother. Since you have a strong sense, go in and try Ni Daocheng and I will help you block it. Hua Wuyan said sternly. Okay, thanks a lot you two. If you can't get in, I'll chop you up. I'll remember the general anesthesia from earlier. Ni Daocheng grunted. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed. Go away. After saying that, he bent down and fiercely stepped and leaped. The whole person was like an arrow off the string, extremely fast, rushing towards the tombstone. He exuded the aura of the chi condensation stage. I'll kill you. Mu Qinglai roared and was about to make his move when Ni Daocheng directly blocked in front of him. The moment Lin Yang's aura radiated out, it immediately caused the entire room to laugh. Is there any mistake? A mere chi condensation stage dares to come to this place? Still want to obtain a chance? If he can obtain the chance of this tombstone, I'll take the ashes here home and mix the ashes with rice every day. Which clan is this kid from? Can you have some self-awareness? That is, the chance of this tombstone is his. Before he finished speaking, he only saw Lin Yang touch the door on the tombstone. In an instant, the tombstone that towered into the sky blossomed into a brilliant aurora borealis, and an aura of the great Tao filled the air. That one door surprisingly opened. It seems that I am the only one with the longest and deepest wizards, guys. Lin Yang turned his head back and smiled at the entire crowd in an extremely arrogant and provocative manner. Chapter 55, You Piece of. He went in. There were loud exclamations of surprise from the tumultuous crowd. In a flash, everyone looked at Lin Yang. Unhindered, he pushed open the door on the tombstone and entered easily, without the slightest obstruction. Mu Qinglai, Jia Rufeng, Guahongpan, Jihai, Ji Shan, and the others were all filled with shock. A waste of a chi condensation stage actually got in easily? Each of these people from their hegemony realm was shaken to the point of vomiting blood. A hint of cunning flashed quickly in Ji Shan's eyes, and his body swept and rushed over. For a brief moment, many people reacted. Ji Shan wanted to take advantage of the moment Lin Yang pushed open the door to break in and snatch his chance. Go after them. Mu Qinglai let go of Ni Daocheng and charged forward recklessly. In a flash, dozens of figures were as fast as lightning. Each one of them wanted to take advantage of the moment Lin Yang pushed open the door and enter the tombstone before him. Brat, hurry up! Hua Wuyin exclaimed anxiously. Lin Yang looked back, and behind him were dozens of furious figures like swift cheetahs. Kid! Thanks for pushing the door open, but you still have to die. Mu Qinglai laughed with a grimace on his face. Lin Yang's heart thumped as he sped up and rushed in. Just as those behind them were about to approach, the brilliant aurora on the tombstone formed an unrivaled and sturdy prohibition. All those who approached were all shaken back by the powerful force. How? Is this tomb owner crazy? I can't get into the hegemony realm, but I actually let a chi condensation stage waste in. Such a good chance, given to a loser, pisses me off. All of them were shaken back, and each of them retreated back to their original positions. Looking at the slowly closing door, and Lin Yang's silhouette, each of them were furious and gnashing their teeth in anger. Full of envy and cynicism. Dao Chang quickly grabbed the other tombstones. Hua Wuyan hurriedly reminded Ni Daocheng. This highest and strongest tombstone had already been occupied by Lin Yang, and no one else could get in no matter what. To remain here is just an exercise in futility. Yes. Ni Daocheng looked around and saw a second tallest tombstone. Although this tombstone wasn't as tall as the one Lin Yang had, but it also reaches up to 1,000 feet in cranes. He darted over. The others hated it, but there was nothing they could do. So there was a rush towards the other tombstones. Stop him. Mu Qinglai also took a fancy to that second tallest tombstone and immediately ordered his senior brothers and sisters to block Ni Daocheng. Amat Babuda, this tombstone, let the poor monk have it. Jaihe likewise took a liking to the tombstone. Jia Rufeng, Hua Hongpang, Ji Shang, including the other stronger casual cultivators, also launched a battle for the second highest tombstone. The higher the tombstone, the greater the chance. Ni Daocheng ran in a deadly frenzy, with a murderous figure behind him in hot pursuit. Whoosh! Suddenly, a snow-white lightning-like sword light plucked from the ground and rushed into the sky, at first raising a blinding light, a stern and unparalleled murderous aura that made everyone behind them. Hua Wuyan's white clothes hunted as a sword flew past. The ground plowed a deep furrow. Her eyes were slightly cold as she faintly said, "I'll kill anyone who crosses that line." Ji Hai stopped in his tracks, a look of awe welling up on his face. Ji Shan, Mu Qinglai, and the others also sensed that Hua Wuyan's strength was unfathomable. Her light-hearted sword contained unrivaled power. Whoever has an iron head and dares to rush up is purely looking for death. Who is this woman? The strength is simply terrifying. Everyone looked at Hua Wuyan and secretly speculated in their hearts. After Hua Wuyan changed her face, no one knew who she was. This strange, young woman was far above them in strength. "Gentlemen, don't fight women, go." Jaihe had the good sense to make an excuse and hurry up and bolt for the third highest tombstone. "Let's go, don't waste time, this woman is very strong, I don't feel like a match for her." Although Mu Qinglia's temper was fiery, he wasn't stupid. Knowing that she was no match for the woman across the street, she hurried away. So the others dispersed. Everyone's looking for high headstones. Hua Wuyan put away his sword, Lin Yang's tombstone, and took a deep look at it. "Brat, don't let me down." She gripped her long sword, and an inexplicable tug surged in her heart. This feeling of longing has never been experienced before. The moment. The tallest of the tombstones stood peacefully in a forest of gravestones. It was like a mountain peak, a huge sword, and even the floating clouds in the sky surrounded it. This place, why is it so quiet? Lin Yang came in expecting to see some weird, magical new world. To his utter surprise, he came inside a four-square room. The surrounding walls were lined with oil lamps with a greenish glow. The room was turquoise and miserably bright and a little weird. Where is the chance? Lin Yang stood in the large room, turning to look around in all directions. There was no one around, everything was empty and nothing but the lights on the walls. "You are here." Suddenly, an eerie, hoarse, thick voice surrounded his ears. The sweaty hairs on Lin Yang's body stood up and he shivered in fear. "Who?" "Ling Wei Sage." As he said that, a blurry shadow appeared in front of him. A man with wide robes and big sleeves and white clothes appeared in front of his eyes. "Ling Wei Sage. You are Ling Wei Sage?" Lin Yang couldn't help but feel his heart shake wildly when he heard this name, his face filled with astonishment and fear. 5,000 years ago. On the Earth Origin continent, 10 notorious Sage Realm experts had appeared. One of them, the Ling Wei Sage, who was known for killing mercilessly, was even more ferocious and famous. As the resources became less and less, after all of these Sage Realm experts fell. It was also slowly forgotten in the river of years. This sage Ling Wei, legend has it that he once broke through the shackles of the Earth elemental continent. He traveled to other continents and fought his way through continent after continent, and his name, in other continents, was quite famous. It can be said that Ling Wei Sage is full of enemies. Then I don't know what happened, but Ling Wei Sage disappeared overnight. No one ever saw him again, only his legend still circulated, the man was gone. Lin Yang frowned. It was only now that he realized that the renowned Ling Wei Sage from 5,000 years ago had actually fallen in the 10,000 spirits domain. What happened here in the 10,000 souls domain back then? Even a giant of the party like Sage Ling Wei could fall here? In the forest of tombstones, a single tombstone, each of which was a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse in their lifetime. The 9 chapters of the great Tao that I created has fallen into the hands of a chi condensation stage waste, pathetic. Sage Ling Wei couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile as he probed the sensation of the 9 articles of the great Tao in his body. You created the 9 chapters of the great Tao? Lin Yang was dumbstruck with surprise. The 9 chapters of the great Tao that he had studied for more than 10 years was actually created by this Ling Wei Sage in front of him. It was no wonder that as soon as he entered the 10,000 spirits domain, the 9 articles of the great Tao had a very strong reaction. It turns out that the owner of it, in life, was here. Lin Yang was surprised, his chi and blood were fresh, and he immediately retorted, saying, "Sage, you are wrong, my cultivation is actually not at the chi condensation stage." "Overlord realm, is it? How do you know?" Lin Yang was stunned. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, and the other party actually knew already. The silhouette of Sage Lingwei floated in the air, looking at him faintly, with eyes that were like looking at a little cutie. Although Lin Yang was very upset, but who made people ridiculously strong? You have to hold it in even if you don't. Over 20 years old, but only in the hegemony realm, trash. This. Lin Yang was a bit annoyed. This old pickpocket even called me a waste? My talent is enough to crush all the young people out there. Sage Lingwei suddenly became furious. You called me an old pickpocket? Boom! With a glare, a gust of wind swept Lin Yang up and flung him hard onto the ground. Foggy grass. How does he know what's going on in my mind? Sage, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you. Lin Yang climbed to his feet and bowed his head in horror and fright and apologized. Sage Lingwei looked at him indifferently. The spiritual rhinoceros chapter has only just been learned, you haven't even reached the introductory realm, you waste. The sword intent chapter has only comprehended the second realm, you waste. This. The book of changes is at this half-baked level, you loser. Lin Yang was full of fire and really wanted to hit him. No wonder Lingwei Sage had enemies all over the world back then. He understands now. With that mouth, I'd be damned if I wouldn't get smacked to death. Look up, punk. Can you not call me? Still not convinced, you punk? Lin Yang clenched his fists and was scolded until he was completely out of temper. Rubbish, I'll let you know what the highest level of the spiritual rhinoceros chapter is. Sage Lingwei hummed condescendingly and waved his large hand. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yang heard countless noisy voices outside. The voices of everyone talking came clearly from outside, birds chirping in the sky, insects and animals roaring on the ground, fish and mussels in the water. Even the sound of ants walking around, he could hear clearly. When the spiritual rhinoceros chapter is practiced to the highest level, you can hear everything within 10,000 miles. Even, it allows you to hear the voice of all things. After saying that, Sage Lingwei raised his hand. A conversation between two ants came to Lin Yang's ears. He was completely shaken. The highest level of the spiritual rhinoceros psalm allows you to listen to the sound of all things. Chapter 56 Reasons for Hearing the Heart. Listening to the voice of all things? What kind of power is that? Lin Yang couldn't believe what it would be like if he could hear everything around him. Seeing his face full of surprise, Sage Lingwei smiled condescendingly. The 9 chapters of the Great Tao are. Sword Intent chapter, which allows you to comprehend the meaning of the peak of the sword Tao. Saying the soul chapter allows the 3 souls and 7 spirits to come out of the body. The spiritual chapter, you can listen to the voice of all things. The book of changes, which can deduce the things of the world. The divine law chapter, which could stabilize one's mind. The Vajra chapter allows the body to become a Vajra body. The Fei Hong chapter, which allows for extreme speed. The Divine Power chapter, which can raise the power to the extreme. Divine Eyes chapter, you can visualize 1,000 miles of scenery. In addition, the Divine Eyes chapter practiced to the highest level, you can see through Yo. And this function? Lin Yang's eyes lit up and a smile spread across his face. Sage. It doesn't really matter if it's see-through or not, I'm just very good at learning, I'm an especially hobbyist learner, and I want to learn the Divine Eye chapter. Sage, I have a friend who wants to ask, is this Divine Eye chapter good to learn? Sage Lingwei gave him a cold look and laughed, you punk, with your cultivation of the Overlord realm, don't dream. The 9 chapters of the Great Tao will only be unlocked one by one as your cultivation increases. When all the 9 chapters of the Great Tao are practiced to the peak realm, you'll be invincible. Sage, so did you practice to the peak in your lifetime? No. Lin Yang froze for a moment. Come to think of it, he died too soon. It was only at the time of death at the Sage realm. If he reached the legendary Infinite Sky Sovereign realm, he might really be invincible. By the way, Sage, this spiritual rhinoceros chapter, I've already learned it, how come it doesn't work? Lin Yang was suddenly curious, he had obviously learned the spiritual rhinoceros chapter, but he felt that it was not useful at all. Lingwei looked at him indifferently. The spiritual rhinoceros chapter, it's the gong method I used to listen in on my disciples in the first place. Anyone who has practiced the spiritual rhinoceros psalm, I can hear the other person's heart and can tell what's going on in his mind. Ha! Lin Yang was taken aback. Ling Wei's sage slowly explained to him. It turned out that the spiritual rhinoceros chapter in its earliest days was a technique used to spy on other people's mental activities. Sage Ling Wei had founded his own sect in the first place, however, he was too suspicious, and his skeptical nature made him uneasy about his disciples. Thus, he created this gong method of the spiritual rhinoceros chapter. The spiritual psalms are divided into 3 parts: the first, the middle, and the second. It was the next chapter that Sage Ling Wei gave his disciples to learn in the first place. Within the 9 chapters of the Great Tao that Lin Yang had learned, there were also only 2 chapters, the middle and the bottom, and there was no upper chapter. Only those who have studied the upper psalm within the spiritual psalms can hear the heart of those who have studied the middle and lower psalms. Fogweed. Doesn't that mean that if someone learns the upper part of the spiritual rhinoceros psalm, then wouldn't they be able to hear my heart? Know everything that's going on in my heart? Lin Yang's face was filled with horror, feeling a little creeped out. Exactly. Sage Ling Wei nodded, affirming his thoughts. If, in this world, someone learns the upper part of the spiritual rhinoceros psalm, they will be able to know what's going on in your mind. And only the top can listen to the bottom, not the bottom to the top. In other words, if you learn the middle and lower chapters, you can, at best, listen to the voices of all things, but you can never hear the heart of the one who has learned the upper chapters. Lin Yang was a bit confused and even a bit apprehensive. In this world, if someone really learned the upper part of the spiritual rhinoceros chapter, doesn't that mean that he is equal to a transparent person in front of that person? All the thoughts of the heart will all be heard by that person. However, he could never hear the other side of his heart. Even if he took the middle and lower parts of the spiritual rhinoceros psalm and learned them at their peak, it would still be the same. Why is this? Won't I lose money then? Where's the why? Sage Ling Wei said coldly. This was originally used for me to listen in on disciples' feats. So where's the OP? Lin Yang hurriedly pursued the question. Don't worry, in this world, there shouldn't be a previous post. The upper part of the spiritual rhinoceros chapter is known only to me and my senior sister, who, like me, has long since vanished and is no longer in the world. Besides, I've been dead for 5,000 years, and I've forgotten the last part myself. Dead? Forgot? Lin Yang's heart was finally relieved when he heard this result. Ling Wei Sage and his senior sister are dead. In other words, the upper part of the spiritual rhinoceros chapter gone. No one in the world can listen in on his heart. Lin Yang sighed. Good death, I'm relieved to be dead. A good death? You're saying I died well? Ling Wei's brows furrowed as he glared angrily at him in anger. Fogweed. Totally forgot he could hear hearts. Lin Yang's face instantly turned white, so scared that he didn't dare to utter a single breath. No, I was just thinking, Ling Wei Sage, you and your senior sister died a horrible death. You heard wrong. I died a horrible death? Ling Wei stared at him with wide eyes. You boys are trying to die young, aren't you? No. I don't want to. Lin Yang was terrified, his head shaking like a rattle. You piece of. Sage Ling Wei said, originally, I wanted to give the 9 chapters of the Great Tao as a chance to those who came in. However, since you already possess the 9 pieces of the Great Tao, I'll give you an emperor-ranked magic weapon. This magic weapon is a treasure that I used to conquer the north and south and kill countless enemies back then. After saying that, he raised his hand and a brilliant might enveloped him. The golden light flowed in the large room, and it was magnificent. A 5-foot-long sword flew past. This emperor-ranked magic weapon, heaven-destroying sword, which has accompanied me to kill all over the 4 seas and 8 wastelands, in the sky and on the ground, stained with countless amounts of blood, and is given to you today. Also, I see that you have no physique at all, and without it, your future achievements are limited. In that case, I'll give you my emperor-rank physique from my lifetime, the immaculate glazed pure heart sword body. I'm dead anyway, these things, it's useless to keep them, why don't I give them to you and give you a chance? You unintentionally obtained this saint's 9 pieces of the Great Tao, which already shows that you and I have a fated existence in the underworld. After saying that, an emperor-ranked magic weapon, the sky-destroying sword, flew over. Immediately afterward, a glazed, transparent object was wrapped in light and instantly entered Lin Yang's brow. Emperor-ranked magic weapon, plus emperor-ranked physique. He was the only one in the Tombstone Forest who could have such a good chance. Worthy of being a Sage Realm powerhouse, his chances were unknown how many times stronger than other heavenly Emperor realms. There's no way to teach you the 9 chapters of the Great Tao, only by raising your cultivation level will these 9 feats, one by one, be unlocked. And, the higher the cultivation level, the higher the realm of comprehension. You sit here in meditation, and I'll give you all the aura and chance I left behind. This crippled divine sense of mine won't be able to support me for much longer. Lin Yang received the heaven-destroying sword and the immaculate glazed pure heart sword body was introduced into his body, then he sat cross-legged on the ground. The entire room transformed into a cocoon formed by golden light, and he sat inside, isolated from all contact with the outside world. He closed his eyes, and a golden light around him transformed into a sword that flew around him at breakneck speed. At this moment, it was as if he had become the master of all the swords in the world. Chapter 57 Yu Yao Kuan Sek's Ambition. In the forest of tombstones, the ground is littered with corpses. Everyone who entered the 10,000 souls domain fought to the death over the inheritance of the tombstone. Every time the 10,000 spirits domain opened, hundreds or thousands of corpses would always be left on the ground. Then it turns into a white, ghastly corpse. Ni Daochang, Yuanjiao, Gu Shang, Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, and Hua Chuanxi all grabbed the best few tombstones under the care of Hua Wuyin. Suddenly, a tombstone collapsed. Ji Shan walked out from inside, and the other disciples had been waiting for a long time. Senior Ji, how's it going? I've gained a good chance, let's go out first. Ji Shang led his disciples and became the first clan to leave the tombstone forest. Senior brother Ji, where are the 5 elders? Why don't we see them showing up? One of them asked suspiciously. He had already informed sect leader Renicho before, saying that the 5 inner Dean elders would come over. But we haven't seen them until now. Ji Shang tried to use a sound transmission to send a message to the 5 elders, but found that the other party was unresponsive. He looked grave, something ominous in his heart. But on second thought, the 5 elders, this time, had brought a big killer, the bones of the former sect leader who had gone through the obscene god technique. Fall into shape and don't die. They're carrying a corpse on them, so they should be fine. Let's go first, the 5 elders might be up to something, Ji Shang said seriously. On them, they can carry very strong cards. He squinted, his eyes bright as he raised the corners of his mouth in a smile. The corpses and bones that had gone through the obscene god technique would soon become one of the Jade Yao Kuan Section Sect's base cards. Soon, he led dozens of disciples into a high mountainous and densely forested area. The tall trees were shaded and dark. Ji Shang walked at the front and suddenly stopped. A demonic sneer surfaced on his face. Senior brother Ji, why don't you leave? Yeah, hurry up and get out. Hurry up and go, Senior Ji. Each of the disciples behind him urged him on. Go? Okay, I'll see you guys off. Ji Shang's voice was low and the corners of his mouth grinned in an exaggerated arc as he took out a box. When he opened the box, a cloud of demonic black mist floated out from inside. What's this? Senior brother Ji, be careful. The senior brothers and sisters behind them immediately reacted, all of them screaming loudly with terrified faces. Ha 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 ha. Elder brother Shaoji, thank you for bringing us in. The black mist suddenly split into 10 black shadows, each with a demonic aura and ferocious eyes that sent shivers down one's spine. Ji's senior brother, you. Sorry guys and gals. Ji Shang turned around and smiled coldly and mercilessly. You, but cannon fodder and pawns in this big game. Ji Shang. What do you mean by that? A bold young man asked aloud. Everyone couldn't believe that Senior Ji, who they had spent so much time with. Senior brother Ji Shang, the head of the Jade Yao Kuan Sect's heavenly sons and ranked number 1, actually wanted them dead. Senior Ji, you're crazy. We're master and brother, you colluded with the demon world and want to kill us? Why? These disciples were all having trouble believing what was in front of them. This is the Dragon Emperor's arrangement. Since you are disciples of the Jade Yao Kuan sect, dying for the Jade Yao Kuan sect would be considered an honorable death. After Ji Shang finished speaking, the emotions of those disciples came even closer to breaking down. The originator of the Jade Yao Kuan clan, Dragon Zun. It's amazing that they want them dead. You're bolting me. A young man drew his sword and pointed angrily at him and shouted. Dragon Emperor is not that kind of person. You colluded with the demon realm, attempted to kill us, and slandered the Dragon Emperor. Right. We don't believe it. Each one of them was filled with righteous indignation and drew their swords ready to fight for their lives. Ji Shan looked at these people. One is naive, ridiculous, pathetic, and sad. Since the beginning of time, these simple and naive people do not end up well. Those who don't know how to plot and scheme or how to hook up with others will only be counted by others and become their stepping stones. The Dragon Emperor has laid out a big game that requires you to sacrifice for the clan. As a senior brother, I've made it clear enough, and I'm letting you all die. Ji Shang said and laughed a little, raising his hand and hooking his finger. The 10 demonic shadows behind him instantly rushed over. The black demonic aura enveloped everyone, and not a single person escaped. Soon, a dried-up corpse fell to the ground. Ji Shang indifferently and mercilessly stood by and watched these senior brothers and sisters die before his eyes. This time, in the 10,000 spirits domain, all the clans from the entire eastern continent have come. If the 10,000 spirits domain suddenly collapses, burying all the heavenly sons and daughters of all the sects and the scattered cultivators, as well as some of the strongest people who lurked in, all of them will be buried here. What will that be like? The Jade Yao Kuan sect's ambition is not just to exterminate the Jade Dragon Sacred sect alone. Those 10 demonic shadows immediately suck those disciples dry. You guys go set up the formation. Smash this space of the 10,000 spirits domain and leave all the people from all the great clans behind. Ji Shang sneered in Bart. Those 10 demonic shadows quickly flew over in all directions, silently. In this part of the 10,000 spirits domain, there were tombstones of the Lingwei sage and the major heavenly emperor realms. The place emanated the aura of thousands of strong humans, making it impossible for the demon realms people to enter. Just that barrier outside the 10,000 souls domain alone could keep the demons out. Dragonfather made a special box for the 10 messengers of the demon world to hide in. Then let Ji Shang bring it in. This time, when the 10,000 spirits domain opened, a large number of powerful people from the eastern continent had gathered. As long as the demon realm emissary is allowed to break the 10,000 souls domain, causing it to collapse, all the people here, all of them, will have to die. At that time, the disciples of the Yu Yao Kuan sect would logically be killed by the people of the demon realm. No one would suspect the Jade Yao Kuan clan. The plan, as it were, was seamless. If someone suspected the Jade Yao Kuan sect, the Jade Yao Kuan sect could completely come forward and say that their own disciples had also been killed by people from the demon realm. In this way the Yu Yao Kunzong also became a victim. Ha 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 ha. Senior brother, senior sister, the Dragon Emperor won't let you all die in vain. Ji Shang threw back his head and laughed. With that, he flew away from the 10,000 souls domain. Amidst a tombstone. In the barren space, Flower Woyan sat in the void as she received the inheritance from the tomb master. To her in the heavenly emperor realm, the tomb owner's chance was not comparable to what she had for herself. Still, it's better than nothing. Hua Woyan suddenly sensed a demonic aura. After reaching the heavenly emperor realm, one was extra sensitive to the scent of demons. Unless a demon purposely used means to hide it, it would be difficult to escape the detection of the heavenly emperor realm. This is the graveyard of human powerhouses, how can there be a demonic aura? Hua Woyan opened her eyes, feeling incredulous. It was reasonable to say that this kind of thing, demons and monsters and all these things, couldn't get in at all. It wasn't long before the demonic aura became more and more intense. Hua Woyan immediately leapt up and dashed out of the tombstone. Looking up, the sky of the All Souls domain changed color. Dark, heavy clouds, churning in the sky, emitted a lurid demonic aura. Not good. It's already too late to stop it. It looks like the demon world has come prepared. Hua Woyan's pupils shrank and his heart was shaken. Wake everyone up and get the hell out of there. She shouted at the people around her. Then his eyes fell on the tallest tombstone in the center. Brat, come out quickly. Chapter 58, Me waiting for him here. Hua Woyan rushed over in a hurry, wanting to call Lin Yang out. As soon as she touched the tombstone, she was instantly shaken away by a powerful force. What a strong power! I'm afraid that the cultivation level of this tombstone's owner in his lifetime was the Sage Realm. Hua Woyan's face was filled with shock. With her Heavenly Emperor Realm cultivation, she was forcefully shaken away, so it was obvious how strong the tomb owner was. At this point, the disciples waiting outside the tombstone forests outside the major clans ran in to wake up the senior brothers and sisters inside. The various loose cultivators also left in 2s and 3s. Boom! In the dark and heavy sky, a lightning bolt surged crazily, and the entire space was filled with demonic aura, an aura of destroying the heaven and earth, majestic and vast, surging forth. A tombstone was crushed and shattered by the demonic energy, and some of those who didn't come out died directly inside. Senior brother Mu, senior sister Fong, hurry up. Senior brother Jia. Senior brother Gua, hurry up and come out. The forest of tombstones was filled with panicked fleeing figures. Thousands of people were running desperately and wildly, and everywhere there were figures and shouts. Ni Dao Cheng's tombstone shattered, and he ran out of it and was really shocked to see the apocalyptic scene around him. Senior Ni. Huaji came running quickly from one direction. Senior brother Yuan, where are the others? Ni Dao Cheng asked. Yuan Jie shook his head. I'm not sure. Senior brother Gu Sheng is with the 3 senior sisters. I don't know where they are. Right, where's Emperor Ancestor? And where's that Lin Yang kid? There's the kid, the tallest tombstone. Ni Dao Cheng casually pointed. What? What is that brat's virtue and ability? To actually occupy the highest tombstone. Huaji was jealous and very upset. What qualifications does an inner courtyard disciple have to occupy this highest tombstone? No one else can get into that tombstone, he can. Ni Dao Cheng briefly explained to him. Though he was also upset in his heart. But there was no way around it. Who made it so that only Lin Yang could get in? Not cool? It's good to be pissed off then. Senior brother and I, senior brother Yuan. We're here. Gu Sheng, along with Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, and Hua Chuanxi, stood at a distance and waved at the two of them. Senior Yuan, go over and wait for me first. I'll go see how that Lin Yang kid is doing. Okay. Be careful and get out quickly, this place is about to collapse. Aha! Ni Dao set up his horse and galloped in that direction. Lin Yang was only an ant-like existence in his eyes though. But at least he was a senior brother, and Emperor Ancestor favored him. It can't be helped, being a senior brother, this bearing and responsibility still needs to be there. Emperor Ancestor? He arrived at the tombstone just in time to see Hua Wuyan. I'm calling him. Hua Wuyan frowned, his face filled with anxiety. She was helpless in the face of this tombstone. Lin Yang couldn't hear him at all in there, and he couldn't wake him up. Lin Yang! She called out loudly, still nothing. Blasting this tombstone as hard as he could, there was no response. Lin Yang! She was distraught. The dark clouds in the sky were getting lower and lower, as if they were going to swallow up the entire heaven and earth. Those 10 messengers from the Devil Realm purposely shattered this space, causing it to collapse and turn into ruins. Even the Heavenly Emperor Realm could not stop the space from collapsing. Even if Hua Wuyan found all 10 emissaries of the Demon Realm and killed them all, it would still be useless. Because the space collapsed and it was completely out of her hands to stop it. There's no other way but to run for your life. Boom boom. Hua Wuyan clenched his fists and desperately rushed up to attack this tombstone, hoping that he would hear movement inside. Again and again she struck the tombstone, and again she was jolted away by the powerful force. Putting up a good fight every time. Until there was blood on his hands. The tombstone's powerful recoil force shook her to the point that her chi and blood churned, and a stream of fishy hot blood flowed out of her mouth. Ni Daocheng couldn't figure out if it was worth it to fight so hard for an inner courtyard disciple. Emperor Ancestor, it's better to forget about it. Although senior brother Lin is highly talented and occupies the best chance, it's not worth fighting for him at all. Emperor Ancestor, it's better to hurry. Any later and I'm afraid I'll be too late. Ni Daocheng looked at the shattered void and urged her anxiously. In the sky, at this moment, a crack cracked out like a giant spider web, and the entire space began to become fragmented. You get out, I must wait for him to come out. Hua Wuyan raised her hand, her snow-white sleeve wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. Eyes hardened as he looked at the tombstone. Boom! Black demonic aura rolled like a great wave from the distant horizon. Flying sand and wind whistled. Many disciples who ran slowly were directly devoured by the demonic chi and turned into dry corpses lying on the ground. Senior Mu, save me! Several disciples of the great Ning King sect were engulfed by the demonic energy and swept into the black mist. Mu Qinglai looked back and clenched his fists angrily. Senior brother Mu, save senior brother Duan and the others. Fang Yanran pleaded. I can't save it. You better not go over there. Mu Qinglai rejected it outright, pulling her and forcing her to fly away. Looking at the senior brothers and sisters that he had spent so much time with, painfully dying in the devouring of the demonic chi, Fang Yanran's tears fell. Elder brother, let go of me, I'll go over there myself. You're crazy. Mu Qinglai shouted angrily. They'll just be dragging their feet. I sympathize with them, but such is life. Go! Mu Qinglai's brows furrowed as he tightly grabbed her hand and desperately ran outside. There was panic within the 10,000 spirits domain. Senior brother Jia, save me. Senior Gua, save me. Elder brother Jihai, save me. The vocal calls were endless, and there were people everywhere. Those with low cultivation could not run fast enough and were devoured alive by the demonic energy. Boom! Boom! Immediately afterward, the void shattered. One by one, the fragmented space directly collapsed and exploded, and even the demonic chi was blown into pieces. Emperor Ancestor! It's too late! Come on out with me! Ni Daocheng roared loudly with an anxious heart. Looking at the collapsing space around him, if he didn't leave, he would die here when the place finished collapsing. Hua Wuyin attacked the tombstone over and over again, blood flowing from his mouth, and both of his hands were stained red with blood. The dress was covered in blood, and when the wind blew it up, it looked like a swaying flower. You go, I'll wait for him. Her hair was all messed up, her face is covered in sweat, still looking firmly at this tombstone. You're crazy! Ni Daocheng roared. I really can't figure out, is a mere inner courtyard disciple that important? Emperor Ancestor, could it be that the rumors within the clan are all true? You're with him. Ni Daocheng pursued suspiciously. At this moment, the wind was howling in this space, and the sand was all over the place. The surrounding tombstones were crushed into ruins one after another, and everywhere was filled with blood mist and mutilated corpses. Hua Wuyan's icy eyes stared at the tombstone, letting the blood on his hands drip down. Emperor Ancestor, hurry up! Ni Daocheng got down on one knee and begged her loudly. The corners of her mouth lifted into a bemused smile. Looking back at him, his gaze softened. You guys get out. I, for one, am waiting for him here. Chapter 59, When the Sky Falls, I'll Stand Up For You. The entire 10,000 souls domain quickly collapsed into ruins, and the stone monuments inside the tombstone forest, one by one, collapsed down. There were heartbreaking screams and cries for help everywhere. Senior brother Jia, save me! Senior brother Gua! Jia Ruffing tried his best to run wildly out of the fragmented 10,000 spirit domain, his senior brothers and sisters, all buried behind him. Gua Hongping's face was pale as he stood at the exit of the 10,000 spirits domain, turning to look at the scene in front of him, his entire being dumbfounded. All of his mentors and siblings are dead too. The great Zen Buddhist temple, which was better, Jihai came out with a few of his masters. Sunless Sword Sect, Yuyao Koan Sect, Jade Dragon Holy Sect. Only very few people came out of these clans. How could this be? It's filled with demonic chi. How could someone from the demon realm enter the graveyard of a human powerhouse? Jia Ruffing said with a heavy heart. Someone must have put it there. Gua Hongping looked at the people around him with a furious grimace. At this time, Mu Qinglai brought Fang Yanran with him, and these were the only two people from the great Ming King sect who escaped. There's actually a demonic aura inside. Who on earth brought someone from the demon realm inside? Mu Qinglai questioned angrily. Yuyao Koan sect. Your clan was the first to come out, did you do this? He walked up in a murderous rage and loudly questioned Ji Shang. Ji Shang pointed at the ruins with a sad face and roared. My senior brother and sister are gone. All the disciples of my Yuyao Koan sect are buried in there too, except for me. You actually doubted me? The people around him looked at him as Ji Shang hissed angrily, tears in his eyes. Mu Qinglai frowned in silence. Ji Shang wiped his tears and roared loudly with a red face. I'm just like you guys, my senior brothers and sisters died in there too, don't you think I'm not sad, don't you think I'm not sad? Mu Qinglai. If you doubt my Yuyao Koan sect again, I'll be impolite to you. Mu Qinglai took a deep breath and stopped squeaking. The exit of the 10,000 souls domain. At this point, there were more and more people from all walks of life. Is it hard to believe that it's the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? I see that this time, you guys didn't lose a single personnel. The other clans suffered heavy losses, but all of you actually retreated in one piece. In my opinion, you are the most suspicious. At this time, a disciple of the Sunless Sword Sect stood out and loudly pointed at the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, and a few others were immediately on fire. Put your mother ass on the line. Yuan Jiao angrily rebuked, the tombstone where my senior brother occupied the highest chance is still in there to this day. My senior brother was given the best chance to inherit, and to this day he is still inside, alive or dead. Taking such a good disciple and burying him inside. Do you think that we, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, are as brain dead as your Tianyang Sword Sect? The Tianyang Sword Sect's disciples were immediately enraged. Who are you calling brain dead? What's wrong with cursing is your Tianyang Sword Sect? Come on. Waji was furious and walked up to him in a stern and angry voice. The disciples of the various sects who had escaped from death all wore a mournful expression. This space of the 10,000 souls domain was destroyed. All the major clans have suffered heavy losses. Stop it all. All the great clans and everyone else are suspect today. I will definitely report this matter truthfully to our emperor ancestor and sect leader. Senior Sister Fawn, go. Mu Qinglai looked at the crowd and swept a glance, then left with Fawn Yenran. Ji Shan clenched his fists, his face full of grief and anger. Almost all of the disciples of my Jade Yao Koan sect are dead. I don't know who brought the people from the demon realm in, but this matter today, I, the Yu Yao Koan sect, will never forget. With that, he turned and left. Amit Ba. Jaihe bowed toward the victims in the ruins. Taking my senior brother with me, I silently recited Buddhist scriptures in my heart for these people and transcended their souls. Soon the people from the great Zen Buddhist temple were gone as well. Tianshu sect, Tianjin sect, Tianyan sword sect. The disciples of all the major sects left with their hearts in their mouths. Boom! The space in the domain of 10,000 spirits had almost all collapsed and finished. Ruins everywhere, dust and smoke. A mountain range, a peak and a wall, all of them were shattered, and the ground was cracked with a spiderweb like fissure. The demonic energy inside disappeared, but the collapse of space continued. Why hasn't Senior Brother Yuan, Senior Brother Ni Daochang and Emperor Ancestor, and Senior Brother Lin come out yet? Yeah. Shall we go in and have a look? I'm not worried about Emperor Ancestor and Senior Ni, it's just that Senior Lin, his cultivation is too low, I don't know if he'll be able to make it out? Wei Shuiting's three girls said worriedly. Yuan Jiu and Gu Shang looked at the 10,000 souls domain, and a worried expression welled up between their brows. Within the domain of all souls. As he was talking, Ni Daoching's figure gradually came out. Boom boom. Everywhere was in ruins, and inside the wind was howling furiously, the sky and the earth collapsed, and dark clouds from the sky fell on the earth. The mountains and hills were torn to pieces, and tombstones fell one after another. Come out here, brat. Hear that? You get out of there. Huawuin stood in the middle of the ruins, with all the white corpses and bones under his feet and a mess of ruins. The wind whistled through, lifting her long hair and white dress. Long hair flew and clothes fluttered. Her hands were thoroughly red with blood, and her face was covered in sweat, accompanied by hot tears rolling down her face. The cold as ice face no longer had its usual icy look. The face, the eyes, were full of grief and worry. Ka Chow. This tombstone was about to be unable to support itself in the crumbling space. At this moment, a gap blossomed in the tombstone, threatening to collapse completely at any moment. Hua Woyan raised her eyebrow, her heart burning with anxiety. No, I must wait for you to come out. When the sky falls, I'll hold it for you. She clenched her fists and abruptly drew her long sword, a cold aura emerging from her body. A layer of azure-colored ice spread from her feet in all directions. That sword also turned into an ice sword, and cold air surrounded it. Her eyes snapped open, and her entire body, covered in a layer of cold white frost and snow. Hua Woyan erected his long sword, and the aura of the Heavenly Emperor realm was unreservedly released, and in an instant, the people around the entire 10,000 spirits domain felt the strong aura. Hui Tian Yijian. She lightly opened her vermilion lips and made the strongest sword in her life. A sword whistle cut through the sky, and in an instant, the dark clouds within the entire 10,000 spirits domain split in two. What's the Emperor Ancestor doing? She is fighting against the greatness of heaven and earth. Is she crazy? How can the power of heaven and earth be shaken with only the cultivation of the Heavenly Emperor realm? The six people, Ni Daochang, Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, and Hua Chuanxi, looked at this scene with horror in their gazes. This sword, too, merely chopped the dark clouds apart. The speed of the spatial collapse didn't stop for half a second. Boom! The last intact piece of space in the forest of tombstones collapsed. The tombstone that Lin Yang was in was broken into pieces by the power of heaven and earth in an instant. No matter how hard Hua Wuyan fought, he was still pitifully small in front of Qian Kuan nature. Lin Yang! Hua Wuyan screamed in horror and frantically ran towards the tombstone. The tombstone fragments still carried a very strong force, directly shaking her away. In an instant, a fierce wind rose, and chaos reigned in the 10,000 spirits domain. Hua Wuyan was swept up by the hurricane and directly lifted off. The tallest this tombstone crumbled into pieces before her eyes. Hua Wuyan's eyes widened as she watched this scene, her heart seeming to stop beating. Her pupils gradually dilated, and a wave of grief and pain instantly spread through her heart. When Ni Daocheng, Yuanjiao, and Gu Shang saw Hua Woyan being swept up by the gale, they immediately rushed in to pull her without hesitation. Lin Yang. Hua Woyan violently exploded his entire body and shouted out Lin Yang's name. Sound waves echoed in the air above the entire 10,000 souls domain. In the blink of an eye, the green silk on Hua Woyan's head turned into white hair. Hair turns the color of snow. Tezu, your hair. The six of them looked at her in immense shock. Hua Woyan saw her gray hair out of the corner of her eye and couldn't help but burst into hot tears. Speechless, I'll pass on a life-saving move to you called Hui Tian Yijian. This move will overdraw your life force, don't use it until you have to. Don't worry master, no one in this world can make me make this move. Little girl, don't you use it yourself, in case you have to save someone in the future? Humph. I don't have any relatives, I'm not going to overdraw my life to save others. Just let them die. She gestured with her sword and laughed. It would be foolish to overdraw one's life force to save others. Master, I'm not going to be a fool. Back then, her master told her not to use this move Hui Tian Yijian easily until her life was at stake. Because it will overdraw your life force, which is equal to life reduction. She had laughed that anyone who used this sword for someone else was a fool. Unexpectedly, 1,000 years later, she became the fool in her own mouth. Chapter 60 Reactions of the Parties. Tombstone Space. Elder Lingwei, why do I feel that it's so noisy outside? Lin Yang sat on the ground and closed his eyes to quietly cultivate. The silhouette of Sage Lingwei floated in the air and gave him a slow glance. You punk, don't get distracted when you're practicing, you know? Lin Yang frowned and took a deep breath. Yes, I know. Under the guardianship of the Lingwei sage, Lin Yang felt the breath in his body grow stronger and more majestic. There were also signs of a breakthrough in cultivation. Sage Lingwei incidentally taught him all the various tricks in the 9 chapters of the Great Tao. A few days later, the news of the collapse of the 10,000 spirits domain spread throughout the entire eastern continent. Even the other 3 continents, too, got the message. Jade Yao Koan sect. Inside a secret room, the lights were dim. Long Zun sat on a wide chair, and Ji Shang sat on the side. This opportunity was perfect. Well done, hard work, Dragonfather spoke slowly. Emperor Ancestor, it is a disciple's duty to work for the sect. You're quite the talker. Where, it all relies on the cultivation of the clan. Ji Shang, with a smile on his face, tried to compliment him. Long Zun lightly glanced at him. Ji Shang, this person, the brain turns fast, can talk, sweet mouth, reliable, to the clan that is also absolutely heartfelt. You don't feel bad about letting you set out to kill your mentor and brother? Long Zun deliberately asked him to test what was in his heart. Ji Shang didn't hesitate to open his mouth and said, Dragon Emperor, cowardice is the strongest, the fittest survives, that's how the world's law of survival works. They died because they were bad at what they did, and that's life. The Dragon Father looked at him, Ji Shang's face, his eyes, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. This kid, too, is a tough guy. You're saying it's fate? I'm going to kill you now? Dragon Father asked deliberately. Wow. Without saying a word, Ji Shang drew his long sword, raised his hands above his head, and knelt down on one knee. If the Dragon Emperor wants to kill me, then this is also my life. Seeing his determination to die, Long Zun couldn't help but have his eyes jump. There was a growing appreciation for Ji Shang. Even his own life can be given up, this person, in the future will become a great thing. Yes. Long Zun laughed loudly. This plan was a success, greatly reducing the battle power of the great clans. The heavenly sons, heavenly daughters of all the great sects, they should have died quite a lot, right? Ha 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 ha. Especially that disciple from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect who can use sword intent, his death is the most meaningful. Hearing the news of Lin Yang's death, the one who was happiest wasn't anyone else, it was Long Zun. After being cut by Lin Yang's sword intent last time, he had been harboring a grudge. Lin Yang was also the second thorn in his side, second only to Hua Woyan. I didn't expect that kid to die. It's a real blast. Dragon Emperor, that kid occupied the best chance, but unfortunately, he didn't come out until he died. Ji Shang laughed slightly. In this way, our Yu Yao Koan sect will have one less opponent who possesses great potential. Well, you're right, the Dragon Father said, nodding with his hands behind his back. Ji Shang, you go out first. Next month, Eastern Continent Gala, prepare yourself well. The first place in the Eastern Continent Grand Ceremony, my Yu Yao Koan sect is considered secure. The Heavenly Pivot Sect. Jia Ruffing walked into the main hall with a hurried gait, and several elders and sect leaders had been waiting for a long time. He walked the Great Hall and reported the situation of the 10,000 spirits domain to the elders and the sect leader. Inside the 10,000 spirits domain, the demonic aura is monstrous, shattering the space of the 10,000 spirits domain? When did the people of the demon realm become so strong? Can they even shatter space casually? I suspect it's highly likely that the 10,000 spirit domain has been tampered with in advance. The elders argued with each other. The collapse of the 10,000 souls domain was just too bizarre. And it's very unorthodox. If someone from the demon realm can just casually shatter space, then the human race would have been exterminated long ago, and the world's cultivators would have died out long ago. The only possibility was that someone was in the 10,000 souls domain and had moved ahead. And a long time ago, the layout started. Don't argue, you guys, the headmaster said with his hands behind his back. In this matter, it's 100% that someone has cooperated with the demon realm and made preparations for the 10,000 spirit domain in advance. When he finished, everyone nodded in acquiescence to the idea. There was no way for people from the devil realm to enter the 10,000 souls domain. Only humans can go in there. That is to say, someone was cooperating with the demonic world in this game a long time ago. It's not easy to just break space. It required a magic weapon of extremely high grade and a person with extremely high cultivation level to join forces. Sect leader, who do you think is cooperating with the demon realm? Jia Ruffing pursued. Could it be the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? Because the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect only lost one ordinary disciple. No, it won't. Hua Wuyan is not such a stupid person. The headmaster shook his head to deny his suspicions. Although the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect lost an ordinary disciple, they lost the best opportunity in the 10,000 spirit region. If it's really true that Flower Wuyan is cooperating with the demon realm, she would never be so foolish as to give the best opportunity to an ordinary disciple. This is a waste of a heavenly opportunity, you know, now that resources are getting scarcer and scarcer, such an opportunity, little cutie. Wouldn't even give it up. The sect master's serious analysis, Jia Ruffing quickly dispelled the idea of doubting the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. However, I do wonder if it's the Yu Yao Kuan sect? The headmaster suddenly narrowed his eyes. No way, pal? Jia Ruffing said, all of the disciples of the Yu Yao Kuan sect, except for one heavenly son, are dead. They suffered heavy losses. How could it be the Yu Yao Kuan sect? The sect master gave him a faint look and laughed a little. The news of the collapse of the 10,000 spirits domain had sensationalized the entire eastern continent. Heavenly Sword Sect, Heavenly Sun Sword Sect, Great Zen Buddhist Temple, Great Ning King Sect. All the major sects were discussing this matter. The appearance of the devil world and the death of so many cultivators, this was something that could never be easily turned over. As for who brought the people from the demon realm into the 10,000 spirits domain, everyone had their own opinions. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect lost just one ordinary disciple and became the most suspected sect. At this moment, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Prime Peak. Flower Wuyan had a head full of white hair as he sat on a chair in the Great Hall, his eyes staring blankly out of the hall. In her mind, she constantly thought of Lin Yang's figure. Tezu. Zhou Daozi walked into the main hall. Have you heard from him? Not. Zhou Daozi shook his head and raised his eyes to look at Hua Wuyan, feeling that she was already bewitched. Since returning, Hua Wuyan stayed at Prime Peak and never interacted with anyone else. She stared blankly down the hill, wondering what she was thinking. Within the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, the disciples were rumoring that Lin Yang ate Flower Wuyan's soft food. Still, more people weren't quite convinced. Zhou Daozi didn't believe it either. Although Lin Yang had good talent, he was at best an inner courtyard disciple, so how could Emperor Ancestor have anything to do with him? Emperor Ancestor, what about the Eastern Continent Festival next month? Should we participate? You decide. But get out. Emperor Ancestor, I. Zhou Daozi said with a desire to speak. Hua Wuyan's expression was a bit dazed, and he waved his hand to signal him to go. Chapter 61. Who is calling me? Time flies. 1 month later. The matter of the collapse of the 10,000 spirits domain had long since spread throughout the Earth elemental continent. Gradually everyone on this matter also gradually fade away. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. The disciples of the sect, most of them, had also faded the existence of this person, Lin Yang, in their minds. After all, Lin Yang wasn't the son of heaven, nor was he a notorious big shot. The East Continent ceremony was held as scheduled. This time, it was held in Wanjing City, the center city of the Eastern Continent. Wanjing City, the most central city in the entire Eastern continent. The official residences of the Eastern continent are also all concentrated here. As the grand ceremony was held, all the great sects arrived as promised. Sect Master, we're here. Outside of Wanjing City, several carriages came galloping in. Gushan lifted the curtain to take a look. There was a magnificent and majestic city ahead, with endless, lofty walls that stretched like mountains into the horizon. Inside Wanjing City, flying is forbidden, so everyone should remember to never fly. It's a big no-no. Zhou Daozi used a transmission note and said to each of them. Just as he finished speaking, a loose cultivator rode in the sky. Is this the city of Wanjing? Looks like The man in the sky, who hadn't even finished his sentence, was directly shot into a hedgehog by a dense shower of arrows and fell down and hung up. There were more than a dozen hegemony realm cultivators among the soldiers on the city walls. Even the bows and arrows in their hands were heaven-ranked magic weapons. Gu Sheng hurriedly shrunk his head back when he saw the loose cultivator who had been shot to death. Giddy up, giddy up, giddy up. Behind them, on the official road, a carriage darted and flashed past them. Heavenly Pivot Sect, Heavenly Sword Sect, Heavenly Sun Sword Sect, Great Zen Buddhist Temple, Yu Yao Kuan Sect, Great Ming King Sect, Dragon Rising Sect, Jingshan Sect. Good lord, all the clans from the Eastern continent have come. Waji said as he glanced outside the car. This Eastern Continent festival, whichever clan wins will receive a considerable reward. The rewards are given by the official side of the Earth Elemental Dynasty, so everyone feel free to fight for them. There aren't a lot of resources right now, so it's to your advantage to get a little more. Zhou Daozi said as he sent a message to them. Sect Master, the reward this time, what is it? Gu Sheng curiously pursued. Zhou Daozi nodded slightly, deliberately selling out. I can only tell you one thing. Inside the reward this time, there is the Dragon Yellow Cauldron. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath and open their eyes wide with a look of astonishment. Dragon Yellow Tripod. One of the 9 divine cauldrons, the Dragon Yellow Cauldron. Around the Earth Elemental Continent, many more continents existed. Each continent was separated from each other by the vast and infinite abyssal ocean, making it impossible for people from continent to travel at will. Even the Heavenly Emperor realm could not cross the barrier between continents. But there is one thing that cuts across all obstacles. That's right, it's the 9 divine cauldrons. The Dragon Yellow Tripod is one of them. Possessing the Dragon Yellow Cauldron meant that one could cross the continent's obstacles and go to another continent. One can go for more opportunities and resources. The Dragon Yellow Cauldron was a key to unlocking the path to other continents. No wonder Emperor Ancestor took out all the treasures on her body and gave them to us to use. Everyone came to a realization at this point. For this extravaganza to be won. Huaweiyan took out all of the Emperor-ranked magic weapons on his body and gave them all of them to use, pills, magic weapons, and techniques, and barely kept any of them. The 10 heavenly sons, heavenly daughters of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect all possessed something of Emperor-rank grade on their bodies. The carriage quickly entered Wanjing City. In the center square of Wanjing City, a luxurious and expansive fighting arena was built. Tens of thousands of spectators poured into the venue like a tidal wave. The disciples of the major sects were welcomed by the people of Wanjing City. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, each carrying 1 or 2 swords behind their backs, walked into the fighting arena with great vigor. The person walking at the front was not Sect Master Wei Bei, but Han Xinghe, one of the 4 characters of the Eastern Continent. Han Xinghe was dressed in a green shirt with a tall figure, carrying an ink-colored longsword as he walked ahead with his head held high. The second clan to enter was the Great Zen Buddhist Temple. The one walking at the front was clearly Monk Shihai. He wore a golden shining robe and had sword eyebrows. He was also one of the 4 sons of the Eastern Continent. The third to enter the arena were the disciples of the God-honoring sect. Lu Yuzhu, the only female among the 4 sons of the Eastern Continent, was dressed in plain white, serene and elegant, causing the crowd to shout enthusiastically. The 4th entry was the Deming Wang Zone. The one walking in front was also one of the 4 sons of the Eastern Continent Banquet Guanlan. Only behind Banquet Guanlan were the sect leader and elders, and then behind them were those heavenly sons and daughters of Mu Qinglai and Fang Yanran. The 4 of them, are they the 4 sons of the Eastern Continent? When Ni Daochang saw the 4 of them enter the arena, the hot blood in his body churned and a strong battle spirit rose. I can't wait to fight them now. Wanted to see just how far these 4 people, known as the 4 sons of the Eastern Continent, were from themselves? Han Sing Ho, Han Sing Ho. Feast Guanlan, Feast Guanlan. Lu Yuju, Lu Yuju. YC, YC. The audience erupted into a loud chant, a wave of sound that overpowered all voices. The disciples of the other sects present were all envious. The four of them were as sought after as celebrities, and the eyes of the entire audience, all of them, were gathered on the four of them. All the others were eclipsed into supporting roles. At this moment, the four of them were the protagonists. How enviable! Wei Shuiting said with a bitter smile and shook her head. Maybe the four of them are embroidered pillows? Waji gave a sour look. Banquet Guanlan brought the disciples of the Great Brightness King sect to the seats. Suddenly, they realized that the seat adjacent to them was actually the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. As soon as Mu Qinglai saw Ni Daocheng, he thought of Lin Yang. De Ming Wangzong, fearless. Mu Qinglai still remembered Lin Yang's last time inside the 10,000 Souls domain, when he had pitted the Great Ming King sect to the death. Senior Feast Brother, Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Mu Qinglai pointed to the seat next to him. Banquet Guanlan glanced coldly and arrogantly and immediately asked the organizer to come over. Let the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's wild dogs die far away. I, the Great Ming King sect, do not sit with them. The organizers blushed, a little embarrassed. What's this? Too embarrassed to talk? A few moments of anger surged up on Banquet Guanlan's bland face. You take me there. Yes. The staff of the organizer was too embarrassed to open up to the people of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, and besides, they couldn't afford to be offended. Banquet Guanlan stood up and drew a lot of attention. Isn't that Feast Guanlan, one of the four sons of the Eastern Continent? How did he go over to the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? I don't know, it's a good show. Hush, don't make any noise, I think the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is going to suffer. The spectators at the scene, as well as the people from other sects, had noticed the situation on this side. You're the Jade Dragon Sacred sect leader, Zhou Daozi, right? Banquet Guanlan walked over and with his hands behind his back, he looked condescendingly at Zhou Daozi, who was sitting on the seat. There was a cold and arrogant demeanor on his face. You? Zhou Daozi? A young junior, directly addressing Zhou Daozi by name. What a drag! What do you mean? Ni Daocheng, the head of the Heavenly Sons, stood up, half a head taller than him, and glared at him furiously. Yan Guanlan gave him a look and grunted. Humph. I don't mean anything else, what I mean is that I hope that you, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, will switch places with other sections. Because, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is not qualified to sit in the same place as us. Do you, by any chance, understand? As soon as the words fell, the other clans and the audience heard them clearly. Many people snickered as they watched the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Are all of you from the Great Ming King sect so uneducated? Zhou Daozi droned in a cold voice. Old piker, I've already given you enough face by personally coming here to discuss with you. All of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, get out of this seat area immediately. This, an order and a warning. Click. In a fit of rage, Zhou Daozi crushed the cup into pieces. Who the are you to tell us to get lost? Ni Daocheng was furious and punched out violently. Rubbish! Let's show you guys the strength of the four sons of the Eastern Continent, alright. The corners of Yan Guanlan's mouth lifted. He raised his hand and opened his 5 fingers to grab it, and it actually firmly grabbed his fist, unable to break free. Boom! He flung his hand and threw it, and Ni Daocheng surprisingly didn't have a trace of strength to fight back. The cultivation of the 7th level of the hegemony realm was thrown off the audience stage like garbage. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, incomparably shocked. Yuanjiao, Gushang, Xiaotianya, Baizhirong, Wei Shuiting, all of these heavenly sons and heavenly daughters, all of them had their jaws dropped and their hearts shook. Emperorless realm. Zhou Daozi's pupils shrunk, and his face instantly became ugly. The four sons of the Eastern Continent had actually reached the level of the Emperorless realm. Banquet Guanlan was calm and arrogant. He swept a glance towards the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect seat. It's all a bunch of crap. Everyone here, if you are unconvinced, you can call out your Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, that disciple who is the most powerful. Cut. Thousands of miles away. In the ruins of the 10,000 Spirits domain. Lin Yang sat in the space and couldn't help but sneeze. Who is calling me? The silhouette of the Lingwei sage was getting fainter and fainter. Punk, you can go out now, and I'll leave you with what I have to teach. You're now at the 3rd level of the Emperorless realm, it's not bad. Lin Yang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The third level of the Emperorless Realm is actually an okay level in his eyes, huh? The third level of the Emperorless Realm could be comparable to the headmasters of the great sects. Lin Yang stood up and bowed respectfully to Sage Lingwei. Many thanks to Senior for cultivating and guiding me all these times, a great favor to be forgotten. Well, leave me alone and get out. Yes. Lin Yang moved his muscles and bones, making crackling sounds all over his body. Time to go out, speechless, and those guys, they should be waiting for me outside, right? After saying that, he smiled and walked out of the space. As soon as he stepped out of the space, the scene in front of him startled him. Fogweed. What's going on? What's happening here? Where am I? Where are the people? Chapter 62. Is the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect unable to lose? Lin Yang hurried to the town from before. He inquired about it and realized that the All Souls domain had collapsed. Everyone thought everyone inside was dead. Young man, you're too late, the 10,000 spirit region is now in ruins, so don't go. The oldest man on the side of the road said as he waved his hand at him. Today is the day when the Eastern Continent ceremony is held. Young man, I see that you're also a casual cultivator, aren't you going to take a look? What Eastern Continent extravaganza? Lin Yang scratched his head, completely unaware of this. Moncler Outlet Store. He took a drag on his dry cigarette, sized him up, and said, You don't know about the East Continent Festival? It's the East Continent Festival held in Wanjing City. All the major clans in the Eastern Continent, even the casual cultivators, will attend. What? No one told you? Lin Yang shook his head. Wanjing City? The East Continent Festival? Thank you, Grand Master, I'll go first. He immediately excused himself and headed in the direction of Wanjing City. At this moment, Wanjing City was abuzz with people. Inside the fighting arena, a clamor went on and on. On the stage, the person presiding over the ceremony loudly announces the matches in the arena. And now for the final match of the 8-man bracket. Let's take a look at the current points situation of the major clans. The Great Zen Buddhist Temple, with 18 points, currently tops the list. Second place goes to the De Ming Wang clan with 17 points. In third place was the Heavenly Sword sect with 16 points. In fourth place was the Caitian sect with 15 points. Fifth place goes to. The last place, unexpectedly, is actually Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is currently at the bottom with 2 points and only 4 disciples, qualifying for the next round of advancement. A total of 102 clans competed, with each clan sending 20 disciples to compete. The disciples sent out by the major clans were all heavenly sons and heavenly daughters, all the strongest disciples within the clans. In the first round of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, only 4 people, Ni Daocheng and Wu Zi, Yuanjiao, and Wei Shuiting, won. The final round of the tournament, and there's Gu Sheng on stage. If he can win, just add a point. By adding 1 point, they could surpass the scores of the 2 clans in front of them and not be at the bottom. Hey, looks like we're hopeless. Zhou Daozi couldn't help but sigh, his face full of bitterness. Seeing the rankings on the scoreboard, Zhou Daozi did not have a trace of joy on his face. The disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect couldn't raise their heads either. On the individual rankings, the highest ranked person in the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect was also Ni Daocheng. However, facing the 4 sons of the Eastern Continent, a strength like Ni Daocheng's was completely inadequate. Sect leader, I'll do my best, Ni Daocheng said solemnly. Putting your best foot forward won't change the outcome. Yuanjun clasped his hands and shrugged helplessly, a look of disappointment on his face. Stop talking and see how senior brother Gu Sheng performs this round. On the stage, Gu Sheng and his 7 opponents were standing by. Mu Qinglai, from the Great Ming King sect, was also on the stage. Mu Qinglai narrowed his eyes and stared angrily at him, saying, Wild dog of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, it's your bad luck to meet me. Cut the crap. After saying that, Gu Sheng drew a long sword. The 8 people on the stage immediately made their move. Yan Shang. Mu Qinglai shouted angrily and raised his hand to condense an immense and incomparable fireball, the red flames blazing and covering the entire ring. The huge fireball hit the ring and exploded, creating a shocking sound and a strong shockwave of heat. Extinguish. Gu Sheng swept a glance across the room, and the strongest opponent on the stage was Mu Qinglai. The others are not enough to worry about. As his sword fell, a crack appeared in the flames, and the blazing fire, which was burning, was split apart by a sword. There was a loud boom, and everyone else in the ring was swept off the stage by the fiery hurricane. Only Gu Sheng dodged a bullet by burrowing into the gap split by the sword chi. A bit of tact. Mu Qinglai snorted coldly, slightly surprised. This move, Yan Shang, was the strongest move in his life. Last time in the 10,000 souls domain, it was also used once. Among people of the same realm, there were barely a few who could carry the impact of this move. Gu Sheng had some skill when he was able to cleave through his fiery flames. Chop! Gu Sheng gripped his longsword tightly, bent down, and with his feet storing up strength and violently stepping, his figure was like a cheetah, swiftly rushing over. Mu Qinglia's eyes flashed as Gu Sheng's speed reached jaw-dropping levels. He jerked sideways to avoid it, and the sword in Gu Sheng's hand passed right through his side less than a finger length away. A fierce and rigid cold aura exploded from the sword, instantly cutting through the void and hitting the ring's fence. Boom boom! The half of the jade cast guardrail on the ring exploded for it. What a strong sword chi! When the people from the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Heavenly Sun Sword Sect saw Gu Sheng's move, they couldn't help but exchange praises. The two families, the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Heavenly Sun Sword Sect, were sects that specialized in the path of sword cultivation. Even their two families appreciated Gu Sheng's swordsmanship. Chu Chuanqiu, the sect leader of the Great Brightness King sect, slightly raised both eyebrows. This son's sword skills are extraordinary. Qinglai should be careful and never be careless. Sect Master, don't worry, Senior Mu will definitely win. Banquet Guanlan said without slowing down. The female spectators in the audience, seeing Gu Sheng's appearance, were all mesmerized. Mr. Gu! Mr. Gu! The female audience stood up and cheered for Gu Sheng. What's that guy's name? Gu Sheng? It's a pity that it's someone from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. If it were in our sect, I'd definitely chase after him. This guy is so handsome. The female disciples of the various sects also had a florid look on their faces. Ahem! The Jade Yao Kuan sect master, Ren Yiqing, immediately changed his face. The female disciples behind him actually all wanted Gu Sheng to win? Mutiny because Gu Sheng is handsome? Are your brains watered down? The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect and us are deadly rivals. What are you guys yelling for? He couldn't help but turn around and chortle. The female disciples behind them shut their mouths and didn't speak. The ring. Gu Sheng's momentum was magnificent, and his exquisite swordsmanship was comparable to that of a professional swordsmith. He didn't even use his full strength, only relying on his highly skilled and refined sword techniques to continuously break through Mu Qinglia's attacks. Break! Gu Sheng danced his long sword, the sword light fluttering like a burst of snow, but a sharp killing chance was hidden within the diffused sword light. It suddenly exploded violently, stabbing directly at the opposite side of the face. Thump! Mu Qinglai was forced to retreat, backing up one after another, with the edge of the roadside ring less than 10 steps away. Senior Brother Gu, you have to work hard. Senior Brother Gu, it's up to you to get rid of the bottom one. Many people in the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect seats were secretly cheering for him. Damn, this kid's sword skills are comparable to the Heavenly Sword Sect's sword cultivators. No, if this keeps up, I'm going to be eliminated. A hint of cunning and grimness swept through Mu Qinglia's eyes. He suddenly flung his hand and threw out a white powder, urging a strong wind to blow over. Gu Sheng was startled for a moment and held his breath as he violently retreated backwards. But it was still too late, and the white powder was inhaled a little. My strength is gone. Soft tendons? His face changed, and he realized that all his strength was gone. His body was limp and weak, and he couldn't even hold the sword in his hand. Get off your ass. Not you, Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Bang! Mu Qinglai knocked Gu Sheng out of the ring with a palm strike. The whole room was in an uproar. The people of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect were all furious. Gu Sheng was so close to winning that he couldn't imagine Mu Qinglai actually using such underhanded tactics as soft tendon powder. Outrageous! Your Great Ming King Sect, to engage in such underhanded tactics. Zhou Daozi angrily stood up and shouted angrily. Chu Chuanqiu glanced at him lightly and said in a conspiratorial manner. Inside the rules of the tournament, there's nothing that says you can't use this kind of thing. A loss is a loss, why make such excuses? You Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, is it that you can't afford to lose? Chapter 63. In terms of sword intent, I'm number 1. Zhou Daozi was completely enraged. You're using such underhanded tactics, and you're still talking tough? My Jade Dragon Sacred Sect can't afford to lose? You, the Great Brightness King Sect, use such shameless tactics and still dare to say that my Jade Dragon Sacred Sect can't afford to lose? Chu Chuanqiu. You have to give me a statement today. Boom! Zhou Daozi stood up violently, erupting with a mighty and domineering emperor less realm aura, his eyes erupting with silky light and anger. Shameless! Gu Sheng stood in the ring, looking at Mu Qinglai with fury, a rush of hot blood rushing to his head, itching to break him into pieces. All the other clans stood by and sat on the sidelines to watch the fun. Zhou Daozi, what kind of statement do you want? Don't blow me off. If you have the guts, let your disciple win it back. If you can't win, it's because you're losers. Chu Chuanxiu said with a gloomy expression. You! In a fit of rage, Zhou Daozi leapt up. At once, he slapped out a palm, and his powerful aura erupted into a whistling palm wind, and his powerful killing aura flashed out through the air. Your Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's disciples, in the matter of pitting my Great Brightness King sect in the 10,000 spirits domain, I have already given you face by not settling accounts with you. Don't you give an inch. Chu Chuanxiu rolled up his big sleeves and stood up with a prancing motion. Enough. Just as the two sides touched off, a man in black on the organizer's side waved his hand, and an invisible force turned the two men's breath into nothingness. The man in black sat on a wide chair, abstruse, with a stern and domineering aura between his eyebrows. It's true that the tournament doesn't stipulate that the use of soft tendon powder is not allowed, sect leader Zhou, don't get carried away. But... Zhou Daozi clenched his fists tightly, angry to the extreme. Chu Chuanxiu, pay attention to this, although there are no rules that forbid the use of soft tendon dispersion, this kind of dirty tactic should not be used. Yes, City Lord. Chu Chuanxiu nodded. He glanced towards Zhou Daozi with a strong provocation in his eyes. Get on with the game. The game continued after the city's master mediated. Zhou Daozi suppressed his anger and sat in his seat, tightly locking his brows, his eyes spewing with anger. Enai Daocheng, Yuan Jiao, Gu Sheng, Wu Ziyi, Wei Shuiting, and all of these people were also gnashing their teeth in anger. The people of the Deming Wang sect all had smiles on their faces. Feast Guanlan, Mu Qinglai, in the next match, when you meet the trash of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, beat them all to death. Chu Chuanxiu slowly took a sip of tea and said. The second game started soon after. The second match is still a multiplayer match. 5 men in the ring at a time, and only one will end up on the stage. Yes. Next up is the second match, for the 10th group. The host stood on the stage and passionately exclaimed. Jade Yao Kuan Sect's contestants Ji Shang, Zhang Tianfei, and Yao Feilong against Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's contestants Wu Zi and Yuan Jutsu. On the stage, 5 people stood on each side. Wu Zi and Yuan Ji. Ji Shang, Zhang Tianfei, and Yao Feilong looked at the 2 people across from them with contempt. It seems that your Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's luck is not good at all. Sorry, 3 against 2. Ji Shang sneered and shrugged. Cut the crap. Wu Ziyi drew the 2 swords behind his back and rushed forward together with Yuan Jiao. Rubbish. Ji Shang snorted. The 2 of them, Wu Ziyi and Yuan Jia, erupted with crazy battle intent, using all sorts of means. Even the emperor-ranked magic weapon given by Flower Wuyan was taken out. A fierce wave of air erupted from the ring. Get out! Ji Shang roared, and the 3 of them joined forces to offer their strongest moves. The 3 of them offered up 2 emperor-ranked magic weapons, and the 2 of them, Wu Ziyi and Yuan Jiao, only had an emperor-ranked grade sword. In an instant, the sword in Yuan Jiao's hand was shaken away. Ji Shang swung his long sword and swept the 2 men out of the ring with a single stroke. Wu Ziyi, Yuan Jiao and the 2 of them landed below the ring, clenching their teeth in anger and helplessness at the same time. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, nothing more than that. Ji Shang said as the 3 stood in the ring and threw their heads back and laughed. The audience immediately caused a burst of laughter, with all kinds of mocking voices. Why is the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect pulling its crotch so much? The strongest few heavenly sons, all of them are being targeted. The ones that aren't strong and can't beat them, so they're just asking for bad luck. The strongest disciple of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is just one Enai Daocheng. Various voices came like a tidal wave. On the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect side, all of them were sad and had very ugly faces. Zhou Daozi sighed helplessly. Not to mention winning the tournament, at this rate, it's already questionable whether or not they'll make it to the final round. The 2 families of the Deming Wang sect and the Yu Yao Kuan sect were deliberately targeting. The other clans again stood by and watched from the other side of the fence. Right now, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect only had Enai Daocheng and Wei Shuiting. The game continues. Soon it was time for the 15th group. It's Enai Daocheng's turn on stage. Daocheng, you must cheer up, don't disgrace the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Zhou Daozi looked at him in a serious manner. Ni Daocheng glanced at the eyes of his senior brothers and sisters looking at him. He was one of the strongest in the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. If this battle was lost, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect would truly be hopeless. Although there was still the spot of Wei Shuiting's strength was a bit worse than his. Game 2, Group 15. Heavenly Sword Sect's contestants Han Xinghe and Yun Feian, Jingshan Sect's contestant Lin Yihai, and Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's contestant Ni Daocheng. After the host announces the list of contestants, the people on the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect side were all dumbfounded. Zhou Daozi, Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, Wu Ziyi, Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi and the others were all dumbstruck. This was the heavens, destined to eliminate the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Who wouldn't it be good to meet? He met Han Xinghe, the four sons of the Eastern Continent, by chance. Ni Daocheng's pupils shrank as a wave of sadness surged through his heart. This is a battle that must be lost. I forfeit. The disciple of the God-honoring sect directly chose to forfeit the match. The Jingshan sect had one of the four sons of the Eastern Continent, Lu Yuzhu, so even if he forfeited the match, it wouldn't have any effect on the Jingshan sect. The eyes of the entire room looked at Ni Daocheng. Does he dare to go up there? Ni Daocheng had just been thrown out of the audience by Fei Guanlun, and Han Xinghe's strength was on par with Fei Guanlun's. In the ring, the three people from the Heavenly Sword sect stood in a row. In the center is Han Xinghe. He carried his sword on his back and stood with his arms folded. His eyes stared at Ni Daocheng, glancing at him disdainfully. Are you going to fight, or not? Tendrils of cold sweat broke out on Ni Daocheng's forehead, and a feeling of desolation rose in his heart. If you don't fight, you'll be laughed at. If you fight, you will surely lose, and you will be laughed at. He was silent for a moment, and stepped resolutely up the steps. War! He responded loudly, mounting the ring with a powerful stride. He held his sword and pointed it at the three people from the Heavenly Sword sect. Alone, standing on one side of the ring. I know this battle is a lost cause. But I can't back out. Ni Daocheng took a deep breath as his aura of the 8th level of the hegemony realm erupted to the extreme, and his aura surged, sweeping like a wild tide. Han Xinghe looked at him with contempt. I appreciate your courage, but the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is doomed to elimination. Han Xinghe drew the long sword behind his back. Whoosh! A sword light crossed, like the moonlight of the late night, silent and cold, vast. With a thud, Ni Daocheng landed unsurprisingly at the bottom of the ring. On his face, tears slid down. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, can it really only be eliminated? At that moment, a roar erupted from the audience. Sword intent! Han Xinghe actually used sword intent. Heavens, worthy of being the four sons of the Eastern Continent, mastering the sword intent at such a young age. The disciple of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect didn't lose unjustly. It's an honor to fall under Han Xinghe's sword intent. The people from all the major sects gave thumbs up and praised them. Han Xinghe stood in the ring, enjoying a burst of applause and cheers. Among the youngsters of the Eastern Continent, in terms of sword intent, I am number one. At this moment, outside of Wanjing City, a 1,000-mile horse runs fast. Finally, Lin Yang lifted the curtain to take a look. In front of him was Wanjing City. I heard that all the major sects will be here. The sect leader and Gu Shang and the others should be here, right? He smacked his lips and rubbed his chin, a smile spreading across his face. Ni Daocheng, Yuan Jiao and the Gu Shang ones must be shining on stage. Hurry up and get in there. Chapter 64. I, Lin Yang, am back. Ni Daocheng got up from the ground. The look of disappointment and sadness was all over his forlorn face. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect was being targeted, and in the end, it was still a lack of strength. Just do your best, sit down. Zhou Daozi said with his eyes half closed and a heavy tone as he sighed. It wasn't his fault that he couldn't beat Han Xinghe. Han Xinghe was, after all, one of the four sons of the Eastern Continent, and with a cultivation of the first level of the Emperorless realm, he was sufficiently one realm higher than Ni Daocheng. The gap between the two was as wide as a cloud of mud. Ni Daocheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said sadly, Senior brothers and sisters, I'm sorry that I let you down. Senior Ni, just do your best, no one blames you. Gu Shang shook his hand and encouraged each other in spirit. Senior sister Wei, next, it's up to you. Ni Daocheng looked at Wei Shuiting. Wei Shuiting's face was heavy, a bitter smile raised on her face. Although she was the head of the Heavenly Maidens in terms of strength, she was still so far behind Ni Daocheng, Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, and the three of them. The three of them were defeated, let alone her. I'll do my best. Wei Shuiting gripped her longsword tightly and nodded solemnly. The ring. The game has reached the 20th group. Shi Hai, who was also the four sons of the eastern continent, stood towards the stage and no one dared to answer the challenge. The remaining four opponents have abstained. Lu Yuzhu, Banquet Guanlan, and the two of them likewise. The four sons of the eastern continent, no one dared to compete with them. The city lord of Wanjing City, the evil emperor Dongjin Blade, who was one of the organizers of this East Continent festival, was looking at the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect side at this moment. Sect leaders according to the regulations, disciples who are in the competition can choose to change. Do you want to consider it? Dongjin Blade slowly spoke. He was also thinking about the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. A clan with such a long history as the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect had fallen to the bottom of the list, reduced to the laughingstock of the crowd. It's pretty pathetic to say the least. Zhou Daozi smiled faintly and responded, "Thank you for the city lord's suggestion, however, we do not intend to change for the time being." Yeah? Well, good luck with that. Dongjin Blade said with a meaningful smile. Zhang Tianshun, the head of the Heavenly Pivot Sect, stroked his beard and said, "This time, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is mainly being targeted. Otherwise, with the strength of those disciples from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, they could actually completely enter the final round." The abbot of the Great Zen Buddhist Temple, Abbot Yuantong, nodded and said, "That's right, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's disciples, their strength isn't actually bad, it's just that, they're being deliberately targeted." Then it's not their own fault? Who made them offend so many sects? Muniansi, the female sect leader of the God-honoring sect, mocked. Xia Lanhua, the sect leader of the Dragon Rising sect, nodded and smiled. The Yuyao Koan sect is not to be mentioned, it's the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's nemesis. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect has even offended the Great Brightness King sect. Not only that, but the Heavenly Pivot Sect, the Heavenly Sword Sect, and the Sunless Sword Sect, all of these seem to not treat the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect well. Muniansi took a sip of tea to moisten her throat and said, "In the end, it's still the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect that doesn't work." Ni Daocheng, the head of the Son of Heaven, was abused like a dog. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, it's not working. After saying that, the other palmists nodded their heads silently in recognition. The game was in full swing until the last game. Game 2, Group 51, this is the last game of the round. The host proclaimed loudly from the stage. The players from the Great Ming King sect, Mu Qinglai, Fang Yanran. The player from the Toast God sect, Zhang Meizhua, and the player from the Dragon Rising sect, Nia Rudian. As well as the final player from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, Wei Shuiting. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect only has one last disciple left. This game, will the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect be able to retain their qualification? Can it prove the strength of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? Next, please make your appearance. As soon as the words left his mouth, the whole room was in an uproar. Everyone playfully looked at the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect side as Wei Shuiting stood up under tremendous pressure. This sword in his hand was a heaven-ranked magic weapon. Before descending the mountain, Hua Wuyan personally handed it to her. "I hope she does well and returns in glory. Emperor Ancestor, I will definitely not fail you." Wei Shuiting gripped the sword tightly and flew down from the seat. Mu Qinglai, Fang Yanran, Nia Rukan, Zhang Meichin, and Wei Shuiting stood in 5 directions. Everyone was extra cautious in this last game. "Do you all still want to fight?" "Two of us from the Great Ming King sect," Mu Qinglai said with a provocative shrug. Wei Shuiting's eyes blazed and she put her heart on the line. "This one, it must be fought. What's the need for nonsense when you're competing on stage?" Wei Shuiting chided in a cold voice. Mu Qinglai glanced at her with contempt, completely looking down on a weak woman like Wei Shuiting. "Well, come on then. Senior sister, do it." After saying that, 5 figures flashed rapidly on the stage. Mu Qinglia's first target to challenge was not Wei Shuiting, but that male player from the Dragon Rising sect, Nia Ruchen. The 3 females, Fang Yanran, Zhang Meichin, and Wei Shuiting, mixed it up. Wei Shuiting put her best foot forward, and the sword in her hand erupted into a gust of keening shrillness. "Tigers and dragons." She danced her long sword, and the dense sword light seemed to be controlled, forming a dragon and a tiger, and the sharp sword chi was diffuse and streaky, covering the sky. Not good. Fang Yanran and Zhang Meichin were both startled and hurriedly avoided her domineering and sharp offense. "This battle, I must win." Wei Shuiting erupted with an aura, her clothes inspired, her long hair flew, and her eyes began to turn blood red. A fiery red phoenix silhouette coalesced from behind her and in a flash soared into the sky. The fiery red phoenix silhouette whistled up to the sky, the surging aura became murderous, and the entire ring was enveloped by this murderous aura. Heavenly order physique. Feeling this intense killing aura, Fang Yanran and Jiang Meichen could not help but have their eyes jump. Both of them did not expect that Wei Shuiting's first move would be a big one. And put up a good fight. Wei Shuiting stepped out, holding her sword in both hands. The crimson sword light instantly spat out violently. The bucket shot up to the 9 heavens, like a red electric light, rushing up to the sky. Boom! As she dropped her sword, the air within the entire fighting arena trembled. The two of them, Fang Yanran Jiang Mei Sakura, were knocked out of the ring when they were caught off guard. This woman, her strength is good, she has a few resemblances of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's Xian Heavenly Emperor Flower Wuyan. Mu Nianzi, the sect leader of the God-honoring sect, looked at her with a smile. It was as if Mu Nianzi saw Hua Wuyan's figure in Wei Shuiting. Enough to spell. Tough enough. Enough not to die. At this time, Mu Qinglai had already knocked Nia Ruden out of the ring. On the stage, only Wei Shuiting and Mu Qinglai were left. In the last match of the second round, the deer was dead, and the entire crowd held their breath as they silently watched the two figures in the ring. Your strength isn't bad, but unfortunately, the gap in cultivation can't be made up for with any amount of desperation. Mu Qinglai said sarcastically to her. Cut the crap. Wei Shuiting clenched her teeth and chopped over with a sword. Mu Qinglai wasn't afraid in the slightest, and without flickering or avoiding, he directly slashed over with his sword. Boom! A huge impact erupted from the ring as two figures instantly rushed over. Mu Qinglia's body was blazing with fire, his entire body was surrounded by fire, and the red flames were interspersed with strands of green flames, which was very splendid and bizarre. You have a heavenly rank physique, and so do I. Earth Fire 8 Desolate Body. Mu Qinglai laughed fiercely and rushed over. A ball of flames exploded on the stage. The ring was surrounded by flames and the temperature instantly rose. Break! Mu Qinglai broke through Wei Shuiting's sword technique, and his figure was like a ghost as he stabbed over with his fiery sword. Pust. Wei Shuiting has a direct hit on his body. Senior Sister Wei. Senior Sister Wei. On the stands on the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's side, the sect leader and his brothers and sisters were all shocked. Unsurprisingly, Wei Shuiting was no match for Mu Qinglai. In the ring, Mu Qinglai knocked Wei Shuiting back continuously. Wei Shuiting's body was drenched in blood from sword after sword, and she hardened her teeth and fought to the death. Get down there yet! Mu Qinglai sarcastically sneered. Wei Shuiting had blood flowing from the corners of her mouth, and her clothes were covered in blood as she smiled on her miserable face. Unless I die, I must not go down. Feng Ming. Wei Shuiting shouted angrily, and the red phoenix behind her launched a mournful scream, its shadow trembling slightly. Swish! She exploded all her strength with one last sword. In an instant, the fighting arena was filled with crimson red light, and this sword, falling from the sky. Mu Qinglia's heart shook and he frowned. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, all trash. Saying that, he stabbed over with his sword. This sword, like a dragon, rose up into the air, forcibly tearing the red light apart, and the phoenix's silhouette could not block this vast power. Wei Shuiting shuddered. The corners of his mouth lifted into a bloodied, miserable smile. Sorry, I tried my best. Bleachers. Zhou Daozi, Ni Daocheng, Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, Hua Chuanxi, Bai Han'er, and everyone else from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect couldn't help but lower their heads. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's last hope was dashed, and no one could bear to watch the scene. I've changed my mind about being as stubborn as you are. I want you dead. Mu Qinglai moved to kill. Sister. Stop. Mu Qinglai, how dare you? The people of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect were all instantly furious. Everyone in the stands hadn't expected that Mu Qinglai had actually moved to kill. Mu Qinglai was so close to her that no one who went down there could stop it. Wei Shuiting's eyes widened in horror as she watched Mu Qinglai stab over with this sword, with nowhere to escape. Die! Mu Qinglai sneered. Who dares to touch my senior sister? In the nick of time, a majestic and loud voice came from the sky above the fighting arena. Who? Everyone was taken aback. Looking up, on the roof of the brawl, stood a man. Whoosh! That human figure let down from a height of hundreds of feet. Fogweed. Don't you want to die? Jump straight down? What a ing man! Many people screamed loudly and turned pale with fear. Hundreds of feet high and jumping straight down, without using any aura to protect the body, it would be difficult for the hegemony realm cultivation to hold up. Knock! The figure jumped in the ring in front of Wei Shuiting. Beneath his feet, the ring was smashed out of a deep pit, and spiderweb-like cracks cracked under his feet. Yes. Mu Qinglai was incomparably surprised when he saw the figure in front of him clearly. The corners of Lin Yang's mouth lifted, a harmless smile spreading across his face. That's right, it's me again. I, Lin Yang, am back. Great Ming King sect, fearless. Remember me? It's you. Chapter 65, I dare to kill you. Lin Yang. Still alive? Mu Qinglia's face was filled with a look of shock. Thinking of that day in the 10,000 spirits domain when he was pitted miserably by him, a nameless rage rose to the sky. This kid, I can't believe he's still alive. Robbed the best chance, buried under the rubble for a month all. People thought he was dead, not realizing that he wasn't. Senior brother Lin? Are you okay? Wei Shuiting's eyes were filled with surprise as she took a good look at Lin Yang's familiar face. Since the collapse of the 10,000 spirits domain, everyone had been circulating the news that Lin Yang had died. Even Emperor Ancestor Flower Wuyan was on prime peak, depressed all day long. Lin Yang laughed and playfully said, "If I die, won't all the women in the world be widowed?" He, Tue. Wei Shuiting rolled her eyes. Senior Lin. It's senior brother Lin. Senior Lin isn't dead. Enai Daocheng, Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, Li Zishi, and the others opened their eyes wide and thought they had misread the situation. Everyone's faces were filled with expressions of surprise. This kid actually didn't die? Taking the best chance and coming back from the dead? Ji Shan, Jia Rufeng, Hua Hongpeng, Ji Hai, and all these people all looked at that figure on the stage. The expression on everyone's face was wonderful. The faces of those few sect masters were grave. Everyone knew about the matter of Lin Yang getting the best chance in the 10,000 spirits domain. Lin Yang's appearance now meant that the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect had one more powerful fighting force. You're overdoing it with the beeping, aren't you? Mu Qinglia's eyes widened in anger as he sternly mocked. Jumping from such a height, you've got internal injuries by now, haven't you? As soon as he spoke, the entire room nodded in agreement. Lin Yang's jump really startled everyone. Without using aura to protect his body, directly jumping down like this, even if he was at the Overlord Realm cultivation, he would have to be injured. Senior Lin, are you alright? Wei Shuiting asked worriedly. Lin Yang was wearing a plain green shirt, his long hair was coiled up and a white jade hairpin was passed through his head, his face was clear and handsome, his sword eyebrows were in his temples, and his tiger's eyes were divine. Teenage heroism, vigorously renewed. Senior Sister Wei, I'll replace you. You go down, here, leave it to me. With that, he pushed Wei Shuiting away. Senior Lin, can you do it? Wei Shuiting frowned, her heart filled with worry. Lin Yang had still been at the qi condensation stage for 15 years, although she suspected that Lin Yang might have deliberately stuck his cultivation level without revealing it. However, she had absolutely no idea how much Lin Yang's true strength was. Give it to him? Is he okay? Yuki, get down and let him on. At that moment, Zhou Daozi spoke. Okay. Wei Shuiting hesitates for a moment and quickly leaves the ring. The only replacement for the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect was given to Lin Yang. Kid, let me see, what's the best chance you've gotten in the 10,000 spirits domain? Zhou Daozi sat down and said in his heart. Lin Yang had gotten the best chance in the 10,000 spirits domain, and his cultivation had definitely grown greatly. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it's time to pull it out. The ring. The two figures each stood on one side. This person, is he the scumbag who pitted my great brightness king sect last time? Banquet Guanlan sat on the bleachers and calmly took a sip of tea. Yes, that's him. Fan Yanran nodded and said, he posed as a disciple of our Daming King sect, robbed and killed people everywhere, and then planted evidence to frame our Daming King sect. It later led to Senior Brother Mu and the other senior brothers being hunted down, and many people were killed as a result. Bang! This little has big dog guts. Chu Chuanqiu heavily slammed his palm on the table, furious and stormy. There's no need for the sect leader to be angry, Banquet Guanlan looked arrogantly. Saying that, he secretly transmitted his voice to Mu Qinglai on the stage. Senior Mu, kill it. Mu Qinglai looked toward the audience stage and nodded silently. Lin Yang stood with his arms folded, his demeanor bland and calm, the look on his face was very calm, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. What? Explaining your last words to your senior brother? He laughed coldly. You scumbag. You're the one who needs to give your last words. Go to hell. Mu Qinglai roared, the flames behind him frantically exploded, the ring was instantly surrounded by blazing flames. The blazing fires scorched and distorted even the space. Die! His eyes opened angrily, his veins rippled, and his swift and thunderous sword shook off the flames and chopped down on his head. This sword set off monstrous flames and thousands of fiery snakes erupted. The sharp and unparalleled sword chi was felt even by those on the audience stage. It seems like the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, it's all the same with whoever is on it. This sword, it's over. This kid from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, look guys, he's stunned. A roar of derision went up from the crowd. Banquet Guanlan took a slow sip of tea and scoffed loudly with confidence. It seems that the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect are still rubbish after all. The words were not finished. Only to see Mu Qinglia's sword chopping down, Lin Yang didn't dodge or avoid, and even stood still. Just as the sword fell, he raised his hand and spread two fingers. Click! Clamped! A large shockwave rushed out around him, lifting the green shirt of his long hair and inspiring flips. I can't pull out my sword. Mu Qinglia's forehead was tightly wrinkled into a ball, and a layer of horror gradually spread across his face. He pulled as hard as he could, but he couldn't pull a muscle. Goo! Before Banquet Guanlan could say the last word trash, his face suddenly turned iron blue. Mu Qinglai was at least at the 8th level of the hegemony realm, but to be caught by Lin Yang's two fingers on his sword and unable to pull it out? You just, cursed me a couple times, right? Lin Yang's spring-like smile. To Mu Qinglai, there was a chilling feeling. Snap! With a clang, Lin Yang's two fingers snapped his sword hard. A heavenly ranked magic weapon snapped with just two fingers. Hiss! Everyone in the room was astonished and their eyes went wide. You! Mu Qinglia's pupils shrunk before he could react. Lin Yang opened his 5 fingers and took one step, his body erupting with a sky-high murderous aura. There is a price to pay for cursing me. Snap! A slap swung over, half of Mu Qinglia's face collapsed, blood splattered in his mouth. Snap! Another slap and the other half of his face was a bloody mess. Immediately after that, he swept his foot over and Mu Qinglai tumbled across the stage like a kuju, cutting a bright red trail of blood on the ground. With a light touch, Lin Yang beat Mu Qinglai miserably. It's a total dog abuse situation. I killed you. Mu Qinglai climbed to his feet, and both of his eyes became bloodshot. Coincidentally, I have no intention of letting you go. Lin Yang grinned, and in an instant, his figure exploded away. A stern and swift killing aura rose to the sky, and Lin Yang's figure was as fast as lightning. In the stands, the people of the Great Brightness King sect all stood up. Stop! Try killing a disciple of my Great Brightness King sect. Chu Chuanqiu loudly threatened. Banquet Guanlan frowned and directly flew out, blasting over with a palm. Just try it. The corner of Lin Yang's mouth curled into a cold smile. Said the man with a kick. Mu Qinglia's head instantly exploded. You dare to kill my senior Mu. Banquet Guanlan's intensely surging killing intent swept from the stands. Lin Yang turned around and stood on the stage. He stood against the wind, his clothes fluttering, his stance erect as a sword, lofty as a mountain, and between his eyebrows, a killing spirit. So what if we kill him? And I dare to kill you, believe it or not. Chapter 66, The Killer, the Killer, the Killer. Madaka! Lin Yang drew his sword, his eyes carrying a bit of biting coldness. Banquet Guanlan erupted with a shocking murderous aura, his lithe figure falling from the stands, striking out with a palm, and a wild wind swirled. Outrageous, do you think my Jade Dragon Sacred Sect is easy to bully? Zhou Daozi was filled with rage, his white hair flying as he immediately rushed out. Pop! Chu Chuanqiu swept violently, the teacup smashed to pieces, stood up in a flash, rushed out to block Zhou Daozi. Try moving, old piker. The disciples of the Great Brightness King sect all stood up and roared. Avenge senior brother Mu! Avenge senior brother Mu! Avenge senior brother Mu! Ni Daoqing's long-suppressed anger completely erupted. Mu Qinglai used soft tendon dispersion on Gu Sheng, causing Senior Gu to lose. Mu Qinglai made another killing move against Wei Shuiting and was almost killed. I can't stand it. Slaughter me the of the Great Ming King sect. Kill. Yuan Jiao, Gu Sheng, Wu Ziyi, Xiao Tianya, Wei Shuiting, and Li Zishi were all furious as they kicked away their seats and rushed over. People from the two clans were in the stands, and a fierce clash erupted. Enough! Do you guys pretend I don't exist? City Lord Dongjin Blade blackened his face as he stood up and bellowed. With a wave of his hand, a strong aura filled the room. Banquet Guanlan was rolled up by a strong aura and pushed back into the stands. The others stopped in their tracks. City Lord. Shu Chuanxiu walked over and pointed at Lin Yang's figure in the ring. This son is ruthless and cruel. Killing my disciple for no reason, it was just a match, yet he dealt a deadly blow. This kind of person with ruthless methods should be removed from the match. Please, City Lord. After saying that, the disciples of the Great Brightness King sect behind him all knelt down on one knee. Please, City Lord. Please, City Lord. Please, City Lord. One by one, they shouted slogans in unison, sound waves rolling and echoing endlessly in the large fighting arena. Heavenly Pivot Sect, Heavenly Sword Sect, Sunless Sword Sect, Great Buddha Zen Temple, Yuyao Kuan Sect, Longsheng Sect, Jingshan Sect. All the people from all the sects watched the scene and stood idly by. Shu Chuanxiu brought his disciples to kneel on one knee, which was nothing more than trying to blackmail the city lord. Dongjin Blade glanced coldly towards the ring. Mu Qinglia's head exploded like a watermelon, and Lin Yang stood on the stage as cold as ice, unassuming. You, what's the word? Dongjin Blade asked blandly as he gazed at him with his hands behind his back. Lin Yang didn't have the slightest hint of fear on his face, he was calm and collected, his aura was internalized, and a cold aura flashed in his eyes. Why didn't they come out to stop him when he moved to kill my senior sister? He kills others, and the Daimyo King clan doesn't say a word. While others kill him, the Deming Wang clan barks like wild dogs. You ask me what I have to say, and I have only one thing to say: whoever kills a man will always kill him. He drank without humbling himself and with an air of dignity. He who kills, man kills. 7 short words, like a sound of thunder on the ground, everyone had a sense of deafening. Zhang Tianshun, Wei Shibei, Muniansi, some of the other sect masters couldn't help but secretly praise Lin Yang. What a murderer, people will always kill. He who kills, man kills. Has a point. It seems like Lin Yang has not only gained a chance in the 10,000 souls domain during this time, but he's also grown quite a bit. Zhou Daozi couldn't help but feel a little relieved when he saw how domineering Lin Yang was. Ni Daocheng, Yu Wenjiao, Gu Sheng, and the others also exchanged praises. Shu Chuanxiu was even more enraged when he took a look at the people around him who were very appreciative of Lin Yang. You're strong-arming me. It's clear that you killed someone, and you. Dongjin Blade waved his hand and said, enough. Once you step into the ring, you are responsible for your own life and death. This is something that you should know very well, Sect Master Chu, right? Well, that's where the matter stops. I also hope that all participants will remember that when you step into the ring, there is both victory and defeat, as well as life and death. All stand down. Shu Chuanxiu's exasperated appearance was very wretched. The East Jin Blade Society had looked at the face of the great Ming King clan and held him out, but to their surprise, they didn't take any advantage. And being watched by so many people. Yes. What a murderer, people will always kill. Shu Chuanxiu gritted his teeth and turned back to the disciples behind him. Remember, next time you encounter this dog, beat it to death for me. The scene quickly returned to normal. Lin Yang walked towards the stands and sat on the seat. Senior brother Lin, you've done our Jade Dragon Sacred Sect proud. Ni Daocheng hammered his fist on him and laughed. Yu Wenjiao, who had always looked down on Lin Yang, had also changed his opinion of him. Wei Shuiting, Li Zishi, Hua Chuanxi, Bai Han'er, the 10 heavenly maiden sisters, surrounded them. Lin Yang's appearance drew the attention of many people. The 4 sons of the eastern continent paid extra attention to him. Lin Yang's jump just now had really shaken the entire audience. Not only did he act like a nobody, he was able to abuse Mu Qinglai like a dog. Ji Hai looked at Lin Yang across from him and whispered, it seems that this son's strength is not bad. Han Xinghe clasped his hands and leaned back in his position, glancing lazily. It's really okay, but that's about it. If I were to make a move, he probably wouldn't be able to catch 3 moves. Lu Yuzhu's beautiful eyes flowed as she looked at Lin Yang with interest, the corner of her mouth raising a smile. This person is very good looking and his strength is okay. I just wonder, is he single? Yan Guanlan narrowed his eyes as cold as a poisonous snake, staring at Lin Yang in death. No matter how strong you are, you'll still lose to our 4 sons of the eastern continent later. On the Jade Yao Kuan sect's side, it was unusually silent. Rennie Yi stared over there and whispered, Ji Shang, what do you think of Lin Yang's strength? Ji Shang kept sizing out the figure in the distance. Not bad. If he meets me, I am confident that I can kill him within 10 moves. Ren reminded him, you shouldn't take it lightly. This kid, I see, has some strength. Ji Shang smiled slightly, his face full of confidence. I know, but it is what it is. This time, I'm prepared to trample the four sons of the Eastern continent under my feet. What is a mere Lin Yang? The ring. The moderator announces the third round. Since there is an extra odd number in the third round, for this round, a point system will be used. It's still a melee, but the last place in points will be eliminated. If you all have no questions, I now announce that the third round of the examination tournament will now begin. Lin Yang grabbed a number plate and opened it to see the sixth group. On the side of the Great Ming King sect, someone had also caught the sixth set of numbers. Senior Feast brother, I'm in the sixth group, with the one surnamed Lin. One of the senior brothers walked over and said, Banquet Guanlan laughed coldly. What a snooze, he laughed as he switched numbers with his mentor. Give me your number. Lin dog, I'll let you know later what it's like to have people killed for eternity. Chapter 67 If you dare to touch him, I'll make you change your name to Qingming Emperor. The tournament continued into the third round. There are still 50 disciples left, again in mixed groups of 5. The first group of the third round is up. Ji Shang, a disciple of the Jade Yao Kuan sect, was clearly among the first group. This one seems to be from the Ji family, right? His father seems to be Ji Yinfei. Lin Yang saw Ji Shang. Then he remembered that night, taking the old dragon and the 7 elves to the Ji family to steal their home. I wonder where the Ji family now lives. He's the top pillar of the Yu Yao Kuan sect, and I Daochang analyzed calmly. Until now, Ji Shang hasn't given his full strength, and I've been keeping an eye on him. This person has been reserving his strength since the beginning of the competition, and it looks like his purpose is to win the championship of this grand ceremony. That's right, Wei Shueting said seriously. This Ji Shang is not simple. The disciples of the Jade Yao Kuan sect, with the exception of Ji Shang, were all eliminated, and even so, on the side of the Jade Yao Kuan sect, there doesn't seem to be much of a reaction. They should put their hopes all on Ji Shang. Lin Yang was silent, his gaze fixed firmly on the ring. At this point, the 5 people had already mixed up. Ji Shang was surrounded by the 4 men as if he was walking idly and calmly. After a few blinks of an eye, Ji Shang seized the moment and immediately knocked both competitors out of the ring. Immediately afterward, Ji Shang rode the wave of victory. In less than a cup of tea, all 4 players were beaten down by Ji Shang. He didn't even use his stance or undercard, and easily blasted 4 opponents down. A bit of strength. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes and secretly judged in his heart. Soon, the second group of contestants took the stage. Time flew by, and the first 5 groups of players, in a short while, decided the winners and losers. Group 6. Disciple of the Great Brightness King sect, Banquet Guanlan. Against Li Changqing of the Tianshu sect, Wei Yang of the Longxing sect, Lin Yang of the Jade Dragon Sacred sect, and Duan Pei of the Sunless Sword sect. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Yang was slightly surprised. Feast Guanlan? How could it be him? He clearly wasn't the 6th just now. Did they switch internally? Zhou Daozi's face sank and his heart thumped, feeling a bit bad. Ni Daocheng, Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, Wei Shueting and the others all looked serious and frowned deeply. Banquet Guanlan was the 4th son of the Eastern continent, a genuine first level of the emperorless realm. On the audience stage, many people looked at the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect side with smiles on their faces and began to raise a ruckus. Oh, exempt! The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect has met an iron plate this time. Feast Guanlan, one of the 4 sons of the Eastern continent, that Lin surnamed of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, I'm afraid he's going to be killed. That one surnamed Lin, dare you come up to the stage and answer the battle? Ha 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 ha. The stage erupted in laughter. Li Changqing, Gui Yang, and Duan Pei stood on the stage, while Banquet Guanlan slowly ascended the ring without slowing down, with his hands behind his back. When he took the stage, all eyes were on him. The other 3 of the 4 sons of the Eastern continent looked at Lin Yang with interest. Little brother, if you beg my sister, I'll be happy to fight on stage for you. Lu Yuzhu looked at him and teased with a smile. Missy, actually I'd like to fight you, hey. Lin Yang stood up and smiled playfully. Really? How do you want to fight? Lu Yuzhu wore a long dress with a low neckline and deliberately winked at him. Scumbag, are you afraid? Gibberish. Banquet Guanlan shouted angrily. Lin Yang glared and clenched his fists, his bones crackling as the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. Is Yin your father? You're so eager to meet him, he said, striding into the ring. You killed my senior Mu, I want you to pay in blood. If the 3 of you help me, there will be a great reward afterward. Banquet Guanlan shouted out with a cold gaze. The three of them, Li Changqing, Duan Pei, and Gui Yang, solemnly nodded their heads in agreement. They couldn't beat Banquet Guanlan anyway, so they might as well do a favor and help him out, at least with a personal favor. Kid, the four of us beat up one of you, how do you want to die? Li Changqing sneered. The people in the stands all looked at Lin Yang sympathetically. The Jade Dragon's sacred sect was completely planted this time. Even if Lin Yang was a good fighter, could he still fight four at once? One emperorless realm, plus 3 hegemony realms. Unless Lin Yang is a god. The four of them teamed up, does that count as a violation? Zhou Daozi was anxious and asked Dongjin Blade. Dongjin Blade shook his head and said indifferently, there is no such rule. The hope that had just flared up in Zhou Daozi's heart was instantly dashed again. Behind Ni Daochang and the others, their moods all sank to the bottom. 4 dozen. Lin Yang was lucky to survive. Win. That's absolutely impossible. Chu Chuanqiu leisurely took a sip of tea and provoked. When you beat a man, you need to be disciplined. When you beat a dog, you don't. You. Zhou Daozi glared at him angrily. Ren Yi glanced gloatingly, everyone, do you think that the disciples of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect will die this time? This son shall die. I agree. I agree. I agree. Zhang Tianshun, Wei Shibei, Yuan Tong, Chu Chuanqiu, Xia Longhua, and Mu Nianci, all of these palmists, spoke in unison. The outcome of this one was no longer in doubt in everyone's eyes. Lin Yang is bound to lose. There is a strong possibility of certain death. With the sound of the game starting, the ring was filled with a sense of solemnity. Lin Yang looked at the four of them without the slightest bit of fear on his face, showing a breezy demeanor. After practicing the 9 chapters of the Great Tao for a month, it's good for you guys to practice then. Divine Eye chapter, Spiritual Rhinoceros chapter, all comprehend the first realm. Ears in all directions, eyes in all directions. Every move, every word, every behavior is under my control. He thought darkly, a small smile spreading across his face. You're still laughing. Go! Li Changqing raised his arm and the four of them killed in unison. The four of them were on fire, leaving no room for error in striking out to kill. In an instant, the wind howled furiously in the ring, the aura bursting and whistling, and the killing chants that erupted from the four people joining forces spread out, filling the entire fighting arena. Lin Yang's pupils suddenly became a bit larger and his ears twitched slightly. The killing moves that the four of them offered became clear to his eyes. Even the transparent aura could not escape his eyes. The change of the surrounding breath, the direction of the fists, feet, swords and knives, all in the ears clear. Divine Eye chapter, Spiritual Rhinoceros chapter, the first realm opens. Lin Yang raised both eyebrows and not only did he not dodge, he even rushed into their encirclement. Is this kid's brain fried? How dare he run over to die? Get out of the way. Is this person planning to break and have a fish out of water or what? This won't even duck, ha 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 ha. The stands erupted in mocking laughter. On the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect side, everyone was sweating for Lin Yang. What does this kid want? Just at the moment when the crowd was laughing like thunder, Lin Yang's performance caused the smiles on everyone's faces to freeze. He was like a fish in water, dodging the attacks of the four of them with ease. Lin Yang carried his hands behind his back as if he was walking on the stage. Every move the four of them made could not escape Lin Yang's eyes and ears. Li Changqing was raising his hand when Lin Yang coincidentally, from avoiding his body, chopped down with a sword, which happened to fall short. Banquet Guanlan was the same every time he raised his hand or threw a punch. Lin Yang was always able to dodge it at the most subtle angle and speed. Fog weed. There's such a thing? Yen Guanlan's face changed, and the other three people's faces were even harder to see. For people beat up one, and it was so hard that they couldn't even touch the corner of his coat. You four, no way. Lin Yang gave a mocking laugh. Banquet Guanlan directly burst into foul language, so angry that his neck turned red. The hallowed emperorless realm couldn't even touch a hair on his head. It's a disgrace. The people in the stands were all dumbfounded. Those few sect masters, one by one, had just said with confidence that Lin Yang would surely die. Now that's an old face punch. There's such a thing? I'm sorry, there is such a thing. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed. The Divine Eye chapter of the 9 chapters of the Great Tao and the Spiritual Rhinoceros chapter combined with each other, and were simply combat artifacts. My turn. Lin Yang managed to avoid Li Changqing's sword blade. Like a slippery fish, drilling past one person and slapping them. Pop. 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 For loud slaps blinded the four people of Banquet Guanlan Li Changqing. At the same time, the whole room shook. The other 3 of the 4 sons of the Eastern continent were dumbstruck. Scumbag! I want you dead. Banquet Guanlan was completely enraged. Directly shaking off the 3 of them, he rushed up alone, fierce flames erupting from his body. Inside the fighting arena, crimson flames descended from the sky, and Banquet Guanlan completely turned into a fireman as the fire whistled and roared. You're also worthy of being called the 4 sons of the Eastern continent? Lin Yang shouted angrily, his green shirt hunting as he drew his long sword. Extinguish! The sword blade's light flowed, 1 sword was born, 1 sword was destroyed, 1 sword determined life and death. This cold aura with a faint sword intent broke through all obstacles. Feast Guanlan, Li Changqing, Duanpei, Wei Yang, kill 4 people with 1 sword. A sword light stormed up and 4 heads fell to the ground. The 3rd level of the Emperorless realm, killing the 4 of you is just like abusing a dog. The corner of Lin Yang's mouth lifted. Bang! Seeing Banquet Guanlan fall, the cup in Chu Chuanxiu's hand pinched and burst, and his body trembled. In an instant, the room was silent. Zhou Daozi, Ni Daochang, Yuan Jiao, and the rest of them, all of them rubbed their eyes, almost unable to believe this scene. On the stage, Lin Yang carried a sword. His clothes were rolled up and he smiled like a spring breeze. Chu Chuanxiu was trembling as he took out his transmission note and sent a message to Emperor Ancestor. This person, my great Ming King sect, must be killed. Zhou Daozi slowed down and his face opened up with a smile. Hurry up and send a message to Flower Wuyan with a sound transmission. Thousands of miles away. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect on the Prime Peak. A lone white figure, sitting on a cliff, cold as ice, looked down at the clouds below the mountain. Suddenly, a voice came from the transmission. Emperor Ancestor, Lin Yang killed a disciple of the Great Brightness King sect. Chu Chuanxiu called their Emperor Ancestor here. I'm afraid he's going to kill Lin Yang. I also ask Emperor Ancestor to come to the rescue quickly. Lin Yang? When Flower Wuyan heard this name, she instantly erupted with an amazing aura, her long white hair fluttering as if dancing. The face, the eyes, overflowing with joy. What did you say? He's in Wanjing City? It's Emperor Ancestor. He's still alive. Hua Wuyin smiled happily, chagrin and joy welling up in her heart. This brat, he didn't even come to see me when he came out. What did you just say? The Imperial Ancestor of the Great Brightness King sect is going to kill him? Yes. I'll be right there. Hua Wuyin stood up with a prancing motion and stood on a flowing sheet of feathers, impatiently flying in the direction of Wanjing City. The Imperial Ancestor of the Deming Wang clan is called Qingguang Da Di Xian Dao. If you dare to touch him halfway, I'll make you change your name to Emperor Qingming. Chapter 68, I'm fine is not worth 1,000 words. The silence within the fighting arena was so deafening that the business of a pin falling on the ground could be heard. On everyone's face, there was one expression: shock. Snap. One by one, the teacups fell from their hands, and those palmists were dumbfounded, each with a slightly reddened old face. Who just said that this son must die? The 4 sons of the Eastern continent, that's it? 4 against 1, and you're getting countered? This. Zhang Tianquan's eyes jumped and he was half speechless. Feast Guanlan was at least one of the 4 sons of the Eastern continent. The cultivation of the 1st level of the Emperorless realm was enough to crush 99% of the disciples here. At that level, he was killed by Lin Yang? Feast Guanlan is dead. The other disciples on the stands even suspected that they might be able to kill Banquet Guanlan as well? If a silent little man like Lin Yang could do it, wouldn't he be able to do it himself? Ha 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 ha. Zhou Daozi tilted his head and laughed openly. The Jade Dragon Sacred Sect finally raised its eyebrows. The 4 sons of the Eastern continent, it seems that they are nothing more than that, and they still died at the hands of Master Lin? It seems that we've all underestimated senior brother Lin's strength. Master Lin has been in the sect for 15 years, his cultivation has been stuck at the qi condensation stage. Don't you guys think it's suspicious? I suspect that he's purposely suppressing it, or purposely disguising himself as a qi condensation stage. Ni Daochang, Yuan Jiao, Gu Shang, Wei Shuiting, and the rest of them revealed delighted smiles. Finally impressed with Lin Yang. No longer the loser who hasn't made a breakthrough in 15 years. The other 3 of the 4 sons of the Eastern continent had worried brows, their gazes azure as they sized up Lin Yang. Unexpectedly, a dark horse was killed halfway here, even Banquet Guanlan was killed, and 4 people joined forces to die in his hands. Monk Shihai folded his hands and said solemnly. Han Xinghan narrowed his eyes like a fierce beast that had sniffed blood. That sort of is just now, it even vaguely revealed a hint of sword intent. I can feel it, his sword intent is rather weak. It's not as good as me, but it's not bad. Han Xing had keenly captured the sword intent that Lin Yang had just released, and he felt that Lin Yang's sword intent should only be at a just beginner's level. Interesting, I'm looking forward to competing with him in sword intent. Let him also see the true strength of the four sons of the Eastern continent. Lu Yuzhu looked at Lin Yang, her gaze becoming soft, with a few smiles on her face. Handsome person and sword too, I wonder if he has a Taoist couple. She looked at Lin Yang with a flowery gaze. Not only her, but the other female spectators in the stands also showed their love for Lin Yang. Lin Yang stood on the stage, his clothes inspiring and graceful. The body was erect and stood like a sword. You killed Mu Qinglai, and you killed Banquet Guanlan. If I don't get this revenge, I, the great Ning King sect, will not stop. Chu Chuanxiu suppressed his anger to the extreme, to the point where his eyes were almost on the verge of spewing out anger. Fang Yanran looked at Banquet Guanlan, who had collapsed on the stage and couldn't hold back her tears. Lin Yang took a step and was about to get off the stage. Suddenly, a mountainous pressure enveloped the entire ring. In the sky, a red stream of light, like a meteor, flew rapidly from the sky. The biting and overbearing killing aura bloomed without any concealment, and within the fighting arena, many people couldn't help but have their hearts shaken. Lin Yang was covered by a powerful emperor's might. The heavy pressure was like a mountain, it was as if he was in the depths of the sea, his breath was like a blockage, it was extremely difficult to move. I heard that someone killed a disciple of my Demingwang sect, Feast Guanlan. The old man is particularly interested in what is going on. In the sky, a majestic and domineering voice came from the sky. The crowd looked up, only to see an old man in crimson robes, his face full of murderous aura, flying into the arena of contention with a flaming temper. Emperor ancestor of the Great Brightness King sect, Emperor Qing Guang Xiandao. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. Almost all of the Palmers were shocked. This Eastern Continent extravaganza, the great emperors of all the great clans, almost all of them did not come by default. How did Great Emperor Qing Guang of the Great Ming King sect suddenly appear? By the looks of it, the visitor is not good. It was clearly aimed at the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect, no, at that young man on the stage, Lin Yang. Old piker, do you really think you can trap me? Lin Yang felt an intense pressure, and his two legs couldn't help but tremble. It's like a big mountain weighing down on you. He held his sword and was about to explode his sword intent and cut through the emperor's might. City Lord Dongjin Blade suddenly flicked his large sleeve, and a soft aura floated over, directly dissolving his imperial might. Kayamitsu, what do you mean by that? Dongjin Blade looked at him seriously and questioned. Lin Yang silently put away his sword. He almost did it himself. I don't mean anything, the Clear Light Emperor snorted coldly. Zheng Tianshun, Wei Shibei, Munianzi, Zodaozi, and Ranichio, the palmists, looked at him. Emperor Qing Guang was known to be protective of his calves. This person was particularly protective and hot-tempered, adhering to the usual violent temper of the Deming Wang zone. I heard that someone killed Banquet Guanlan, so I came over to take a look. Don't get me wrong, it's time to race and do what you need to do, I'm just watching, nothing more. The corner of Xian Dao's mouth lifted into a cold smile as he said in a conspiratorial manner. He said he didn't mean anything else, but everyone knew. He wanted to kill Lin Yang. Once the match was over, I was only afraid that Lin Yang would die when he walked out of Wanjing City. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes, and a few vicious glints erupted from his eyes. Emperor Qing Guang, you're late. Banquet Guanlan was just slapped by me and abused like a dog. I accidentally decapitated his dog. Sorry about that, ha, Saimai. Siku Daisher. Look, do you want to take this dog's head back and bury it? Maybe it will grow back next year? Lin Yang was not the least bit afraid and deliberately sneered. The sound of his words caused the entire room to roar with laughter. Bury your head and grow it back next year? Ha 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 ha. There was a lot of laughter on the field. Chu Chuanxiu and the others were so angry that they gritted their teeth and turned blue. Xian Dao took a deep breath and almost didn't pass out. How dare the great Emperor Qing Guang sit here and be shady? Zhou Daozi couldn't help but shiver. Before flower wooing comes, you kids cut the crap. In case you piss off Xian Dao, I'm afraid he'll rush down and really kill you. Xuan Dao's face darkened with dislike. He sat in his seat, gripping the armrest tightly. Click. The handrail, carved in stone, was crushed into powder. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth and roared with a fierce face, good. You kid has guts. Of course I have balls, those who don't, that's called eunuchs. You. Gendo stood up, barely able to rush out and hit him. The field was full of people. Dongjin Blade's face was green and white for a while, not knowing whether to praise this kid or curse him. What a fear of death. You even dare to dislike Emperor Qingquan? Kid, well, I hope you don't walk out of Wanjing City, Xiandao threatened bluntly and loudly. As soon as he spoke, an ice sword fell from the sky. Bang! The chilling ice sword landed at Xuandao's feet like a meteor. Zhendo almost didn't have a heart attack. I'll even cut off your feet if you step out of the way of this sword of mine. Do you believe it? In the sky, a white figure flew over, its intense imperial might even more domineering and brutal. Xian Tian Emperor Hua Wuyan. The imperial ancestor of the Jade Dragon sacred sect is here. The moment Flower Wuyan appeared, the entire room shook. Xuandao's eyes jumped and he couldn't help but feel his heart shake. Hua Wuyan had not fought him once or twice. The reason why this woman had become a great emperor was based on one word: ruthlessness. Hua Wuyan dropped down from the sky above and met Lin Yang in four eyes. For a moment, it was as if the eyes of the two men were filled with starlight. Speechless. Brat! Lin Yang stood on the stage smiling dumbly, staring at her with unblinking eyes. She stood silently on a white flowing sheet of feathers. In the eyes, in the heart, like flowers blooming. The flowers are clustered and woven into a sea of splendor. The two wanted to rush over for a hug, but it wasn't quite the right occasion. Lin Yang suddenly froze. She had a full head of white hair, pale as snow. Your hair! Hua Wuyan smiled lightly, her eyes shining with a brilliant light. For a moment, the mind was swirling with thoughts and emotions. A myriad of emotions that eventually brewed into 3 words. I'm fine. Chapter 69. I'll teach you how to write the word low-key. Seeing her pale, snow-like white hair, Lin Yang's eyes flashed. It was a bit surprising and full of questions. Her hair, why is it gray? Hua Wuyan, what do you mean? Xiandao suddenly questioned loudly with a voice like thunder. I only stood up to talk, and you killed me with a sword. Is this a threat to me? Hua Wuyan gave him a deep look and quickly collected her smile as she flew to the stands. She raised her hand and the ice sword flew straight back into her hand. You, a heavenly emperor, threatening a tiny inner courtyard disciple under my door, when you say it, you're not afraid of being laughed out of the room. You! What did you say, Flower Wuyan? You're talking nonsense. Xiandao was embarrassed by her words that broke his defense and disliked him. It's obvious to everyone if I'm full of. Hua Wuyan put away his sword, flicked his big sleeves, his clothes danced, and he sat on the seat like an astonishing figure. I just want to see who dares to threaten my Flower Wuyan's disciples. Let's get on with the game, everyone. When he finished, the room was quiet for a moment. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Lin Yang had killed Banquet Guanlan and had actually startled the 2 great emperors. Many thanks, Emperor Ancestor. Lin Yang smiled and immediately returned to the stands. Hua Wuyan and Xiandao, as long as they didn't make a scene, there was nothing the East Town Blade, as the organizer, could do. After all, there was no rule against allowing the Great One to come over and watch the game. Well, get on with the game. Dongjin Blade waved his hand with a stern look in his eyes. Soon after, the game continued. The remaining groups were finished in less than an hour. Lin Yang sat behind the seat. Hua Wuyan sat in the first row. He looked at her full head of white hair and was extremely puzzled, so he nudged Ni Daochang and asked, Senior Ni, what's going on with Imperial Ancestor's hair, this hair? Did she dye her hair? Is it fashionable to dye your hair gray? Ni Daochang rolled his eyes. This heartless one, obviously he became like this in order to save him. He actually thought Tezu's hair was dyed? It's still not because of you? What tactics did you kid use to make the Emperor Ancestor so biased towards you? Me? Why? Not long after you entered the tombstone that day, the 10,000 spirits domain was collapsed by the demon realm's people, your tombstone collapsed, and Emperor Ancestor's hair turned white when he used his strongest moves to save you. After Lin Yang heard this reason, his heart thumped as if he had fallen to the bottom. The smile on his face quickly swept away and became extremely serious. Speechless you. He looked at the figure with white hair in front of him, and inexplicably, a few points of sourness welled up in his heart. I can't imagine that she'd rather be like this for her own sake. 3rd place on the scoreboard, Han Xinghe. 2nd place, Ji Hai. 1st place, Lin Yang. In the ring, the host loudly announces the point standings. Lin Yang killed Banquet Guanlan and 3 other players. Direct promotion to 1st. There's no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is the king, and it's amazing that the 1st place was taken by an obscure kid. Don't worry, next to the last match, 3 of the 4 sons of the Eastern continent will mix it up together. This kid, good luck is at an end. It's the last game soon, looking forward to it. The spectators in the stands were murmuring, and no one favored Lin Yang. There will be a final game soon. The top 10 in the standings will be on stage at the same time, and it's going to be a mixed bag again. In the end, there is only one winner standing on the stage. The sect masters of the major sects looked at the names on the scoreboard. The remaining 3 of the 4 sons of the Eastern continent became the center of everyone's attention. Although Lin Yang also shined. However, facing 3 emperor-less realms at the same time, even if Lin Yang was strong, he was destined to lose. Amat Ba. Abbot Yuantong, the abbot of the great Zen Buddhist temple, smiled with his hands folded. The outcome of this final match is no longer in doubt. You're right, the result is finalized. The Jingshan clan, will oblige you all. Nunenji laughed out loud with pleasure. Your 2 families can just die, the one who wins in the end will definitely be my heavenly sword sex Han Xinghe. Wei Shibei clasped his hands arrogantly sneered. The 3 of them, the 3 strongest of the known next players. The 4 sons of the Eastern continent, the only 3 left. Many people looked at Lin Yang's name, but Lin Yang was facing 3 emperor-less realms. Even if he was more powerful, would he still be able to defeat 3 emperor-less realm powerhouses? Get on stage, guys! Ha 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 ha! Han Xinghe carried his sword on his back and let out a loud laugh. He flew off the bleachers in a dashing and ethereal manner and landed firmly on the ring, his gaze azure. I'm sorry guys, I'll book the championship first. Amatba. Jihai folded his arms and spun around carrying a hurricane of wind as he flew down from his seat. Lu Yuzhu smiled without saying a word. Her stance was like a swallow and her body was light as she flew in the ring. Immediately after that, Ji Shang, Jia Rufeng, Gua Hongpeng, and Lin Yang, one by one, made their appearance. Since Banquet Guanlan was already dead, the Great Ming King sect was completely disqualified from the tournament. The points of the Great Ming King sect were taken away by Lin Yang. The hard work of competing for several rounds resulted in a cheap shot at Lin Yang. Chu Chuanxiu was so furious that he gritted his teeth, spitting fenugreek, and his eyes were bubbling with a stern murderous aura. Don't rush. Xian Dao narrowed his eyes and whispered under his breath. In this last match, even if he doesn't die, I will never spare him. Even if Flower Woyan is here, I'll still kill him. Saying that, the teacup in his hand instantly turned into powder. On the stage, all of the last 10 contestants stood. The 3 of them, Jihai, Lu Yuzhu, and Han Xinghe, had clearly become the center of attention in the room. The others, however, are just along for the ride. Kid, I just released my sword intent and it surprised me. Han Xinghe looked at Lin Yang coldly. And that surprises you? Lin Yang laughed. Don't worry, the surprises, they are yet to come. He drew his sword and took a step back, standing at the edge of the ring. The blade swept across the room. Since it's a melee, I don't have to be merciful. All 9 of you, together. Once the words fell, the stage fell silent for a moment. The 9 of them thought they had misheard him and looked at him with surprised expressions. Him alone, challenging the whole field? Ha 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 ha. Instantly, a burst of laughter erupted from the stage. Lu Yuzhu, Jihai, Han Xinghe, Ji Shang, and the other 9 people all laughed their heads off. Even the people in the stands were laughing their asses off. Has this kid gotten carried away? Has he forgotten how much he weighs? When Zhou Daozi heard Lin Yang's words, he couldn't help but want to go down and wake him up. You think you're in the heavenly emperor realm? Single-handedly? Do you have the strength? The other sect masters were all amused. Take the top spot in the standings and you don't know what role you're in. Hua Woyan calmly looked at the back on the stage with anticipation in her eyes. Brat, I'd love to see how much chance you got in the tombstone. She looked at Lin Yang with a soft gaze. On stage. Did I hear you right? You're challenging the 9 of us? Ji Shang couldn't help but smile and look at him cheerfully. That look was like looking at a clown. Laugh a little longer before it starts, I'm afraid you won't be able to laugh later. The corners of Lin Yang's mouth rose slightly. Lu Yuzhu couldn't help but shake her head and covered her mouth and laughed. The man is quite handsome, but unfortunately, his brain is not good. Lin Yang gave her a look. You too, big is quite big, but unfortunately, brainless. You. Lu Yuzhu frowned in anger. Cut the crap with him. Han Xinghe drew the long sword behind his back and looked at him with an imposing air. Come on, you don't single out the 9 of us. You come over here and spar with me. Don't you have sword intent too? Aren't you a drag? Come here, brother, teach you how to write the word low-key. Chapter 70, no more pretending, I'm done with it. A few other people in the ring stood with their hands clasped to the side watching the show. Brother Han hit the man, not the mouth. How can people brag in the future when they have their mouths slapped? Ji Shan laughed coldly. A few others were more than happy. Han Xinghan narrowed his eyes slightly as he gazed at Lin Yang, pointing his sword at him. Come here, brother, will let you have 3 moves first. Lin Yang froze for a moment. Are you serious? Humph. With a cold snort, he leaned forward slightly, bending his body into a bow-like shape as he stepped away with both feet. Whoosh! Suddenly, a shocking force erupted from his legs, and his entire body was like a cheetah, charging up in the blink of an eye. He raised his long sword and slashed through to the left. Han Xinghe looked at it for a moment and frivolously raised a smirk. This kind of simple and pristine sword stance was too easy to crack. If you're left, I'll be right. Pust. Before the words were finished, the sword in Lin Yang's hand suddenly darted from the left to the right. A sword cut a long bloody trail. Han Sung-ha was injured on the spot. My left, you're right, go on. Lin Yang laughed. Han Xinghe's face turned blue. In full view of everyone, he was actually cut by Lin Yang? Where is the name of the 4 sons of the eastern continent? Go to hell. Boom. Han Xinghe immediately became furious, his body erupting with a ferocious and unparalleledly strong aura, the aura of the first level of the Emperorless realm spreading out like a monstrous rushing current, wantonly and madly. 9 swords of the River of Stars. He roared, and the sharp blade of his sword made a great deal of cold light, like the light of a river of stars, pouring down from the 9 heavens above. The overwhelming sword intent was accompanied by sharp sword chi. Even the others on the stage flew to the edge, not daring to touch this crazy sword intent. Divine Eye, spiritual rhinoceros, open. Lin Yang drank in his heart, the pupils in his eyes dilated slightly, and his ears twitched. In an instant, the light and sound became clear in all directions. The intervals, gaps, strengths, and directions between each sword chi could be observed with incomparable clarity. He rushed to the center of the ring, his figure agile as a swimming fish. Fei Hong chapters, open. Lin Yang frowned and opened the 3rd one again. The first realm of the Fei Hong chapter was to improve stance and speed. Instantly changing sword intent covered the entire ring, layered and dense. A sharp sword intent that even the strongest of the Emperorless realm couldn't help but feel intimidated. Lin Yang had all 3 of his chapters open, coming and going as he pleased amidst the dense sword intent. Letting the sword intent be like a raging wind and rain, it could not touch the corner of his coat. How did this happen? My sword technique is a unique existence among young people, how could he avoid my sword intent? Han Xinghe was startled, an expression of incomparable surprise spreading across his face. Brother, hurry up. Show me how to lay low. Lin Yang deliberately mocked. Han Xinghe swished his old face red and almost didn't get so angry that he vomited blood. You wait. Han Xinghe roared and immediately switched to an emperor-class sword. Sword whistling mountains and rivers. He swung his long sword violently, and the moment the emperor-ranked magic weapon came out, the entire fighting arena was shrouded in a solemn aura of murder. Even the walls of the fighting arena were chopped out with a crack. Quickly unfold the ban. Dongjin Blade raised an eyebrow and immediately bellowed. With a wave of his hand, a curtain of light enveloped all the stands. Han Xinghe's aura became even more furious as he used an emperor-ranked magic weapon. Lin Yang remained unharmed amidst the dense sword intent, his speed becoming faster and his angles becoming more tricky. Where to go? Come and die. Han Xinghe roared like thunder and slashed his sword. The shadow of that one green shirt miraculously slipped away. Snap! Han Xinghe received a heavy slap on the face. You hurry up! I'm so arrogant, you don't even teach me to keep a low profile. Lin Yang's voice suddenly appeared in his ears. Aha! Han Xinghe was about to go crazy. Lin Yang's silhouette was like an attached bone, how could he not get rid of it? If you can't get rid of it, it's just a matter of getting slapped and provoked on the spot. Several other people in the ring looked dumbfounded. Han Xinghe was at least at the Emperorless realm, but he had been easily shuffled around by Lin Yang. Wei Shirbei, the headmaster of the Heavenly Sword sect, was dumbfounded as a whole. The disciples behind them all froze as well. The Heavenly Sword sect's proud senior brother Han Xinghe would have such a day? Getting teased the whole time and slapped? The airtight sword intent in the ring surged towards Lin Yang's position like a raging storm. It seems like Lin Yang is the threat to us. Guys, I suggest teaming up to knock him down first. Yes, I agree. I agree. I agree. When Ji Shang saw Lin Yang's behavior, a strong feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. He immediately suggested that Lin Yang be beaten down first. Lin Yang's performance was just too bizarre. Even Han Xinghe could be teased, and I'm afraid that the few of them would have a hard time dealing with him. Everybody do it. Ji Shang raised his arm and several others immediately responded. Boom boom. The ring instantly became a shura, a living hell. Lu Yuzhu took out an emperor-ranked great ancient zither, her 10 fingers flipped and a disturbing sound wave rushed over at great speed. Ji Hai removed the Buddha beads around his neck, one bead shone with red light as he mouthed the words and exerted the spell. Each bead, rapidly infused with power, each weighs 1,000 pounds. Hua Hongping's arms unfolded, and the sword behind him whistled and flew up into the sky, emitting a sword sound. 10,000 swords return. Sword come. He roared loudly, and the swords in the arena of contention, and even outside the arena, one by one flew up to the ring like falling leaves in a frenzy. Countless swords spun and flew behind his back, with a senile sword aura and killing intent. Zhao Ruffing changed to a long spear, which was colored like a dragon. The ring was filled with raging auras, turning it into a living, breathing, earthly shura. All of the prohibitions cast by the East Jin Blade were continuously impacted by their magic weapons and killing aura, even cracking a crack. Dongjin Blade frowned and added another one up before avoiding the embarrassment of the ban being broken. This kid, hang on. He gazed at Lin Yang's back and shook his head with a sigh. The combined attack power of the 9 of them was enough to resist the Heavenly Emperor realm. As powerful as Lin Yang was, he was only afraid that he would be in danger. Hua Wuyan, this precious disciple of yours, I'm afraid he's going to hang. And you won't prepare a coffin for him? Ha 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 ha. Zhendo couldn't stop smiling. A few worried looks passed over Hua Wuyan's face. Thank you for your concern. However, you should prepare coffins for the disciples under your door, who died just now. You. Xian Dao was enraged by the dislike. The death of Yin Guanlan was the biggest pain in his heart. Humph, your disciple should almost die as well. Xian Dao took a sip of tea and sneered. In the stands, many people looked at Lin Yang with a heartbreaking expression. Wild winds stirred in the ring, killing aura filled the sky, and the power of the 9 people's outburst stacked up so much that even a powerhouse of the Heavenly Emperor realm like Dongjin Blade couldn't help but marvel. You piece of. You're not so tough, are you? Come on. I'll teach you to keep a low profile. Han Xinghe laughed out loud. Lin Yang's green shirt flew and his eyes were cold. Boom! The clothes on his body instantly bulged, a vein rippled, and his entire body was filled with surging and majestic power. Not loaded. I'm not meticulous. The aura of the 3rd level of the Emperor-less realm shot up into the sky, and the stormy winds collided with each other, clashing to create a fierce explosion. Rumble. The ring was like an explosion of thunder. Sword Intent Chapter, open. Said the Soul Chapter, open. The Spiritual Rhinoceros Chapter, open. Easy to count the pieces and open them. God's Eye Chapter, open. Divine Law Chapter, open. Vajra Chapter, open. The Fei Hung Chapter, open. Divine Power Chapter, open. The 9 chapters of the Great Tao, all open. Bang! The top on Lin Yang's body directly exploded, and his clothes turned into a strip of debris. Sleek, muscular lines of power. You taught me to keep a low profile, I'll teach you to be arrogant. Come here. Whoosh. Lin Yang erupted with all of his sword intent, and a narrow sword light broke through the prohibition and rushed up into the sky. Dongjin Blade, Xian Dao, and Hua Wuyan, the 3 great emperors, all changed their faces. This domineering and sharp sword intent, even the 3 of them, felt threatened. His sword intent. How can it be so strong? How? When Han Xinghe felt his sword intent, his face instantly turned white, his pupils shrinking slightly, unable to believe this, and his entire being immediately shriveled up. Lin Yang's sword intent had already crossed into the level of the 2nd realm. Compared to Lin Yang, his sword intent was trash. It's like a small stream, not worth mentioning compared to a big river. Wild winds howled and auras exploded. Lin Yang did not hesitate to drop this sword. Boom! There was a loud bang and smoke. The 9 figures fell down. Slap! In the stands, I don't know how many people's cups in their hands fell to the ground and shattered. Lin Yang stood on the stage, holding his sword in one hand as he looked ahead with a stern gaze. You see. Someone in the stands cried out in alarm. The crowd took a look and their faces changed. The ring split in 2. The arena of contention cut open with a sword. The Dongjin Blade's prohibition was cut open with a sword. Snap! The cup in Xuandao's hand was directly pinched and burst. The expression on his face froze. 1,000 words exploded into two. Fogweed. Chapter 71, Bastard, are you jealous? Xuandao's eyes jumped and he could hardly believe his eyes. He actually picked 9. And it's complete. Emperor Ancestor, this. Xu Chuanqiu was greatly shaken and looked at him with a surprised expression. The 3rd level of the Emperorless Realm. He's actually the 3rd level of the Emperorless Realm. In his early 20s, he has actually reached the terrifying realm of the 3rd level of the Emperorless Realm. Demon! Xian Dao was overwhelmed. The other sect masters were also dumbstruck. Among the players on the field, it was Lin Yang who was the youngest, yet he had the highest cultivation level. Crush everyone! No wonder Flower Woyan was emboldened to personally come over to protect this disciple, I see. Dong Jin Blade nodded silently. Looking at the slender figure on the stage, Hua Wuyan was overjoyed. She hadn't even expected that Lin Yang's strength had actually become so strong. Brat, you've gained no small amount of chance and inheritance in the tombstone. The 3rd level of the Emperorless Realm, a little bit more powerful than me back then. She squinted, remembering the past. When she was this age back then, she was also at the Emperorless Realm cultivation level, only it wasn't the 3rd level, but the 2nd level. Off stage, those 9 players all crumbled. How can this be? His sword intent, how is it more powerful than mine? Han Xingha almost couldn't believe it all and muttered with a devastated look on his face. Ji Hai, Lu Yuzhu, Ji Shang, Jia Ruffing, and the others, all of them had ugly faces. The 4 sons of the Eastern continent, one was killed. Beat 3. I'm afraid that from now on, the 4 sons of the East will have to change their name to one son of the East. Only Lin Yang deserves this name. Lin Yang collected his sword in a calm manner and swept his gaze coldly. In his hand, this emperor-ranked magic weapon, the heaven-destroying sword. But Sage Ling Wei gave it to him. Together with the emperor-rank physique, the immaculate glazed pure heart sword body. This combination paired with the 9 chapters of the Great Tao was enough to make the heavenly emperor realm fearful. Even if Xian Dao rushed over at this moment, he was certain that Xian Dao would be injured. The immaculate glazed pure heart sword body hadn't actually been used just now. He had only used the 9 articles of the Great Tao, plus sword intent. Who else? Lin Yang stood with his hands behind his back and asked blandly. The room was silent. All the young people, each one of them had a look of fear on their faces. Many people couldn't help but shake their heads and laugh bitterly. Brother, do we need to be so Versailles? Who else? Who dares to go on? You single-handedly challenged 9 of them, 3 of which, at the Emperorless Realm, were defeated by you with a single sword, going up there to look for abuse? Wei Shirbei blackened his face and said, this son has a strong sword intent though. However, judging from the aura he just erupted, he doesn't seem to have a physique of his own, as if he's an ordinary cultivator. Once he finished narrowing his eyes, the people around him nodded. Lin Yang had just, indeed, not released his physique. It was by using a very peculiar gongfu, coupled with sword intent, that they were defeated. Han Xingha couldn't accept such a failure, and after hearing the sect leader's analysis, he suddenly brightened up. Yeah. This kid doesn't have a physique and merely possesses a sword intent stronger than mine. Without a physique, one's future achievements will be limited after all. At the thought of this, Han Xingha's heart was comfortably relieved. Muniansi, Yuanton, and the 2 of them also nodded silently in agreement. Hearing their words, Lin Yang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is that self-congratulatory? But think about it, the 4 sons of the Eastern continent were high above the rest. Always high and mighty. Suddenly being stepped on by a nobody like himself in plain sight. They can't accept it in any way. It's also all about making excuses for your failures and consoling yourself so you can hang on to your face. This feast, wonderful, wonderful. Ha 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 ha. Lin Yang was about to go down, when suddenly a loud laughter came from the sky. 3 streams of light, carrying a majestic and thick aura, flew in from the distance. Dongjin Blade frowned, it's someone from the Heavenly Palace Academy. As soon as the words were spoken, the 3 men landed on the bleachers. All the gazes of the people inside the fighting arena had gathered on those 3 people. The visitors were 2 men and a woman. The man in the middle, young-looking, more than 7 feet tall, good-looking, extraordinary instrumentation, fair face with sharp angles, juvenile-inchy, revealing extraordinary. The man on the left, who was also only in his 30s, frowned with a majestic and solemn expression. The female, who looked to be in her mid-20s, had a baby-fat face and a fleshy little face with a few peach blossom-like reds. The three men wore the same long shirts and were cleanly dressed with an unassuming demeanor. It's the Heavenly Palace Academy. Someone from the Heavenly Palace Academy actually came? The Heavenly Palace Academy is the highest, strongest, and top academy in the Earth Element continent. How many cultivators dream of it? There was a commotion and clamor in the stands. Lin Yang gazed deeply at the three of them, a little surprised in his heart. Disciples of the Heavenly Palace Academy have always been incomparably haughty and arrogant. They would actually come down in person and interact with ordinary people? He was surprised. The Heavenly Palace Academy was the topmost existence in the Earth Elemental continent. The disciples of the Heavenly Palace Academy had always despised all the sects in the entire Earth Elemental continent and were arrogant to the extreme. It's unbelievable that they would go down. Three fellow Taoists, I don't know how to address them? The East Town Blade guest walks up to greet him politely. The man in the center smiled and said, Yi Yunxiao. These two are my senior brother and sister, Zhou Yibin, Wang Xintian. The two people next to him just nodded faintly, without the slightest smile on their faces. The scene was slightly awkward. However, everyone knew the temperament of the Heavenly Palace Academy disciples and didn't want to bother with them. The three of you are here this time. By order of the Palace Master, this time I came down to select disciples, and in addition, the Earth Elemental Dynasty has also issued an edict. Yi Yunxiao took out an imperial edict. Dongjin Blade looked at it and immediately became more respectful. The Heavenly Palace Academy, backed by the Di Yuan dynasty. For states on the Earth's Yuan continent, east, west, south, north and south. There was only one country, the Earth Elemental dynasty. Everyone present was a citizen of the Earth Elemental dynasty. No wonder the three of them strutted over to select disciples. It turns out there's an imperial decree behind it. Lin Yang quietly looked at the figure on the stage and secretly thought in his heart. After Yi Yunxiao exchanged a few pleasantries with Dongjin Blade, his eager eyes landed on Hua Woyan. Although Flower Woyan had white hair like snow, she was still unmistakable and a gorgeous existence. I've long heard that the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect's great Emperor Xian Tian has the best posture in the world, and today, I've seen that her name is indeed true. Such a woman, if we could spend a night together, it would not be a waste of our lives. A passionate flame quickly rose in Yi Yunxiao's heart, and a few moments of adoration showed in his eyes. The Heavenly Palace Academy was recruiting disciples this time, and he purposely rushed to the eastern continent. It's for Flower Woyan. When he was at the Heavenly Palace Academy, he heard the news of Flower Woyan's release. He hadn't had the chance to go down the mountain, and this time, he had come over on purpose to catch a glimpse of his face. Misty Grass, this kid's eyes aren't right. I see that your kid is up to no good. Are you trying to hit on her? Lin Yang couldn't help it when he saw Yi Yunxiao's eyes. An inexplicable sense of urgency ran through his mind. Hearing his heartfelt words, Hua Woyan couldn't help but shed an imperceptible smile. Bastard, are you jealous? She took a quiet glance. Lin Yang stood on the stage, his arms crossed and his head tilted as he looked this way, with a few not quite right feelings on his face. Is it hard to be really jealous? At this time, Yi Yunxiao couldn't wait to walk over, his face full of smiles. This is Emperor Xian Tian, isn't it? Junior Yi Yunxiao, disciple of the Heavenly Palace Academy, Emperorless Realm. I can't stand it. Lin Yang raised both of his sword brows and flew directly onto the stands. Lord Yi doesn't have to declare himself. My family, Lord Emperor Ancestor, is not interested in your family's account. Chapter 72, she's more important, I think. Lin Yang suddenly jumped out, startling Yi Yunxiao. He sized up Lin Yang, his heart a little irritated. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Palace Academy and you interrupt me? He frowned, his face showing a hint of contempt. When is it your turn to talk when I'm talking? He looked at Hua Woyan, wanting to sue in front of her. May I ask the Empress, is this a disciple of your Jade Dragon Sacred Sect? It's too impolite, isn't it? Interrupting others inexplicably, this person is nothing more than an uncivilized barbarian even if his cultivation level is high. No manners, no rules. When he finished speaking aloud, everyone looked at Lin Yang. The three of them, Ji Hai, Lu Yuzhu, and Han Xinghe, felt a thrill of revenge in their hearts when they saw Lin Yang being reprimanded. Snap! Suddenly, a bright red slap mark was added to Yi Yunxiao's face. Without saying a word, Lin Yang slapped him across the face. Crisp voices resonated throughout the room. Yi Yunxiao instantly froze, his brain buzzing. Everyone was completely stunned and petrified. Lin Yang actually beat up a disciple of the Heavenly Palace Academy? You dare hit me? Yi Yunxiao covered his face as a nameless rage rushed to his head. Jihai, Hanxinghe, Lu Yuzhu, Wei Shibei, Zhoudaozi, Dongjin knife. Everyone in the room was dumbfounded and jaw-dropped. Even the two senior siblings beside Yi Yunxiao froze. Why am I afraid to hit you? Because I am a barbarian. Lin Yang looked at him indifferently. I am a barbarian. I'm a barbarian. Since you call me a barbarian, I'll treat you as a barbarian, as you wish. I said your mom. I want you dead. Yi Yunxiao instantly became furious. Lin Yang drew his sky-destroying sword, and a ray of coldness flashed across his eyes. I can even defeat the 9 of them, let alone the 3 of you? If you're not convinced, then feel free to do it. Madaka. As soon as the sky destruction sword was unsheathed, it was accompanied by a destructive aura of sword intent. Yi Yunxiao was about to make a move when Zhou Yibin suddenly stopped him, his gaze cold as ice staring at Lin Yang. Senior brother Yi, don't make a move, we can't get a bargain here. To kill him, go back. Click. Yi Yunxiao clenched his fists in a deadly grip, his bones crackling. Mr. Yi, my disciple doesn't know much about things, so please understand. At this time, Flower Wuyan stepped forward to round off the conversation. Her position was clearly on Lin Yang's side. Her skin was like solid fat, and her white jade-like face was like a finely carved and exquisite jade. Yi Yunxiao took one look and his heart softened a few points. Together with Zhou Yibin's persuasion, so he borrowed the slope. Behind Lin Yang there was also Zhoudaozi, Hua Wuyin, which was a large group of people from the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. If they really moved, they would definitely stand on Lin Yang's side. No matter how strong the 3 of them were, they couldn't be stronger than Lin Yang and the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect joining forces. Yi Yunxiao saw fit to scold him sternly. Fine, for the sake of the Empress, I'll be generous and spare you once. Don't be ungrateful next time. Humph. Yi Yunxiao flicked his large hand and hummed heavily. Lin Yang narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled with the corners of his mouth rising. If you can't beat them, you can't beat them, and you're making excuses that you're doing it for the sake of Flower Wuyan. Ridiculous. That's enough, all of you, Dongjin Blade said at that moment. The competition is over, Mr. Yi, if you guys want to pick disciples, hurry up while the people are still here. Otherwise it's a pain in the ass for you to run around looking for people when the crowd gets back. Yi Yunxiao nodded silently. He turned to look at Ji Hai, Ji Shan, Han Xinghe, Lu Yuzhu, and the others. I was ordered by the palace master to come over this time to specially select disciples. I don't need to introduce too much about the resources and heritage of our Heavenly Palace Academy. Disciples with Emperorless Realm cultivation can take a step forward, and those who are interested can head to the Heavenly Palace Academy. As soon as the words fell, Lu Yuzhu, Ji Hai, and Han Xinghe looked at each other with happy smiles on their faces. To be able to enter the Heavenly Palace Academy was simply the dream of this lifetime. All 3 took a step forward at the same time and stepped forward. Ji Shan, Jia Rufeng, Hua Hongpeng, and those other young disciples of Fang Yanran were all envious. Ji Shan moved and boldly walked out. Yi Gongzi, I am the 9th cultivation level of the Hegemony Realm, If you don't reach the Emperorless Realm, you're trash, stand down. Yi Yunxiao decisively refused. Ji Shan gritted his teeth, his heart filled with jealousy and hatred. Just the 3 of you? Yi Yunxiao looked at the 3 of them and glanced at Lin Yang out of the corner of his eye. Lin Yang was at the 3rd level of the Emperorless Realm, but he stood motionless. Zhou Yibin quietly whispered in his ear, saying, Senior brother Yi, we came here this time, and the palace master specifically explained to bring back the first place. Even though this kid beat you up, people still have to recruit. Yi Yunxiao clasped his hands and nodded indifferently. Zhou Yibin was understanding and knew that Yi Yunxiao was not in a good position to speak, so he turned around and walked over to Lin Yang. Mr. Lin, our Heavenly Palace Academy. Sorry, not interested. Lin Yang directly turned around and walked away, not wanting to bother with him. East City Lord, my reward, was it sent to me? Lin Yang walked towards Dongjin Blade and asked him for a reward. Zhou Yibin looked at him, the scene was so awkward. This is only a mere 3rd level of the Emperorless Realm, do you really take yourself as a dish? Yi Yunxiao was so furious that he gnashed his teeth, wishing to split him with a knife. What a ing drag. Dongjin Blade took out a storage ring and handed it to Lin Yang. The rewards are all in here for you to see. Come on, let's borrow a step. He beckoned and turned toward an unoccupied area. Why so secretive? Are there any special rewards? Lin Yang scratched his head and asked curiously. He walked over to him, and East Town Blade smiled. Little friend Lin, there's something I must tell you. The reward this time, there is actually no Dragon Yellow Bell, there is only a map of the Dragon Yellow Bell. If you want the Dragon Yellow Bell, you need to find it yourself. What? You lied to me. No Dragon Yellow Bells? Lin Yang exclaimed in surprise. The others behind him heard and looked at him. What? There's no Dragon Yellow Bell? Is the reward of the Dragon Yellow Bell a fake? It can't be? The tournament has gone on for so long, and so many people have died, and the final reward can't be honored? The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone didn't expect that the best reward of this competition, the Dragon Yellow Bell, was not available? False advertising. Zhou Renyi Wei Shi Bei. Flowers without words, Xian Dao. Lu Yuzhu, Jihai, Han Xinghe, Ji Shon, Jia Ruffing. No one expected it, and all looked at Dongjin Blade in surprise. Are you kidding me? No Dragon Yellow Bell? The smile on Zhou Daozi's face instantly froze. Everyone had the feeling of being monkey-shined. Lin Yang almost stormed off. The Diyuan dynasty, at least a country, or the imperial court stepped in, and you're playing this with me? Lying to me, a young man in his 20s? Lin Yang took a deep breath, but quickly suppressed his anger. Hua Wuyin walked up at this time, tugged on the corner of his coat, and quietly said, "The map is in hand, it's enough. If the Dragon Yellow Bell is really in your hands, I'm only afraid that you'll be hunted down by countless people when you step out of Wanjing City. A piker is a piker." She analyzed calmly. When Lin Yang thought about it, it did make a few points. Many people are waiting for the Dragon Yellow Bell outside right now. If you don't believe me, go out and take a look, Hua Wuyan said. Lin Yang squinted his eyes and opened the spiritual rhinoceros chapter. His ears moved slightly, and the entire Wanjing city could be heard clearly within a radius of 10 miles inside and outside. Sure enough, outside the city, there were many Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses waiting for him. Damn, that was close. If you really give me the Dragon Yellow Bell, I'm only afraid that walking out will be a death sentence. Lin Yang muttered. He could clearly hear outside, at least a dozen Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses waiting. It was estimated that all the Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses from the entire Earth origin continent had come. Lin Xiaoliang seems to have sensed something? Dongjin Blade detected his words and saw the subtle changes on his face, and knew that he seemed to have discovered something. Actually, it's for your own good not to give you the Dragon Yellow Bell directly. Dongjin Blade spoke the truth to him directly. Lin Yang put away his storage ring and smiled coldly. Dragon Yellow Bell, I can actually do without it, I just want one thing. Oh? I wonder what you want, little friend? Lin Yang looked at Hua Wuyan's full head of white hair that was as pale as snow. I need something that can restore longevity. If you give it to me, I can return the Dragon Yellow Bell map to you. How? Dongjin Blade froze completely. On the Earth's Yuan continent, how many cultivators dream of the Dragon Yellow Bell, and even kill and set fire to the Dragon Yellow Bell? With the Dragon Yellow Bell, one could leave the prison-like isolated island of the Earth origin continent. But him, he can actually not want it? There was the Dragon Yellow Bell, and leaving the Earth origin continent meant a bright future. What does he want when he can do without his own great career? Dongjin Blade was puzzled. Why? Lin Yang grinned a bright smile. For a man. Little friend, don't you think about your future? Lin Yang shook his head with a smile on his face, his eyes reflecting a more gorgeous shadow than the spring breeze and flowers. No, she's a little more important than the prospects, I think. Chapter 73. Have you ever been in love? She's a little more important to me than the prospects. When Lin Yang calmly said these words, Dongjin Blade froze. He doesn't understand why. He doesn't understand it either. After all, he's an old man who's been single for 1,000 years. Women, are they really that important? Dongjin Blade was puzzled and tried to persuade him. You must know that on this path of cultivation, only by being mindful and focused can you eventually walk to the top. You sacrificed your future for a woman. It's not worth it, it's not worth it. He sighed with a shake of his head as he tried his hardest to persuade him. Lin Yang looked at him with wide eyes. City Lord, are you married? Do you have a Taoist couple? You're 1,000 years old, you haven't been in love yet, have you? You're 1,000 years old and you're not still a single dog, are you? You're 1,000 years old, you don't even know about love, do you? Lord of the city, have you ever been in love? Ever been in love? Ever been in love? Love? Cough cough cough. Dongjin Blade coughed loudly, his face darkening. Almost didn't get autistic when he asked. City Lord, Yuan T still be a 1,000-year-old virgin. Man, right? Little friend, you've gone too far. Dongjin Blade held his hand behind his back and took a deep breath. Please don't ask, okay? Can you give me some face? Am I shameless? Dongjin Blade's face sank, and he had the urge to resist the urge to explode. Don't the young people nowadays know how to sympathize with us empty nesters? To ask such an awkward question in public. Lin Yang looked at him and had already guessed that Dongjin Blade must be a 1,000-year-old child body. Where did he know what it was like to like someone? To restore longevity, I have no way. I can show you a clear path though, Dongjin Blade said seriously. Lin Yang immediately asked, please also ask the city lord to explain. Dongjin Blade pointed at Yi Yunxiao and the three of them. On the Earth Origin continent, there is currently only one sacred sage realm powerhouse, but he is already at the age of a walking dead man, and his time is coming to an end. That sage realm powerhouse, called Yun Kirin, is known as the Supreme Sage. Wait. Lin Yang interrupted and said, didn't you say that on the Earth Origin continent there is no sage realm? Are you lying to me? Dongjin Blade shook his head, dismissing his claim. I've already said that Yun Kirinai is now on the verge of dying. He can't move anymore, there's no difference between him and a dead person, it's just an extra breath, it's almost the same to say he's dead, he's currently in the Heavenly Palace Academy. All the sage realms that ever appeared in the Earth Origin continent, except for him, are all dead. It was only he who once used some means to prolong his life and lived until now. This is the only information I know. If you want to recover your longevity, you can go to him. Currently, within the Earth Origin continent, I'm afraid that only Yun Kirin can help you. In order to find Yun Kirinai, you must join the Heavenly Palace Academy. Lin Yang frowned, a little hesitant in his heart. He had just offended Yi Yunxiao and rejected Zhou Yibin's invitation. Now that he had taken the initiative to speak, he was begging to go to the Heavenly Palace Academy. How can I lose face? But Yun Korong was the only one still alive in the Sage Realm and the Earth Origin continent, and had used some sort of longevity restoring stuff. If he wasn't found, this full head of white hair of Flower Wuyan would never be restored. Also, her life force decayed. Though in looks, she hasn't aged. However, her future lifespan would be much shorter than other Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. Hua Wuyan stood back and looked at Lin Yang. I can tell he's a little embarrassed right now. She smiled faintly and turned to Yi Yunxiao, saying, Lord Yi, I've decided to let my disciple join the Heavenly Palace Academy, what do you think? Yi Yunxiao froze for a moment. Hua Wuyan was actually smiling at himself. Why is she smiling at me? Was Hua Wuyan hinting at himself? Yi Yunxiao suppressed his excitement, straightened his coat, and responded with a smile, since the Empress has opened her mouth, then I will definitely agree, no problem. Zhou Yibin once again walked over and extended an invitation to Lin Yang. This time, he agreed. For no other reason than to see Yun Kirinai once. Yun Kirin is almost dead, and he must be seen in a hurry. Ask him about the secret of restoring longevity. This is the token of the Heavenly Palace Academy. All four of you must report to the Heavenly Palace Academy within 3 days, and those who are late will be considered to have automatically given up. Zhou Yibin gave the four of them each a token. Lin Yang took the token and looked at it, dropping it in his storage ring. Soon, Yi Yunxiao, Zhou Yibin, and Wang Xingtian left. I was really worried this kid wasn't coming just now. He's here just in time. When he arrives at the Heavenly Palace Academy, I'll make sure he doubles back. Yi Yunxiao gritted his teeth and looked back, his eyes blazing with anger. That slap just now should never be let go like that. Zhou Yibin glanced at it and said lightly. That being said, Flower Wuyan is really the #1 beauty in the world, so beautiful beyond words. Senior brother Yi, don't you have any ideas? Yi Yunxiao frowned and sighed, with a feeling that his heart was in the right place. You can see it, you can't eat it. Seeing his downcast appearance, Zhou Yibin quietly came to his ear, a wry smile welling up on his face. Senior brother Yi, I see that kid surnamed Lin has a good relationship with Flower Wuyan. I'm sure Flower Wuyan holds him in high regard. When that kid arrives at the Heavenly Palace Academy, let's kidnap him and set a trap for Hua Wuyan. When the time comes, won't it be? Well. After listening to his suggestion, Yi Yunxiao's eyes suddenly flashed with a ray of light. One could set up a trap in advance and wait for Flower Wuyan to throw herself into the net once she came over. If Hua Wuyan didn't come to save that kid, the two of them could kill the one surnamed Lin, which was equal to avenging today's slap. If Hua Wuyan comes over, then, well, a thief must be bold and a horse must be fat. If you die under the peony flower, you'll be a ghost. Just let me touch her once, it's worth it even if I'm killed by 1,000 cuts. Yi Yunxiao clenched his fists as an overwhelming agitation rose within his body. Me too. Zhou Yibin smiled coldly. Yes. But I'll go first. Yi Yunxiao's face was filled with an evil smile, and his mind immediately floated. Wang Xintian couldn't help but roll her eyes as she watched the two of them whispering from behind. Yi Yunxiao's character was well known in the Heavenly Palace Academy. When you see a beautiful woman, you can't walk away. In a previous life, he was reincarnated as a teddy. If it wasn't for his status as a disciple of the Heavenly Palace Academy, he would have been beaten to death hundreds of times. Inside the city of Wanjing. Leaving the fighting arena, Hua Woyan led the people of the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect to celebrate at one of the most luxurious restaurants in Wanjing City. Along the way, Lin Yang heard the conversation between the two Yi Yunxiao Zhou Yibin clearly. I can hear you. I can hear you. He looked up at the sky. Yi Yunxiao and Zhou Yibin, Wang Xintian III had not yet left his hearing range. The conversation between the two of them just now was heard clearly. Old Dragon, Big Scarlet, Second Scarlet. You all come out for a moment. Lin Yang called out to the storage ring. Something wrong, old boy? Ringo. Their voices came from the storage ring. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed. Old Dragon, Big Gory, are we brothers? The old dragon's eyes rolled back in his head and he said, when it's okay, I can't even call you. Something's wrong now and you're treating us like brothers? Don't pull that, old man. The old dragon shrank right back like an old greaseball. Lin Yang's face changed. A loach that has lived for 1,000 years is different, it's become fertilized, haha. Why didn't you answer me last time I called you? Which time did you say, old dragon? It's after you enter a tombstone on the first day you go to the 10,000 spirits domain. The old dragon was furious when he thought of that day. He didn't answer how he called him that day. Even more abominably, he had actually sealed the storage ring. The old dragon and the 7 elves almost didn't suffocate in there. The first tombstone on the first day of entering the 10,000 spirits domain? Lin Yang thought about it. Suddenly blushing. Twisting his head to look at Hua Wuyin beside him, Hua Wuyin's face instantly turned red. Wasn't that the day of the Joy Division's legacy? That day, he felt the sky spinning and didn't know what heaven and earth were. What were you doing that day? A couple of us, we can't even scream our asses off to get you. And you sealed the storage ring, it almost didn't suffocate us. Tell me what you were doing that day. Be honest. The old dragon asked aloud in indignation. Ahem. Lin Yang coughed, and both of their faces turned red. About that day, there's no more to tell, ha. The old dragon was on fire, blowing his beard and glaring angrily. Speak. It must be told. The events of that day must be made clear and explicit to all of you, not a single detail must be spared. Lin Yang, this. Bang. Hua Wuin's pretty face turned red as she glared and slapped her face. The old dragon shrank back in fear. All be quiet. Eat. Lin Yang stared at her in a daze and smiled heatedly. What are you laughing at? I want to know if I want to talk to people about. Shut up. Hua Wuyin huffed and glared at him angrily. Eat your food. If you have anything to say it later. Chapter 74, Are you still trying to scam me? After resting for a night in Wanjing City, he returned to the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. During these 3 days, Lin Yang went to Prime Peak every day to discuss cultivation with Hua Wuyin. Ni Daocheng, Gu Shang, these sons and daughters of heaven, couldn't help but praise Lin Yang for being so diligent when they saw him. Senior brother Lin is so diligent, going to Prime Heaven Peak every morning to find the Emperor Ancestor to guide his cultivation and coming down only in the middle of the night. Yeah. I've seen him on his feet for the past 2 days, and with dark circles under his eyes like an iron eater, he must have had a hard time. Senior brother Lin sells his cultivation daily, no wonder he's become so powerful. A few people were sitting outside on Bully Peak. Seeing Lin Yang coming down from Prime Peak, he couldn't help but praise him. Today is the 3rd day. That's enough, isn't it? I'm going to the Heavenly Palace Academy today or I won't make it in time. The boudoir was fragrant, with sandalwood incense burning inside a bronze animal stove. It's noon outside. Lin Yang rubbed his 2 black eyes and planned to go to the Heavenly Palace Academy. Don't worry, I'll drop you off later. Hannah Wuyin lay on top of him. A large red satin quilt, half slipped to the floor. Her eyes were mesmerized and she clung to the tree like a vine, exhaling from her mouth. Her pretty face was warm, her skin delicate and glowing. What was promised to be a dual practice turned out to be a single practice. She was fixing to moisturize, and Lin Yang felt that his soul was out of shape. Well, you let me up, I'm not ready for anything yet. Lin Yang had a lifeless expression on his face. At that moment, Old Dragon's voice came from the storage ring. Hey, dog. Older brother, are you there? Why did you seal the storage ring again? Quickly let me out. What are you doing? Do you hear me? Why do I feel weird out there? What are you doing? Just let me out to see it. Are we brothers? If we are, let me out. The old dragon shouted from inside. Lin Yang. Flowers without words. Luckily he put a seal on the outside. After the seal was put on the outside, the inside couldn't hear the outside and couldn't get out. If a seal is put on the inside, then those on the outside can't hear the inside. Seal both inside and outside, then inside and outside, neither can hear the other. Hua Wuyin plucked his storage ring and gave it a direct toss to the side. Annoying. Lin Yang. Go on, there's still an hour to go. Hannah Wuyin playfully tugged at the covers. In an instant, the heavens and the earth were darkened and darkened. After an hour of tossing and turning, Lin Yang finally came out of her room, walking holding onto the wall. Walking out from the main hall, he happened to bump into Zhou Daozi in the corridor. Lin Yang, what are you doing? When Zhou Daozi saw this, he felt as if he had been sucked by some kind of goblin for his Yang Yuan. Lin Yang's old face was slightly red. I'm about to leave the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect to go to the Heavenly Palace Academy, so take advantage of these few days now to seize the time to seek the Emperor Ancestor's guidance in cultivation. These past few days, I've been cultivating day and night under the guidance of Emperor Ancestor. A bit of overcultivation, just rest for a few days, it's fine, don't worry. Zhou Daozi's heart was sore, and he was immediately moved by his diligent and hard-working spirit. Every day he sniffs the chicken and tirelessly practices day and night. With this kind of spirit and enterprising spirit, he will become a great man in the future. Zhou Daozi was moved to tears. He patted Lin Yang's shoulder and said, Lin Yang, I hope you keep this enterprising spirit. When you enter the Heavenly Palace Academy, don't forget about the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect as well. If there's anything you don't understand in terms of cultivation, you can come back to me, or to Emperor Ancestor, and we'll definitely do our best to help you. Lin Yang nodded solemnly. In fact, even if you hadn't said anything, I would have come back for her. A tea time passed. He packed up his things, storage ring on his hand, and opened the seal up. Flower Woyan used her own emperor-ranked magic weapon, the flowing light peace feather, to take him to the Heavenly Palace Academy. Gone. Hua Woyan waved at him. Coming. Lin Yang walked over and stood on the feather. On Overlord Peak, Ni Daocheng and the others were all looking at him with envy. This white feather quickly took to the sky and the two of them sped through the clouds in flight. Pieces of white clouds under his feet and thousands of mountains flew by backwards in his eyes. Brat, you're not going to forget about me when we get there, are you? Hua Woyan took his hand and stared at him with radiant eyes. Of course not. I can swear by the heart of the Tao. Lin Yang swore with conviction. Come on you. Hua Woyan hummed, his face disdainful, but his heart was inexplicably a little warm. She took out her own transmission and handed it to him. You take it, this sound transmission node is mine, the sound transmission effect can reach tens of thousands of miles. Even if you're in the Heavenly Palace Academy, you can still contact me. Lin Yang froze for a moment, the expression on his face frozen. That still doesn't believe me. Am I the kind of guy who's always on the move? Is there no trust between people? Yes. Lin Yang solemnly accepted it with a nod. This transmission node is specially made and can only be transmitted 10 times, so you should use it carefully. Hua Woyan said somewhat helplessly. The 10,000-mile transmissions were difficult to make and had a limit on the number of times they could be made, no better than the 1,000-mile, 100-mile transmissions. Yes, I will cherish it. Lin Yang said, an imperceptible smile crossing his face. Oh my god. You scared the out of me. I thought that this transmission note could be transmitted unlimited times so she wouldn't be able to supervise me every day? Great, great, great. Hearing his heartfelt words, Hua Woyan almost didn't punch him. Still, it was a deliberate act of ignorance. Right. Lin Yang suddenly remembered something. That's the thing about the spiritual chapter, where you can hear the heart. Speechless, do you know the spiritual rhinoceros chapter? Or have you ever heard of the 9 chapters of the Great Tao? He inquired cautiously. What spiritual rhinoceros chapter? What 9 chapters of the Great Tao? Hua Wuyan stared at him in a daze, having never heard of these 2 feats at all. I've heard that there's a technique in this world that can hear what's in someone's heart, do you know it? Lin Yang asked her carefully. Hua Wuyan shook his head. She suddenly remembered that her master had passed down a piece to her before, with a name very similar to the spiritual rhinoceros chapter. It's called the spiritual rhinoceros heart response technique. When her master first told her, he said that this gong method could be used to cultivate the body and the mind, with the aim of meditating on the mind. When experiencing restlessness, you can use the spiritual rhinoceros heart response technique. I don't know any spiritual rhinoceros chapter, however, my master taught me a heart-related technique called the spiritual rhinoceros heart response technique, which is used to cultivate one's body and mind. Do you want to learn? Hua Wuyan looked at him seriously and inquired. Lin Yang's heart thumped when he heard this name, and he looked at her with a surprised expression. Can you hear the voices of other people's hearts with the spiritual rhinoceros heart response technique you practiced? Hua Wuyan suddenly understood. Heart thumping. This kid seems to have found something. I don't think he was sure he could hear his heart, he must have wanted to ask. Could it be that I can hear his heart because of this gong method? Hua Wuyan was incomparably shocked in his heart. She had guessed something. It looks like Lin Yang must know something. But looking at him, he seemed unsure, so he asked her to make sure. Hua Wuyan calmed her mind, her face still pretending to be as cold as an iceberg, as if she didn't know. How could I possibly let you know that I can hear your heart? Hua Wuyan hemmed and hawed in his heart, so he shook his head and said, I don't know. How can there be a feat that hears the words in someone's heart? It's simply unheard of. Lin Yang nodded silently. The 2 sat on the feather, the wind whistling in their ears. After a few moments of silence, Lin Yang suddenly shouted in his heart. Speechless. For a moment, Hua Wuyan's back moved. Hua Wuyan almost turned around and revealed himself. This brat actually dares to swindle me? He almost recognized me, so close. Hua Wuyan turned her back to him and her face changed. Lin Yang stared at her, not making any thoughts in his mind. After a while, speechless, stop pretending, I know you can hear me. He shouted again. Hua Wuyan was unmoved this time. Lin Yang frowned. So, after a while, mind all kinds of mouthfuls. Hua Wuyan still didn't move. Along the way, Lin Yang suddenly shouted in his heart every now and then. Tried to blackmail her, but it was fruitless. It's just as well to mentally scold her. After sending him to the boundaries of the Heavenly Palace Academy, Flower Wuyan told him to come down. The 2 of them exchanged a few pleasantries, and Hua Wuyan turned around and went back. She had just turned around when Lin Yang suddenly shouted in his heart. Wait! Flower Wuyan didn't even hear it and flew away without looking back. From the looks of it, that technique she learned should not be the upper part of the spiritual rhinoceros chapter. Otherwise the journey must have revealed itself. Lin Yang scratched his head, lowering his suspicion of her in his heart. The sky. After Flower Wuyan flew out a long way, he glanced back and laughed. Immediately open your hearing. Luckily, I closed my hearing just now, otherwise, you swindled me out. You're a slippery enough kid, but unfortunately I'm not a vegetarian either. If you swindle it out so easily, wouldn't I have lived all these years in vain? Chapter 75. Did you tell me not to take it? Twilight was approaching and the sky was beginning to darken. It was almost dark when Lin Yang arrived at the Heavenly Palace Academy. The Heavenly Palace Academy was located at the edge of the southern continent, nestled in the mountains. The mountains stretch for miles and miles, with rising and falling peaks standing in the clouds, and the mountain and river canyons are filled with clouds and mist, with flying springs and waterfalls. Under the twilight, a dormant mountain range appeared in rough outline, like a huge demonic beast, quite hideous. Worthy of being the topmost academy in the Earth Element continent. Lin Yang stood at the foot of the mountain and looked up, heartfelt admiration in his heart. On the top of the hill, a magnificent and majestic building with red walls and black tiles, flying eaves and corners. The vermilion door was inlaid with a fist-sized brass nail. These buildings look incredibly luxurious and expansive. At the entrance, 4 disciples wearing the costumes of the Heavenly Palace Academy stood outside the door with their clothes straightened. Stop! What do you do? The disciple at the door immediately stopped him. This is my token. Lin Yang took out his token and handed it to them for inspection. The 4 men looked at the token and after checking that it was genuine, they muttered and gave it back to him. You just came now? Don't you know that this afternoon, there's going to be a rookie test? Hurry up and get in, I guess the tests are almost over. Lin Yang froze. Zhou Yibin, Yi Yunxiao and Wang Xintian, the three of them, didn't tell him about this last time. Thank you, elder brother. Lin Yang hurriedly strides in. At this moment, the square in the middle of the Heavenly Palace Academy. The four continents, east, west, south, north and south, and the selected disciples all gathered here. Today's test, it ends here. Everyone follow the assignments and go back with the elders. On the stage, an old man with white hair and emaciated face said with a loud voice. Ji Hai, Han Xinghe, and Lu Yuzhu stood amidst the crowd. That Lin guy, why hasn't he come yet? The tests are all over. Lu Yuzhu looked left and right and didn't see Lin Yang's figure. Wouldn't it be better if he didn't come? Han Xinghe clasped his hands and said coldly. Ba. Ji Hai folded his hands with a dunce expression and said, maybe later. As he was talking, the elder on the stage took out a ranking list. Everyone be quiet while I announce the rankings of everyone's tests. Xian Tianpei, test score 98, first place. Luo Yisong, test score 97, second place. Zhang Yang, test score 96. Soon, the elder read the entire list. The 49 new disciples under the stage stood in 4 rows. In the great hall, 4 great emperors walked out at this moment. These 4 people, all of them were in the heavenly emperor realm. Emperor Tianxian, Black Tianxian. Quran Ryu the Great, Lu Quran Ryu. The great emperor of the river and the sea, feast on the river and the sea. Cloud Rising Emperor, White Cloud Rising. The 4 men exuded a majestic and domineering heavenly emperor aura, each with a majestic and solemn look. The disciples under the stage were all incomparably surprised. Worthy of being the topmost academy in the Earth origin continent, there were actually so many heavenly emperor realms. The other sects, at most, only had 1 heavenly emperor realm. But the Heavenly Palace School, yet so many heavenly emperor realms. Heaven! So many heavenly emperor realms? Lu Yuzhu couldn't help but marvel, and her beautiful eyes glowed with a hint of surprise. Han Xinghe said in a cold voice, normal. Behind the Heavenly Palace Academy is the Earth Elemental Imperial Dynasty. Every country's highest academic institution brings together the world's talents. For heavenly emperor realms, it's too normal. After he finished speaking, the 2 Lu Yuzhu Ji Hai nodded silently in agreement. The Heavenly Palace Academy was one of the highest institutions in the Earth Elemental Dynasty. If there was only 1 heavenly emperor realm, that would be really weird. Lu Yuzhu glanced above the main hall, and he saw a familiar face. Behind the 4 heavenly emperor realm elders, each followed some disciples. Yi Yunxiao stood behind Emperor Tianxian. Disciples, each of you follow your assigned elder. The old man on the stage said loudly. Soon, the disciples under the stage dispersed. The 3 people, Lu Yuzhu, Han Xinghe, and Ji Hai, walked to the side of Songlong Emperor, Lu Songlong. The old man on the stage glanced at the 49 disciples, all of whom had already stood behind their respective elders. Okay, the test is over, everyone disperse. Wait. Suddenly, over by the plaza gate, a figure hurriedly ran over. Lin Yang hurriedly ran to the square. The crowd looked to watch him. The old man on the stage couldn't help but frown. Where did you come from? Why are you here now? Disciple Lin Yang, from the eastern continent, Jade Dragon's sacred sect, came late due to a delay on the road. Lin Yang lied and said. Of course he won't say that the reason for his lateness was because he was talking to Flowerless. Well. That. So late. Yi Yunxiao couldn't help but feel a surge of anger when he saw Lin Yang appear. Yun Qiu, what's wrong? You know him? Black Tianxian looked at it faintly. Yi Yunxiao narrowed his eyes, and a few points of killing intent flared in his eyes. Just a waste of space at the 3rd level of the Emperor-less realm, but without a physique. He's from the Jade Dragon's sacred sect, or I went and chose him. That day, I heard from a few of the contestants on the scene that although this person has a strong sword intent, he has no physique. This man, he is far worse than me. He finished. Black Tianxian's 2 thick ink-like eyebrows were raised upwards. No physique? Not having a physique means limited achievement in the future. Heavenly cultivators, most of them have their own physique, such as Flower Wuin's desolate ancient ice phoenix body, Dragon Zun's darkness to the sacred body. Well, word to the wise. Black Tianxian suddenly stood up. I'll take my leave, I won't accept this person, leave it to you 3. After saying that, he flicked his big sleeve and took Yi Yunxiao and those new disciples away. The 3 elders, Lu Sanglong, Fei Zhonghai, and Bai Yunshan, looked at each other. This old man, He Tianxiong, has always refused to suffer and always likes to take advantage. Why doesn't he want this person? It seems that Yi Yunxiao said something to him just now. This late disciple, there must be something wrong. The three of them whispered and carefully sized up Lin Yang. He Tianxiong was notorious for taking advantage of the situation in the Heavenly Palace Academy. Whatever good things came his way, he always grabbed them. This late disciple, if it was any good seedling, He Tianxiong would definitely strive to the end. The trio's eyes were on Lin Yang, looking up and down. Lin Yang's mental state wasn't very good, and the dark circles under his two eyes were comparable to that of an iron eater. When I walked just now, my steps were a little light. The elder on the stage, looking back at the three of them, said, "Three elders, the test is now over. Why don't we just assign him to one of you and forget about it?" As soon as he finished speaking, the three elders immediately stood up and smilingly waved their hands to refuse. "Elder Gong, I've taken in a bit too many disciples today. This one, I don't want it, leave it to the two of them." Feast Jianhai immediately waved his hand and led his disciples away. He didn't want to charge Lin Yang. Bai Yinsheng is anxious. Lin Yang, this disciple, looks like he is not in the spirit of the spirit. Moreover, Black Tianxiong does not want it. There must be a problem. "Elder Gong, you know that I have the largest number of disciples under my seat. I can't take any more. This son, leave it to Elder Lu Sanglong." "Bai Yunsheng, what do you mean? I won't take it either." Lu Sanglong was also anxious and immediately took Zhihai, Lu Yuzhu, Han Xinghe and the rest of their new disciples and left without looking back. "You guys?" Gong Fei was standing on the stage a bit helpless. The large square. There was only one disciple left in Lin Yang that no one wanted. Gong Fei was very clear in his heart that Plaza Yi Yunxiao had said something to He Tianxiong, and He Tianxiong had left after hearing it. With a character like He Tianxiong, the fact that he didn't accept Lin Yang must mean that there was something wrong with Lin Yang somewhere. Moreover, Lin Yang, this dark circles under his eyes, this mental state. It's like I haven't slept in days. This disciple, what is your name? Why don't I arrange for you to go to the utility room? How? No. Lin Yang looked serious and decisively refused. This time, he came to the Heavenly Palace Academy in order to meet Supreme Sage Jun Qirenon for a moment. "If you want to talk to any of the elders, you must first pass a test." "So, yes, I would like to test it." Lin Yang was very decisive. Gong Fei froze for a moment, so he nodded. "Okay, the test is simple." He pointed to a huge quizzing stone on the stage. The stone was dark and oddly shaped, with tiny cracks and marks on it. You can use your maximum strength to attack this quiz stone. This quiz stone, the score limit is 500 points. As long as it reaches 80 points, it will be considered a pass. If you pass, the academy can force you to be placed with an elder. They can't even accept you if they don't. Lin Yang nodded silently and ascended the stage to look at the quiz stone. "Elder Gong, has anyone from the Heavenly Palace Academy reached 500 points? He asked suddenly. Gong Fei froze for a moment and looked at him with a bit of surprise. "Mei?" Gong Fei laughed. He knew what Lin Yang was thinking in his mind. "Young man, don't be overly ambitious. Since the establishment of the Heavenly Palace Academy, no one has reached 500 points. Just do your best, don't think about nothingness." The corners of Lin Yang's mouth rose slightly as he smiled. He silently walked to the front of the quiz stone and drew the heaven-destroying sword. "For her sake, I'm not pretending." In an instant, the 3 times of the Emperorless Realm, the 9 chapters of the Great Tao, the tainted glazed purified heartsword body, the sword intent of the second. Fully open. He raised the sky-destroying sword and exploded all his strength as he slashed at the quiz stone. With a whoosh, everything seemed to stand still for a moment. What a strong sword intent! This son's sword intent, I'm afraid he hasn't reached the second realm of sword intent. Gong Fei couldn't help but have his eyes jump, and his heart was greatly shocked. The focus of his surprise was not Lin Yang's sword intent, but Lin Yang's age. Lin Yang was only in his 20s and had reached such a level. At that point, the numbers on the quiz stone scrolled rapidly. Can't stop this score. Gong Fei opened his eyes and barely dropped his jaw. Click. Suddenly, a crisp crack rang out. The giant quiz stone shattered. Bang! The quiz stone was split in half by a sword and landed on the stage, rolling up. Gong Fei's entire body was petrified. The 4 people, He Tianxiong, Lu Sanglong, Fei Zhanghai, and Bai Yunsheng, hadn't gone far. Couldn't help but look back when I heard the commotion. On stage, a figure, a sword, and 2 chopped stones. Black Tianxiong was dumbstruck, both eyes open like bullseyes waiting for Yi Yunxiao. He couldn't help but burst out. Uing. Told me not to collect? Chapter 76. Yes, she means a lot to me. Uing told me not to take it? A sword splits the quiz stone, and you're telling me not to take him? You're saying he's worse than you? He Tianxiang's face was so ugly that he almost stormed out. Elder, this, Yi Yunxiao froze and stammered for a complete sentence. Yan Zhanghai, Bai Yunsheng, and Lu Tsanglong were all subdued with shocked expressions. Elder Gong, leave the people to me. He Tianxiang immediately reacted and ran wildly as if flying, grabbing to collect Lin Yang. Hey Tianxiang, you old man, you play tricks. The quiz stone even split open. How strong is this sun? Almost fooled by you. The three of you don't snatch anyone from the old man, or don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Tsanglong, Fei Zhanghai, and Bai Yunsheng were in a hurry, and they quickly turned around and rushed over to grab the person. Almost missed such a good seed. Gong Yifei stood on the stage, staring at the quiz stone in a daze for a long time. I have been in the Heavenly Palace Academy for so many years, but it is the first time I have seen someone who can chop open the quiz stone. You're still the first. Gong Fei couldn't help but marvel. Elder Gong, how many points does he have? This disciple, He Tianxiang, except. Black Tianxiang flew onto the stage and directly grabbed the man. What's his score? Gong Fei couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. His score, it's already over the upper limit of the quiz stone. If I had to give a score, it would be 500 out of 500. Yes. He Tianxiang nodded with extreme satisfaction, a few appreciative smiles spreading across his face. Hey Tianxiang, what do you mean? Just now you said you didn't want it, now you still want to back out? Banquet Zhanghai rushed over and stood beside Lin Yang. He looked at Lin Yang with a smile on his face and said in a kind tone, your name is Lin Yang, right? When I took a look at you just now, I knew that you had potential, I thought you were extraordinary, it seems that my vision was not wrong. How about you, follow me? Lin Yang couldn't help but narrow his eyes into a line. You see a lot of potential in me? Why didn't you pick me just now? Can't you have a little face? You both don't want people, so what's all this nonsense? Bai Yunsheng walked over and bellowed. Lin Yang, if you follow me, I promise to give you the best and most resources. With your potential, as long as you follow me and cultivate properly, you will become a great man in the future. You're going to be great? This big weapon, is it decent? Lin Yang looked at him and couldn't help it. It will become a great weapon? This great weapon you speak of, how great is it? Bai Yunsheng held his head high and said proudly. As big as you want it to be. Lu Tsanglong glared at the three of them indignantly. It walked straight over, smiled slightly, and said quietly to Lin Yang. Lin Yang, I have the most female disciples under my seat, you can consider. Kiro Tenshiro, Lu Koramong, you're shameless. Yan Zhanhai, Lu Tsanglong, you are shameless. Bai Yunsheng, Lu Tsanglong, you're shameless. Lin Yang raised both eyebrows and looked at Lu Tsanglong's kind smile. Elder Lu, it's still you who understands young people. Lin Yang nodded seriously, well. In that case, then I'll. Fei Zhanhai suddenly tugged at him and came up to his ear. Lin Yang, truth be told, the old man has a daughter. It's not appropriate, is it? Lin Yang froze and looked at him. I just want an elder, and you want to be my father? You took advantage of me? Thanks, I've decided. It doesn't really matter how many female disciples there are, those don't matter. I just feel that I have a bit of a bond with Elder Lu at first sight. The three elders are sorry, I've decided to follow Elder Lu. Lin Yang rejected the three of them and walked over to Lu Tsanglong. Lu Tsanglong's face blossomed with laughter. The resources of the Heavenly Palace Academy were distributed according to the number of people, as well as the strength of the disciples. With a potential disciple like Lin Yang, Lu Tsanglong could rightfully talk to the Academy and apply for many more resources. Of course, not all of these requested resources would be used on Lin Yang. It's like a college for reading. The students inside the college have good grades, and the dean can legitimately ask the court for more funding allocations. Not all of these requested funds will be spent on students, of course. Ahem, the mystery is understood. Black Tianxiang's face went black at this point. He glanced back at Yi Yunxiao, itching to tear him apart with his hands. If it wasn't for Yi Yunxiao, it was otherwise impossible for him to give up Lin Yang. Don't. Lin Yang, you have to think clearly, He Tianxiang said seriously with a stern face at this time. The Heavenly Palace School is not an ironclad, and to be honest, the strongest lineage under our four elders' seats is on my side. The meaning of his words was obvious, even with a hint of threat. The disciples of my lineage are the strongest. If you don't follow me, imagine the consequences of any future conflicts. Hey Tianxiong, do you think that I, Lu Sanglong's disciple, am afraid of your disciple? Lu Quran fumed. Hey Tianxiong threatened Lin Yang so bluntly, trying to snatch him over. Of course he couldn't stand it. Lin Yang smiled slightly. No matter what Black Tianxiong said, he wouldn't choose him. Because Yi Yunxiao, Zhou Yibin and Wang Xintian were under him. It was impossible for him to choose He Tianxiong when he had a conflict with Yi Yunxiao. Are you sure you want to pick Elder Lu? Gong Fei asked him seriously. Yes, I've decided, Lin Yang nodded. Okay, I'll check you in then. You can go with Elder Lu now, and Elder Lu will teach you what to do afterward. My FA, after explaining some of the problems, put his name in the booklet. Lin Yang, let's go. Yes, Elder. Lin Yang followed Lu Sanglong and turned to leave. He Tianxiong looked at Lin Yang's departing back and hated him with a passion. Splitting the quiz stone with a sword, Lin Yang was still the first one. Yi Yunxiao walked over and spoke sardonically, Elder, I. Off. He Tianxiong angrily rebuked, so angry that he almost didn't make a move against him. As Lin Yang followed Lu Sanglong on his way back, the other disciples told him about the rules of the Heavenly Palace Academy. The Palace Master of the Heavenly Palace Academy was the Supreme Sage Yun Kurenai. Yun Kuren is now on the brink of death, and most of the things in the academy are jointly discussed by the elders before they are implemented. That is, once Yun Kuren passed away. The several elders of the Heavenly Palace School would definitely tear their faces apart and fight for the position of Palace Master. The Heavenly Palace Academy appeared to be united, but in fact, it had long been internally split into several small groups. Each of the elders have their own factions and groups. The system of the Heavenly Palace School is called the 10 Courts System. There are 10 branches in all. The first courtyard, it is the place where the Palace Master, the elders live. The second courtyard, a place to welcome foreign guests, as well as to discuss important matters. The third house, is a disciple of the lineage of He Tianxiong. The fourth house, it's the lineage of Lu Sanglong. The 5 houses, it is the lineage of the Feast River and the Sea. The sixth house, it's the lineage of Bai Yunqing. The 7 courts, a place for miscellaneous disciples. The 8 courts, the seat of the Hall of Penalties. The 9 courts, the seat of the Hall of Elixirs. 10 courtyards, the seat of the Hall of Merit. There were just these 10 branches in total, and between each of them, they were in different mountain ranges, separated from each other by a distance. Elder Lu, I have a favor to ask. Lin Yang opened his mouth to inquire with a heavy face. Lu Sanglong nodded briskly, okay, as long as it's something I can do, I will definitely help you. I want to see Palace Master Yun Kurong. Lu Sanglong froze. This request made him a little difficult. Why do you want to see him? Truthfully. Lin Yang looked at him quite frankly. I came to the Heavenly Palace Academy not to seek immortality, not to Xiaju soar. I'm only here for one. If I can't see Yun Kurenai, I don't think there's any reason for me to stay here. The expression on Lu Sanglong's face was completely frozen. You'd rather leave the Heavenly Palace Academy for one person? The Heavenly Palace Academy was a place that how many cultivators dreamed and dreamed of coming to. The Heavenly Palace Academy was as good as trash in his eyes? Lu Quran couldn't help but frown and ask. That person, he's important to you? More important than the Heavenly Palace Academy? Lin Yang nodded silently with a smile on his face. That's right. Chapter 77, For her sake, I have no fear. You must see him? That's right. Must see? Must see. Lu Sanglong gradually understood in his heart when he saw how determined he was. That person in his heart must be very important to him. After arranging for the accommodation of the disciples and other things, Lu Sanglong called Lin Yang out alone. Lu Sanglong gazed at him seriously and said, I'm willing to help you once. Many thanks to Elder Lu. Lin Yang was overjoyed. Don't you rejoice too soon, Lakura Long told him with sudden seriousness. Palace Master Yun Kurenon, due to the fact that he only has one breath left now, he could die of immortality at any time. The court has a rule that he is not to be disturbed for anything other than important matters. So, I can only help you apply for it. As for whether or not Yun Kurong is willing to see you, or whether or not the top approves it, I can't guarantee it. As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Lin Yang's face instantly wilted. Just now, he had thought that he would be able to meet Yun Kurenai without any problems. I didn't expect that. It doesn't seem that simple. Lin Yang scratched his head and suddenly thought of someone. Since Yun Kurong had lived for so long, he must have known Ling Wei. Elder Lu, take a message to Palace Master Yun Kiranon, just say, Ling Wei's disciple. Ling Wei? Are you talking about Sage Ling Wei? Lu Koramon gave him a surprised look. He had heard of the great name of Sage Ling Wei long ago. Although Sage Ling Wei had long passed away thousands of years ago, his name still hadn't completely worn out. Yes. Wait here for a while, I'm going to walk to the first courtyard. Lu Tsanglong immediately flew over to the first courtyard. Lin Yang sat on a stone bench in the Four Colleges field and waited quietly. It's getting darker and darker. The sun sets, the moon rises, and the stars shine brightly. Lin Yang sat there for a long time waiting. Finally, Lu Karan Ryu came back. Lin Yang, congratulations. The palace master is willing to meet you. Lu Tsanglong was very happy. Thank you, elder. Lin Yang jumped up in excitement, both eyes glowing. It was finally time to meet Yun Kurenai. Yun Kuren must have a way to restore his longevity. But then, Flower Wuyan's white hair could be restored, her longevity, her life force, could be restored as well. I'm leaving, thanks to Elder. Elder Lu, a great favor is unforgettable. Lin Yang was incredibly happy. Go ahead and don't delay. Lu Kenblong waved at him. Yes. Lin Yang was full of smiles as he flew in the direction of the first courtyard. Watching his fading back, Lu Kuran took a deep breath. The heart is filled with emotion. How many young people in this world have risked their lives for the word love? I'll go through fire and water, and I'll go through fire and water. But in the end, everyone ends up differently. Some rejoice, some suffer. Lu Tsanglong carried his hands behind his back, a smile raised on his face. Lin Yang was filled with joy along the way and rushed to the first courtyard as fast as he could. The first courtyard, located in the center of the Heavenly Palace Academy, on top of the highest mountain range. A deep, grand and majestic hall sits atop a mountain. The hall was surrounded by soldiers. Stand still. What for? The soldiers at the gate stopped him for questioning. Disciple Lin Yang, seeking an audience with Palace Master Yun. Lin Yang responded loudly. The soldier looked at it, so he gave a thumbs up and pointed inward, go in. Thanks a lot. Lin Yang stepped through the gate quickly. Walk through the first gate and there's a second one behind it, walk through the third and there's a fourth. What do you mean by deep palace? Lin Yang finally had an experience when he saw this heavy gate. Entering the last gate, he finally stepped into the middle of the deep palace hall. As soon as he stepped into the threshold of the great hall, he felt an extremely strong pressure as if he had fallen into the deep sea. The strong pressure pressed on the chest, making it hard to breathe and very hard to even move the body. An aura of the sage realm enveloped the great hall. Behind the great hall, a large golden bed was placed, and a withered old man with a head full of white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and the skin on his body as dry as tree bark. 8 feet long and skinny as hell. He is Yun Korong, the last and only sacred sage realm still alive in the Earth origin continent. It's still alive, but it's almost as good as dead. He lay sickly on his bed, his eyes closed, a vague aura of death emanating from him. It was no wonder that no one would think of Yun Kurenai when mentioning the world's powerhouses now. In his condition, living is no different from dying. You're here? As soon as Lin Yang walked into the great hall, he heard his vicissitude in hoarse voice. Disciple Lin Yang, greetings to Palace Master Yun. He bowed his head respectfully to him. Yun Kurenai's eyes were closed and his lips didn't open, but he made a sound. He asked, are you Ling Wei's disciple? Lin Yang, not exactly, but he let me inherit his chance, so it could be considered. Lin Yang answered him honestly. For someone like Yun Kuren, who had lived for millions of years, it would not be easy to lie to him, so it would be better to tell the truth. Yun Kurenai was silent for a moment. Ling Wei, that kid, in his life, arrogant and unruly, beat all the Earth Yuan continent without any enemy, finally still killed, hey. Yun Kurenai suddenly remembered the past, and his heart burst with sorrow. His short sentence, however, caused Lin Yang's heart to shake. Ling Wei sage, beating all of the Earth origin continent without a match? That strong? Boy, what do you want with me? Yun Kurenai collected his thoughts and asked. Lin Yang, someone reduced their vitality and longevity to save me, and I heard that the palace master has a solution, so I came to pay my respects. Yun Kuren, birth, old age, sickness, death, and youthful aging are all rules of the Heavenly Tao. Restoring longevity belongs to going against the Heavenly Tao and will be punished by the Heavenly Tao. Do you know that? Lin Yang exclaimed, I have no fear in my heart. Yun Kuren, aren't you afraid of not succeeding but putting your own life on the line? Lin Yang exclaimed, I have no fear in my heart. Yun Kirin, what if I want you to die before I tell you the way? Lin Yang's eyes blazed brightly as he took a step forward with his head held high, once again shouting loudly, I have no fear in my heart. Yun Kirin, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was like heavenly thunder echoing throughout the mountaintop. The soldiers on guard outside the palace were all startled. Yun Kurong hadn't moved for hundreds of years, and today he actually smiled. Yun Kurenai opened his eyes were as bright as electricity, and his eyes were filled with a solemn and domineering color. He stared at Lin Yang and thought of Ling Wei. Back then, Ling Wei, in fact, died for a woman. He let out a loud laugh when he found out about Ling Wei's death. Laugh at Ling Wei's stupidity. The hallowed Ling Wei sage ended up dying in a hellish place like the 10,000 spirits domain for the sake of a woman. Stupid. Hopelessly stupid. To die for a woman, for so-called bull love, is even more stupid. Such things as heavenly chances are truly wonderful and mysterious, ha ha ha. Back then, Ling Wei went to his death for a woman, and now, the disciple who inherited his chance is willing to go to his death for a woman. It's really interesting. Yun Kurenai couldn't help but laugh. He doesn't understand it, and he doesn't get it. What bull love, it's all ing bull. The only goal for a man is to cultivate immortality and witness the world. Lin Yang understood what was going on in his mind. It's just that he doesn't want to argue. To explain lovey-dovey stuff to this old man who's been single for 10,000 years is tantamount to talking to a bull. Yun Kurenai looked at him and nodded, finally willing to tell him the way. Kid, I can tell you for the sake of Sage Ling Wei. You have to be prepared. Lin Yang's eyes lit up and he immediately agreed. Please be straightforward, Palace Master. Yun Kirin slowly took out a pair of golden scrolls. The scroll emitted a golden light, and the entire hall was filled with golden light, and a strong aura of a saint-ranked magic weapon permeated the room. Sacred order spells. Lin Yang's eyes widened, seeing a holy ranked magic weapon for the first time. This scroll, I got it by accident, I don't know who made it. You can enter the scroll, there is a mechanism inside, and the ultimate reward is called Heaven's Destiny Returning Water. The Heavenly Fate Rejuvenation Water will restore longevity and life force. However, after the Heaven's Destiny Returning Water is taken out, it will rain down endless heavenly tribulations. Have you, by any chance, thought this through? Yun Kurong seriously and earnestly advised him one last time. Even if he could pass and get the Heavenly Fate Returning Water, when it comes out, it will suffer endless heavenly tribulations. By then, I'm afraid that if he didn't die inside, he would die outside. I still have the same 5 words, I have no fear in my heart. Lin Yang responded to him very decisively. Yes. Get in there. With a wave of Yun Kurenai's hand, golden scrolls slowly opened, spreading over the entire hall. Lin Yang stepped into the scroll without a moment's hesitation. See his disappearing back. Yun Kurenai felt both angry and amused. That kid, Ling Wei, died for his senior sister back then, and his senior sister ended up dying. Why bother for a woman? Inside the golden scroll, Lin Yang suddenly poked his head out. Cloud Palace Master, have you ever been in love? Yun Kurenai's face swished black. You kid, come out here. Chapter 78, I want to, tell you some good news. Lin Yang entered the scroll, his body surrounded by golden light wrapped around him. A soft aura held him up as he slowly landed, and before his eyes, a tall and ancient tower appeared. The ancient pagodas tower above the clouds and cascade down to the ground. The surrounding area was all barren land with no signs of life. By passing through this ancient tower, will I be able to obtain the Heavenly Fate Returning Yuan Water? He stood in the doorway of the ancient tower and looked up, a wave of determination rising in his heart. In his mind, he suddenly remembered what she looked like. That sword, I'm returning it to you now, he said, walking resolutely into the ancient tower. The moment he walked into the ancient tower, the door behind him suddenly closed. In the center of the great hall hangs a line of black letters on a white background. The living come in, the dead go out. Lin Yang couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw these 8 big words. This ancient tower, is it that dangerous? Just as he was thinking, suddenly countless black shadows sprang out from the beams of the room. A single black shadow, resembling a man or a ghost, was extremely fast and agile. Each of them could not see their faces, their bodies were black, soft, and boneless, and each of them had a sword in their hands, dashing towards Lin Yang, and each of their swords was a surefire kill. Bear! In an instant, a sword pierced his shirt, tearing a gash in his shoulder. Lin Yang drew his sky destruction sword and dodged quickly. That was close. These things are so fast and so agile. If I didn't have the 9 chapters of the Great Tao, I'm afraid I'd die here. Lin Yang was startled and blushed slightly. Divine Eye chapter, Spiritual Rhinoceros chapter, open. With a loud shout, he immediately opened these 2 feats. His pupils shrunk slightly, his black pupils suddenly widened, and his ear's hearing was enhanced hundreds of times. Whoosh! Those black shadows constantly swept past him, and each sword had to be carefully dodged. He dodged quickly and easily through the many dark shadows. At the same time find opportunities to break them down one by one. Palace. Yun Kurenai sat on the bed and quietly watched the images floating above the scroll. It turns out that the image of a golden light coalescing over the scroll will appear. He had an eye on Lin Yang's every move inside. This brat, he really has deeply received Lingwei's true teachings, and the 9 chapters of the Great Tao are utilized so freely. Yun Kurenai watched while silently thinking in his heart. He looked at Lin Yang's vivid figure and thought of Lingwei again. Thinking of the Lingwei sage who was not afraid of the sky or the earth and disliked the sky and the earth back then. The minutes ticked by. Just like that, Yun Kurenai silently watched him pass through the levels one by one. Inside the scroll, Lin Yang quickly passed the 8th floor. Every time, he needed to make use of the 9 chapters of the Great Tao in order to complete the passage. Hoo. He ascended the steps of the 9th floor, and by now he was tired, sweating and panting. His clothes were all wet, and he had a dozen more wounds. Each gash was skinned and bloodied. Some of the wounds, you could even see the bones inside, extremely horrifying. Jabla. Lin Yang turned pale and tore off a piece of cloth from his shirt, then sat on the steps to bandage his wound. Sweat dripped down like rain. The last floor. He glanced up, a few glimmers of hope welling up in his eyes. As long as you pass this last layer, you can get the Heaven's Destiny returning water. After resting for a moment, he decisively stepped onto the 9th floor. The 9th floor was empty. In the center was a tall seat, and on the seat, a skeleton in armor with a sword in its hand and its head bowed. You're here? When Lin Yang stepped onto the 9th floor, that skeleton suddenly spoke. It slowly raised its head, the inside of its eye holes flashing with red light, extremely bizarre and appalling. Lin Yang couldn't help but shiver. The skeleton lifted its head, the red light in its eye holes flickering like eyes, and stared at him. Then it slowly stood up. Congratulations, you are the 101st person to break into the 9th floor. Will also become the 100th dead soul under my sword. It raised its withered bones and pointed its sword at Lin Yang. I happen to be the 100th? Lin Yang raised both eyebrows, feeling slightly surprised. He was the 101st person to break into the 9th floor, so that meant that 100 people had entered here before him. However, only one person broke through. If I'm not mistaken, that person is Yun Kurenai. 100? That's a round number, and I'm afraid I won't let you finish. Lin Yang smiled confidently. How could I die here? Who restores her gray hair when I die? Who restores her life? The skeleton looked at him, silent. Suddenly, its figure rushed forward like lightning. It was so fast that he couldn't catch it. What speed? It doesn't have any aura of cultivation on it, but this sword technique, this speed, this agility is comparable to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Lin Yang flew backwards with an extremely serious expression. The 9 chapters of the Great Tao, all open. Lin Yang roared, gripping the Sky Destruction sword tightly, not daring to be careless. The skeleton's swordsmanship was extremely exquisite, not missing a single crack. The sword light exploded, like a flurry of white snow, densely flying apart in front of his eyes. Clank! The 2 swords clashed together, touching sparks everywhere. Sword entanglement. The forest and poplar garments bulge and the wind rushes. The sky-destroying sword wrapped around the skeleton's sword like a soft, poisonous snake, and CUN spread out. The red light in the skeleton's eyes flashed for a moment and jerked back. The Sky Destruction sword was shaken away by the powerful force. What a strong swordsmanship! Lin Yang was shocked by its superior swordsmanship. This skeleton didn't use any cultivation, and with just this marvelous sword art, it suppressed him to death. Peeping Heaven Sword! Lin Yang roared and slashed his sword. The skeleton was unafraid, skillfully avoiding his blade, and not only did he not retreat, but instead he bullied his way up, his sword blossoms spreading out like heavy snow. But a sharp, snow-white sword blade cut wounds in his body. How could there be such a subtle, such a skillful swordplay? Lin Yang hurriedly retreated, his heart shaking. He now finally understood why Yun Kurenai had advised him so bitterly. It was because this skeleton's sword skills were simply of a godlike level. Lin Yang thought that his sword skills were good, and when he looked at the Earth element continent, he was considered to be on the first rung of the ladder. However, when compared to this skeleton, he instantly felt that his sword skills were dog. Cloud smoke 13 swords. Lin Yang was completely enraged and erupted with a shocking sword intent, quickly chopping out 13 sword lights. 13 sword lights sealing over at tricky and bizarre angles. With the addition of sword intent, this time, it was unbelievable that the skeleton could not be defeated. Lin Yang's confidence suddenly grew. A moment later, he was dumbfounded. The skeleton didn't even try to dodge or fight hard. Instead, it broke the surface with a point. It broke through one of the sword intent, then drilled in through this vacancy and stabbed at Lin Yang with a sword. 100th. The skeleton's cold, raspy voice rang out. Lin Yang froze. He only saw a light flash before his eyes, and in the next moment, a cold sword pierced through his chest. Bright red blood gushed out like a spring, dripping onto the ground. Palace. Yun Kurenai slowly closed his eyes. He sighed quietly, his heart sinking. Another death for love. Blood gushed out of Lin Yang's mouth, his pupils lax as he stared at the skeleton in a daze. Did I lose? How is that possible? How can I die when I haven't even gotten the heavenly fate revival water? The corner of Lin Yang's mouth lifted into an odd smile. The skeleton felt a little weird seeing him smile. Laugh it up, you're the 100th one, my. Who says I'm the 100th? Suddenly, Lin Yang took a step forward. The sword went straight through his body. Skeleton, Yun Kurenai were all shocked by his move. He took a step forward and used the opportunity of being close to the skeleton to slice over with his sword. Click. The skeleton was cut off with a sword. This kid. The sword was clearly impaled on her body, and he actually moved forward, preferring to have it impaled on his body just to kill it? Yun Kurenai looked at the picture in surprise, his heart greatly shocked. Is something like love really that amazing? Can a man be made to fight to the death? The skeleton fell and its sword disappeared. Lin Yang was covered in blood and staggered to the ground. He took out the transmission note that Hua Wuyan had given him. This note of transmission is limited to 10 times only. Hua Wuyan had explained that it was best to contact her when in danger or in an emergency. Speechless. He cried out softly. When Hua Wuyan heard his voice, her first thought was that he was in danger. Immediately, her anxious voice came from the transmissions. What's wrong, brat? Are you in danger? I'll be right over. No, I'm not in danger. All right? Are you sure you're okay? Don't lie to me? Really, I won't lie to you this time. Lin Yang was lying in a pool of blood with a smile on his face. I wanted to tell you the good news. Chapter 79, we can't help but sympathize with each other. When Lin Yang told her the news, Hua Wuyan had already guessed a little bit of what was going on and rushed to the Heavenly Palace School. Yun Korong had someone welcome her in. The two had met before and were old friends. Elder Yun. Hua Wuyan walked into the palace wearing white clothes with a full head of white hair. Yun Kurenai couldn't help but frown when he saw this white hair of hers, and at this moment, he understood it all. It turns out that the person who made Lin Yang fight to the death, preferring to die, was her. 1,000 years ago, Yun Kuren and her met. At that time, Yun Kurenai was still able to walk around, and there were still the last few sacred sage realm powerhouses in the Earth origin continent. When he first met Hua Wuyan was still young, only a few years old. Her master took her. What about your hair, little girl? Yun Kurenai asked in surprise. Hua Wuyan, nothing, just a little loss of longevity. She said the words flatly. It's just a matter of losing a little bit of longevity. It's easy to say. There is no woman in the world who wants to age prematurely and live a short life. When Hua Wuyan said this, he was only fooling himself. Yun Korong sighed, I don't understand these lovey-dovey stuff. Back then, your master and Lingwei, those Thai stalls, ended up causing your master and Lingwei to all die. You didn't learn your master's lesson at all. Hua Wuyan smiled shallowly and immediately changed the topic. Senior Yun, where is he? Yun Kuren pointed at the scroll. He's in there. After saying that, he waved his hand and golden light flooded from the scroll. Lin Yang's figure appeared. He lay in a pool of blood, holding a bottle of life-returning water in his hand as he struggled to get up. Lin Yang. Seeing him like this, Hua Wuyan was shocked. He was covered in blood, and his body was full of wounds, like a bloody man. Lin Yang, what's wrong with you? Lin Yang. Lin Yang. Flower Wuyan was incredibly anxious and flew towards the scroll wanting to go in. Yun Korinai immediately stopped her. You don't want to go in there or you'll be transported to another organ where you won't see him. What then? Wait until he walks out on his own, otherwise it's useless for anyone to go in. Yun Korong sat calmly on the bed and said blandly. Hua Wuyin frowned anxiously, seeing him covered in blood and covered in wounds. She couldn't wait to rush to his side and heal his wounds. In the scroll, Lin Yang climbed to his feet and struggled to hold on. Every step left a bloody mark under his feet. He stumbled all the way out of the ancient tower, walking out of the scroll with immense difficulty. Hua Wuyin tightly pinched the corner of her skirt, anxious. The usual iceberg-like appearance had long since been melted into soft water by the sunshine of love. Yun Korinai looked at her with a dark face as she spun around and around, spinning his eyes. Little girl, will you stop spinning? The old man's eyes are spinning, I'm going to faint. Hua Wuyan froze for a moment. I'm sorry, senior, I really can't help it. Can't help it? That's what you want? Yun Korinai rolled his eyes helplessly. How is it that young people who fall in love are so annoying? Hua Wuyan's clear eyes narrowed slightly into a line, embarrassed and heatedly smiled. Time passes by. Lin Yang braced himself and swallowed a few pills before finally stepping out of the scroll. The golden light within the great hall was great, and a figure stepped out from the light. He took one bloody step at a time. The blood was draining from his body. Lin Yang. Speechless. Flower Wuyan's beautiful eyes flowed, sweetness, excitement, sadness, grief of all kinds of emotions, a hair surged to the heart. She ran wildly, pouncing with open arms. Lin Yang looked at her. She looked at Lin Yang. The two men looked at each other in all directions. He raised his hand suddenly, rejecting her hug, a miserable smile on his face. I'm dirty and I'm afraid I'll get you dirty. He thought that she was so pretty, like a fairy, she should always be clean. If it's dirty, he'll be over the moon. Hua Wuyan froze when she heard his words. She stopped, a hot tear welling up in her eye. Brat, I don't mind. She smiled and walked up to him, hugging him tightly. At this moment, the two could clearly feel each other's heartbeat and temperature. Cough, 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 cough. Yun Korinai's face suddenly sank, and he lowered his head and coughed violently and loudly. Ah, this. Lin Yang and Hua Wuyan were startled. That just came to mind. Turns out there's another one here. No, there's another one. The two men hurriedly let go. I'm sorry, Elder Yun, I didn't hold back. Cloud Palace Master, sorry ha. The two stood in front of Yun Korinai, as coy as children. Yun Korinai was angry and laughing, and had a bit of an urge to kick them out. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely powerful lightning bolt struck the roof of the palace, and the entire palace was illuminated by electricity. Dark clouds rolled across the sky like a raging wave, blotting out the sky and the moon. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the clouds, and a snow-white lightning bolt resembled an augur and a silver snake, dancing wildly in the sky. The heavenly calamity is here, boy, your calamity has just begun. Yun Korinai rolled his eyes and said. Hua Wuyan frowned tightly and held him back. Lin Yang, don't go out, I'll block the heavenly tribulation for you. As he was talking, dozens of lightning bolts coalesced into a single bolt of lightning, emitting a destructive aura as it angrily slashed down from the air. Go away! Hua Wuyin pushed him away and rushed up, drawing his sword and chopping at lightning. Boom! The earth-shattering collision erupted with an extremely powerful flash of light, a strong shockwave and force that shook Flower Wuyan directly back. Even the heavenly emperor realm couldn't stop the power of the heavenly tribulation? A few chills rose in Lin Yang's heart. As I said, those who act against the way of heaven will suffer the wrath of heaven, Yin Qiren said. The punishment of the heavenly Tao is not something that can be fought by human hands. Little girl, I know you can't let him die, but you can't save him at all. Because the heavenly emperor realm, in front of the greatness of heaven and earth, is still unbeatable. Hua Wuyan glanced back at Lin Yang. Lin Yang, if you can't block the heavenly tribulation, then throw back the heavenly fate returning yuan water, I don't want it. How could I possibly give up? Lin Yang laughed miserably in response to her. No matter what, you can't throw back the heaven's destiny return water. Risked my life to get it. Well, I'm sick of seeing you guys crooked and tired. Luckily, your cultivation level is not high, and the heavenly tribulation you attracted is not high either. I'll block this heavenly calamity for you. Yun Korinai said with an impatient face. Hua Wuyan, Lin Yang, and the two of them were incomparably surprised when they heard his words. He can block this heavenly calamity? Isn't he a dead man walking? How do you still have the power to block the apocalypse? What are you looking at? Don't believe me? Yun Kurenai glared without a good look. Even though I'm dying, I'm at least in the sage realm. As far as the heavenly tribulation that you attracted at the emperorless realm is concerned, its power is at most at the emperorless realm to the heavenly emperor realm. The sage realm is one realm higher. If you can't handle this, haven't you lived for thousands of years for nothing? With a wave of Yun Kurenai's hand, a prohibition enveloped the entire palace. Sure enough, all of the heavenly tribulation that descended from the sky was blocked. The two were overjoyed. Many thanks to Palace Master Yun. Thank you, Elder Yun. The two couldn't have been happier to thank him. Thanks to Lin Yang's low cultivation level and thanks to Yun Kurenai. Palace Master Yun, this bottle of Heavenly Fate Revival Water, why don't I give you some of it? Lin Yang wanted to take this bottle of water and give him a little bit of it to revitalize him as well. Yun Kurenai waved his hand and refused. Heaven's Fate Rejuvenation Water, each person can only use it once. I've already drunk it, it's already a miracle that I can live this long. It's useless to give me any more to drink, it's a pure waste. Just give it to the little girl, and besides, this bottle of water is only effective if you drink all of it, not even a little bit short. Lin Yang felt surprised and a little regretful. Was going to send him some. You guys get out, I'm too tired. Yun Kuren said, laying back down. Hua Woyan took his hand and thanked Yun Kurenong respectfully. The two men turned and walked to the door. Flower Woyan excitedly stood on her tiptoes and kissed her. The striped figure on the bed was suddenly irritated, and all at once sprang up angrily. Boring. Get out. Chapter 80, It's not quite right, is it? Yun Kurong had someone arrange lodging for Hua Woyan and in addition, notified the other elders that he intended to invite Hua Woyan, a guest secretary of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Room. After Hua Woyan took the Heavenly Fate Rejuvenation Water, the white hair on her head finally turned into a full head of green silk. Longevity also returned to normal and even enhanced his cultivation a little bit. Hua Woyan contained water in pills and fed him a few pills down. Soon, the injuries on Lin Yang's body gradually healed. The day before that, yesterday. 3 consecutive days and nights non-stop practice, Lin Yang's dark circles under the eyes thick as ink. He ate the elixir and fell into a deep sleep. Hua Woyan pushed him a few times, but she couldn't wake up no matter how hard she pushed. A few days later, Flower Woyan was officially invited by the Heavenly Palace Academy to become the Academy's foreign aide, the guest minister. And a shelter was opened for her. She was able to become a guest secretary of the Heavenly Palace Academy solely because she knew Yun Kuren. Hua Woyan could now run both ways at the Heavenly Palace School and the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. Because of this layer of relationship, the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect was also bound to the Heavenly Palace School. With the relationship of the Heavenly Palace Academy, whoever wanted to lay their hands on the Jade Dragon Sacred Sect in the future would have to weigh their options first. Senior Brother Lin. Early in the morning, Lu Yuzhu wore a beautiful long dress, combed her long hair, dressed up carefully, and ran to Lin Yang's residence to look for him in a hurry. Senior Sister Lu, is something wrong? Lin Yang looked at her. Lu Yuzhu's eyes were warm and smiling as she walked over to him and said, Senior Brother Lin, we came on the same day. It's been a couple days since I've been here, and I'd like to go down and go shopping. Would you keep me company? Shopping? Lin Yang scratched his head, a few smiles spreading across his face. Why didn't this little ninny Lu Yuzhu look for someone else but me to go shopping? Did you do this to me? It's a pity not to eat this fat meat that comes to my mouth. He rubbed his chin, poking at it darkly. Anyway, Flower Woyan wasn't around right now, so it shouldn't be a problem to sneak down the mountain with her for just a stroll, right? He thought about the old dragon and the 7 elves. It's been a while since I've let loose with them all together. Surprisingly, Lu Yuzhu wants to go down the mountain, then simply call out the old dragon and the 7 elves later. Lin Yang glanced warily towards the surroundings to confirm that Hua Woyan was not there. And so the guts grew. What are you looking at, Senior Brother Lin? Ahem, nothing, just checking to see if there's anyone else, and asking a few more people to come along. No, you can just accompany me. Lu Yuzhu took his hand and bounced in front to lead the way. Soon, the two left the Heavenly Palace Academy. The closest city to the Heavenly Palace Academy was called Whitestone City. The population of Whitestone City was as large as 1 million, and a wide river ran through the city. Merchant ships on the river put up their white sails and came and went. The 4-way transportation road, through the city, a carriage carrying goods ran wildly on the hoof. The road was crowded with people, bustling with people. Small stalls and vendors on both sides of the roadside were shouting and selling, and the scent of various kinds of wine, tea, medicine and rouge was mixed with the crowd. Man, give me a separate compartment. Lin Yang walked into the restaurant and took out a few taels of broken silver and gave it to the second as a reward. Seeing the money, Xiaoer's eyes seemed to blossom as he nodded his head excitedly and said, "This master, miss, the two of you, upstairs please." The second brought them both into a spacious box. Lin Yang ordered a bunch of dishes. The old dragon and the 7 elves, with their frighteningly large appetites, "I'll have to order a few more dishes." He looked at the menu and added a couple more meat dishes. Lu Yuzhu saw that he was generous and ordered expensive dishes. The heart couldn't help but be a little touched. Senior brother Lin ordered so many dishes for me, I really didn't look at the wrong person. Master Lin is handsome and rich, I want to marry him so badly. Lu Yuzhu sat next to him like a nymphomaniac and stared at him, unable to look away. Lin Yang took a glance. It felt a little weird, even a little hairy, seeing her demented expression and gaze. "What do you want?" he asked in surprise. Lu Yuzhu suddenly blushed her small face and lowered her head in shame. "Nasty, of course I want to." Pust. The tea in Lin Yang's mouth sprayed across the table and he almost didn't choke. In her head, what was she thinking? "I came out to simply hang out." Senior brother Lin, actually you don't have to order so many dishes, I won't be able to finish them all and they'll be wasted by then, Lu Yuzhu said shyly. Lin Yang. Actually, these dishes were not ordered for you, okay? It seemed necessary to clarify the situation with her. He must be told implicitly about the fact that he has a Taoist couple. If he was discovered by Hua Wuyan one day, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly at that time. With Hua Wuyan's violent temper, he could probably hammer him to death. Cough, Senior Sister Lu, I actually need to talk to you. Senior Brother Lin, you don't have to say it for me to understand your feelings. Wait, I'm not finished. You don't have to finish, I think you and we've got our hearts in the right place. Ha? Lin Yang was confused. You and I have a heart-to-heart? Lu Yuzhu boldly said, Senior Brother Lin, I know very well what's in your heart. You know what's on my mind? Lin Yang was shocked and frightened. Could it be that she had practiced the upper part of the spiritual rhinoceros psalm? Lu Yuzhu nodded solemnly. Yes, you like me in your heart, don't you? This sudden love fire made Lin Yang almost lose control. I can't imagine that this girl, Lu Yuzhu, is this kind of cheerful and spontaneous nature. If he had met her earlier, he probably would have fallen. At that moment, the fellow came in with a tray of cooked dishes. It wouldn't fit on one table, so another table was brought in. 2 tables full of food, all set. Man, get out, all of you, and don't let anyone in without my order. Nah. Lin Yang threw the few fellows who served the food a little bit of broken silver each. Those fellows' eyes darted around and smiled wryly. Master, we understand. We understand. Definitely don't bother you too. Enjoy your meal, Master. The guy smiled and closed the door and left. Lu Yuzhu's heart thumped and she blushed as she looked at him. Is that what he meant when he wouldn't let anyone else in? Did Senior Lin turn out to be such a warm and cheerful person? It's really hard to tell, but it turns out that Senior Brother Lin has deep pockets. She bowed her head and blushed, and would have been wrong to say. Senior Brother Lin, it's not very appropriate here, is it? Is the table so spacious that you can't sit at it? How come it doesn't fit? Senior Brother Lin, it's fine to do it, it's just that. Lu Yuzhu's small face was red, burying her head down all embarrassed to speak. On the table. Just what? Come on, don't ink. Do it yourself. Lin Yang picked up his chopsticks and urged her. You want me to do it myself? Lu Yuzhu's entire body was petrified, blushing like a tomato. Senior Brother Lin, why don't we remove the dishes first? Ha? What's the point of pulling out? Withdrawal is the only way to do. I'll let you sit. Wait, what do you mean by that? Lin Yang suddenly realized what she meant, and suddenly his old face blushed. Chapter 81 There are no outsiders here. You don't have to explain. This girl, isn't she a bit too bold? Lin Yang took a deep breath and tried to calm down, looking at her calmly. If I wasn't such a decent man, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold it. Senior Sister Lu, you've actually misunderstood. I don't mean that, I'm just telling you to sit down and eat. You, don't think too much. He said seriously and gravely. Lin, Senior Brother, you. When Lu Yuzhu heard his explanation, she immediately turned red with shame and became even more embarrassed, burying her head and unable to speak for a long time. I thought Brother Lin meant that. So that's what Senior Lin meant by that. Ahem. Lin Yang coughed, so he continued to talk to her. Senior Sister Lu, there's one more thing I have to tell you. Actually, I have a dowager. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuzhu felt like a bolt from the blue hitting her body, extremely shocking. She froze, her face frozen. Brother Lin already has a Taoist partner? Wouldn't I be making a fool of myself then? I was also excited to ask him out for a shopping trip and thought the two of them could develop. Lu Yuzhu immediately felt a little choked up and a little sad in her heart. Senior Brother Lin is so handsome and powerful, he must have a female companion. I should have thought of that long ago. She thought darkly in her mind. However, Lin Yang's refusal made her even more impressed with Lin Yang. She didn't think she was looking away. I hinted at him and he rejected me. It means that Senior Brother Lin isn't the kind of scum that starts and stops. He's a good man with a single-minded heart. I really wasn't wrong about anyone. In the face of temptation, he didn't budge at all, but instead confessed to me. Senior Brother Lin is truly a gentleman. Lu Yuzhu quietly looked at him, her heart growing more and more adoring and loving towards him. She was still upset. Lu Yuzhu suddenly surged with a wave of goodwill. Her gaze flickered and she looked at him firmly. This man, she must have. Senior Brother Lin, tell me, what's the name of your Taoist couple? I, Lu Yuzhu, will definitely surpass her. She said extremely firmly. This. Lin Yang froze for a moment. It wasn't the right time to make his relationship with Flower Wuyan public. The process of falling in love can be divided into two stages. Stage 1, sneaky, talking about a person is like being a thief, not willing to make a noise. Stage 2, bright and boisterous. I can't wait for the whole world to know that I have a date. Lin Yang smacked his lips and thought for a moment. Between him and Flower Wuyan, they should still be in the first stage, right? Senior Sister Lu, let's eat, the food is getting cold. He hemmed and hawed and immediately changed the subject. Senior Brother Lin, it's fine if you don't say anything. Lu Yuzhu sat down and continued. I will work diligently and make sure I surpass that object of yours, and I will make you choose me. And even though you're seeing someone, I'm not giving up on you. You're a decent, consistent man. Lin Yang. Thank you, Lu sister, I am not always consistent, but is it good to keep a tight rein on the family? Let's eat, Senior Brother Lin. Remember, I like you and I'm going to get you someday. After saying that, Lu Yuzhu picked up her chopsticks and feasted. I'm only afraid that you won't be able to fulfill your wish, because, I'm afraid, you'll never be able to surpass her. Lin Yang shook his head and picked up his chopsticks to eat. He took the dishes from the other table and threw them all into his storage ring. In the ring, the old dragon and the 7 elves were lying on the ground dozing off in boredom, and the sudden aroma immediately dispersed the dozing of several of them. What's the holiday today? Older brother actually had a conscience and sent in such delicious dishes? The old dragon was greatly surprised. It unceremoniously accepted each and every one of them, sitting down with the 7 elves and feasting together. Senior Brother Lin, what are you doing throwing the dishes into your storage ring? Lu Yuzhu looked puzzled as she watched him throw in dish after dish. Lin Yang, oh, it's nothing, I have some pets that are more edible. Lu Yuzhu, what pets are secretive? Just put it out and eat it together? Lin Yang, I'm afraid this isn't quite right. Lu Yuzhu, why? Come on, you don't have to ask, eat. Lin Yang didn't want to answer her and hurriedly stopped. Old dragon, can that golem thing just come out? The 7 elves were fine, but the old dragon was a proper dragon. How many monks want to eat dragon liver and meat? Want to catch a dragon as a mount? If the old dragon came out, once it was discovered, it was inevitable that it would be targeted by people with red eyes and cause trouble at that time. The two were eating in their room. In the hallway, a few fellows were chatting cheekily. The 2 young people in this room, who seemed to be disciples of the Heavenly Palace Academy, a man and a woman, gave me money and told us not to go in and disturb them. Ha ha! Isn't it obvious that they're messing around inside? Let's just leave people alone. I get it. Young people nowadays play really wild, or cannot play, actually ran to the restaurant box to play. In the row of boxes opposite Lin Yang, one of them had its door open, and inside sat several disciples of the Heavenly Palace Academy. 2 of the men were clearly Zhou Yibin and Yi Yunxiao. The 2 fellows walked over to them. The conversation they had just had was clearly heard by them. What did that fellow say? A disciple of the Heavenly Palace Academy messing around here? Zhou Yibin frowned, and several people felt very surprised. A disciple of the Heavenly Palace Academy, to mess around in a public place like this? And the guys at the tavern knew about it and talked about it. It simply degraded the reputation of the Heavenly Palace School. Senior brother Joe, take someone out to take a look. Who on earth is so doggedly bold as to dare mess around on such an occasion and tarnish the reputation of my Heavenly Palace Academy? See who it is, go back and report to the elders for severe punishment. The young man sitting in the center position, majestically solemn and imposing, droned. Brother, it's better if I go. Yi Yunxiao stood up and led the two senior brothers, Shi Bin and Li Yiyang, out. The young man in the center with a calm aura was his own brother Yi Yunka. Under Elder Black Tianxiong, one of the most valued disciples. Senior brother Yi, come on, drink, don't be corrupted by those scum of the academy. Come on. Several people next to him raised their glasses and toasted him. Yi Yunxiao, Zhou Yibin, and Li Yang walked over and found Lin Yang in Lu Yuzhu's room. Bang! Zhou Yibin violently kicked the door open. Lin Yang and Lu Yuzhu were both startled. The chopsticks were holding the tofu, but suddenly his hand shook and it fell to the floor and broke into tofu crumbs. Lin Yang raised both of his eyebrows, and a few moments of anger welled up in his eyes. It's you? Yi Yunxiao and Lin Yan looked at each other in four eyes, both a little surprised. It's such a small world, you can meet an enemy over a meal. Yi Yunxiao looked arrogant as he sized up the two of them and said, It's you who has only been in the Heavenly Palace Academy for a few days? Just abducted your senior sister to come down the mountain, you don't have a lot of guts. I abducted my sister? Is that a ing crime? Did I abduct your mom? Lin Yang stared at him coldly and mocked. What? Can't I have a meal with my senior sister to promote friendship? He pointed to the two beside Yi Yunxiao and smiled wryly. I'll abduct my senior sister down the mountain, and you abduct your senior brother down the mountain. I'm in love with my senior sister, and you're in love with your senior brother's chicken. Besides, I'm only carrying one and you're carrying two, and you still have the nerve to accuse me? Yi Yunxiao, Zhou Yibin, and Li Yang's faces changed. You. What are you talking about? We're just fellow disciples, friends. What chicken, what love full? Nonsense. The corner of Lin Yang's mouth lifted. There are no outsiders here, you don't have to explain. Chapter 82, Brother. I'm really wasted. What are you talking about? Yi Yunxiao got anxious and shouted angrily. Lin Yang and Lu Yuzhu looked at each other and smiled. Look at that, he's in a hurry. Me. Yi Yunxiao clenched his fists, his eyes almost on the verge of spewing out anger, so angry that he was almost frantic. The vengeance of that last slap was still engraved in his mind. And the day of the test. Lin Yang had made him lose face in front of Elder Black Tianxiong. His eyes stared, his eyes were like a poisonous snake, staring eerily at Lin Yang, and he suddenly laughed coldly. Kid, just for your words. I'll let you walk out of this restaurant today. Today, if you don't die, I die. Lin Yang shrugged bashfully with a needless expression. With just a few of their scraps, together they were no match for him. Lu Yuzhu tugged at the corner of his coat and asked vigilantly, Senior brother Lin, why don't we just leave? As far as I know, among the four great elders, Elder He Tianxiong is the most protective. Those who offend him, he will not rest until he is dead. A few moments of worry welled up inside her. Emperor Tianxiong, Elder Black Tianxiong is notoriously protective and loves to take advantage. Never refuse to take a loss. Anyone who offends him, he can't shake it off like it's a bone. Lin Yang smiled calmly and patted her shoulder, saying, Senior sister Lu, remember one thing. If people want to bully you, you can't hide even if you do. There's only one way to keep from being bullied, and that's it. Lu Yuzhu, Yi Yunxiao gave Li Yang a wink. Li Yang understood and hurriedly went back to call someone. Lin Yang's strength at the third level of the emperorless realm was not enough for the three of them alone to take care of. Senior brother Yunxiao, he bumped into the person who slapped him last time. He asked me to come over and call someone. Li Yang hurried into the room and said loudly. Yi Yunhui's brows furrowed and his face became very ugly. There were three other people sitting next to him. The nearest one, named Guozi, was also Elder Tianxiong's most valued disciple, one of his good friends. The remaining two were his followers' minions. Sun Forged Dragon, Wu Most Handsome, you two go help. If you can't manage it, come back and call me. Yi Yunka seriously admonished. Yes. Yes. Those two men stood up without hesitation and quickly followed Li Yang out. Right, wait. Yi Yunhui suddenly called out to the few of them. Pay attention, this is Whitestone City, not the Heavenly Palace Academy, nor is it a place where no one is outside. I'll put a ban on you to isolate sound and movement. You can do it with confidence and boldness. The three nodded in unison and quickly walked out of the room. Senior brother Yi, do you want me to help? Yi asked him hesitantly. No, no, no. Yi Yunka waved his hand and decisively rejected his idea. I'm sure there's nothing wrong with my brother if he's with a couple of them. As he spoke, he lifted the wine pot and poured a cup of wine for Yi. Come on, let's drink. Seriously, I still have faith in my brother. Although my brother loves flowers as if his life depended on it, I think that it's not a big problem. Men, who doesn't like women, right? With that, he tilted his head back and took a drink. Then a big hand. A prohibition was laid down to shield that room of Lin Yang's. Who placed the ban? Lin Yang was slightly surprised for a few moments when he saw a film of light lit up around the room. My brother put up the ban. What? Scared? Yi Yunxiao said with a cold smile. Lia Yang, Zhou Yibin, Sun Forge Long, Wu Mo Shui plus him made a total of 5 people. There's still his brother outside, sitting with Yi. Today, no matter what, he would be able to rub Lin Yang on the ground. Yi Yunxiao's eyes suddenly landed on Lu Yuzhu, his eyes darting around. A strong evil desire showed in his eyes. Senior sister Lu, do you want to die with him? Or are you willing to serve me? If you choose to serve me, I can spare your life and still get away with me. You can think about it, after all, I really can't be bothered to make a move on such a beautiful beauty like you. Yi Yunxiao's heart itched when he saw a beautiful woman. The heart felt like a million silver worms were burrowing into it, and it was agitating all over. You're dreaming. If you're capable, you can even kill me. Lu Yuzhu shouted angrily. Yi Yunxiao's reputation was something she had heard about on the first day she entered the Heavenly Palace Academy. The senior sisters and brothers around her had told her long ago. There are 3 defenses in the Tiangong Academy: fire, theft, and cloud woodcutting. Yeah? That's a shame. Yi Yunxiao stared straight at her with eyes that were as if they wanted to eat her up. I don't mind while it's hot though. You. Lu Yuzhu was furious at the thought of the image of dying and being violated by him. How in the world can there be such a lowly dogman? Senior sister Lu, step back a bit. Lin Yang smiled and took a step forward, blocking in front of her. Click. Yi Yunxiao clenched his fists tightly, his bones crackling crisply. Kid, even if I beat you to death today, no one will find out. He arrogantly pointed at the prohibition and smiled confidently. Senior brother Yi, what's the nonsense? Hurry up and do it, go back and drink when you're done. Li Yang couldn't resist yelling out. Several others nodded in agreement. Lin Yang, but just a rookie in the district. What's the point of talking to him so much? Beating him to death is as easy as beating a dog to death. Yes. Senior brothers, do it. Yi Yunxiao raised his arm and the 4 people around him flew up. Together, 5 people, in unison, erupted with a majestic and thick aura, and sharp killing chances spread and flooded like a flood. Bang! The hurricane brought up by the aura quickly overturned the table, and all the cups and tea bowls that filled the table were shattered. Senior brother Lin, I'll help you. Lu Yuzhu drew his sword. No, watch me. Lin Yang smiled airily. Madaka! He drew his sky destruction sword and took a step forward. A sharp and unrivaled sword intent exuded brilliant might. This is such a strong sword intent. Yi Yunxiao's few people were instantly enveloped by an intense killing aura, as if they were extinguished. Duck! Yi Yunxiao hadn't finished his words. Lin Yang's figure was like a cheetah flying swallow, extremely fast and with swift and sharp movements. Whoosh! The sharp cold blade swept through a ray of light, and the sword intent cut through all obstacles. There was a sound of bones being severed. Other than Yi Yunxiao, the 4 of them were cut off at the waist. The sword, chopping through the waist, split in 2. Bright red blood splashed furiously. Lu Yuzhu was all shocked by this tragic sight. She took several steps backward, her face pale. Pust! Lin Yang turned around again and stabbed over with his sword. The sky destruction sword pierced through his body. Aren't you a drag? Lin Yang drew his sky destruction sword and laughed like a demon. Yi Yunxiao sat paralyzed on the ground with a face full of fear, his pants wet. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Yang carried his sword with a smile and walked over step by step. What are you doing? If you dare to kill me, Elder Tian Xiong will never let you go. And my brother won't leave you alone. My brother's right outside, you'd better stay put. Yi Yunxiao crawled back in fear and threatened him warily. You scream. Try calling your brother. Lin Yang smiled and stabbed his sword over, directly cutting off his shoulder blade. Ah! Yi Yunxiao screamed loudly in pain. He crawled back desperately, calling his brother loudly as he turned back. Brother! Help me! Brother! I'm dying, brother! Brother! At this time, in the opposite compartment, Yi Yungue and Guizi both pushed their glasses and drank. Senior Yi, are you sure your brother is alright? Guizi asked as he sipped his wine. Yi Yungue, who was drunk, slapped his shoulder and said loudly in a very unpleasant manner. Are you looking down on my brother, senior brother Gua? My brother is at least the second level of the Emperorless realm, and although the other few are all at the first level of the realm if they join forces. You can't even beat a third level of the Emperorless realm, do you think it's possible? Come on, drink. I'll tell you what, my brother will be right out in another cup of wine's time, believe it or not? Guizi was a very cautious and careful character, he wasn't worried that Yi Yunxiao couldn't beat them. Rather, it's just the way his character was meant to be. Do everything very carefully. Brother. Brother, come and save me. Aha! Yi Yunxiao was lying on the ground, stabbed with bloody holes by Lin Yang, sword after sword. The pain tore at his heart and wailed loudly. Your brother is so good to you. Lin Yang couldn't help but shake his head and laugh, teasingly. Good brother, your brother is afraid you'll scream too loud and disturb his interest in drinking. Why else do you think he opened a band to isolate the sound? Pust. Lu Yuzhu was amused by his words. People get beaten up so badly by you and you make fun of them. Do you have manners? Raiding the shoots, nah. You've taken all the shoots on the mountain. Yi Yunxiao's face paled, convinced by his meticulous logic. Lin Yang stared at him with a smile, his sword blade resting against his dantian. Boo! He stabbed down with his sword, directly picking through Yi Yunxiao's dantian. One sword to waste him. Aha! I'm wasted. Yi Yunxiao roared loudly as he watched his dantian being wasted. A snotty face. The corner of Lin Yang's mouth lifted. Continue to pick over with a sword. The chowder. A cloud of blood exploded at his feet and a raven flew out. Aha! Yi Yunxiao was in severe pain. Looking down at his empty, cold bottom, he was overcome with grief. Tears swished out. This is a real waste. I'm wasted, I'm really wasted. Brother. Help me. Opposite compartment. Yi Yungue drank freely. Senior brother Yi, it's been so long, isn't it time to take a look? I always feel a bit uneasy, Guizi said cautiously. Yi Yungue was annoyed by what he said. Prancing to his feet, he didn't have the heart to say. I'm 100% sure of my brother. Chapter 83 A good brother with deep feelings so touching. Guizi always had that slight uneasiness in his heart, it felt strange. It's been so long, Yi Yunxiao and the few of them still haven't come out. Even if you kill a pig, it should be cleaned up and not left untouched for so long. Senior Yi, I'm not looking down on your brother. I'm a person who has always been cautious in what I do, and you know that, so let's go over there and take a look. Under Guizi's patient persuasion, Yi Yungue finally couldn't hold back. Yi Yungue was drunk, his face was red and he reeked of alcohol. The two of them walked out of the room and towards Lin Yang's room. It's this room, isn't it? Yi Yunue looked at the room with two confused eyes and patted his chest. Senior brother Gua, come, I'll show you. Let's show you how brave my brother is. Bang! With that, he violently kicked the door open. As soon as the door opened, all that could be seen was a mess in the house, with blood and broken tables, chairs and dishes all over the floor. Lin Yang, Lu Yuzhu and the two of them had long since disappeared. Where are the people? Yi Yunhui and Guizi both walked into the room and froze when they saw the scene. The two men scanned the room and were surprised to see 4 bloody people lying in the corner of the room. Yi Yunxiao fell into a pool of blood like a dead dog. Brother! What's wrong with you, brother? Bro! Speak up! What's wrong with you? When Yi Yunhui saw his younger brother Yi Yunxiao in this state, he was incomparably shocked. A drunkenness was awakened by a cold sweat. He ran over to help Yi Yunxiao up, who was still breathing. Quick! Give him some life renewal pills. Hua Zi immediately slipped him an elixir. How did this happen? How did this happen? Yi Yunhui's body trembled as a wave of anger exploded in his chest. Why, it's like this. He swept a glance at Yi Yunxiao's body, a hole in his body, and his blood was almost drained. Underneath, there's one most important thing missing. Brother! I must take revenge for you. Lin Yang, I'll kill your whole family. He hugged Yi Yunxiao and let out an incomparably angry hiss. At this time, Yi Yunxiao slowly opened his eyes, his vision blurred as he looked at this dear brother. Upon seeing his brother, a nameless anger rose in Yi Yunxiao's heart. Do you have a brother who's so mean to him? If it wasn't for you, would I have been beaten so badly by Lin Yang? Brother! You. Yi Yunxiao made a gurgling sound in his throat, trembling with anger. Don't you hug me. I don't have a brother like you. A warmth rose in Yi Yunhui's heart when he saw his brother so excited. He held Yi Yunxiao's hand tightly and looked at him with a resolute gaze, saying, Brother, don't be afraid, brother is here, brother will definitely avenge you. Brother! It's all you. Brother, I know. You're so badly injured, don't talk. It's all your fault. Brother, what else? Speak clearly, what else? I epsilon pi iota theta eta xn sigma iota superscript 33. Yi Yunxiao was so angry that his blood pressure rose and he directly fainted from anger. If it weren't for you, I'd be so miserable. Brother, what did you say? Speak clearly. Can you speak Mandarin? I can't understand you. Bro! What's wrong with you? Wake up, don't scare me. If anything happens to you, how can I explain to my parents back home? Yi Yunhui hugged him vigorously, tears falling down her face. Hua Zi couldn't help but shed tears when he saw this scene of brotherly love. It's so touching. What a great pair of brothers with great feelings. Good brother, good brother. Senior brother Yi, don't be anxious, he just fainted from a qi and blood attack, take him back to recuperate first. Aha! Yi Yunhui carried his brother on his back and walked out of the room. Hua Zi sent someone over to collect the body. The two quickly left the restaurant. Tengu Academy. 4 houses. Lin Yang bought a few beautiful clothes and some pastry jewelry for Hua Woyan. The last time I raided the Ji family, I harvested a large amount of property. The money was in a storage ring and had never been touched. What made you think of buying me something, you kid? Hua Woyan was especially happy to receive a gift from him. A gorgeous brocade dress and clothes, as well as gold hairpins and jade hairpins, rouge boxes of powder, and exquisite and delicious pastries of various colors, the aroma of which was overwhelming. Swords for heroes, rouges for beauties. I saw that the clothes you wear every day are pretty much the same, so I went down the mountain to Whitestone City, bought you some clothes and came back, and brought you some snacks on the way. I guess, that for someone as beautiful as you, only beautiful clothes are good enough for you. Lin Yang smiled and sat down to brag about her. Hua Woyan couldn't help but blank him, this horse's ass blowing, almost believed his bull. Hua Woyan was calm on the outside, and her heart was happy. She calmly asked, did you go alone? Or with one of the beautiful women? Alone, of course. Lin Yang's face did not turn red, and he responded loudly with a serious face. He hemmed and hawed and came over to her, wrapping an arm around her waist playfully. Really? Of course it's true, am I the type to lie to you? Well, I believe you. Hua Woyan opened the pastries and took out a piece of rose cake and tasted it. Do I have to ask so clearly who I'm going out shopping with? Hey, it's just a stroll down the mountain with senior sister Lu, do I need to be questioned so harshly? Lin Yang thought darkly in his heart. Hannah Wuyin paused for a moment when she heard his heartfelt words. Sure enough, men's mouths, lying ghosts. She frowned, a little offended. Am I that kind of small-minded woman? Actually, I don't really want to care who you hang out with. But it's wrong for you to lie to me. I wouldn't have done anything if you'd just said it. Why did you lie to me? Hua Woyan ate a few pieces of pastry with an unhappy face. Elder flower. Suddenly, someone outside the door yelled and hurried over. What is it? Hua Woyan put down the pastries in her hand, her brows furrowed as she quickly stood up. That disciple looked at Lin Yang. Elder Hua, all the elders are waiting for you in the 8th courtyard, telling you to hurry and bring senior brother Lin Yang there. After saying that, Hua Woyan glanced at Lin Yang. This kid went down to the mountain, could it be that he caused some trouble again? You go down first, I'll be right over with him. Yes. Hua Woyan stared at him angrily, what did you just do down the mountain again? Lin Yang shrugged his shoulders, stood up and said, "You know that Yi Yunxiao who went to Wanjing City last time, right? That kid hit on you and has a grudge against me. Just now in Whitestone City, I brought someone to try to kill me, but I ended up killing them back. That's how it happened." Hua Wuyan frowned, confused as to whether this kid was lying again. "Never mind, follow me out." Flower Wuyan was at least a guest secretary of the Heavenly Palace Academy now and could say a few words. "The little surnamed Lin. Get your ass to the 8th house." Suddenly, a majestic and thick voice came from the sky, rolling like heavenly thunder and reverberating throughout the Heavenly Palace Academy. Everyone heard the shower of insults. "Kiro Tenshiro." Lin Yang's sword brows raised as a few moments of anger surged. "Hey Tianxiong really is a person who takes every cent and is vindictive. Let's go, I want to see if he, Hey Tianxiong, dares to kill me?" Chapter 84. My husband, I'll protect him. Try it. The 8 courts, where the Hall of Punishment is located. The purpose of calling him to the 8th house was obvious. As soon as Lin Yang stepped through the gate of the 8 courtyards, an aura of the Heavenly Emperor realm pressed over like mountains and seas. "Sinner! Climb in!" Hey Tianxiong stood in the great hall and roared. A domineering and unrivaled imperial might surged forth, accompanied by an intense killing aura that enveloped Lin Yang as if it were a mountain pressing down on his body. "What do you want?" Seeing him strike at Lin Yang, Hua Wuyan stood directly in front of him and shouted angrily. She erupted with an equally powerful aura. The two auras collided together and a fierce rush erupted. The berserk aura swept and spread like a hurricane, and the entire hall shook as tiles fell and dust flew up. When Black Tianxiong saw her stand up for Lin Yang, he became even more furious. "Hua Wuyan, you're nothing more than a guest secretary of the Heavenly Palace Academy. It's not your turn to take the lead in the affairs of the Academy. Hey Tianxiong, let me tell you, Lin Yang is my most valued disciple. If you dare to lay your hands on him, I definitely won't sit idly by." Hua Wuyin was as powerful as a rainbow, and was unafraid. She glanced back out of the corner of her eye. "If you want to kill my husband, how can I not do it? I'm just protecting him today. Try moving if you can." Hua Wuyan, don't think that just because you're a guest minister, I wouldn't dare to make a move against you. Black Tianxiong, go ahead and do it. Hua Wuyan directly drew his sword and pointed it at him. "Lin Yang, I'll bail." Hua Wuyan's strong and domineering behavior made He Tianxiong even more enraged, drawing out a long spear as the two of them drew their swords. Lin Yang stood behind her, protected by her, and was inexplicably somewhat moved in his heart. "I have to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. She has to protect me every time. This can't go on. If she is not by my side one day, won't I be dead? Although soft rice is good, it is not as good as hard rice against satiety." Lin Yang clenched his fists and thought firmly in his heart. Hearing his heartfelt words, Hua Wuyin couldn't help but raise both of her willow eyebrows upwards. Although Lin Yang desperately wanted to raise his cultivation level, it was something that was very difficult to do. There were hardly any disciples of the Heavenly Palace Academy who had broken through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. The vast majority of people were stuck at the Emperor-less realm for decades or even a lifetime. It's no use trying hard when you don't have enough resources. "Brat, it's good that you have this heart. To reach the Heavenly Emperor realm, it's almost impossible to do so now. Even if the sky falls, you'll just have me to hold it for you," she said darkly in her mind. "That's enough, Elder Black." At that moment, Lu Sanglong, Fei Jianghai, and Bai Yunqing stood out and shouted to stop them. Especially Lu Sanglong, Lin Yang as his disciple, he rightfully stood on Lin Yang's side. "What do you mean you're going after Lin Yan before things are clear?" Lu Karama Long walked over and questioned loudly. He Tianxiong glanced at it and quickly collected his breath. Flower Wuyan followed suit and withdrew her breath, quickly regaining her composure. "What do I mean?" He Tianxiong said angrily. "This disciple of yours killed my disciples, killed 4 and wasted 1. Elder Lu, I'll set the record straight for you. If this doesn't come to a fair and just end today, then don't blame me for turning the other cheek." He dropped the words viciously. "Yi Yingui, Guozi, come out and talk." Yi Yingui stared at Lin Yang with fury, his eyes like a ferocious beast, itching to tear him apart. "Report to the elders," he exclaimed. "My brother, Yi Yunxiao, was severely injured by Lin Yang after he wasted his dantian. The remaining 4 disciples, Lia Yang, Wumos Shuai, Zhou Yibin, and Sin Forging Dragon, all 4 of them, killed him for him. The evidence is overwhelming, and senior brother Gui can also be a witness." Guozi stepped forward, nodded, and said, "Yes, I can testify." Black Tianxiong grunted heavily. "Humph. This son is ruthless and intentionally killed his fellow disciples. On the theory that the crime should be heavily punished, I suggest abolishing his cultivation and kicking him out of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Elder Lu, didn't you say things were unclear? Now, are you clear? Quickly give me an explanation, otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Fei Zhanghai, Bai Yunsheng and the two of them were silent as they looked at Lu Sanglong. Gong is a non-elder who also came out. Elder Lu, isn't it time for you to give a statement? He asked. Lu Sanglong looked at Lin Yang with a deep gaze. This kid, he's only been in for a few days and he's made such a big deal out of him. However, He Tianxiang and him had never been on good terms. Even if He Tianxiang was angry, he would still protect Lin Yang. Lin Yang, tell me, what happened then? Lu Sanglong asked without haste. Back to the elder, at that time, I went down the mountain with senior sister Lu and ate. At the restaurant. Lin Yang said, suddenly feeling a bit of coldness in his neck. With a quiet glance, an icy stare stared at him from his side. Hua Wuyan clasped his hands, and a few indescribable looks passed through his eyes. Senior sister Lu? I remember. Hua Wuyan laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he did not say a word, with an icy expression of silence. Oops, accidentally blurted it out. How are you going to explain this to her later? I really didn't do anything with her. Lin Yang's heart thumped half cold. I should have known to be honest with her. Go on. Lu Kenglong urged him on. It's... Lin Yang glanced at her and saw that she had a calm look on her face and instantly relaxed much more. I was eating at a restaurant with Lu's senior sister, and then a few of them. He took it all in stride, giving a full account of what had happened. Soon after, Lu Sanglong had someone call Lu Yuzhu again. Lu Yuzhu's statement was exactly the same as his, and what the two of them said perfectly matched. Lu Sanglong smiled coldly and said, Elder Black, it seems things aren't that simple, huh? It was clearly your disciple who provoked you first. Killing people without success, now you're blaming my disciples, how ridiculous. He Tianxiang's face sank, he got anxious and said loudly in anger. So what? The reality is that Lin Yang killed his fellow disciples, don't you dare argue. Lu Quran was also angry and refused to compromise in the slightest. He said loudly and angrily, your disciple provoked first, and he deserved to be killed instead of being skilled. Lakura Ryu. What did you say? Serves you right. You. Serves you right. RD. Kara. Dragon. He Tianxiang was filled with rage, completely enraged and angered to the extreme. He hissed with a single word and violently blasted his palm towards Lin Yang. Black Tianxiang. Black Tianxiang. Two voices rang out at that moment. The two of them, Hua Wuyan and Lu Sanglong, rushed up and blocked Lin Yang. One of the two slapped out a palm, erupting with a shocking aura. Boom! The three people's berserk auras collided together like an explosion, and the airwaves formed by the shockwaves rolled and swept away. Black Tianxiang couldn't stop the two from joining forces and was knocked back several steps. Great! How dare you two defend a murderer? Yes, good for you. Black Tianxiang suffered a loss and viciously narrowed his eyes as sinister as a poisonous snake. At this time, Yi Yungue angrily stood out and shouted. Elder Lu, just now you said that the skill is not as good as the others and deserve to be killed. So, if I'm going to kill him now, does he deserve to die by my hand? Yi Yungue finished pointing at Lin Yang. I now invoke my supreme right to challenge you. Lu Sanglong, Fei Zhanghai, Bai Yunsheng, including He Tianxiang all froze for a moment. Lin Yang was also a bit surprised. The right of supreme challenge, a special challenge mechanism of the Heavenly Palace School. Each disciple, once a month, has the opportunity to launch the highest challenge to someone else. The so-called supreme right of challenge means that the other party is not allowed to refuse and must accept. This was a coercive method used by the Heavenly Palace Academy to weed out the weak. Almost every month, someone dies under the supreme right of challenge. The first day Lin Yang had entered the Heavenly Palace Academy, he had heard about rules like the Supreme Challenge right. Lu Sanglong narrowed his eyes and whispered, Lin Yang, don't agree to him, Yi Yungue is the Emperorless Realm 7. Fine, I accept your challenge. Lin Yang suddenly said aloud. Lakora Long. Did you even listen to what I said? Yi Yungue looked at him with fury, his heart erupting with hatred that he could barely suppress. Lin Yang was undaunted and decisively agreed to his challenge. The Heavenly Palace Academy was a place where the weak were the strongest and the best were the weakest. You have to show your strength in order not to be provoked. Definitely can't be meted out like before. Lin Yang looked at him and smiled coldly. You will be a stepping stone for my feet, believe it or not? Chapter 85. I'm just asking you, is your heart hurting? Are you crazy? Didn't I tell you not to say yes? It's good for you to at least stall for a while. Lu Tsanglong was in a hurry. Yi Yungue was at the 7th level of the emperorless realm, for small realms higher than Lin Yang. Yi Yungue was not Yi Yunxiao, who could be casually decapitated by him. Elder, in this matter, I have my own measure. Lin Yang smiled bashfully. Hua Woyan knitted her eyebrows, a few worried looks filling her eyes. He smiled slightly. Don't worry, I'm sure. The Heavenly Palace Academy is a place of the weak and the strong. There is only one way to keep from being bullied to establish authority. There's only one reason I agreed to accept his challenge, and that's to establish authority. I need to make everyone in the Heavenly Palace Academy know my name and fear my name. Hua Woyan nodded with a solemn expression. She gets it. Lu Yuzhu walked over to him and took his hand. Senior brother Lin, be careful. Lin Yang's two eyes snapped open, startled as if electrocuted. He twisted his head to see that Hua Wuin's face was dark. Ahem, senior sister Lu, thank you for your kindness. Lin Yang immediately broke away from her hand. Lin Yang. See you on the stage of life and death. Yi Yungue roared and immediately ran in the direction of the life and death stage. Lin Yang glanced at him and quickly followed his pace. On the stage of life and death. The two men stood on each side. Many disciples who were passing by ran over to watch. Who is this disciple? It looks very unfamiliar, doesn't it? A few days ago, that newcomer who split the quiz stone with one sword, don't you guys know about it? No way? Is it really a fake? How did he get on the life and death stage with senior brother Yi Yungue? Here come 5 elders and guest ministers. What's this? The 5 elders, Lu Tsanglong, He Tenxiong, Fei Zhanghai, Bai Yunsheng and Gong Yifei, as well as the 6 flower woing, all had serious faces as they walked over in large strides. There were more and more disciples on the sidelines, looking curiously at the 2 people on the life and death stage. Many of Yi Yungue's people had seen him before, it was just that Lin Yang looked unfamiliar. Elder Black, are you sure you don't want to stop it? Lu Tsanglong inquired in a cold voice with his hands behind his back. He Tianxiong rolled his eyes, an air of arrogance rising in his heart. What? Afraid that your disciple will lose to Yi Yungue? I won't stop you even if you beg me now. Lakora Long. He gradually narrowed his eyes, a few moments of genuine concern in his mind. Lin Yang was such a good seedling, if he really had to die on stage, it would really be too bad. Yi Yunke looked at Lin Yang with fury, holding a red lance in his hand. The gun's body was red and glowing with streaming light, as if it was surrounded by clouds and haze, emitting an aura of an imperial weapon. What did you just say? I'll be your stepping stone? Yi Yungue couldn't help but laugh, glaring at him with wide eyes full of anger. Your mouth is quite hard, I'd like to see how long you can be hard. About a couple hours, you want to try? You. Yi Yungue froze for a moment and was momentarily speechless, not knowing what to say. Cut the crap. Get over here and die. Gun dragon. Yi Yungue roared, his entire body erupted with a berserk aura, and the lance in his hand resembled a giant red dragon. Lin Yang didn't rush or panic. Su pulled out the heaven-destroying sword and immediately stimulated the immaculate glazed pure heart sword body. With a buzzing sound, his body was suddenly like transparent glaze, and the shadow of a huge sword emerged behind him. This is an emperor-ranked grade physique. Someone in the crowd couldn't help but yell. Hua Woyan couldn't help but raise her eyebrow, and was instantly surprised. All this time, she had never seen Lin Yang use his physique. So much so that she had always felt that Lin Yang didn't have a physique. I can't imagine that he actually exhibited it at this moment. Not only did he have a physique, but he was also of the emperor rank. Behind Yi Yunka, a heavenly ranked grade physical silhouette of a fierce tiger emerged. There was a difference of 1 level between the heavenly rank and Lin Yang's emperor rank. This kid, he actually has an emperor ranked grade physique? He Tianxiong was extremely surprised and shocked when he saw the physique behind Lin Yang. Empyrean ranked physiques were possessed by very few people. Of all the disciples he sat down with, the number of people with emperor rank physiques, all added up, was no more than 2 hands. Lu Tsanglong was surprised, but his face was happy. We really received a good disciple this time. He couldn't be happier inside. Boom! On the stage of life and death, the red spear in Yi Yunke's hand rushed out, the sharp tip of the spear piercing through the void, even the air erupted with sharp wind sounds. Like a fierce dragon. Lin Yang avoids it for a moment. The 9 psalms of the Great Way, all open. He gripped the heaven-destroying sword tightly, and the silhouette behind him emitted a stronger and more domineering aura. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire 4 courts, everyone's swords, automatically unsheathed and flew over. All of them centered on Lin Yang and flew towards him. In a flash, the sky of the 4 courtyards was densely filled with swords. Fogweed. What's going on here? Look up in the sky, you guys. Why is my sword flying out? Quickly help me hold the sword down. The entire 4th courtyard was suddenly in chaos. Some of those disciples with swords watched as their swords disappeared. Some tightened their grip on the sword to keep it from flying away. Lin Yang's clothes flew and his long hair fluttered as he stood on the stage of life and death. The back is lonely and solitary. A handful of swords flew over and gathered behind him, circling and flying, sharp sword chi cutting through the void behind him, penetrating with a sharp killing aura. At this moment, it was as if he was the master of the sword. Sorry, I take back what I just said. Lin Yang stared at him, his eyes blazing. You now are not even qualified to be my stepping stone. After saying that, he chopped out with his sword. Countless swords behind his back, like torrential rain in the sky, poured out crazily, interspersed with an overpowering sword intent hidden in the middle. Yun Gue, be careful. When He Tianxiang saw the hidden sword intent among the 10,000 swords, he immediately loudly reminded Yi Yunke. Yi Yunhui squinted his eyes for a moment, his sight quickly catching the hidden sword intent among the 10,000 swords. He couldn't help but raise a contemptuous smirk. That's it? Still want to kill me? He had seen no less than 10 people from the Heavenly Palace Academy who knew sword intent. He sneered and shrugged his shoulders. A mere sword intent, and you want to kill? Pust. The last eye is still missing. Lin Yang's figure scurried out like a ghost, piercing his heart with a sword, turning it with force, and directly churning it to pieces. Yi Yungue trembled and looked at him with a trembling face full of fear. A sword, piercing. Lin Yang's eyes were like a demonic beast with bloodlust like madness, killing. That sword intent was just baiting you. Are you serious? You shaded me. Yi Yungue was trembling, and on his deathbed, he couldn't believe that he had actually been undermined by him. Lin Yang drew his sword and turned around. The sword in his hand was still dripping blood. Whoosh! A sword flew past him, forming 2 furious streams of swords. The flying sword pierced through Yi Yungue, all over his body, all pierced through, and he fell down like a hedgehog, dead. Lin Yang. Seeing Yi Yungue being killed, He Tianxiang became furious, the anger in his heart reaching a point of no return. He hissed angrily. Lin Yang gave him a glance full of disinterest. Elder Black, sorry for killing another one of your disciples. Are you heartbroken? Chapter 86, believe me, I didn't do it. Lin Yang. I'll kill you. He Tianxiang roared, unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He roared and rushed onto the life and death stage. Black Tianxiang. Elder Black, what are you doing? The 2 of them, Lu Sanglong and Hua Wuyin, hurriedly stopped him. Elder Black, it was your disciple who initiated the challenge first. Besides, once you get on the life and death stage, you'll be responsible for the consequences. As an elder, do you still want to back out? Le Cora Long said loudly. He Tianxiang was furious to the extreme, his face was hideous, his 2 eyes were like vipers and hungry wolves, staring fiercely at Lin Yang. He looked away in extreme dismay and indignation. Le Cora Ryu. Good, very good, your disciple is very accomplished. I'll admit it today. He Tianxiang said as he took out an imperial edict and slammed it on the ground. This 100-mile mountain, I'm not going. I will report truthfully to the court that my disciple was killed and I have no one now. Any one of you can go if you like. Old man gone. He Tianxiang flicked his big sleeve and left without looking back in anger. Elder Black. Elder Black has something to say, this imperial edict cannot be thrown. Elder Black, please stay. Gong Fei called him loudly. Black Tianxiang led the men and went straight away. This. Elder Lu, this is a big joke. Yan Jianghai walked over to pick up the imperial edict and said with fear and trepidation. Lu Sanglong was also stunned, unable to imagine that He Tianxiang was so capricious. He even dared to throw the imperial edict of the court. What is it? Flower Woyan curiously walked over to inquire. Lu Sanglong held the edict side and said, this is the imperial edict given by the court to the Heavenly Palace Academy. Ask the Heavenly Palace School to send 10 disciples with Emperorless Realm Strength to reinforce the front line. Originally, Black Tianxiong took this mission now, he said with a helpless shrug. No one expected that He Tianxiong would be so bold and capricious as to dump the imperial edict of the court. Elder Lu, what can we do? Gong Fei was holding the imperial edict and asked with an anxious face. Shall we go persuade Elder Black? Feast Jianhai asked in a low voice. Bai Yunxing shook his head. Don't you understand Elder Black's temper? Once he gets angry, 10 oxen can't pull him back. So what now? Fei Jianhai stared at Lu Sanlong. Elder Lu, our disciples, we sent them out long ago, you see if you want to, he said with a desire to speak. Lu Sanlong had understood what he meant. The surrounding disciples who were gathering around were looking at that newcomer on the life and death stage. What's the newcomer's name? Lin Yang? Too fierce, even Elder Black Tianxiong's disciple dared to kill him. Awesome, this senior brother Lin actually doesn't give Elder Black face. I'm afraid he's the only disciple who dares to not give Elder Black face. Those disciples all stared at Lin Yang and whispered. Lin Yang stood on the stage and looked around the room. He's served his purpose. After this battle, the word Lin Yang would probably soon spread throughout the Heavenly Palace School. The reason why he chose to answer the battle with Yi Yunke was for this purpose. His purpose achieved. From now on, other disciples who wanted to hit him would probably have to weigh their options. Even He Tianxiong couldn't protect his disciple, let alone the other elders. Lin Yang put away his sword and slowly walked off the stage. Under the stage, Lu Sanlong and the few of them were already anxious at this point. This edict is like a hot potato that no one wants to take. Elder Lu, this mission, I'll take it. Lin Yang walked over and said calmly. As soon as the words fell, Lu Sanlong and several of their elders all froze for a moment, looking at him in surprise. Lin Yang, are you crazy? This is very dangerous, do you know that? Hua Wuyin worriedly advised him. The mission inside this edict was for him to go to the battlefield. Although there was only one country on the Earth origin continent, there were constant civil wars. Conflicts between the human race and the various races have never ceased. There were countless emperorless realmless cultivators who died on the battlefield every year. I'm not going to stay behind you and let you protect me. This way, you're too tired, and I'm feeling ashamed. I have to go out and practice and improve my strength. Lin Yang walked over to her and came up to her and whispered. This mission, I have to take it. He looked at her with a steely gaze, his tone very firm. Lu Yuzhu looked at him getting so close to Hua Woyan, and inexplicably felt a bit sour in her heart. Why do those two look so close? Could it be that senior brother Lin's partner is Xian Heavenly Emperor Flower Woyan? Lu Yuzhu suddenly had a very bold idea. She frowned as her mind began to wander. You don't think so? Hua Woyan was over 1,000 years older than Lin Yang. How could the two of them get together? Hua Woyan could be his oldest ancestor, senior Lin's partner shouldn't be her, right? Definitely not. Lu Yuzhu shook her head, secretly guessing in her heart. She didn't dare to imagine and couldn't believe what it would be like for Flower Wuyan to become senior brother Lin's companion. I'm overthinking this mess in my head? Lu Yuzhu rubbed her forehead and couldn't help but sweat in her heart. How could senior brother Lin's mate be Flower Wuyan? Absolutely not. Luckily, I still have a chance with his Taoist not around. She thought to herself mentally. Lin Yang, this mission is no joke, Lu Sanlong said to him at that moment. Lin Yang said without hesitation, Elder Lu, I'm not joking. This is the result of a lot of thought. This mission, I'll take it. All you have to do is assign a few people to go with me and I'll make sure the job is done. Hearing him speak with such conviction, Yan Zhanghai couldn't help but strike him, saying, Kid, don't promise too early. Do you know the mission, where it was, and who it was fought against? Lin Yang shook his head silently. So confident even if you don't know. Feast Zhanghai said loudly, the battlefield of this mission is in the western continent, fighting the people of the demon realm. You, sure you want to go? Lin Yang immediately nodded his head. Go! He took it with determination. He had already thought about it before, he could no longer hide behind Hua Wuyan and keep relying on her for protection. He needed to go out and train, to improve his cultivation and battle experience. Go out and find resources on your own. Senior brother Lin, I want to go too. Lu Yuzhu was full of smiles and pulled his hand to follow him. Hua Wuyin stood aside like a stone statue, watching with unblinking eyes. Lin Yang let go of her hand. Senior sister Lu, there are many people here, don't pull and tug, it's not good. Hua Woyan laughed in his heart. There's a lot of people. Don't pull at it? Does this mean that fewer people will be fine? Men, indeed, love the new. What are you afraid of, are you shy? You're avoiding me with your eyes, you must be shy. No, Lu's senior sister, you. Okay, I know you're embarrassed. Lu Yuzhu hammed and hawed. Senior brother Lin, just treat me like you did before when you went to White Stone City, don't be embarrassed. Ahem. Lin Yang couldn't help but squint and glance. Hua Wuyin had a stern face and didn't say a word, the silence was a little scary. Lin Yang, come over to my room later. I have something else to tell you. Hua Wuyin coldly dropped a sentence and turned to walk away. Fog weed. I didn't do anything. It's really not dry. Lin Yan looked at her back with dismay. I really didn't do it, believe me. Chapter 87. Why are your ears so red? The next day, early morning. Lu Tsanglong picked 10 disciples and went down the mountain with Lin Yang, taking the edict to the battlefield. As required by the edict, all 10 disciples were at the emperorless realm. Senior brother Lin. Lu Yuzhu walked over and pulled him. Lin Yang's face changed and he immediately stepped away from her. Senior sister Lu, I have to tell you something, I'm seeing someone. I know, but my subject is Hana Wuyin. Once Lin Yang finished speaking, Lu Yuzhu froze. Dumbfounded, he looked at him, his entire body frozen like a statue, his heart making shocking waves. It's really the flowers that are speechless. I thought it was just a normal relationship when I saw how close the two of them were yesterday. And she consoled herself with the thought that it was actually true. Her hunch was correct. Thinking back to that day at the tavern, vowing to surpass his object. Now that I think about it, I can't wait to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Really her? Lu Yuzhu could hardly believe that Hua Wuyan was so much older than him. Really, more than naive. Lin Yan looked at her and replied seriously. His ears were still red and vaguely painful. Don't ask why. Asking is being seized. Your ears, why are they red? Lu Yuzhu saw that his ears were red and inquired in a low voice. Lin Yang pursed his lips and looked at her. Just for looking at you one more time in the crowd. Lu Yuzhu saw that he didn't say anything, so he shrugged his shoulders and skimmed his mouth helplessly. Alright, if you don't want to say it, then forget it. By the way, Hua Wuyan is so much older than you, how do you? She was tempted to ask how Flower Wuyan, who was over 1,000 years old, could look at him. Also, how did he read? Oh yeah, Flower Wuyan is the #1 beauty. The guy didn't like it. Isn't it normal for people who cultivate immortals to live 1,000 years and 10,000 years? Lin Yang said back. Lu Yuzhu froze. He was right, 1,000 years old was still nothing more than a baby doll among cultivators. Like Yun Qiren, he had all lived for at least 5,000 years or more. It was too normal for a Sage Realm powerhouse to live for 5,000 to 10,000 years under normal circumstances. At the next realm up, the Infinite Sky Sovereign Realm, living for more than 10,000 years was unusual. If I'm not mistaken, you're almost 100 years old, aren't you? Lin Yang suddenly stared at her, guessing her age. Lu Yuzhu's old face reddened. No, you're bullting me. She rushed to her defense. People are hard to break down. Lin Yang had actually guessed that in the Heavenly Palace Academy, or even other sects, amongst the same cultivation level, there was almost no one younger than him. He was in his 20s and had reached the emperorless realm. Such talent, even Hua Wuyan marveled. Lu Yuzhu hurriedly changed the topic. You've been with Hua Wuyan, why don't you say so? Lin Yang had a stern face and froze as he looked at her. Are you really stupid or not? Flower Wuyan has so many enemies, if I let others know about my relationship with her. Do you think her enemies will leave me alone? With my current cultivation level, I wouldn't be killed by her enemies? Lu Yuzhu, this. She sympathized with Lin Yang a little. It's also quite dangerous to have an object like Flowerless. Once it became known that the two of them were in a relationship, Hua Wuyan's enemies were probably able to beat Lin Yang to dust. It's not that I don't want to say it, but I can't. Or I'll be damned if I won't be beaten to death. Lin Yang spread his hands helplessly with a helpless face. By the way, don't tell anyone. He admonished Lu Yuzhu. Okay, got it. Lu Yuzhu agreed in one bite. She was a little sad inside, but there was nothing she could do about it. By the way, why are your ears so red? Is it because I got too close to you yesterday and went back to be punished by Hua Woyan? Lu Yuzhu speculated curiously. Lin Yang's old face sank. No, you're bull-ting me. I'm not one of those wifely men. She usually listens to me and does what I tell her to do. If she doesn't listen, she'll be punished by the family law. Pust. Lu Yuzhu smiled. You don't look like that kind of person, do you? Besides, who in the Earth Element continent didn't know about Hua Wuyan's temper? She'll stoop to your level? Okay, I got it. Lu Yuzhu smiled and leaned aside to snicker. Why are the ears so red? Does this need explaining? Make the official announcement early, I'm waiting to drink your wedding wine. Lu Yuzhu laughed and left the carriage, going to the back. He was left alone in the car. Lin Yang rubbed his ears, which were still vaguely sore. Yesterday, Hua Wuyan almost didn't grab him to death. It wasn't that Hua Wuyan was jealous, but that he actually lied to her. Not out of the ordinary is fine. Who doesn't have a friend of the opposite sex? I can't stand to be lied to. Hua Wuyan was so angry that she taught him a lesson all night. The journey was made by day and night, and the destination was reached late the next evening. West Island. Outside Flying Dragon City. Roar! Tens of thousands of soldiers clad in armor and holding spears stood neatly training on the flat ground outside the city. On the city wall, several generals and disciples of the Heavenly Palace Academy stood up to check it out. The man in the middle, wearing heavy armor and a battle sword on his waist, with thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a stout figure that exuded a murderous aura, was the main general of this army, Lian Tianheng. On the left, there were a dozen or so disciples of the Heavenly Palace Academy, all wearing armor and battle clothes, standing aside with a solemn expression. They all came over for reinforcements and are part of the elite force. General Lian, according to the time, the 10 reinforcements from the Heavenly Palace School should be coming soon. One of them whispered. Lian Tianheng's vicissitude and low voice slowly floated out, I hope that your Heavenly Palace Academy, this time, can come with a few stronger disciples, preferably at the 9th level of the Emperorless Realm. Report! Just as he finished speaking, a small soldier hurriedly ran up to the citadel. General, a team suspected to be from the Heavenly Palace Academy has appeared behind the city. Oh? Said to come. Lian Tianheng slightly furrowed his eyebrows. Come on, go over there with me and take a look. He rushed over quickly with his men to meet them. On the official road behind Flying Dragon City, a line of carriages and horses sped up. Come on, all follow me in. Lin Yang was in charge of this mission, and Lu Tsanglong handed the leader over to him. Ji Hei, Han Sung-ha and the two of them are here too. Climbing up to the castle tower, Lin Yang took a big step over. See General Lian. No need to be so polite. Lian Tianheng happily walked over to shake his hand. You are disciples under Elder He Tianxiong's seat, right? No, we are disciples under Elder Lu Tsanglong. Lin Yang responded truthfully. Lu Kara Long. Elder? Lian Tianheng and the people behind him all froze. Didn't we agree that Black Tianxiong's disciples would come? Why did you change your name to a disciple of Lu Kara Ryu? Can I ask about your cultivation levels? Lian Tianheng's face sank and became slightly more serious. The disciples under Lu Tsanglong's seat were the least numerous and least powerful lineage in the Heavenly Palace School. When he heard a few of Lu Tsanglong's disciples, his heart thumped. Hopes pretty much dashed. I'm at the 3rd level of the Emperorless Realm, and several of them are at the 2nd level respectively. Lin Yang introduced him one by one. Lian Tianheng's face immediately collapsed, the corners of his mouth twitching, his expression particularly ugly. The one leading the group was merely a trash at the 3rd level of the Emperorless Realm? The highest was only 4, and there was still only one, the others were all at 1st and 2nd level of cultivation. We were going to form an elite unit. What's going to happen now? Just these guys? Forget it. Chapter 88, Arranging a Meeting with Your Good Buddy. Late night. The campfire outside Flying Dragon City was like a light. Thousands of tents were planted outside the city gates, and Lin Yang was arranged to stay with the other disciples of the Heavenly Palace School. The dozen or so disciples from the Heavenly Palace Academy that came earlier were all high and mighty, with an arrogant demeanor. After some exchanges, they learned that the 10 newcomers Lin Yang, Lu Yuzhu, Ji Hai, and Han Xinghe were new disciples. It hadn't been long since he entered the Heavenly Palace Academy, and he was assigned to support this side. Your name is Lin Yang, right? A young man, 8 feet tall and stocky, with angular features on his face and a stoic demeanor, stood up and swept in. This person's name was Fong Yunwei, and he was the person in charge among them. All disciples who came from the Heavenly Palace Academy were under his jurisdiction. A raid is to be organized this evening. You take 9 of them and follow my plan. Captain Fong, isn't it not a good idea to spread out the troops like this? Lin Yang stood up, a little worried. Fong Yunwei made a plan for a surprise attack. He told Lin Yang to form a squad with the newcomers and move separately from them, both ends going side by side. Lin Yang looked at Fong Yunwei and the others, and there were only 15 of them. The number of people was already small, and they had to move separately. In case we meet a strong enemy, we may be divided and annihilated by the enemy. This plan, to say the least, is very risky. What? Are you guys scared? At this time, the other male Sunny High stood up with a few contemptuous looks of mockery on his face. It seems that the disciples under Elder Lu Sanglong are all a bunch of life-hungry cowards. If you guys are scared, I can report to General Lian Tianhong now and ask him to authorize you to go back, okay? His conspiratorial tone annoyed Ji Hai, Han Xinghe, and the other hot-blooded young men. The corners of Lin Yang's mouth rose and he couldn't help but smile coldly. Yun Korong hadn't even died yet, and the disciples under the 4 elders of the Heavenly Palace School were already fighting so badly within themselves. If Yun Qiren passed away one day, it was estimated that there would be a guaranteed fight between the disciples of the 4 veins of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Fong Yunwei, Sunny High, and these people were all disciples under He Tianxiong. To put it nicely, it's called separate operations. In fact, it was just to see Lin Yang and the others unhappy, and it was guaranteed that they would be pitched a handful of times. Alright, senior brother Fong, then we'll proceed as planned. Let's go. Lin Yang decisively agreed and immediately took Lu Yuzhu, Ji Hai, and the others to leave the barracks. By the way, there's one more thing. Fong Yunwei suddenly called out to him. Ugly words. After the evening program begins, we will not come to your aid in whatever difficulties you encounter. Life and death have their own destiny, wealth and honor. This truth, I hope you 10 newcomers will remember. Lin Yang and Ji Hai, Han Xinghe looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. What a life and death, wealth and fortune. Yes. Lin Yang agreed painfully and twisted his head. As soon as the 10 of them left, the tent was immediately filled with contemptuous laughter. Finally, we've gotten rid of these 10 tired people. These 10 losers will only slow down our plans. Can't figure out the academy, why did they send these 10 newcomers over? Fong Yunwei took a sip of tea with an indifferent expression and lifted his head to remember his good brother Yi Yungue. If only my good brother Yi Yungue could come over to keep me company. He and Yi Yungue were good brothers who worshipped each other, entering the Heavenly Palace Academy together and practicing together, and the 2 of them had a deep friendship. Sunny High smiled, senior brother Fong, after this mission is completed. You'll be able to meet senior brother Yi Yungue. Aha! Fong Yunwei nodded and said, at that time, I'll be able to have a drink with buddy Yi Yungue. Outside the tent. Lin Yang sat outside the camp with his men and began to deploy the plan in earnest. My plans are a little different from theirs, so if you guys have a problem with that, you can bring it up now. Lin Yang inquired with a serious expression. He drew a simple military map on the ground and detailed the route and plan of advance. I have no objections, your plan coincides with mine. Ji Hai folded his hands and nodded his head. I was so angry just now, Han Xinghe said in indignant rage. The disciples under He Tianxiong are all high and mighty, they are clearly looking down on us and disliking us. Kid, I lost to you last time, and I'm still upset about it to this day. But this plan of yours, I approve. I'll listen to you this time, I have no objections. He raised his hand in approval. I agree. Lu Yuzhu followed suit. Me too. Me too. Several other newcomers, too, have endorsed his plan. Okay, since everyone's okay with that, let's get moving. Lin Yang nodded with satisfaction and with a wave of his hand, he immediately led the people out. After saying that, 10 black figures, as swift as cheetahs, disappeared into the dark night. There is a large hill in front of the campground. The great mountains stretch for hundreds of miles. On the opposite side of the large mountain was a branch point of the demon realm, and their mission was simple, to stage a surprise attack. There is only one goal, to storm the demonic stronghold and wreak havoc. Causing them to be in disarray and disrupting their deployment, Fong Yunwei would advance in another direction, and then this side, Lian Tianhong would take advantage of the situation with his men. They hadn't been gone for long when Lian Tianhong came out from a tent not far behind them. He raised his hand and said with a grave expression, quickly go prepare 10 coffins. The soldier next to him froze. General, what's the point of preparing a coffin? My generation of generals, when we want a coffin with a horse's leather, we want a coffin with a... Lien Tianhong glanced at him. It's not for us, it's for the 10 young men who came today. General, this. The soldier glanced ahead. The Heavenly Palace Academy doesn't know what kind of wind it's drawn, sending 10 newcomers over to seek death. I'll send them 10 coffins, it'll be worthy of the Heavenly Palace School's intentions. Go on. Having said that, the soldier understood. Far away, deep in the mountains. Lin Yang and the 10 of them moved extremely fast in the mountains, weaving quickly through the dense forest. Keep up, this way. Lin Yang waved his hand. Jaihe looked at him, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Brother Lin, this path, isn't it overlapping with Fang Yunwei and their plan? He stared deeply at Lin Yang and quietly inquired. This path was clearly the plan that Fang Yunwei and the others had just placed on top of the route they had taken. Lin Yang hemmed and hawed mysteriously. This route is the safest, those people outside of Fang Yun are all old farts, leaving the most dangerous route for the 10 of us to be cannon fodder. Wouldn't we be doing their bidding if we went? Jihai touched his big, bare head and raised both eyebrows in confusion. But you're... Lin Yang patted his shoulder and smiled. We'll come out before they do, and after we've gone straight for it, we'll turn around and run. Then we split in two, one returning the way we came and one continuing on from the side and rear. Jihai slapped his head and looked at him with wide eyes. Why are you so damaging? Keep your voice down. Lin Yang smiled cheaply. Afraid of what? They're making us cannon fodder, trying to get us killed, and we're being merciful enough by stirring up a hornet's nest for them and giving them a hard time. Don't be a wimp tonight. Remember, a dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. Let's ignore them tonight, even if they scream their heads off. That kid Fang Yunwei is dragging his ass to death, it's best to let him go meet his good brother Yi Yunke. Lin Yang looked up and smiled. Yi Yunke senior brother, don't be sad, I'll arrange for your good brother to meet you. Chapter 89, Catching Him Off Guard. After going over a few mountain ranges, one could see a black mist raging around like a tide in the canyon in front of them. The demonic aura in the distance was monstrous, and one could feel a strong baleful aura as soon as he approached. Lu Yuzhu, Jihai, Han Xinghe, you three follow me, everyone else, move according to the plan. Lin Yang raised his hand and everyone crouched down in a dark corner. Behind him, the young man, bare-chested, bulging with muscles, bald-brained, dark-skinned, big, thick-browed, and naive-looking. He suddenly pulled out something. Senior brother Lin, do you think I'm good at this? He grinned as he carried out a cannon from his storage ring. Popularization, artillery was first invented in the Song dynasty. Lin Yang, Jihai, Lu Yuzhu, and Han Xinghe, the few people who looked back, immediately took a deep breath and their jaws dropped. Fog weed. How did this? You get this? Senior, where did you get this? Lin Yang's face was filled with a shocked expression, truly stunned by this cannon. This senior brother, big and thick, looks naive, how come he's carrying a cannon on his body? Senior brother, where did you get that cannon? What did you do before? Lin Yang asked him nervously. This senior brother looked naive and I didn't know his details. Lin Yang hadn't asked him before. Brother Lin, I'm a decent person, don't be afraid. He touched his bald head, which looked like a briny egg. Lin Yang froze and looked at him. Are you decent? Serious people will emphasize that they are serious? A decent man carries a cannon on him? My family builds weapons, and my father said that he was afraid that I would be at a disadvantage when I arrived at the academy, so he built this cannon and said that it would be for my defense. My father said that whoever bullies me will use a cannon to blast his mother for miles. Hey! After saying that, Shitty laughed nervously. This harmless smile made Lin Yang and the 9 of them, all of them, feel creeped out. Lin Yang froze. Your father built this cannon for you to defend yourself? I've seen people with knives on them for defense and muskets for defense. Motherer, does anyone carry a cannon for defense? Who's really defending who? Your father asked you to bring this cannon into the Heavenly Palace Academy because he wants you to bully others, right? With your big, thick, 9-foot-tall physique, who the hell would dare bully you? Lin Yang's heart palpitated. Fortunately he hadn't offended this naive senior brother. Otherwise he pulls out the big guns and blasts you in the cold while everyone is asleep at night. Sleeping is guaranteed to send you to the west. Good master, take it easy, put it down, put it down. Lin Yang hurriedly told him to put the cannon on the ground. I'm not nervous. He casually dropped the cannon at his feet. Han Xinghe couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching. You're not nervous. We are. What is your name, senior? Lin Yang asked politely. My name is Du Xiaojun. My parents and the people in the village all call me Tainyo. Senior brothers, you can just call me Tainyo. Tainyo smiled with his eyes in slits. Lin Yang and Ji Hai, Han Xinghe and the others looked at each other. The name Iron Bull seems to be in every village. However, with this physique and image, he was burly and tall, indeed like an iron ox with all the strength of a brute. Brother Lin, do you think this cannon will work? Can I blast the mother? Tainyo pointed to the devil's cave in front of him. Sure. Lin Yang was busy nodding. Tainyo, don't move yet, watch my face later. Iron Bull scratched his bald head and frowned with confusion. Senior brother Lin, are you teasing me? It's so dark, how can I see your face? Your face is not like my head that reflects light. Pust. Ji Hai, Han Xinghe, Lu Yuzhu and the rest of them covered their mouths and were overjoyed. It's dark. You want me to look at your face? Is it possible that your face can reflect like my bald head? Lin Yang. Ahem. He took a deep breath. Senior brother Tainyo, for the sake of canon, oh no, for the sake of fellow disciples, I won't be stubborn with you. Look, I'll open my mouth and call you later, okay? Center. Iron Bull smiled and nodded. Lin Yang breathed a sigh of relief, and the plan he had just made changed. Originally, he had planned to let a few other senior brothers charge into the devil's cave to fight head-on. But now that Iron Bull has this cannon, things have changed. Directly here, across the distance, you can launch a surprise attack on the devil's cave. 10 men crouched under a large, sky-high tree, their eyes fixed firmly on the front. Lin Yang opened his spiritual rhinoceros chapter and carefully listened to any movement around him. Half an hour passed. In the distance, a rush of footsteps flew this way. Senior brothers and sisters, speed up, the mission must be completed before dawn. Don't worry, senior brother Fong, it's just a surprise attack, it's not like we're the main force. That's right, General Lian Tianhong is right behind us. Lin Yang heard the footsteps and conversations of a dozen or so of them outside of Fong Yunwai 100 miles away. The corner of his mouth lifted, the time had come. Iron Bull, fire. He gave an order. Good mile. Carrying the artillery, Tainyo set it up on a small earthen slope, took aim, and fired directly at the distant demonic caves. Bang! A shell broke the quiet of the night, pierced through the night curtain, and landed accurately in the devil's den across the street. Both of Iron Bull's arms, muscle by muscle, were as hard as rock and sinewy. Using brute force, he forced the barrel down. Slugger. Lin Yang couldn't help but marvel in his heart. Bang bang bang. A shell flew through mid-air like a flaming meteor, tracing a dazzling arc. It landed in the devil's cave and immediately exploded the black mist. The fury filled the cave, there were screams coming from the devil's cave, and there were fires everywhere, and heat waves rolled. The devil's cave. A man whose body was made of black mist condensed into a human form, with red eyes and a fierce aura around him. Quick, prepare for a counterattack. Its hoarse voice roared out, and the countless shadows flying around in the devil's cave immediately flew out of the devil's cave. Lin Yang heard it. Iron Bull, stop it. He told Iron Bull to call it quits and make a run for it. Senior sister Lu, Ji Hai, senior brother Han, and Tainyo, all of you advance along the route I've planned. Lin Yang stood up and droned loudly. Are you kidding me, senior brother Lin? How can we leave you alone here? Lu Yuzhu said nervously. Stop nagging and hurry up. Lin Yang urged a few of them, that big devil in the devil's cave is coming out, none of us are its match. You guys go ahead, I'm sure I can get out, come on, don't dawdle. Ji Hai and Han Xinghe both quietly glanced at each other, always feeling that this kid, Lin Yang, was pulling some kind of trick. The two made a point of keeping their eyes open. Senior sister Lu, senior brother Tainyo, you guys hurry up and go, senior brother Han and I, stay here and break the back with senior brother Lin. Ji Hai urged them loudly. Lu Yuzhu had been worried about Lin Yang, but now Ji Hai and Han Xinghe had both stayed behind to accompany him to break the back. The worry in her mind was dispelled. Tainyo, senior brothers, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuzhu immediately led his senior brother away. Why don't you two leave? Lin Yang looked at the two of them. Ji Hai folded his arms and looked at him with a smile. Senior brother Lin, I have Hui Zhen. How can you possibly fool me with this little trick of yours? You must have secrets. Han Xinghe clasped his hands with a slight smile and nodded in agreement with him. Senior brother Lin, don't pretend, in fact, from the very beginning, you wanted to act alone. Lin Yang was slightly stunned. You can do it, these two boys. I can't believe the two of them saw through it. Since you want to stay out of my way or. Lin Yang laughed coldly as a stern killing aura spilled out of his body. The expressions on the faces of Ji Hai and Han Xinghe quickly became serious. The moment. A mist as thick as black ink spewed out from inside the devil's cave and flew across the void towards where Lin Yang and the others had just been. The black mist was like a tidal wave, raging and roaring on the ground, devouring the mountain range, going over the canyon walls without a second thought, like a dike-breaking flood rushing recklessly. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in that demonic aura, and their gaze swept electrically, quickly sweeping over Lin Yang's position and theirs. Damn humans! I'll see where else you can escape to. This road, it seems, is the route they came by. It turned back and roared loudly. Quickly, along this route, give chase. Far away. Fang Yunwei brought a dozen or so senior brothers and sisters with him, flying from this route. It was less than 20 miles away from Lin Yang's position. Quick! Keep up! Fang Yunwei looked ahead with confidence. We must take him by surprise. Chapter 90 Mother is a mosquito. Quick! Keep up! Fang Yunwei brought a dozen or so senior siblings with him as he quickly hurried forward along this path. Suddenly, Sunny Hai raised both eyebrows, feeling that something was not quite right. Senior brother, why do I feel that there is a strong demonic aura? He worriedly said. Fang Yunwei glared at him. What are you who? Don't disturb the army. Senior brother, but I really sensed a demonic aura. Sunny Hai was very certain and gradually stopped. As soon as the surrounding senior brothers and sisters heard his words, they became a bit frightened. Fang Yunwei got a little angry when he saw that you all didn't dare to move. What do you mean, senior brother son? Does the demon world know of our actions? Our plan of action this time is very secretive and decidedly safe. Fang Yunwei swore and gave everyone a boost. He turned and faced the group, confidence on his face. Don't be afraid, everyone, when this mission is completed, not only will we be able to return to the academy, but we'll also be able to receive a considerable reward from the court. Everyone must cheer. Fellow masters, you. Just as he spoke, behind him, in the mountains, a tidal wave of black clouds surged up, and the demonic aura was overwhelming. In the sky, a demonic chi flew across. Sunny Hai and the other senior brothers and sisters looked at the sky with wide eyes, all of them jaw-dropped and dumbfounded. The mountains were filled with sweeping demonic energy in all directions. Fong 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 Fong. Elder brother. You. Sunny Hai's eyes widened as he looked behind him, stuttering in fear. Fang Yunwei raised both eyebrows and said calmly. Fong what Fong? Can't even speak properly. Don't Fong, you hear me? Everyone follow me on, complete the mission successfully, and get back, do you understand? When he finished, he turned around with a smile on his back. Okay, everyone follow. A huge black face, appearing behind him, fiercely locked eyes with him. Hiss. Fang Yunwei took a deep breath and opened his eyes wide, the smile on his face disappearing in an instant. Before the last eye was finished, both legs went weak with fear. You're the one who shelled me? The dark figure questioned angrily. Cold sweat beaded on Fang Yunwei's face, and he stood in place nervously, unable to move his legs. No, not me. You believe it? Do you think I believe it? The two red eyes in the black mist flashed, as if mocking him. Run! Fang Yunwei bellowed and immediately turned around and ran. Sunny Hai and the others fled frantically. With all this demonic chi in all directions, it looked like the demonic cave in front was pouring out. With just a dozen of them, they couldn't fight to the death. If you don't run, you're going to get killed. Jia. This king has been startled by you, and you still want to run? Take me for what? That black shadow sneered and immediately set off a fierce wind. The black demonic chi was like a monstrous wave, surging and tumbling, devouring the mountains and rivers, covering the sky and the sun. Senior Fong, save me. Help me. Senior brother Fong. In the blink of an eye, several disciples were devoured and sucked dry by the demonic chi. Elder brother, help me. Sunny Hai called out loudly. Fang Yunwei looked back and ran faster than anyone on two legs. Now there's really no one to save us even if we scream our throats out. On a cliff in front of them, three figures stood. Lin Yang, Ji Hai, Han Xinghe. Should we go back and ask General Lian Tianhong to come over and save them? Han Xinghe calmly inquired with his hands clasped. Ba. Ji Hai folded his arms and said, we don't have to make a fool of ourselves. Before, senior brother Fong said that even if he screamed his throat out, he wouldn't save us. Now they're screaming through their throats and we don't need to save them. It's called karma. Lin Yang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I can't imagine that this little bald donkey has a pretty ruthless heart. Fang Yunwei, who was running in a deadly frenzy, saw the three figures on the cliff from a great distance and recognized Lin Yang at once. Senior Lin, go quickly and invite General Tian Heng. He shouted. What did you say? I can't hear you. Lin Yang sidled his ears and deliberately asked loudly. Quickly go and invite General Lin Tian Heng. What did you say? I can't hear you. Quickly go invite the practicing heavenly horizontal general's army. You say what? I hear don't see. Fang Yunwei knew that he had been tricked by him, and was so furious that he gritted his teeth in anger, wishing to cut him alive. Between the mangled mountains, there were black demonic chi everywhere, and Fang Yunwei was quickly caught up by the demonic chi. Boom! Behind him, a black light penetrated through him, instantly sucking him dry as his entire body exploded. And you three? The dark shadow looked at Lin Yang and the three of them in front. Weren't you too defiant last time? This time, I'll make you obey. Lin Yang took a step forward. Ji Hai and Han Xinghe froze for a moment, and the two of them looked at his back with slight surprise. Lin Yang drew his sky destruction sword and a sword shadow blossomed behind him. The sharp and strong sword intent exuded a fierce killing aura. The first realm of sword intent can sever souls. Ever since I met Yin Korong and climbed out in his scroll, I finally realized that my previous sword intent was still not strong enough. For above the first realm, there is a stronger realm, which is cut off space and time. Lin Yang held the heaven-destroying sword, his voice clear and loud into Han Xinghe's ears. Han Xinghe was instantly shocked. He was completely stunned. Cutting off time and space? This is the highest level of sword intent? How is that possible? His pupils constricted slightly, almost in disbelief. Lin Yang's face was expressionless as he held the heaven-destroying sword in both hands, the immaculate glazed pure heart sword body enveloping him. Intense sword intent, like a raging storm, crazily swept over the mountains and rivers, from the cliffs, spreading all the way to Flying Dragon City. What a strong sword intent! Which great power has come out of the world? Lin Tianhan was setting off from Fei Long City with his army, and had just traveled a short distance when an overwhelming sword intent enveloped him. The breath is so strong that it is rare in the world. Lin Yang met a gale and landed this sword lightly. It was as if a moonbeam, slipping from the darkness of the night, had abruptly faded without a trace. Whoosh! This sword intent cut off the demonic chi within the entire mountain and river. A sword split into two halves, and the strongest one, the demonic shadow, directly shattered. Where the sword light cut through, the left and right side seemed to cut through, becoming two spaces, two worlds. Left and right, still, as if frozen, time stops here. This. Han Xinghe was completely shocked and scared out of his mind. Ji Hai was even more dumbfounded. One sword cuts through two worlds. I finally understand why the Lingwei sage was able to dominate the 4 seas and 8 wastelands back then. Because the 9 chapters of the Great Tao practiced to its peak is the strongest technique in the world. All the feats in the world pale in comparison to the 9 chapters of the Great Tao. One sword lives, one sword dies. One sword cuts through the world, one sword cuts through time. This is the highest realm of sword intent. Lin Yang held the heaven-destroying sword and finally realized the essence of the sword intent chapter. Even if he faced a heavenly emperor realm powerhouse right now, he was still certain that he would be able to kill him. A dozen years later. Jade Dragon Sacred Sect. A long and dashing figure walked out of the room with a few vicissitudes and maturity on his face. Ears still red. He covered his ears as 2 little dolls, a boy and a girl, rushed out of the way to hug his thighs. Father, did mother pull your ear again? The little boy looked up at him, his eyes glowing with adorableness. What is this nonsense? He squatted down and embraced the 2 children, full of serious defense. Father's ears were bitten by mosquitoes. What was pulled by the mother? Don't talk nonsense, do you hear me? The little boy and girl nodded their heads in disbelief, believing the old man's bull. Suddenly, the little girl blinked in realization. Father, I know, mother is a mosquito, right? Grand finale.